Ningguan City lay in the northwest of the Diyue Kingdom. Further north beyond the Ninghai Pass stretched the Hengwu mountain range. The Hengwu Mountains spanned the central western reaches of the Yunming's continent like a colossal green serpent cleaving the western half of the land into northern and southern realms. Within the range, ancient trees soared high enough to blot out the sun, and ferocious rare birds and bizarre beasts were countless. To traverse those mountains was to gamble with one's life 9 deaths for every one slim chance of survival. Yet men die for wealth and birds for grain. The abundance of rare materials hidden within the mountains lured people like moths to a flame, so places like Ningguan City bordering the range naturally grew bustling and prosperous. Lately, however, peace had fled. Rumor had it that to the west Diyue and the Chuyue Kingdom had come to blows over a newly discovered mine. Chuyue possessed one of the rare Great Plains in the west. Unlike the mountain-ridden Diyue, the two kingdoms bordered each other, both leaning against the Hengwu Mountains. In recent days, rumors swirled throughout Ningguan City. Many who had fled back from Ninghai Pass left the city in great haste, bringing with them news that the pass had been sealed and war had broken out. At dawn, when the sky was only just beginning to pale, a rag-clad child had already been busy for a long while on a hillside outside Ningguan City. "Old man Liu, you really are shrewd," the child muttered. "Just when war is about to break out, you choose to ascend to the heavens to dodge the chaos. That is quite the clever move." His mouth kept mumbling as his hands did not pause. After he scooped up the final handful of soil and patted it down, he wiped the sweat from his brow, smearing a few more streaks of grime across his small face. He picked up a broken plank of wood from the side and drove it down in front of the grave with all his strength. "Once you're over there," he went on, "see that you eat your fill and dress warmly. Don't let the other beggars bully you, Sai. Listen to me. You were a beggar in life, but once dead, you shouldn't keep at the same trade. Change your line of work. Aren't you literate? With your learning, you could be a schoolteacher. Stop always dragging me along to study. PFT. Anyway, you can't drag me to study anymore. Go teach those little brats instead." When the plank stood upright, he specially gathered a few stones and piled them at its base to weigh it down. On the plank, a few characters had been scrawled in charcoal: grave of Liu Qinghuan. The strokes were childish, yet still somewhat decent. Lighting incense and candles and a bundle of spirit money, he kept chattering, "Come take the money, buy yourself something to eat. Don't end up a hungry ghost. War is about to break out. Yesterday I saw a large troop of soldiers entering the city, throwing the whole place into chaos. So I thought I might as well go take a look at Qing City, lest I lose my life for nothing when fighting erupts here. I don't even know if I'll ever have the chance to come burn paper for you again." He gazed at the characters. Liu Qinghuan fell into a daze and slowly said, "You raised me for 4 years and gave me a chance to live. Later, when you were paralyzed, I, at 4 years old, began scrambling with the big beggar leaders every day for food and somehow managed to feed you for another 4 years. Now I've seen you to your burial. That more or less repays your kindness. From now on, your bridge is your bridge, my road is my road. I don't know how much longer I can live. When I die, I'll come find you. If you're willing, forget it, we'll talk about it after I'm dead." His voice trailed off. In silence, he burned the last of the yellow paper, then stood up, gave the shabby grave and broken plank one final look, wiped at his eyes, and softly said, "Thank you for giving me a name." With that, he turned and strode down the mountain without once looking back. The child's full name was Liu Qinghuan. Abandoned at birth, he had been picked up by the old beggar known as Old Man Liu and had scraped by in the beggar's den of Ningguan City since he was little. Now 8 years old, his figure was so thin and frail, he looked no more than 6 or 7. On the main road leading east from Ningguan City to Qing City, families fleeing the ravages of war, burdens in hand, servants in tow, traveled by carriage or on foot. The line of people had already stretched several li beyond the city gates. Most of these were wealthy merchants and rich households, and none valued their property more than they. The instant they heard war was nearing, they slipped away without hesitation. Common folk had no such means and were loath to abandon their meager belongings. So long as war had not reached their very doorsteps, they clung stubbornly to life, unwilling to move even a single step. As for a little beggar like Liu Qinghuan, who had nothing but the clothes on his back, he had few worries. Wherever his feet stood was home. Now that the only person close to him, Old Man Liu, had died, he rolled up his tattered mat and threadbare quilt, preparing to head for Qing City to see a bit of the world. Blending into the band of refugees outside the city, he drew fearful avoidance from many. Seeing his ragged clothes and face smudged like a mottled cat, they shied away as though he carried a plague. Some of the affected even raised their sleeves to cover their noses and mouths, as though he reeked unbearably. Long accustomed to such looks, Liu Qinghuan paid them no mind, ambling along cheerfully with the flow of people. Thus they walked for several hours. When the sun climbed to its zenith, everyone, hungry and exhausted, stopped one after another to cook a meal. Some took out dry rations, others kindled fires on the spot. Liu Qinghuan merely produced half a small steamed bun, black and rock hard, and slowly ate it, washing it down with cold water. After resting a while, they continued on their way, walking until dusk before stopping. Thankfully, it was summer, and an especially hot one at that. Sleeping beneath the open sky was not too cold. Liu Qinghuan spread his tattered mat beneath a tree and without eating or drinking lay straight down. Having left the city before dawn to bury old man Liu and then marched all day, he was utterly spent and fell asleep the instant he lay down. The night passed uneventfully. When he awoke the next day, Liu Qinghuan felt much refreshed and set out again with the crowd. Around halfway down the road, he suddenly noticed patches of wild vegetables sprouting here and there in the field beside the road. Delighted, he remembered how he had followed old man Liu begging since childhood. When there was nothing to eat, they would dig wild vegetables outside the city. He thus knew every kind of wild green by heart. Unfortunately, wild vegetables stripped the oil from one's body and could not serve as a staple, or else there would be no shortage of such food near the Hengwu Mountains. He picked as he walked, and by the time they stopped to rest, he had gathered a large handful. After washing them clean by the river, he set a broken clay pot over the fire. When the water boiled, he tossed the wild greens in and added a pinch of salt. The taste proved surprisingly delicious. Just as he was eating with relish, a girl of 16 or 17 in a fresh yellow dress, her hair done up in twin buns, curiously approached. Her clothing was exquisite and her features sweet, with a round face that broke into a smile even before she spoke. Yet no precious ornaments adorned her hair, marking her as a maid from a wealthy household. Pointing at the leftover wild greens by Liu Qinghuan's side, she asked, "Little brother, are you selling these wild vegetables?" Liu Qinghuan rolled his eyes and grinned. "Not selling," he replied. "If elder sister fancies them, just take them. They're worth nothing, the fields are full of them," he added. The girl happily took the remaining wild greens and soon returned holding out a fragrant meat patty to Liu Qinghuan. "This is from my mistress," she said. "You're just a child, it's not easy for you to gather wild vegetables. We won't take advantage of you." Liu Qinghuan thanked her repeatedly, surprised by such good fortune, and could not help a little scheme forming in his mind. That afternoon on the road, he kept an eye on both sides and by nightfall had gathered another large bundle. He considered a moment, then went down to the river to wash himself clean and put on his least patched clothes. Carrying the freshly washed wild greens, he went to find the maid in yellow. "Thank you for the meat patty at noon, elder sister," he said. "This afternoon I picked some wild amaranth and wild scallions. They taste quite different from the water spinach we had at noon. Wild amaranth is best eaten cold, and wild scallions make wonderfully fragrant cakes." The maid in yellow accepted them, gave him a look, and tapped his forehead with a finger like a green onion shoot, laughing. "You little rascal, so crafty." She left with the greens, and soon came back handing him 2 meat patties. "My mistress has the kindest heart," she said. "If you gather any fresh wild vegetables in future, just bring them over. You'll naturally not be left unrewarded." Thus Liu Qinghuan spent the journey picking wild vegetables as he walked, delivering them to that household several times. Each time he received food in return, and he ate even better than before. Other wealthy families, noticing this, also came to ask him for greens, giving him some food in return. Some soft-hearted ones, seeing how hard life was for a child like him, gave him even more each time. So after more than 10 days on the road, while others were utterly exhausted, he alone remained full of vigor, as though a fish in water. Yet signs of a great drought had already appeared that year. The farther east they went, the farther they drew from the Hengwu Mountains, and the worse the drought became, the wild vegetables visibly thinned. After so many days of travel, those wealthy households who had not prepared enough provisions found their supplies growing tight, and often ordered their servants to go gather wild vegetables as well. There were many small villages along the way, but the bad year had cracked the fields into fissures as wide as a palm. It seemed likely there would be no harvest at all, so few were willing to sell grain. Liu Qinghuan's little wild vegetable trade also worsened. When he could not sell them, he did not insist, but continued gathering along the way for his own meals. When he had extra, he would send some to the maid in yellow, yet no longer accepted anything from her household, merely saying it was to let the kind mistress have a taste. In this way, he grew very close to the maid in yellow and learned that her surname was Zhang, she had been sold into that household as a child. Fortunately, her masters treated her well, so she had suffered little hardship and lived better than many ordinary girls. Her nature was lively and open, and she loved to laugh. According to her, the family's surname was Fu, and their head often traveled the Hengwu Mountains. Liu Qinghuan thought this quite a skill, for the perils of the Hengwu Mountains were widely known, and anyone who could bring goods out from there truly possessed real ability. The Fu family had 7 or 8 carriages in all, each packed to the brim. They were guarded by 30 to 40 escorts, all astride tall horses, every one of them burly and sturdy, inspiring awe from afar. Their mistress disembarked to walk about whenever they rested. Around 30 years of age, she was radiant and beautiful, dignified and gentle. She often played beside the carriage with a little boy of 5 or 6, a child of outstanding looks with a tigerish head and robust limbs, extremely adorable. Her husband was a burly man in a python-patterned robe, usually riding beside the carriage. His expression was stern, a killing aura clinging to him, and he seldom spoke. Fortunately, only a few more days of travel would bring them to Qing City. Qing City was a large city in the Due Kingdom with troops stationed there year-round. Reaching Qing City should mean safety. Meanwhile, more and more people took to the road fleeing, not only from war, but also from the great drought that had driven mountain villagers and rustic folk to seek a living in Qing City. With so many, the crowds inevitably became a jumble of dragons and fish, all sorts mingling together. Those who came later said that fighting had already erupted near Ningguan City and many townsfolk were fleeing toward Qing City. Hearing this, those who had left Ningguan earlier sighed and shook their heads. The mood grew ever more heavy and silent. No one wished to speak. They simply buried their heads and pressed on. Thankfully, we left Ningguan earlier, Liu Qinghuan thought. Otherwise, if we had fled in a rush, who knows what might have happened. That day, by mid-morning, the sun beat down like a lash, its rays stabbing the skin with pain. The road to Qing City was thick with dust. The refugees were all covered in grime, their expressions drained. Sweat poured down their bodies like waterfalls, their clothes soaked and dried, and soaked again, soon crusted with a layer of salt crystals. As the heat worsened, the refugees changed their marching hours. Each day they now set out in the early hours before dawn and rested by mid-morning. When the afternoon sun grew less vicious, they resumed until late at night, ending their day's journey near midnight. At this moment, everyone was resting in the shade of trees or hidden in the grass. Liu Qinghuan leaned against a dead tree, barely avoiding the sun. Not far from him, an old man with a head full of white hair and beard rested, while muttering. A great drought across the land, wars erupting everywhere. These times are falling into chaos. His words set Liu Qinghuan's heart on edge, making it hard to sleep. Suddenly, a howling sound came from the sky. Lazily lifting his eyelids, he had not expected to see such a strange scene. From the farthest edge of the heavens appeared 3 human figures, 1 in front and 2 behind. Like immortals, they hovered in midair, racing toward the road at astonishing speed. Between the 3 bursts of dazzling multicolored radiance flared again and again, leaving Liu Qinghuan's eyes dazzled and spinning. The refugees on the ground, noticing the commotion above, all craned their necks to look, struck dumb with shock. Even those mid-bite froze with mouths agape, forgetting to chew. As they drew closer, it became clear that the figure flying ahead was a young man in his 20s, clad in a cyan robe, standing upon a flying sword beneath his feet. As he flew, he continuously hurled head-sized fireballs behind him, the blazing spheres roaring as they crashed viciously toward the 2 people in pursuit. The 2 pursuers behind him wore identical yellow robes. One was a bearded middle-aged man, the other a young woman with delicate, refined features. The 2 dodged and counterattacked as they pursued relentlessly. The cyan-robed man swept aside a streak of inky light with a flick of his hand, then suddenly halted, turning to face the pair behind him as he said, "You 2 have chased me for so long. Do you truly wish to die?" His tone was utterly calm, as if commenting on the pleasantness of the day's weather. The middle-aged man held a writing brush in his hand. With each sweep, inky spiritual radiance emerged, hurling chain-like strands of black light again and again toward the cyan-robed man. Hearing this, his expression twisted slightly before he burst into wild laughter. "Lin Huangji, are you not hailed as an unparalleled genius with a single attribute, fire's spiritual root? How is it that you are now being hounded by us like a stray cur? Your Qingyu sect's nascent soul patriarch has already fled Qingyu Mountain with his followers. If you surrender quietly, I might at least leave you a whole corpse." "Senior brother, stop wasting words," the young woman beside him snapped. In her hand, she held a dazzling silken handkerchief, which with a wave unfurled a blinding cascade of 7-colored radiance. "He is the foremost foundation establishment cultivator of the Qingyu sect, his methods formidable. Senior brother, you must be exceedingly careful. No matter what foremost he may be, he is still only at late foundation establishment," the middle-aged man sneered, curling his lip. "We stand at the same realm as he does. What is there to fear?" The cyan-robed man's expression remained indifferent, and he did not bother to respond. With a wave of his hand, he calmly intercepted each of the 2 opponents' attacks. Then, with another flick, a crimson feather fan materialized in his grasp. From far in the distance, Liu Qinghuan suddenly felt the surrounding temperature surge with a boom, as though he had been thrust into a blazing furnace. In an instant, sweat burst forth all over his body, and the sun that had seemed cruelly scorching moments ago now felt almost gentle by comparison. The red phoenix leaving fire fan. The pursuing young woman cried out in alarm, abruptly retreating. The middle-aged man's face also tightened, but a moment later he scoffed, saying mockingly, "Lin Huangji, who do you think you're trying to frighten? You've been fleeing from us all this time. Your spiritual power can't have much left. The red phoenix fan is a magic treasure only a golden core cultivator can truly wield." Before he could finish, the cyan-robed man merely gave a faint smile and gently waved the fan once. A roaring sheet of flames surged from the fan, the firelight, so pale it seemed almost white, drifting forward like a wisp of light cloud. Yet in an instant it had already reached the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, his face still frozen in a look of mockery, along with the stunned refugees directly below him, did not even have time to utter a scream before they were swallowed and annihilated within the searing white blaze. The young woman reacted with great speed and fled a step ahead, managing to escape the range of the flames. Yet before she could circle away, a flaming arrow of light streaked forth and pierced straight through her chest. She only had time to let out a single shrill scream before she plummeted from the sky like a kite with its string cut, yet halfway down her body had already burned into nothing, not even a trace of ash remaining. Suspended high in midair, the cyan-robed man's sleeves fluttered as the feather fan vanished from his hand. With a small beckoning gesture, two small pouch-like objects flew from where the victims had fallen and landed neatly in his palm. He gave a short, derisive chuckle, stowed the pouches away, then turned and sped swiftly toward the northeast, never once casting a glance at the dazed refugees below. All of this occurred in the span of a heartbeat, like lightning flashing through the dark. Only after the cyan-robed man had vanished did the refugees finally come back to their senses, and an uproar erupted at once. Some wailed over the innocent kin who had just perished, some pointed at the sky and cursed, while others whose lives were untouched watched with morbid excitement and cried, "Immortals." I saw an immortal. Liu Qinghuan stared thoughtfully in the direction where the cyan-robed man had disappeared, only returning to himself after a long while. The day ended with the refugees discussing immortals as they trudged onward along their road. No matter what matters preoccupied the immortals, for these mortals whose lives were as cheap as ants, the greatest crisis lay in the war looming before them. After traveling like this for another 2 days, just as they were about to reach Qing City, they suddenly ran into a mass of people fleeing from that very direction. They learned that 2 days prior, a large number of immortals had fought a great battle in Qing City. When immortals clash, it is the common folk who suffer. More than half the city had been consumed by fire and flood, and countless lives were lost. Qing City had now been occupied by immortals from the Chuyu Kingdom. The refugees who had fled all the way from Ning'an City to this place were thrown into an uproar by this news. They had thought they would finally find safety in Qing City, only to discover the road ahead was even more perilous. Earlier, with just a lift of his hand and a step, that cyan-robed man had obliterated dozens of lives. It was evident that these immortals cared nothing for the lives of mortals. With the path ahead cut off and no way to retreat, the refugees suddenly found themselves at a loss as to where they should go. At last, those who had escaped from Qing City said they should head for Tongda City, where it was said there was no war for the moment. Tongda City lay far to the northeast, much more distant. The journey would take 1 or 2 months on foot, and along the way mountains loomed and waters ran deep, the route treacherous beyond measure. With no other choice, the refugees could only turn back the way they had come. After retreating for 3 or 4 days, they finally turned onto the road leading to Tongda City. The air grew ever more tense, food supplies dwindled, and many began to endure hunger in silence. Some wealthy households whose provisions fell short brought out gold and silver, trying to buy food from those around them, but there was nothing left to buy. No amount of gold or silver could fill an empty belly. Handfuls of precious metal scattered in vain, yet could not purchase even the coarse, despised food they once turned up their noses at, drawing many a sigh. By then it was midsummer, and the heat grew ever more oppressive. As they traveled on, the once green mountains turned yellow, and the land of Shenzhou was covered in scorched earth. Food was gradually exhausted, starving people stripped even the bark from the trees, and incidents of theft and robbery grew ever more frequent. Misfortune never comes alone. No one knew when it began, but a plague started quietly spreading among the refugees. Those who had seemed fine one day would by the next be burning with a scorching fever, their skin flushed red. Even as they fell ill, they raved incoherently about freezing to death, clutching their heads in agony, as if split apart, their bellies racked with pain and diarrhea. Within 2 days their lives were gone. Everyone began to live in constant fear. Liu Qinghuan's situation was even worse than most. The food he had brought long since ran out. Wild greens had become a luxury, and even bitter, throat-scraping bark and roots. Anything remotely edible he had already tried. Yet even tree bark had become scarce. Those who walked ahead had stripped bare everything along the way that could be swallowed. Of the tiny remnants left, he, small and weak as he was, could not compete with others for them. More and more people around him fell ill. Some collapsed as they walked and never rose again. No one knew whether they died of sickness or hunger. At times he thought that simply dying and being done with it might be better than enduring the wrenching pain of an empty gut. Had it not been for the maid in yellow, who, pitying him, would secretly slip him half a steamed bun now and then, he would never have lasted this long and would have starved to death by the roadside long ago. Even so, there remained more than half a month's journey to Tongda City. The long road ahead seemed like a vast chasm stretching between life and death. The Fu household's circumstances were comparatively better. Though they had dozens of people in their retinue, they had brought ample supplies, and each member rode a horse. They slaughtered their mounts to supplement their stores, and thus could still manage to hold on. Some short-sighted bandits, their eyes red with envy, had tried to rob them. Yet the master of the Fu household was no easy prey. He ate and slept alongside his sworn brothers, clearly having weathered hardships with them before. Their guards remained loyal, shielding the family and keeping them safe. That night, they did not halt until well past midnight. Liu Qinghuan toppled headlong by the roadside. He had not eaten a single grain of rice in 2 days, surviving only on a few sips of water, and was now so starved that his head swam and his vision blurred. He lay there like a corpse for a long time before he finally recovered a little, but his entire body felt hollow and weak with not a shred of strength left. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after, he would end up like those who had fallen along the way, dying by the roadside, his body baked under the sun, gnawed by wild dogs, and buried by drifting sand. Liu Qinghuan contemplated this calmly, his heart as empty as a wilderness. Old man Liu, wait a little longer, he thought. Perhaps I will catch up to you very soon. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a hand groping around his chest and abdomen. The moonlight was hazy that night, and under its dim glow a man as thin as a bag of bones was bent over, feeling along his body. Liu Qinghuan had no strength to move and could not be bothered to struggle. The man's hand slid up to his neck, apparently finding his pulse. The man cursed under his breath, muttering, "Damn, it's still not dead," then staggered away toward his next target. Hearing the man's muttering, Liu Qinghuan shuddered with cold. He suddenly recalled the terrifying things he had occasionally glimpsed at night recently. He could accept being eaten by wild dogs, but he could not bear the thought of being devoured by his own kind. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. For the sake of safety, Liu Qinghuan usually tried to sleep as close as possible to the Fu family's carriage. Tonight was no exception. Because of their faint acquaintance, the Fu family head recognized him, seeing that he did not draw too near, he did not order the guards to drive him away. That night they rested on a gentle slope halfway up a mountainside. The Diyu kingdom was full of mountains and ravines, and the road to Tongda City mostly followed the branches of the Hengwu mountain range. The mountains were high and the roads perilous, the paths uneven and rough. With no rain for more than 2 months, the trees on the mountains had withered and the grass had died, leaving the slopes desolate and barren. The refugees collapsed along the roadside in utter exhaustion. The night was deep, and aside from faint rustlings in the darkness, all was deathly still. Half asleep, half awake, Liu Qinghuan drowsily heard very low voices coming from the thicket of weeds on his left. He paid them little attention at first, until he suddenly caught the words, "Fu family." He jolted as though struck by cold water, and forced himself to clear his mind, listening carefully. Are the people arranged? Tell the cripple to be careful, so he won't be discovered by the guards of the Fu family. A deep voice came from behind the bushes on the left. Another person responded softly with words that were unclear, and the first man continued in a hushed tone, "Everyone go rest now. We will act in the early morning." Liu Qinghuan waited for a long time, confirming that the two had left before carefully crawling forward. He crawled slowly, trying not to make too much noise. Thoughts of the many wealthy merchants who had been robbed due to insufficient guards along his journey filled his mind. Those bandits were also refugees. In times of peace, they might have been enthusiastic and honest coachmen or diligent and honest farmers, but the calamities of nature and man brought out the hidden evil in people. They not only robbed, but also killed. The most tragic victims were the noble ladies whose once bright beauty became the reason for their suffering in the eyes of the bandits. The piercing screams under the night sky could shatter all humanity. Liu Qinghuan absolutely did not wish to see his familiar yellow-clad maid and the kind and amiable Madame Fu fall into such a predicament. The Fu family chose a resting place near the mountain wall tonight, with their carriages surrounded in the middle and a circle of guards surrounding them. Being so close, Liu Qinghuan quickly crawled to the guard post outside his home. One guard sitting on a rock had noticed the movement and frowned as he looked at him. Liu Qinghuan crawled to his feet. "Master, please spare some food." As he spoke, he struggled as if trying to stand, but lost his balance and fell directly onto the guard. Liu Qinghuan hurriedly leaned closer to the guard's ear and said, "Quick, inform your master. I have urgent matters to discuss." The guard initially intended to push him away, but paused at this remark, pondering for a moment before saying, "You little beggar are back to ask for food again. If it weren't for the fact that you're on good terms with the lattice maid, I would have whipped you. Come with me to see the master. Whether you receive anything or not is not up to me." He grabbed Liu Qinghuan and walked toward the center. Arriving at a carriage, the guard lightly knocked on the door, and a low voice inquired from within. The door opened, and the head of the Fu family, dressed in a white inner garment, examined Liu Qinghuan with a frown. The guard whispered a few words into his ear, and the head of the Fu family glanced at Liu Qinghuan again before saying, "Come in." Liu Qinghuan and the guard climbed into the carriage, and he recounted everything he had heard and seen without any speculation. He did not know how many people were preparing to attack the Fu family or what they were like, but since he inadvertently learned this information, notifying the Fu family to make preparations was his humble contribution. Taking advantage of the guard's contemplation, Liu Qinghuan used his peripheral vision to observe the inside of the carriage. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary carriage, but inside it was quite spacious, decorated comfortably, yet not extravagantly, exuding a sense of stability and depth. Bedding was laid along the inner side, and a small table was fixed in front of the bed on which stood a candle holder and a book laid open. "Thank you very much for coming to warn us this time." At that moment, the head of the Fu family said, "May I ask what your name is, young man?" "My surname is Liu, and my name is Qinghuan." Liu Qinghuan quickly withdrew his gaze and lowered his head, saying, "I dare not accept your lordship's thanks. If it weren't for Sister Zhang and Madam's extra care along the way, and if the Lord hadn't allowed me to approach the carriage, and without the protection of the various guards, I would have already starved to death in some desolate mountain or wilderness." The expression of the head of the Fu family, initially stern, gradually softened, and after speaking a few more words, he quietly instructed the guard to take Liu Qinghuan down first, seemingly to arrange for subsequent matters. The guard brought him to another carriage. This time it was a yellow-clad maid who came to the door, and upon seeing Liu Qinghuan, she was taken by surprise. The guard whispered a few words to her before leaving. The yellow-clad maid smiled as she led him into the carriage. Madame Fu should have been asleep by now, but she was sitting on the edge of the bed wearing an outer garment while her son was sleeping soundly under the blankets. She said cheerfully, "The space is small. Please sit here for a moment, young man." She then instructed the yellow-clad maid to bring him something to eat, sizing him up before pulling out a set of blue clothing. "This is a new set made for my son, originally meant to be bigger for him to wear next year. Please try it on and see if it fits." Liu Qinghuan sat at the small table near the door, wolfing down the cake. Upon hearing this, he quickly stopped and refused, looking at the excellent fabric of the clothes and thought about his own filthy appearance, feeling increasingly ashamed. However, he was slapped on the forehead by the yellow-clad maid, who laughed and scolded, "You little brat, why so many thoughts? Change into it." Liu Qinghuan stubbornly refused, saying, "Sister, spare me. Is it not enough for me to accept the clothes? I don't need to change now, right?" The yellow-clad maid thought for a moment. Indeed, there was no place for the child to change clothes in the cramped carriage, and with the situation outside unclear, they couldn't dare to step out, so she had no choice but to give up packing the clothes into a small bundle and stuffing it into Liu Qinghuan's arms. Liu Qinghuan finally ate to about 80% full over the past few days. Not daring to eat more, he reluctantly wrapped the remaining pieces of cake in paper and placed them in the small bundle. The yellow-clad maid saw this and took out a plate of pastries to pack for him. Liu Qinghuan thanked her profusely, declining the kind offer to sleep on the right side of the bed, which should have been the yellow-clad maid's resting place. He chose a corner near the door, sat down, closed his eyes, and quietly waited. The candlelight extinguished, and the atmosphere fell silent. Outside it was very quiet. There were still more than 2 hours until dawn, and he did not know how the head of the Fu family would respond to the night raid. Since the other party dared to launch a surprise attack on the heavily guarded Fu family, they must have a considerable number. Liu Qinghuan's mind swarmed with chaotic thoughts, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. He woke to the sound of shouting and killing. His first reaction was to rush to the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to look outside. It was the darkest hour of the night, but countless torches had ignited around the Fu family's carriage, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Liu Qinghuan's heart raced as he carefully discerned the situation outside, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The head of the Fu family was indeed not an ordinary person. With the torches lit, the bandits had no chance for a sneak attack. Without the advantage of surprise, the starving refugees stood no chance against the trained guards. By their carriage, several guards stood close, securing it tightly. Liu Qinghuan stared blankly at the horses in front of the carriage. He knew that the Fu family had many horses relying on them for survival along the way. The horse before him was chestnut-colored. Even though it was thin and bony, its former noble spirit was still evident. It was very quiet, harnessed in front of the carriage, leisurely chewing on the dry grass, indifferent to the chaos around it. "Young man, you're awake. Come eat something too," Madame Fu said from behind him, inviting him over. Liu Qinghuan turned around, his mood finally relaxing, and he had the leisure to observe the inside of the carriage. The yellow-clad maid was also looking out the window, her round face occasionally showing signs of anxiety. Madame Fu was dressed neatly, calmly watching the young master of the Fu family eat. The little boy, about 6 years old, appeared clever and adorable, with a pair of lively eyes darting about. When his mother turned around, or was not paying attention, he would try to lift the curtain to peek outside. Seeing Liu Qinghuan staring at him, he even winked at Liu Qinghuan. Liu Qinghuan sat across from the young master of the Fu family, smiling awkwardly at the yellow-clad maid who was bringing him food. The sounds of shouting and killing outside gradually subsided. Most of the attacking bandits had been killed on the spot. Those who fled quickly were not pursued by the guards, who dragged the corpses on the ground into a pile, preparing to burn them later. While Liu Qinghuan was eating, he pondered how to proceed on the journey ahead. He wondered if he should ask the head of the Fu family to take him on as a servant, and if the other party would agree. Just as he was lost in thought, the carriage suddenly shook violently. Only a loud roar and the frantic whinnies of horses could be heard from outside the carriage. It turned out that a bandit had been stabbed, but was not fatally wounded lying on the ground pretending to be dead. To everyone's surprise, the Fu family had come to clear the corpses, but there were countless bodies scattered along the road. Who had the leisure to pay attention? The Fu family really had too much time on their hands. Once again, the heavily guarded carriage was seen, which surely contained someone extremely important to the Fu family. At this moment, the attackers had been repelled, and most of the guards around the carriage had gone to help clear the scene, leaving the defenses very lax. Seeing that he was about to be discovered, he made up his mind, thinking that if he was to die, he might as well take someone down with him. Upon seeing that the Fu family still possessed such a valuable horse, he could no longer bear it. While he was on the brink of death, the horse seemed to be living more comfortably than a person, which was truly infuriating. So he got up and stabbed the horse that was pulling the carriage. The horse was stabbed in the abdomen, causing it to cry out in pain, rearing up and wildly pulling the carriage through the crowd, injuring the guards who were kicked and trampled, leaving them scattered on the ground, and no one dared to approach. The carriage quickly burst through the crowd and sped away. Inside, the panicked screams of women could be heard, which made the bandit laugh heartily, but he was soon kicked to the ground and swarmed by blades. Not to mention the Fu family head and the guards anxiously pursuing the carriage. Inside the carriage, chaos had already ensued. The violent jolting made it impossible to stand. Due to the sudden incident, the young master of the Fu family was sitting and eating at the time, and before he could react, he crashed into the side of the carriage, blood streaming down his face. Madame Fu desperately crawled over to hold him, frantically calling out his name. The maid in the yellow dress lay on the ground, unable to move, while Liu Qinghuan quickly reacted and held onto the low table tightly. Fortunately, apart from a few scattered items, the rest of the furniture was secured, preventing further injuries. Looking out the window, barren mountains and dead trees rushed past. Sister Zhang, Madame Fu, Liu Qinghuan desperately called out, trying to suppress her own panic. Quickly hold on to the young master and jump from the carriage. There's a cliff just around the bend ahead. However, Madame Fu did not respond, crying out the name of her silent child. Liu Qinghuan had no choice but to struggle to her front, checking the young master's breath, shouting, "Madame Fu, it's fine, the young master has just fainted. Quickly hold him and jump down. If you don't jump now, it will be too late." Upon hearing this, Madame Fu finally showed some reaction. The maid in the yellow dress had crawled over to open the carriage door. The two doors swung wildly, revealing the horse pulling the carriage with a knife stabbed in its side, gushing blood, while the cliff loomed ahead. Liu Qinghuan and the maid in the yellow dress helped pull over a blanket to wrap the young master. Madame Fu moved to the door and called back, "You two hurry and jump down too." Saying this, she gritted her teeth and rolled out. "Sister Zhang, hurry," Liu Qinghuan shouted. The maid in the yellow dress shrank back by the door, looking at the rapidly passing rocks with a face full of fear. Liu Qinghuan was in a panic, seeing the cliff approaching. She tugged at the maid in the yellow dress, and not daring to look back, closed her eyes and jumped out. In the next moment, the carriage had plunged off the cliff, falling straight down. When Liu Qinghuan awoke again, it was the next day's dusk. The mountain wind blew through, and she was helplessly entangled in a web of vines hanging in midair. Her entire body ached, and even moving her arms sent sharp pain through her left elbow, leaving her unsure if she had internal injuries. Remembering last night, Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing she had been one step too late. At that time, she and the maid in the yellow dress had jumped from the carriage in a panic, crashing directly into a tree by the roadside, scattering them apart. The maid in the yellow dress was fine, having crashed to the other side of the tree, while Liu Qinghuan had collided towards the cliffside. She quickly grabbed onto the weeds in the cliff crevice, but the tremendous impact made it impossible for her to steady herself, causing her to slide down further. Fortunately, her small and light frame, combined with the dense vegetation growing on the cliff, allowed her to slow her descent until she fell into a tangle of vines and lost consciousness. In this precarious situation, even an adult would be at a loss. Though Liu Qinghuan had learned some cleverness from begging since childhood, she was still just an 80-year-old child. Looking up, the afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the top of the cliff, making it seem unreachable. Looking down, the deep canyon extended at least 20 to 30 zhang to the ground, making one's heart race with fear. Moreover, at this moment, her whole body hurt, and she couldn't move an inch. In a moment of despair, memories of her past loneliness and helplessness flooded back, and tears streamed down Liu Qinghuan's cheeks. From the moment she was born, she had been abandoned, suffering the hardships of life from her swaddled days. The beggar's den in Ningguan City was just a lowly thatched hut with a large hole in the roof situated in a hidden corner. In winter, it snowed, and the inside was as cold as an ice cellar. In summer, it leaked rain damp enough to grow mushrooms. Old Liu and she, an old and a young, could only huddle in the coldest corner to survive. In his youth, old Liu had been a young master from a wealthy family, living a carefree life. Little did anyone know why he fell into such destitution in his old age. Fortunately, he was literate and occasionally wrote letters for others, which barely allowed them to make ends meet. However, with age and long-term exposure to such an environment, he developed severe rheumatism and his knees swelled like buns, gradually becoming paralyzed. At the age of 4, Liu Qinghuan began following other beggars around Ningguan City, snatching food to survive like a little hungry wolf. However, as she grew older, the only one who had ever given her warmth and shelter, old Liu, passed away. The war and famine struck again, and life for the young her was filled with hardship and hunger, with little warmth to be found. Watching the sky turn gray, the moon rise, Liu Qinghuan cried until she was exhausted, staring blankly at the sky, and unknowingly fell asleep. When she woke up again, the sun was already bright, and she felt much better. It is better to live miserably than to die well. Since she survived the fall from the cliff, it seemed that heaven did not intend to take her. As the ancients said, those who survive great calamities will surely have future blessings. Perhaps she would continue to live on. The pain in her body had also lessened significantly. Liu Qinghuan gathered her spirits and observed her surroundings. Climbing up was impossible, it was too high, and with her strength, she likely could not hold out. However, it wasn't as difficult as she imagined to descend to the bottom of the cliff by climbing down the vines, but extricating herself from this tangled web of vines was even more challenging. Liu Qinghuan tried to untangle the vines wrapped around her, causing the vine web to sway violently, and she was so frightened that she immediately stopped moving, feeling dizzy just looking down. She could only slowly shift her body inch by inch, freeing herself from the vines. This was exhausting, leaving her gasping for breath. After resting for a while, she carefully began to climb down the vines, spending half a day to finally reach the bottom of the cliff. Liu Qinghuan collapsed on the ground, panting for a long time before she calmed down. The next step was to find a way out. However, she had been following the refugees, yet she did not recognize the road to Tongda City. Even if she knew, it would be impossible to catch up with the Fu family's refugee group by going around the mountain. Without the protection of the Fu family, she, a small child, would likely be seen as a piece of meat by those starving refugees. In this case, she had to think of another way out. Suddenly, she recalled hearing someone say that if one went north for several days, they would reach the Hengwu mountain range. She also remembered the tender wild vegetables she had seen when she first left Ningguan City. Although the drought was not as severe at that time as it would later become, it was true that the Hengwu mountain range was rich in resources. However, it was said that it was full of strange creatures and fierce beasts, and entering would mean certain death. This world was already a place of suffering. Where could one find safety? Liu Qinghuan made up her mind to head towards the Hengwu mountain range, thinking that perhaps she could still earn a chance to survive. The most urgent thing now was to escape this canyon. The valley below was very cool, with the cliffs on both sides blocking most of the fierce sunlight, allowing the grass and trees here to thrive. As Liu Qinghuan walked, she searched for food, and suddenly she stopped in her tracks, then joyfully shouted. He recalled the carriage that had also plummeted into the canyon, hurriedly searching around, and then climbing to a higher point to look out, finally discovering traces behind a large rock. The horse was undoubtedly dead, and the carriage lay in pieces, wooden planks scattered all over the ground. Liu Qinghuan scrambled over using both hands and feet and rummaged through the shattered carriage, finding a small bundle inside, which contained a set of blue clothes for a child and a bag of fragmented pastries. Starved, he didn't care that his hands were covered in dirt, grabbing the pastries and stuffing them into his mouth. After finishing the pastries, he found a water pouch, finally quenching his thirst. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Liu Qinghuan finally had the leisure to start searching through the wreckage of the carriage. This carriage belonged to Madame Fu, and everything on it was naturally exquisite and complete. He unearthed 2 sets of high-quality bedding, one of which had a large tear, while the other was intact. There were also 2 large bags of assorted pastries, which, despite being smashed, remained intact due to the outer wrapping. Some jewelry and clothing were scattered about, presumably belonging to the Fu family and the yellow-clad maid. In a broken wooden box, he also found a few silver notes and some silver coins, approximately several hundred taels, all well preserved. As for the other tea sets, bowls, plates, and lanterns, most were severely damaged. Indeed, heaven does not completely shut off a person's path. Liu Qinghuan stored the 2 sets of bedding and found a set of clothing belonging to the young master of the Fu family. To compare, it was a bit small, but fortunately, he was now so thin that he only had skin and bones, and he could barely wear it. After folding it neatly, he stuffed it into the bundle along with the pastries, then thought for a moment and tucked away the stack of light silver notes. There was no need to carry the other jewelry and silver coins, so he organized them and stuffed them into a tree hollow. After doing this, he finally went to deal with the horse's carcass. Food is the most precious. He pulled out the knife stuck in the horse's body and began to cut the meat, burying the remaining entrails and bones in a pit, since he had no container to dispose of them. However, with the hot weather, if left like this, it would start to rot within a couple of days. Liu Qinghuan pondered building a fire on a large rock, slicing the meat and roasting it over the flames, as this method dried it quickly. Soon a rich aroma of meat filled the air, making Liu Qinghuan drool. He roasted and ate until grease dripped from the corners of his mouth and his stomach grew round. After spending 2 whole days, he had roasted 40 to 50 pounds of jerky, yet there was still plenty left. Liu Qinghuan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that despite the horse being so thin, there was still a lot of meat. It seems that even a starving horse is much larger than a dog. After 2 or 3 days, even in the cool valley, the unroasted horse meat began to smell bad, making Liu Qinghuan wish he could turn into an iron stomach and swallow it all at once. Having endured extreme hunger for 2 or 3 months, suddenly having so much food, but being unable to eat it only to watch it rot truly felt like fate playing tricks. Moreover, even with the jerky and betting, there was no way for him to carry it all by hand. He set his sights on the shattered carriage. The smaller wooden pieces had turned into firewood over the past 2 days, leaving mostly larger parts. He picked out the most suitable piece of wood. This piece seemed to be part of the top cover of the carriage, about 3 feet square and arched, perfect for carrying things. He also found 2 sturdy vines to tie to the front of the wood to make straps, allowing him to easily drag it over his shoulders. After finishing these tasks, Liu Qinghuan finally had a chance to rest. He found a small stream in the valley with only a thin layer of water, but thankfully it flowed continuously. He tore a piece of cloth, using it to wipe his body with the water. When he took off his tattered clothes, he discovered there was hardly a good piece of flesh left on his body, especially on his left shoulder, which had hit a tree when he jumped from the carriage, leaving a large and frightening bruise. Fortunately, there were no fractures, otherwise he wouldn't know how to climb down from the middle of the cliff with one arm. After wiping off, he changed into the set of blue clothes which fit well. Then he laid out the bedding on a rock and fell asleep, satisfied yet exhausted under the myriad stars. The next day, after a night's rest, Liu Qinghuan energetically secured the packaged horse meat and bedding onto the wooden board and dragged it away, heading north. After walking for 7 or 8 days, he found himself surrounded by mountains, reaching the edge of the Hengwu mountain range. Along the way, he encountered several small villages, but the villagers had fled due to disasters, leaving behind empty houses, desolate to the extreme. As he approached the Hengwu mountain range, even the deserted villages and fields had vanished. On this day, halfway through his journey, a sudden loud bang startled Liu Qinghuan, causing him to halt in his tracks. Looking up at the sky, was it going to rain? But the sky was clear without a single cloud. Then came another loud bang which echoed from the other side of the mountain. Liu Qinghuan hesitated for a moment, unsure what was happening on that side to create such an earth-shattering noise. After lingering in place for a few breaths, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Ahead was the bend in the mountain. Liu Qinghuan unloaded the vines from his shoulders and placed the wooden board in the bushes before cautiously turning around the base of the mountain. Brushing aside the obstructing branches and leaves, he saw 2 figures, one in blue and the other in yellow, fiercely engaged in combat atop the opposite mountain peak. The figure in blue was surrounded by electric light, seemingly standing in midair like a celestial being, with white lightning spheres swirling around him, exuding an impressive aura. In contrast, the yellow-robed, burly man appeared relatively disheveled. He was frantically manipulating a large turtle shell with both hands to fend off the incessant onslaught of electric strikes. It seemed that the two had been fighting for a considerable time, and the mountain peak centered around them was almost leveled. Yet again, it was a battle between immortals. Liu Qinghuan gasped in awe, cautious to hide himself behind the dense foliage even from a distance. He still remembered the last time when the figure in blue raised his hand, causing dozens of refugees to vanish without a trace. Moreover, the attire of these two was similar to that of the 3 he encountered last time, indicating that the factions on both sides were engaged in a conflict akin to that between the Drought kingdom and the Qinghuan kingdom. Suddenly, the burly man in yellow let out a loud roar, and a massive boulder appeared out of thin air above the figure in blue. The figure in blue quickly threw a golden ring which spun and expanded, instantly flying beneath the boulder to brace against its descent. He vanished in a flash, reappearing elsewhere, and with a flick of his hand the ring swiftly shrank back into his grasp. However, the ring was covered in cracks, clearly exhausted. The burly man in yellow scoffed, ignoring the massive boulder, and pointed to the ground with both hands, unleashing countless stone arrows that shot forth rapidly. The figure in blue shouted loudly, bringing his hands together in front of his chest, conjuring a crackling electric ball. As he spread his hands apart, the electric ball transformed into an intricate electric net, enveloping the incoming stone arrows. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted, filling the air with stone dust. As the burly man was about to cast another spell, he suddenly turned his head back, and the turtle shell instantly appeared behind him as he quickly retreated. Yet he was still a moment too late. A swift bolt of lightning struck through the turtle shell, directly hitting the burly man's body, causing his hair to stand on end and his body to convulse as he crashed violently to the ground. As for the spot where he had been standing, the figure in blue gradually emerged, his hands continuing their motions as flashes of lightning flickered, gathering a faint purple light ball. Seeing this, the burly man, covered in dark soot, revealed a look of terror in his eyes. He hurriedly manipulated the turtle shell to cover his entire body, repeatedly slapping defensive talismans onto himself. The purple light ball fell onto the turtle shell at a seemingly slow pace, but did not explode. Instead, it melted into the shell, like water, quickly creating a large hole within it. The burly man struggling to hold on was already filled with despair. It seemed that today his chances of survival were slim. At this thought, he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Liu Qinghuan was marveling at the impressive abilities of these immortals, wishing he could wield such power as thunder and lightning erupted at their mere gestures, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. At that moment, however, a burst of white light suddenly erupted from the mountain peak across the way, and Liu Qinghuan felt as if he had been struck by an iron hammer crashing to the ground with a thud. It turned out that the burly man, realizing he could not win and had no escape, detonated himself in a fit of rage. The man in the green robe, who had originally been confident of victory, was caught off guard and hastily raised a green umbrella in front of him. However, under the force of the explosion, the green umbrella shattered like an ordinary rain umbrella, and the green-robed man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Liu Qinghuan lay on the ground for a long time before feeling slightly better. Just as he propped himself up, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Being so far away, he was still caught in the crossfire, and he could not help but silently lament. Watching celestial beings fight was extremely dangerous, and witnessing their battle was even more perilous. In the future, if he encountered such chaos again, he would not dare to watch and would definitely leave at the first opportunity. Fortunately, after spitting out that mouthful of blood, his chest felt less constricted. Looking across to the opposite mountain peak, Liu Qinghuan was taken aback. The peak had been forcibly sheared off, and the trees surrounding it lay flattened in a radial pattern. Goodness, what on earth happened to create such a spectacle? Liu Qinghuan hesitated, waiting for a long time, but there was still no movement from the opposite mountain peak. His curiosity could not be contained. After waiting a bit longer, he decided to go up and take a look. Thus he crouched down, hunched his back, and climbed step by step up the mountain, occasionally stopping to listen for any sounds, fearing that the two celestial beings might suddenly emerge and slap him to death. Upon reaching the mountain peak, he found it so flat that one could run horses on it, with a large pit in the center, the bottom of which was scorched and empty. Liu Qinghuan stood at the edge of the pit, gazing around while guessing what had transpired. After examining the pit, he wandered around and discovered a severely damaged corpse in green robes at the edge of the platform. The corpse's eyes were wide open, still bearing an expression of disbelief. The burly man was nowhere to be found. He must have either fled or perished. Most likely the latter. Liu Qinghuan squatted down in front of the corpse to examine it. In the past few months, he had seen countless dead bodies in various horrific states, so he had long lost his fear. Moreover, the dead are not scary. The truly terrifying ones are the living who suffer. It was just that earlier he had seen the green-robed man surrounded by thunder and majesty, yet now he lay exposed in the wilderness like a victim of fate, a stark reminder of life's unpredictability. Regardless of how glorious one's life may be, death will ultimately bring equality to everyone. My! Liu Qinghuan softly exclaimed, pulling a small cloth bag from the corpse's waist. He recalled the first time he met the green-robed man, who had specifically taken the small bags from the two yellow-robed men when he left. This one appeared similar to those two. He held the small bag in his hand, examining it. It was made of some brown beast skin, palm-sized, with intricate cloud patterns embroidered on the surface, resembling a pouch. Moreover, it was bulging, clearly containing something, yet it felt weightless in his hand. He pinched the opening, attempting to open it, but found it impossible. After pondering, he simply tucked it into his bosom. Since even celestial beings used such small bags, he would keep it for now and study it later. He scanned the green-robed man's entire body, but found nothing else. However, on the chest area concealed beneath the tattered green robe, a corner of paper caught Liu Qinghuan's attention. He bowed slightly to the corpse before reaching into his chest to retrieve the paper. One side of the paper had writing while the other was blank. The characters were very small, and Liu Qinghuan leaned in to see, barely making out 5 thin, elegant ancient characters, softly reading them, Zhuo Wang Chong Xing Shu. There was also an illustration depicting a seated figure with a thin line spiraling through the person's body. Liu Qinghuan did not understand its meaning, temporarily setting it aside to focus on the paper. Old Liu had a book called Gu Wu Ji, which he had hidden away securely, refusing to sell it for food, even in the direst circumstances. He had stealthily touched it before, and the texture of that book was very similar to this piece of paper, both slightly yellowed and having a comparable feel. However, that book could never have survived such a terrifying explosion, while this corner of a page, seemingly frail and slightly damaged, remained intact despite the green-robed man's body being blown to shreds. This was indeed quite extraordinary. Liu Qinghuan tried to tear off a corner, only to find this page remarkably tough, nothing like it appeared. Despite exerting considerable force, he only left a slight mark on it, without tearing off any bits. Liu Qinghuan scratched his head, unable to make sense of it. He then remembered that the book, Gu Wu Ji, had been buried with old Liu, likely decayed by now, and sighed. As the sky darkened, he could not linger any longer. After considering it having taken something from the man, he thought it only proper to give him a burial, so he dug a shallow grave. Dust to dust, earth to earth. No matter how glorious life was, death ultimately leads to a mound of dirt. In the next life, when fighting, one should either kill the opponent in one blow or avoid fighting altogether, lest one forces others to die with them. With that settled, night had fallen. Liu Qinghuan found his belongings, rested for the night, and continued his journey the next day. It was now near August, and the weather remained scorching. Liu Qinghuan traversed the vast mountains, finding food temporarily sufficient, yet water sources were hard to find. He had entered the Hengwu mountain range, which was indeed better than the scenery outside. At least he could see some greenery and occasionally spot wild animals like rabbits. Liu Qinghuan was extremely exhausted, no longer wanting to walk, and was preparing to find a suitable place to rest temporarily. That day he reached a mountain hollow and saw a slender stream flowing through, which filled him with joy, and he hurriedly took out his shriveled water pouch to fill it. As a gust of wind blew, he looked up, closing his eyes to savor the rare cool breeze. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that dark clouds had gathered in the sky, rapidly enveloping the entire expanse. Liu Qinghuan quickly sought shelter from the rain, and just before the rain began to fall, finally found a small cave halfway up the mountain. By now the wind had become fierce, making it hard to stand. The cave was hidden behind a large tree in a very concealed position. If he had not tripped and fallen right at the cave entrance, he would not have discovered it. The entrance of the cave was small, just big enough for him to crouch and squeeze in. He had originally intended to hide from the wind and rain for a moment, but after walking in for about 10 steps, the passage turned, revealing a large chamber about 3 to 4 zhang wide and 1 zhang high. The cave was not dark. There was a gap in the right side of the ceiling, and light streamed in through the gaps in the leaves covering the opening. The ground sloped with rocks scattered all over. Liu Qinghuan quickly assessed the situation, then hurriedly crawled back out to drag his belongings into the cave. The arched wooden board was too large to bring in, so he had to leave it behind for now. He found a relatively flat stone on the left side to place his belongings, and Liu Qinghuan let out a long sigh of relief, finally having the mood to wait for the rain to come. Before long, the long-awaited rain, which had been absent for 3 months, poured down in torrents accompanied by thunder and lightning. He joyfully ran to the right side of the gap and began to wash away the grime that had accumulated on his body for the past 2 to 3 months with the rainwater that dripped in. After washing, he felt refreshed and invigorated, and the fatigue that had lingered over the past days was considerably alleviated. That night, he rested to the sound of rain, dreaming of the lush green trees and vibrant flowers covering the mountains, falling into a deep and comfortable sleep. However, he didn't expect that this rain would last for a full 5 days and nights, showing no signs of stopping. Sitting on a stone inside the cave, Liu Qinghuan gazed out at the dim sky from the gap, sighing repeatedly. This entire year had been fraught with natural disasters and man-made calamities. Either it was unending drought or incessant rain. It felt as if the heavens were determined to take lives. Fortunately, the cave was uneven, with rainwater pooling into a small pond below and the excess seeping into the rocky ground. During these days, Liu Qinghuan had not been idle. Having resolved to settle down here, he naturally needed to tidy up the cave. He moved all the stones he could from the left side to the right side, and used the immovable ones as tables and benches, managing to clear small space. He washed the bedding and clothes, hung them on branches stuck in the ground, and once dried, he would lay them on a large stone followed by a layer of straw, thus creating a comfortable bed. He still had some horse meat left, having been thrifty on his journey, so food was temporarily not a concern. Once the rain ceased, he would go into the mountains to find something to eat, which shouldn't be too difficult. However, if this rain continued, it could likely lead to flooding. A couple of days ago, he had ventured outside the cave and found that the small stream below had swelled into a river. As the ancients said, after great drought comes great flood, and floods are often accompanied by plagues. The more people there are, the more dangerous it becomes. Alone in this desolate mountain wilderness, he need not worry about these matters, yet he couldn't help but wonder about the situation in Tongda City at this time, and whether the Fu family had reached there safely. Originally, he had only planned to hide here from the chaos of war and famine before venturing out, but now it seemed he would have to stay for a longer period. Just as he found himself with nothing to do, Liu Qinghuan suddenly recalled the torn page, inscribed with "Sitting Forget Book of Eternal Life." That torn page had been kept close by the person in blue, indicating that it must hold great importance to them. Perhaps the person in blue had mastered the extraordinary martial arts written on that page, which is why they were so formidable. Little did he know the so-called extraordinary martial arts were worlds apart from the cultivation methods of immortals. Excited, Liu Qinghuan retrieved the torn page, and under the dim light meticulously deciphered the characters. What is valued by man is life. Oh, what is valued in life is the Tao. The existence of Tao in man is like water to fish. As a little beggar, it was already rare for Liu Qinghuan to recognize characters. The words on this torn page were exceptionally obscure and profound, making him feel overwhelmed. Had he not been driven by a fervent desire to become as formidable as the person in blue, he would have thrown the page aside and fallen into a deep slumber. After stumbling through a few days of studying, he finally began to grasp some understanding. The text began with the discussion of the Tao, which Liu Qinghuan read with a sense of partial comprehension. The latter part began to explain how to cultivate the Tao, how to sense the qi between heaven and earth, and how to draw in qi for cultivation. Coupled with the accompanying illustrations, he gradually gained some insights. On the 8th day, the heavy rain finally lightened, although it continued to drizzle incessantly. Liu Qinghuan stepped out of the cave and beheld the misty mountains in the rain, the air fresh and crisp, imbued with the coolness of early autumn. The once parched trees and weeds on the mountain were rejuvenated by the rain, all donning a fresh new green, as if he could see them stretching their branches in pleasure amidst the rain, lazily yawning. The days that followed were spent with Liu Qinghuan wandering through the mountains while continuing to study the torn page. He discovered a patch of wild taro by the small stream at the base of the mountain and found a large area of chestnut trees behind the mountain with various wild vegetables sprouting up after the rain. The wild creatures in the mountains gradually increased. Occasionally, he would spot animal tracks by the stream. Once while foraging for mushrooms, he unexpectedly encountered a black bear, which frightened him into turning and fleeing. Fortunately, he was far enough away that the bear did not pursue. After that, Liu Qinghuan became even more cautious when entering the mountains, not only carrying that knife with him, but also refraining from wandering aimlessly in the mountains. He found a large stone to block the cave entrance and propped an arched wooden board against the gap at the top of the cave. This setup allowed light, and while also shielding him from the wind and rain. He dug a few traps by the stream, occasionally managing to catch small animals like wild rabbits, thus finally alleviating his worries about food. Many years later, when he recalled this period of time, Liu Qinghuan realized that throughout his life filled with upheaval and instability, it was only in this cave that he found a state of peace and tranquility. The mountains were lonely yet peaceful. The clamor of the mortal world had faded away. Little Liu Qinghuan often climbed up to the large tree at the cave's entrance, reading the torn page amidst the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects, his heart as clear and untainted as a mirror. As winter turned to spring. On this particular morning, Liu Qinghuan sat cross-legged beneath the large tree outside the cave, practicing the breathing techniques outlined in the torn page. The rising sun slowly ascended from the east, and the warm sunlight filtered through the branches, casting light upon him. It was March, and everything was newly sprouted. In the sprawling green mountains, the trees were lush, and the vibrant wildflowers in shades of red and yellow blanketed the entire landscape, exuding a vigorous vitality. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Liu Qinghuan slowly closed his eyes, his body and mind gradually entering a state of emptiness. He didn't know how much time had passed when a warm sensation suddenly emerged from his lower abdomen, increasing in intensity until it gathered into a flow circulating throughout his meridians. Wherever the faintly blue warm current flowed, it nourished all his organs until it converged at the Baihui point atop his head before flowing back down, gradually returning to his dantian. Liu Qinghuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright. He remained seated for a while longer, finally returning to his senses from the profound state. The scenery before him was still the same, yet somehow different. He saw a drop of crystal clear dew slowly sliding down the tip of a wild grass blade in the distance. The branches and leaves of the large tree swayed in the morning breeze, and the veins on the leaves were as clear as if they were right before his eyes. An ant was lifting a seed high and crawling into a small hole in the ground. Liu Qinghuan's lips curled into a smile, joy swelling in his heart. He seemed to have unwittingly achieved the drawing qi into the body mentioned on the torn page, stepping into the threshold of true cultivation. Lowering his head, he noticed that his whole body was covered in a layer of greasy black mud, emitting an extraordinarily foul odor. Liu Qinghuan hurriedly got up and dashed to the small stream, discovering once again that his body felt much lighter than before, jumping higher and running faster, as if his strength had increased significantly. After washing himself clean in the stream, Liu Qinghuan eagerly returned to sit at the cave entrance, wanting to once again feel the warm flow within his body. Closing his eyes, calming his mind, and maintaining clarity in his spiritual platform, he soon felt a warm azure current residing in his lower abdomen, slowly rotating on its own. Recalling the human meridian map drawn on the torn pages, he guided the warm current into his meridians flowing along them. After completing a full circulation, Liu Qinghuan discovered that the azure current had increased slightly, filling him with great excitement. From that day on, Liu Qinghuan immersed himself in cultivation every day. Watching the azure current grow stronger, he felt immensely satisfied, and he also realized that he could manipulate this warm current at will. He tried channeling the warm current into his eyes, allowing him to see further, into his hands, granting him greater strength, and into his feet, enabling him to run faster. However, after usage, the warm current would diminish and take time to recover. Enthusiastic Liu Qinghuan tirelessly experimented with the effects of the azure current until one day he suddenly wondered what would happen if he guided it outside his body. Without hesitation, he picked up the large knife with a chipped edge and slowly directed the warm current to his hand, attempting to guide it onto the knife. After several unsuccessful attempts, he ended up drenched in sweat. Taking a moment to breathe, Liu Qinghuan suddenly envisioned the scene of a sprout breaking through the soil, and this time, he finally managed to let the azure current seep through his fingers and attach itself to the knife handle. He gently swung his hand, and as the warm current extended outward, it felt as if his body had gained an additional segment, creating a peculiar sensation. Next, he attempted to cover the entire blade with the warm current, causing the knife to shimmer with a faint azure light, looking exceptionally lively. With his eyes closed, he could clearly feel the shape and size of the knife, even discerning where a chip was, as if the knife was part of his own body. With a few fluid swings, he aimed at a nearby tree, and without a second thought struck down. Then everything went black and he lost consciousness. When Liu Qinghuan awoke from his daze, he felt excruciating pain throughout his meridians, which were completely empty, and the azure current had vanished without a trace. Having no one to teach him, he was unaware that this was the result of exhausting his spiritual energy. From that point on, he no longer dared to recklessly draw the azure current outside his body. One day, while organizing his clothes and bedding to wash, a small cloth bag fell out of his garments. He had completely forgotten about this small bag, picked it up casually, and placed it on a nearby stone platform before heading to the stream to wash. As he was washing, a flash of inspiration struck him. He tossed his clothes aside and hurried back to the cave. He suddenly recalled that the small bag had come from the person in azure, clearly meant for storing items. He had previously been unable to open it, but now that he too was a cultivator like the person in azure, he wondered how they had opened the small bag. Returning to the cave, Liu Qinghuan picked up the small bag, suppressing his racing heartbeat, and channeled the azure current to it. This time he easily opened the bag's mouth. Indeed, Liu Qinghuan was overjoyed. It turned out that cooperation with the warm current was essential. In the next moment, he turned the bag upside down, preparing to pour out its contents. He had expected that such a small bag would only hold a small item, but to his shock, a heap of items tumbled out of the small bag, startling him greatly. Regaining his composure, Liu Qinghuan picked up a sword from the pile and examined it closely. The sword was approximately 3 feet long and 2 inches wide, with a beautifully crafted sheath adorned with swirling cloud patterns. He drew the sword from its sheath and saw the cold light glimmering sharp as can be. What boy wouldn't love a weapon? Liu Qinghuan clumsily swung it a few times, and the blade gleamed brightly, producing a melodious ringing sound. After playing with it for a while, he set the sword aside and crouched down to sort through the other items. In the end, he concluded that there was one long sword, a censer-style furnace, 2 books, 3 sets of adult male clothing, a jade box, 2 wooden boxes, 5 various jade bottles, 2 incomprehensible talismans, and a heap of jade stones of various colors and sizes, along with some oddly shaped items that appeared to be materials, which he set aside as a pile. He hadn't expected that such a tiny bag could hold so many items. Liu Qinghuan marveled as he organized everything. Once he had sorted them out, he piled the other items to one side and picked up the 2 books to read. One book was titled Regulations of the Qingyu Sect, while the other was called Geography of the Yunming's Continent. In the days that followed, Liu Qinghuan practiced cultivation while reading these 2 books. The geography of the Yunming's continent was fascinating, detailing the locations and brief descriptions of various cultivation sects, where herbs grew, where mines were abundant, where underground mazes could be found, and where sect ruins were located. Liu Qinghuan gained a wealth of knowledge from it. He learned that beyond the realm of mortals, there was an even broader realm for cultivators. The land where he had lived since childhood was known among cultivators as the Yunming's continent, said to be one of 3,000 small worlds. The Yunming's continent was vast, with the eastern part facing the sea, the western part mountainous, the north an endless world of ice and snow, and the south a fiery sea of molten lava, with the Hengwu mountain range running through the central and western parts of the continent. Within the towering mountains, rich spiritual energy abounded, housing numerous cultivation sects. Liu Qinghuan's current location was not considered the true Hengwu mountain range, but merely on its outskirts. This book also briefly mentioned the mortal kingdoms, and Liu Qinghuan found the location of the Drought kingdom, which was just a tiny dot south of the Hengwu mountain range. Next to the Drought kingdom, the words Qingyu sect were written in larger letters. A little further west, the map delineated a boundary indicating the Drought kingdom and the Huangshan sect. Whether it was the Qingyu sect or the Huangshan sect, they occupied only a tiny portion of the map, a mere trifle compared to the largest sect called Shaoyang sect. The Qingyu sect was naturally the sect to which the person in azure belonged, while the Huangshan sect was likely the sect of the burly man in yellow robes. The 2 sects were adjacent to each other, and for some unknown reason, they had clashed, embroiling their respective kingdoms, the Drought kingdom and the Drought kingdom, in conflict. In the last few pages of the other book, Regulations of the Qingyu Sect, Liu Qinghuan found it extremely useful as it contained some basic knowledge of the cultivation world and fundamental techniques for manipulating spiritual energy. It was only at this point that he realized the azure current within him was referred to as spiritual energy, and the more spiritual energy one possessed, the higher their cultivation level. The levels of cultivation are divided by the amount of spiritual power, which are namely Qi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation of the divine. As for what lies beyond transformation of the divine, the book does not specify. The Qi refinement stage is further divided into 9 layers, with every 3 layers forming a major level. Given that Liu Qinghuan has just begun absorbing Qi into his body, he is at the first layer of Qi refinement, marking the very beginning of his cultivation journey. The colors of spiritual power vary because each individual possesses different spiritual roots. Liu Qinghuan's spiritual power is green, indicating that he primarily has a wood spiritual root. To determine how many spiritual roots one has, a specialized artifact is required for testing. The spiritual root is fundamentally what dictates how far a person can progress on their cultivation path. The fewer the spiritual roots, the sturdier the root body, allowing for purer and more abundant spiritual power during cultivation, resulting in a faster progression. Conversely, with more diverse spiritual roots, the root body becomes frail, making advancement increasingly difficult. Spiritual roots reside at the center of the Danshan's Qi Si, with all the spiritual power cultivated by the practitioner slowly revolving around the spiritual root. During the Qi refinement stage, the spiritual power exists in a gaseous form until it liquefies during foundation establishment and solidifies during golden core formation. The spiritual root serves as the foundation upon which everything is built, representing the most fundamental aspect for a cultivator. Thus, a cultivator's path is predetermined from the moment of birth, and it is exceedingly difficult to break through this fate. Of course, miracles are always meant to be created. The world of cultivation is not devoid of practitioners who experience unexpected opportunities leading to transformations in their spiritual roots, or who break the constraints of their spiritual roots through sheer determination. However, such miraculous opportunities are rare, with perhaps only 1 or 2 among 10,000 encountering them. He recalls the first encounter with a disciple named Lin Huangji from the Qingyu sect, who was described by those from the Huangshan sect as a ancient century genius, with a single fire spiritual root, suggesting that a single type spiritual root is indeed a rare talent. However, all of this feels exceedingly distant for Liu Qinghuan. As a newcomer to the world of cultivation, with little understanding, the most practical knowledge he has comes from the book he possesses, which includes techniques for manipulating spiritual power, such as the cloud stepping technique used for travel. Every day, aside from his cultivation, Liu Qinghuan practices the basic techniques. Although he had previously experimented with manipulating spiritual power in a haphazard manner, he could find detailed methods for controlling spiritual power in the book. He also learned that the small cloth pouch is actually a storage bag used by cultivators to hold items, and the method to gather items is quite simple. After Liu Qinghuan learned it, he repacked everything and hung the bag at his waist like the figure in green, making it very convenient. That figure in green must possess quite a significant cultivation level. Liu Qinghuan speculates this based on the items in the storage bag. He cannot manipulate any of those artifacts, and his input of spiritual energy is completely ineffective. Previously, he thought the long sword was an attacking weapon, but it is actually a flying artifact. Given his low level of spiritual power, it is wishful thinking to think he could control it now. The various colored and sized jade stones are mostly spirit stones of various attributes. Spirit stones can be absorbed for cultivation and also serve as currency in the cultivation world. Among them, there are 345 low-grade spirit stones and 23 mid-grade spirit stones. Liu Qinghuan does not know if this is considered a lot, but to him it is already a substantial fortune. There is also the smallest jade stone, which is not a spirit stone, but a jade slip used by cultivators for recording. He learned how to read jade slips from the regulations of the Qingyu sect, thus Liu Qinghuan has gained new reading material. There are indeed quite a few jade slips, including the jade slip identifying the figure in green. The figure in green, whose real name is Su Yuan, is the 13th generation disciple of the Qingyu sect at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, with a rare dual lightning spiritual root, above average root quality, and excellent talent. He practices the earth-level lightning technique, 9 heavens thunder technique, and his mental method is the Qingyu sect's foundational mental method, returning to the source. Returning to the source. Liu Qinghuan pondered. He wonders what the relationship is between returning to the source and the remnants of Book of Forgetting Eternal Life. While rummaging through the pile of jade slips, he indeed found the jade slip for returning to the source. He pressed it to his forehead, and the text immediately appeared in his mind. Upon reading the entire text carefully, it is evident that Book of Forgetting Eternal Life and returning to the source should be related, though returning to the source has been simplified and altered in several places. Given Liu Qinghuan's current level of cultivation, he cannot truly comprehend how significant these differences are. There are other jade slips that Liu Qinghuan only glanced at briefly, putting away those that are currently of no use. However, one slip contains Su Yuan's insights on cultivation over the years, which proves to be immensely beneficial, clarifying many of his previous confusions. Moreover, Su Yuan not only left behind his insights on cultivation, but also recorded some of his important experiences, including the circumstances under which he obtained the remnants. It turns out that 2 years ago, while tracking a spirit beast, he inadvertently stumbled into an underground labyrinth. After enduring various dangers, he obtained this remnant of Book of Forgetting Eternal Life, along with a jade bottle containing purple sand within which was a black pine cone-like fruit. Liu Qinghuan found this jade bottle among the various colored bottles. Upon uncorking it, he indeed saw that it contained a type of purple sand, which sparkled beautifully, with a black fruit faintly visible among the grains. This black fruit is oval-shaped, about an inch in size, and feels like wood yet resembles stone. Its exterior appears rather ordinary, not much different from a pine cone found on the outside. The jade slip from Su Yuan does not specify what is contained within, and it is highly likely that he was unaware as well. According to Su Yuan's later records, he investigated extensively, and finally uncovered the origins of Book of Forgetting Eternal Life, which is a mental method created by the legendary ancient master Liu Qinghuan. It is said that Liu Qinghuan possessed astonishing talent with immense magical power, and never encountering an equal throughout his life, ultimately ascending after reaching the Great Ascension stage. The original mental method he left behind, Book of Forgetting Eternal Life, once sparked fierce competition among cultivators in the cultivation world. It was not until 100,000 years ago that a great war erupted in the ancient cultivation world. At that time, the eastern part of the Yunming's continent was not originally a sea, but an entire eastern desert continent. However, ancient masters clashed here, and the Wujian sword master of the Wunshe sect in anger struck a sword that cleaved a vast ocean, causing the entire eastern desert continent to sink into the void, and Book of Forgetting Eternal Life subsequently vanished. Returning to the Source is a compilation created by later cultivators, recalling Book of Forgetting Eternal Life, renowned for its stable cultivation of profound magical power, gradually becoming the foundational mental method for many sects in the cultivation world. Returning to the Source is the cultivation mental method for the Qi refinement stage, while the remnant of Book of Forgetting Eternal Life in Liu Qinghuan's possession consists of a total of 1,263 characters, with the first half discussing principles, and the latter half focusing on cultivation, representing the mental methods for both the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. It is rumored that Book of Forgetting Eternal Life is divided into 7 sutras corresponding to the 7 major realms, allowing cultivation to continue up to the Great Ascension and even reach the realm of immortals. However, the complete text of Book of Forgetting Eternal Life has long since been lost, and many capable individuals throughout history have sought to find it in vain, let alone Liu Qinghuan, who has no ability to discover it. However, these are matters to consider in the future. He is currently at the Qi refinement first stage. Who knows if he will even reach foundation establishment? The path of cultivation is fraught with unexpected challenges, and a single misstep could lead to his demise. How can he even talk about immortality? The path of cultivation is extremely dull, consisting merely of absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world day after day, gradually enhancing one's abilities. Fortunately, Liu Qinghuan had long since grown accustomed to this solitude, and had a keen interest in cultivation, so he did not find it tedious. Rather, he enjoyed it. As spring passed and autumn arrived, seasons changed. Amidst the fluttering fallen leaves, a new spring came once again. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Qinghuan had already lived here for 2 years. The cave had completely transformed, with a flat and clean ground, and a somewhat decent stone table and stone stools set up in the center. Against the wall stood a stone bed covered with thick hay, and although the bedding was not new, it was quite clean. At 11 years old, Liu Qinghuan had grown significantly taller, outgrowing his original clothes, so now he wore a set of black robes from his storage bag, which were slightly oversized. He had to cut off a bit from the hem and sleeves to make them fit. Having spent years meditating and cultivating in the cave, his once slightly dark complexion had regained its fairness. He appeared handsome and tall, and the bean sprout of 2 years ago had quickly transformed into a youthful figure. On the right side, there was a small stove filled with firewood that emitted a bright orange glow. On top of it rested a double-handled cauldron, inside of which a broth of mountain mushrooms and wild chicken had been simmered to a creamy richness, exuding an enticing aroma. If Su Yuan knew that the alchemy furnace he purchased at a high price was being used by Liu Qinghuan to make soup, he would probably be so furious that he would rise from his grave to strangle him. Clearly, he had a bottle of nourishing pills in his storage bag, yet this kid still indulged in earthly pleasures making soup. At this moment, Liu Qinghuan was sitting on the stone bed, meditating, immersed in his cultivation. In these 2 years, he had devoted most of his time to cultivation, and now he had already reached halfway through the 3rd level of Qi practice. Qi practice consists of 3 major stages, and aside from the 3rd, 6th, and 9th stages, which have bottlenecks, the other stages are merely processes of accumulating spiritual power. Besides meditating, he found a jade slip left by Su Yuan that recorded the basic spells of the 5 elements, including fundamental spells like fireball and water arrow. Liu Qinghuan envisioned himself casting a series of large fireballs like Lin Huan, so he eagerly practiced the fireball spell. After practicing for 10 days to half a month, he found that he could only produce a small flame at most, which left him shocked. Could it be that he lacked the talent for spellcasting? It was only later that he recalled mentioning in regulations of the Qingyu sect that the ability to learn the 5-element spells depends on one's spiritual roots. Without a fire spiritual root, it was naturally an uphill battle to practice the fireball spell. Thus, he shifted to practicing the vine technique, which indeed went much more smoothly this time. The vine technique requires the use of plant seeds, preferably those from resilient vine-like plants, to harness the power of the seeds with spiritual energy and entangle enemies to restrict their movements. For this purpose, Liu Qinghuan scoured the mountains and fields comparing various seeds, and finally selected the most resilient one. This vine plant grows on cliff faces, its tendrils resembling threads, yet surprisingly resilient. Liu Qinghuan had to strike it 2 or 3 times with his blade to cut through. He once used the vine technique to entangle a black tiger, and then easily dispatched it with a single strike. That night, Liu Qinghuan joyfully enjoyed his first ever meal of boiled tiger meat. However, the wood-based spells lack the destructive power of fire and metal spells, and the vine technique only serves to entangle. If he used thorns, wouldn't the vine technique naturally deal damage? Liu Qinghuan pondered, yet he had not found suitable thorn seeds for casting the vine technique, so he had to set it aside for now, waiting for a more suitable plant in the future. Next, he practiced several other spells. The spiritual energy shield forms a barrier around the body, using spiritual power, providing a certain degree of defense against attacks, though it constantly consumes magical power. The wood spike technique uses wooden spikes as an attack method. The earth wall technique raises a wall of earth for defense. The water arrow technique attacks with water arrows. Indeed, Liu Qinghuan remained undeterred, experimenting with all the basic spells in the jade slip, discovering that while he practiced water and earth spells, they were not as smooth as the wood spells. They were still passable. But does this mean he has spiritual roots in wood, water, and earth? Liu Qinghuan thought to himself, having 3 types of spiritual roots in cultivation talent could only be considered quite average. He also frequently ventured deep into the mountains to practice the practical application of his spells. The Hengwu Mountains are teeming with ferocious beasts, and to achieve his training goals, Liu Qinghuan actively provoked some beasts he observed he could handle. Even so, he found himself in extremely dangerous situations several times, yet his strength advanced rapidly as a result. Having spent 2 years in the mountains, Liu Qinghuan lived a busy yet fulfilling life, never feeling lonely or isolated. Just as he was immersed in his cultivation, he suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in his gaze. He seemed to have just heard a human voice, but upon listening closely, it seemed as if there was none. Liu Qinghuan thought for a moment, then got up and walked out of the cave. The cave passage had been widened by him over the past 2 years so that he could stand and walk through, yet the entrance remained the same size as before. He crouched down and carefully moved aside the stones blocking the entrance. Indeed, there were voices. However, the sounds were very subtle, a woman's moan that seemed to blend pain with pleasure and a man's heavy breathing. Liu Qinghuan frowned. Although he was inexperienced, he had seen the various aspects of life since childhood, and he naturally understood the meaning behind such sounds. Yet for such things to suddenly happen in this desolate wilderness left him feeling deeply uneasy. After confirming that there was nothing unusual around the cave entrance, he cautiously squeezed out of the cave and hid behind a large tree outside, looking down the mountain. The mountain was quiet, the stream murmuring, and on the grassy bank beside the stream below, he saw 2 bare bodies entangled in a fierce embrace. Liu Qinghuan's gaze sharpened. These 2 were cultivators. Moreover, judging from the casually discarded clothing nearby, they were from the Qingyu sect and the Huangshan sect, the 2 sects he was most familiar with. Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Why was it that he encountered members of these 2 sects everywhere he went? It was one thing to fight and kill, but to end up in such a situation together was truly beyond words. Just as he was about to turn back to the cave and ignore this unexpected scene, the sight below made him freeze in his tracks. The 2 below had reached the climax. The man, panting heavily, moved increasingly faster, while the woman in his arms clung tightly to him, emitting moans that were both intoxicating and bone-chilling, causing Liu Qinghuan to blush deeply. Suddenly, the man let out a low growl and abruptly stopped. At that moment, a drastic change occurred. The woman, whose eyes had been clouded, now appeared cold. In the arms of the man, a dagger appeared from nowhere, and without hesitation, she plunged it into the man's neck. The man, who had been blissfully lost in ecstasy, clutched his pierced throat, disbelief filling his eyes. He opened his mouth to scream, but only a torrent of blood gushed forth. The woman's expression was icy as she withdrew the dagger and mercilessly stabbed it into the man's heart once more. Liu Qinghuan was left speechless, crouching on the ground, afraid to move. With a thrust of the knife, the man immediately gasped his last breath, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. The woman seated on his waist, holding the bloody dagger, did not rise, staring blankly ahead, lost in her thoughts. After a long while she finally stood up, her exquisite figure stained with the man's blood, but she paid it no mind as she picked up the green clothing from the ground and began to dress. Her movements were slow, her body trembling, her gaze lingering on the dead man. Suddenly a wail that seemed to be forced from her throat erupted, and the woman clutched her clothes and cried out in despair. The cry was heart-wrenching, echoing throughout the valley. Only the sound of her weeping could be heard. Who would have imagined how resolute she had been just moments before in taking a life? Liu Qinghuan sighed inwardly. Grudges, love, and enmity, the unpredictability of life and death. It seemed that cultivators were no different from mortals. As long as one is human, they often find themselves trapped in desires that are hard to escape. The woman on the mountain gradually ceased her crying. She wiped the blood off her body with the clothes in her hands and took out a blue dress from her storage bag to put on. Then with a flick of her finger, a fireball landed on the man's corpse, and a roaring fire ignited by the stream. The woman's expression had returned to calm. She glanced at the flames and did not linger, swiftly taking to the skies on her flying sword. In truth, had she scanned the area with her divine sense, she would have easily detected Liu Qinghuan not far away. Yet she remained immersed in her own emotions, completely oblivious to the fact that everything had unfolded before another's eyes. Only after the woman had left for quite some time did Liu Qinghuan emerge from behind a tree, arriving at the stream's edge. Apart from the scorched marks, there was nothing left here. For the first time, confusion arose in his heart. In his youth, he had no understanding of romantic feelings and had never experienced the joys of love, yet the deaths he had witnessed numbered in the countless. In his short 11 years of life, Liu Qinghuan had mostly held on to a single belief: to survive. For that he had exerted all his strength. In the beggar's den, people often died silently in corners, whether from freezing or starvation. For lack of money to buy medicine, even a minor ailment could take a beggar's life. Even old Liu had become paralyzed from rheumatism that worsened over time. For those beggars who died, if they had relatives or acquaintances, they might receive a tattered shroud for burial. Yet those who were lonely and dependent would go unnoticed for a long time, merely dragged to a mass grave to end their days. Later, as he fled for his life, he witnessed even more deaths. Merely dying from hunger or illness was considered fortunate compared to those who were robbed, murdered, humiliated, or even dismembered. The horrors of humanity were truly nothing but this. He saw other cultivators, and when they met, it was either you kill me or I kill you. There was no trace of celestial demeanor, merely each struggling for their own survival. The sight of the woman weeping uncontrollably after killing someone left Liu Qinghuan both shocked and deep in thought. Before he could channel qi into his body, he was a helpless little beggar fighting to survive in the world. After inadvertently beginning his cultivation, he sought immortality, yet had never considered what encounters might await him on that path. Perhaps one day he too would kill, or perhaps be killed. Liu Qinghuan stood by the stream, suddenly enlightened as his internal spiritual energy began to circulate rapidly through his meridians. When he awoke from his moment of insight, he was astonished to find that his spiritual energy had significantly increased, reaching the pinnacle of the third stage, with only a final bit of confinement remaining before he could break through to the fourth stage of qi refinement, entering the mid-phase of qi refinement. At this moment, he had no time to ponder further. He could not stay here any longer. Who knew if that woman would return? If she discovered he had been here, she would surely realize he had witnessed everything. Her cultivation level was definitely higher than his. In this scenario, he was the fish and she the knife. He did not wish for his life to rest in another's hands. Returning to the cave, Liu Qinghuan surveyed the place where he had lived for 2 years. In the end, he simply extinguished the fire and collected the alchemy furnace along with the remaining broth into his storage bag. All of his belongings were stored in the bag, and now only a half-worn set of bedding remained, which was unnecessary to take. Outside the cave, he sealed the entrance with a large stone, also blocking the gap in the ceiling. Liu Qinghuan paused at the cave's entrance, patting the nearby tree. How many days and nights had passed beneath its shade as he focused on his cultivation. Now as he departed, he wondered if he would ever return. After a moment of reflection, he did not linger any longer, channeling his spiritual energy to his feet, and swiftly departed the mountain. Liu Qinghuan set his course towards Tongda City and moved quickly. This time was different from the past. 2 years ago, he had risked everything to hide in the Hengwu mountain range just to avoid dying in a natural or man-made disaster. Little did he expect that by the time he emerged, he would already be a cultivator. Using spiritual energy to hasten his journey, Liu Qinghuan reached near Tongda City in just 3 days. Apart from meditating to recover his spiritual energy, he made no stops. As the name suggests, Tongda City is located at the crossroads of north-south and east-west routes, well connected, and is the largest city in Diyue Kingdom after the capital Diyue City. Along the way, Liu Qinghuan learned from others that the war had ended 3 months ago, with Diyue Kingdom suffering defeat. The imperial family of Diyue was killed, and those who survived were imprisoned. Now the entire territory of Diyue was occupied by Diyue Kingdom. Liu Qinghuan speculated that it was not merely Diyue Kingdom that had lost, but rather the Qingyu sect behind Diyue that had been defeated. Although the few disciples of Qingyu sect he encountered were formidable, for reasons unknown the sect had still fallen. However, for the common people, who was emperor or leader mattered far less than the food in their hands. As long as they could survive, the ordinary folk did not care whether the ruler's surname was Wang or Li. If it were foreign tribes, they would surely fight to the bitter end. But the people of Diyue Kingdom and Shuyue Kingdom were of the same lineage, having frequent interactions and no significant barriers, thus lacking deep-seated grudges. Moreover, the new rulers would not engage in mass killings of the citizens from the former kingdom, as these people would soon become their own subjects. Therefore, the civil order was gradually returning to normal. As Liu Qinghuan traveled, the drought that had devastated the land over a year ago was long gone. Those who had perished amidst the lush green mountains and waters had become mere dust in history, forgotten by time save for the arrow scars and blade marks remaining on the towering walls of Tongda City. Speaking of the recent war, in front of the tall city gates, those entering the city formed a long queue. Liu Qinghuan stood behind an old farmer carrying a large basket of mountain goods, slowly moving forward with the crowd. As he entered the city, the guards merely glanced at him and said nothing more. Tongda City was far larger than Ningguan City, bustling with merchants coming and going from all directions. The shops lining both sides of the main road were exceptionally lively, and the throngs of pedestrians made it appear remarkably prosperous. Liu Qinghuan walked along the main road of the city, contemplating his future plans. He only intended to stay briefly in Tongda City before heading east, where he would traverse 2 great continents to reach the largest city of wandering cultivators, Haoyuan City. Currently, he only had a vague impression of the cultivation world from the books and jade slips in Su Yuan's storage bag. Now that he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he was no longer part of the mundane world, and early exposure to the cultivation realm could only benefit him. Going to Haoyuan City would not only broaden his horizons, but he also needed to find a place to continue his training. A city filled with cultivators should certainly have a suitable spot. After coming to this conclusion, he decided to first purchase the necessary supplies for his long journey in Tongda Prefecture before setting off, as the distance was extremely far. Most mortals would probably not leave their own province in a lifetime, but he was about to cross 2 great provinces. As he raised his eyes, he noticed a clothing store by the roadside and casually stepped inside. There were already a few customers in the shop, and the shopkeeper took a quick glance at him, greeting him in a rather indifferent manner before turning back to speak to a woman beside him. Liu Qinghuan did not mind and began to browse on his own. Since most people bought fabric to make their own clothes, the clothing store also sold fabrics and accepted custom orders. After sending off the previous customer, the shopkeeper walked over to him and asked, "Are you looking to buy fabric or ready-made clothing?" Liu Qinghuan considered for a moment and ordered 2 sets of clothes in his current size, thinking that he had grown quite rapidly over the past few years, so he also requested a few sets for future use. The shopkeeper did not expect this young man to make such a large order right off the bat. He noticed that although the black robe Liu Qinghuan wore was not perfectly fitted, the material was of excellent quality. He quickly welcomed him to a chair in the shop with enthusiasm and served him tea and snacks before preparing the clothing. Liu Qinghuan felt a slight sense of appreciation in his heart, yet his expression remained impassive. To his surprise, the shop could only provide 2 sets of ready-made clothing immediately, as the sizes he requested varied and could only be made on the spot. Liu Qinghuan had no choice but to select 2 bolts of black and blue fabric each, along with a bolt of cotton for inner garments. After the shopkeeper's enthusiastic recommendation, he chose a bolt of silvery white brocade with subtle patterns, finalized the styles of the clothing, and agreed to return in 5 days to pick them up, then took out a silver note he had obtained from the Fu family's carriage to pay the deposit. After leaving the clothing store, Liu Qinghuan bought a large quantity of food and daily necessities. Although a single pill of the bigadan could sustain him for half a month, he still could not break the habit of eating, being newly initiated into cultivation. Since things stored in his storage bag took up no space, he even bought 2 new sets of bedding. After procuring the supplies needed for the journey, Liu Qinghuan, feeling quite fatigued, decided to find an inn to rest. Currently, he did not lack silver, and these mundane items held little significance for him, so he did not wish to deprive himself. While looking around, he suddenly noticed 2 individuals at the end of the street, both wearing familiar storage bags at their waists. Liu Qinghuan's eyes flickered, and using his spirit observation technique, he discerned that both individuals indeed possessed spiritual energy. The spirit observation technique allows one to see if others carry spiritual energy, a minor spell for cultivators to confirm each other's identities. As long as their realms are not too far apart, one can gauge another's cultivation level within the same major stage. One of the two was at the 3rd level of chi refinement while the other was at the 5th level. They turned and entered a shop by the street. There were few pedestrians on this street, and the number of shops was also limited. Although it was not far from the city center, it was rather secluded, and Liu Qinghuan had merely wandered here. The shop had an impressive facade with 2 stories facing the street. The ground floor had a large entrance flanked by 2 stone lions sitting majestically at the front, and the golden characters, recruiting talents and virtue, were emblazoned above the entrance. However, there were not many customers coming or going, only an occasional 1 or 2, all of whom carried spiritual energy. Liu Qinghuan paused for a moment, noticing no other unusual occurrences before slowly walking over. Arriving at the entrance, he glanced inside. He saw an elderly man deeply focused on account keeping behind the counter, and to the right stood a row of flower pots, their lush greenery thoroughly obscuring the grand hall behind. At that moment, a young attendant of about 16 or 17 years old walked out. Upon seeing Liu Qinghuan lingering at the entrance and not entering, he smiled and greeted him, saying, "Are you looking for a place to stay?" Liu Qinghuan pondered for a moment, then stepped into the shop. The elderly man behind the counter also looked up, sizing him up before grinning widely and saying, "Ah, a young fellow indeed. Is this your first time at Hueda Building? This is the only establishment in Tongda City dedicated to hosting all kinds of passing cultivators, so if you need lodging or meals, this place is quite suitable." Liu Qinghuan glanced at him. The elderly man's cultivation was at the 6th level of chi refinement. "It is indeed my first time. Please prepare a private room for me and a table with good dishes." The elderly man set down the account book in his hand and said, "Unfortunately, there are no private rooms available right now. As you know." The elderly man winked at him. Although the battle between the Huangshan sect and the Qingyu sect has concluded, many fellow cultivators are still lingering nearby, so we only have 1 medium room left. Would you be willing to take it? Liu Qinghuan had no strong feelings about it, so he nodded in agreement. The elderly man then instructed a nearby attendant to guide Liu Qinghuan to sit and dine in the hall. The attendant led him weaving around the obstructing flowers and plants to the large hall on the right. Liu Qinghuan raised his eyes to survey the hall, which was exquisitely decorated, though not vastly different from a typical, and just a bit more opulent. On the walls hung ink wash paintings, and in the corners stood large porcelain vases filled with fresh flowers. To the right there were many tables and chairs, and a few people were seated enjoying tea and food. Upon seeing him enter, they merely glanced up briefly and did not pay him any further attention. Liu Qinghuan paused for a moment and chose an empty table in the corner to sit down. The shopkeeper presented him with a menu, and Liu Qinghuan was somewhat surprised to find not only ordinary dishes listed, but also several marked as spirit food. However, all the prices for these spirit foods were in spirit stones, and none were low, with the cheapest costing 2 spirit stones. "Would the Immortal Master like to try our specialty spirit food?" Seeing Liu Qinghuan's gaze lingering on the spirit food, the shopkeeper cleverly introduced, "Our spirit food is prepared using spiritual materials, which after cooking results in a gentle infusion of spiritual energy, making it most suitable for cultivators to swiftly replenish their consumed spiritual energy. For example, this dish, 1,000 mountains covered in snow, uses the most tender flesh from the gills of a first-grade 3rd-tier dragon scale fish, with a balanced flavor, and pure white meat simmered with white jade spirit mushrooms, allowing for the quickest absorption of spiritual energy, and this dish, water vapor, filling the air, uses water with lotus and 1,000-leaf mushroom. If the guest has a water-type spiritual root, this dish would be most appropriate." The innkeeper was merely an ordinary mortal, often speaking highly of various spiritual dishes. In the end, Liu Qinghuan ordered 2 ordinary dishes, 1 spiritual dish that replenished with elemental qi, and a bowl of rice steamed with spirit grains. This cost him 4 spirit stones, which made Liu Qinghuan feel a pang of heartache. Aside from using some for crucial moments in his cultivation, he had rarely spent any of the spirit stones left by Su Yuan. The food was quickly served, and Liu Qinghuan sampled the wood elemental dish, which was said to be made with spirit fruit and qinglin leaves. It was crisp and delicious, dissolving into a stream of green spiritual energy that replenished the depleted energy from his journey. While eating, he discreetly observed his surroundings. Besides himself, there were several other cultivators present, divided into 4 small groups, each seated at different tables enjoying tea and meals. At the left side by the window sat 3 young men in their 20s, all at the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement, quietly conversing. Behind them sat a couple. The man was tall and robust at the 6th level of chi refinement, while the woman was charming and alluring at the 7th level. The two clearly had a close relationship, occasionally exchanging lighthearted banter. In the middle sat a middle-aged man in fine clothing at the 8th level of chi refinement, leisurely fanning himself and sipping tea. Diagonally behind him sat an old man with a child. The old man's age was indiscernible, but his cultivation was the highest among them, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement. The boy beside him looked to be around 7 or 8 years old, already at the 2nd level of qi refinement. Meanwhile, on the right side, a young lad sat alone at a table. This boy appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, remarkably, having surpassed the 8th level of qi refinement at such a young age. He sat expressionless, gazing at the cup of tea before him, lost in thought. Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but sigh, realizing he truly was a frog at the bottom of a well. He had thought his progress in the past 2 years was swift, but he now understood that there were always higher peaks to reach. Halfway through his meal, 2 more people entered from outside. Upon seeing them, the middle-aged man stood and cupped his hands, saying Daoist Chin Daoist Wu. The 2 approached the table and exchanged a few pleasantries. One of them, a seemingly rugged man, slapped his thigh and sighed, "This time we truly made a losing deal. Who would have thought that the disciples of the Qingyu sect would be so valiant and difficult to deal with? Had I known this, my brothers, and I would never have taken on this job from the Huangshan sect, nearly losing our lives here." The young man beside him nodded. Though the Qingyu sect was defeated, their nascent soul ancestor, the Silent Master, escaped with most of the elite disciples, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. As a result, the Huangshan sect claims that we, the hired loose cultivators, did not exert our full strength and are refusing to pay the full amount of spirit stones as agreed, only willing to pay half. What? Is the Huangshan sect trying to bully us? At this moment, a man seated by the window interjected. He stood up, first bowing to the man who had spoken earlier, and then said, "I also intended to go to the Huangshan sect's outer hall here to collect the hiring fee. Is what you said true?" Upon hearing this, several others chimed in, seemingly also hired by the Huangshan sect to deal with the Qingyu sect. Indeed. The rugged man stood and said, "The Huangshan sect, relying on the support of the Shaoyang sect, intended to seize the newly discovered spirit stone mine of the Qingyu sect. Little did they know that every disciple of the Qingyu sect was skilled in their techniques, launching fierce attacks that left them momentarily unable to fight back, and they requested our help. Little did they expect to back out of the deal after it was done. I cannot swallow this grievance." Liu Qinghuan listened quietly to their conversation, gradually piecing together the situation. It turned out that the conflict between the 2 sects stemmed from the Qingyu sect discovering a spirit stone mine in the Hengwu mountain range, which lay at the intersection of their powers. The preciousness of spirit stone mines needs no elaboration for cultivation sects. Even though this discovery was of a small mine with limited reserves, the Huangshan sect was unwilling to hesitate in sparking a major conflict. However, they did not expect the Qingyu sect to be so formidable. Although the Huangshan sect narrowly won, they suffered significant losses, with many disciples dead or wounded. Having clarified the general background, Liu Qinghuan saw no point in joining the fray and called for the innkeeper to settle the bill. The innkeeper led him to the back, but to Liu Qinghuan's surprise, the rear of the building was vast, filled with independent courtyards rather than the guest rooms he had expected, all shrouded in a misty white fog that obscured clarity. The courtyards were separated by small gardens lush with flowers and trees with fountains dotted throughout, creating an elegant arrangement. Each small courtyard was hidden away, undisturbed, and extremely tranquil. The innkeeper brought him to a courtyard and handed him a jade token, explaining that this was the restriction token for the courtyard. Liu Qinghuan took it, pondered for a moment, and infused it with his spiritual energy, waving it towards the white fog. A beam of white light shot forth from the jade token, creating a glowing passage through the fog that was just big enough for a person to pass through. "Then I shall take my leave for now." The guiding innkeeper bowed and said, "Immortal Master may enjoy everything within the courtyard. If you wish to dine, simply ring the bell in the courtyard and sumptuous meals will be delivered. You may also dine in the front hall. If you have any other requests, you can also inform us by ringing the bell, and this establishment will do its utmost to fulfill the Immortal Master's requests." Liu Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement before turning and entering the courtyard, watching as the glowing passage gradually disappeared. Inside the courtyard, purple wisteria flowers were in full bloom, radiating brilliant colors resembling a vast expanse of purple flames. In front were 3 houses with green walls and black tiles. Liu Qinghuan pushed open the door to the main room, facing a yellow rosewood table adorned with a set of blue ceramic tea utensils and an incense burner, with 3 backrest wooden chairs made entirely of yellow rosewood on either side. The left room was a study, while the right was a bedroom. Behind the study was a quiet room with exquisite carpets on the floor and a blue forged mat placed within. After 2 days of continuous travel, using spiritual power, Liu Qinghuan felt quite fatigued, so he entered the bedroom and collapsed into a deep sleep, not waking until the next day. In the following days, he spent most of his time cultivating in the quiet room, occasionally visiting the front hall, where he encountered the middle-aged man and his companions once again. However, their expressions were not very pleasant, clearly indicating that their efforts to collect payment from the Huangshan sect had not gone smoothly. He contemplated whether he should seek out the Fu family, but decided that as he walked the path of cultivation, it was best to sever ties with the mundane world. Moreover, he had already repaid most of his debt of gratitude to the Fu family. After their brief encounter, it was best to part ways and let fate decide if they would meet again. If they did cross paths in the future, and he was able, he would certainly help them. 5 days later, Liu Qinghuan set out early in the morning to collect his newly made clothes, checked the map, and headed east out of the city. Liu Qinghuan's destination was Haoyuan City, which was extremely far from Tongda City, located in the central region of the Yunming's continent adjacent to the Chushang Marsh, the largest city for loose cultivators in the cultivation world. He did not rush to travel as the distance was too great to hurry, so during the day, he used the stealth cloud technique to make his way, and at night, he sought out a secluded spot to meditate and cultivate. One day as he passed through a forest, 2 figures emerged from behind a large tree ahead, blocking Liu Qinghuan's path. Liu Qinghuan's heart tensed. He recognized these two. They were the man and woman from the table next to him on his first day at the Hueda building. The man was tall and rugged, resembling a bear, while the woman was alluring and graceful, swaying her waist as she approached Liu Qinghuan with a smile, saying, "Little friend, we have been waiting for you. Sister and I have been here for 3 days. You arrived quite slowly." With that, she threw Liu Qinghuan a flirtatious glance. Liu Qinghuan sensed that the visitor harbored ill intentions, yet she feigned ignorance, asking, "Do you need something from me?" The man interrupted her gruffly, closing in from another direction. The woman paused at his words and rolled her eyes, saying, "What are you in such a hurry for?" With his clumsy demeanor, he was no different from a brutish man. She turned back with a radiant smile and said, "Little brother, don't be afraid. My husband and I are currently short on funds and would like to borrow some spirit stones from you. Would you be willing?" Liu Qinghuan took a large step back, covering her waist pouch, her face betraying fear and guilt as she stammered, I don't have any spirit stones." "Ha, little brother, you aren't being honest. You remained unfazed that day when you ordered spirit food, indicating that you must be quite wealthy." The woman laughed heartily, then feigned a sigh. "It's a pity that my husband and I have worked hard for many years and can't bear to spend even a few spirit stones just for a meal." Only then did Liu Qinghuan comprehend the reason behind today's ambush. It seemed these two had been eyeing her since that day. How lamentable that a beggar like her would face robbery. And in her ignorance, she had inadvertently revealed her wealth due to a momentary indulgence. Since she began cultivating, she had been in a remote mountain area. Although Su Yuan's pouch contained many items, most were only usable during foundation establishment, and it lacked any basic knowledge of the cultivation world. Thus, how could Liu Qinghuan know that resources for loose cultivators were extremely scarce, with methods and magical tools needing to be purchased? Coupled with the demands of daily training, her spirit stones were basically always insufficient. With her low cultivation, yet capable of spending several stones at once, ordinary loose cultivators would never be so extravagant, and without a formidable elder accompanying her, she was naturally seen as easy prey. Liu Qinghuan's mind raced. One of them was at the 6th level of qi refinement, the other at the 7th. Today, alas, a fireball hurtled toward her. The man could no longer wait and charged directly at her. Liu Qinghuan had long been prepared. She activated the cloud stepping technique and darted to the left. At the same time, a wall of earth appeared before her. With a loud crash, a wind blade struck the wall, shattering it halfway. Sweat poured down Liu Qinghuan's face. The disparity in strength was beyond what her 3rd level of qi refinement could withstand. The woman paused after unleashing a wind blade, bending over as she laughed. "Little brother, you're truly adorable and quite quick to react. I do like young boys like you. How about you follow me?" The man remained expressionless, showing no reaction to his wife's words, whether from habit or indifference, while fireballs continued to rain down on Liu Qinghuan, forcing her to duck and cover among the trees. When a fireball struck the tree trunk, it left merely a burn mark, but ignited the grass below. "Fool." The woman quickly stopped the man, conjuring several water orbs to douse the flames. "Do you want to burn us alive? Look at this wretched place you chose. How did I end up with such a foolish oaf?" Liu Qinghuan finally found a moment to catch her breath. Hiding behind a large tree, her clothes were burned with holes here and there, and her skin was scorched in several places, causing her to gasp in pain. At that moment, a loud cracking sound came from the tree behind her. She dared not linger and rolled to the ground, barely avoiding a wind blade that grazed her neck, leaving a deep mark on the opposite tree. "Please don't kill me," Liu Qinghuan cried out from behind another tree, her voice trembling with tears. "I'll give you anything you want, please." As she spoke, she stood up from behind the tree, reaching to untie her waist pouch. The couple exchanged glances, their faces lighting up. Although a 3rd level qi refinement was not to be feared, this kid might cause them considerable trouble if he struggled. In the wilderness, the longer a delay, the greater the risk of unforeseen events. Moreover, this place was very close to Tongda City, only a day's journey away at full speed. Tongda City was currently teeming with nearby loose cultivators and members of the Huangshan sect. If someone happened to pass by, like the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits behind, they did not want to be the mantis drained of all its spiritual energy. The woman swayed her hips closer to Liu Qinghuan, feigning a tender smile. Little brother, now you're being good. Come give the items to your elder sister. She reached out to take it. Liu Qinghuan wiped her tears and handed over the pouch, but just as the woman was about to grab it, she suddenly pulled back, taking a few steps back, and exclaimed, "No way. How can I just hand it over to you? What if you don't keep your promise later? You must first swear an oath to guarantee that you won't kill me after receiving the items before I can feel at ease." "Hey, little brat, you dare to negotiate." The man impatiently charged forward, trying to snatch the pouch directly, but Liu Qinghuan shouted as she dodged, "I knew you weren't sincere. You'll definitely kill me after taking the things. I'd rather destroy what's inside." Saying this, she flipped her hand, revealing a talisman. The two's expressions changed dramatically, retreating several steps. A second-tier explosive talisman. That was a talisman that could only be crafted by those at the foundation establishment stage, yet it required very little spiritual energy to activate, which is why many cultivation families and sects kept a few on hand for protection of their juniors. This talisman had immense power. With their cultivation levels in the Qi refinement stage, they would definitely be blown to bits by the second-tier explosive talisman. This kid was an enigma with such wealth. A second-tier explosive talisman cost 20 to 30 low-grade spirit stones. Although fear lingered in their hearts, the allure of wealth made them covetous. They were even more determined to obtain what he had. Seeing their intense reaction, Liu Qinghuan knew she had made the right gamble. Though she did not know what these two talismans left by Su Yuan were, she had no attacking magical tools, and her spells were inadequate. She could only take a chance, assuming that with Su Yuan's status at the foundation establishment stage's items could not be garbage, and she was right. The woman immediately pulled the man back, forcing a smile. "What's this little brother doing? When did my husband and I say we wouldn't take an oath?" As she said this, she turned and shot the man a glance, pretending to pout. "Husband, look at how scared you've made this little brother." "Don't worry, little brother, my husband is just a bit hot-headed. He's actually very kind." Immediately, they swore oaths pointing to the heavens and the earth. Blood oaths are made from a cultivator's life essence and hold immense power over cultivators. Hearing their oath, Liu Qinghuan finally felt relieved. She put away the explosive talisman and extended the pouch forward. The woman's face lit up with joy as she hurried forward to take it. Suddenly, the man behind her let out a horrible scream. The woman was startled, seeing countless vines rapidly shoot up, crazily growing and wrapping around the man's body. He struggled desperately, but only found himself ensnared tighter. Vines surged beneath the woman's feet. With a flick of her right hand, a dagger materialized in midair, severing the approaching vines one by one. Earlier, Liu Qinghuan had secretly dropped the seeds used for the vine technique to the ground while questioning the sincerity of the two, and when they anxiously approached to retrieve their storage bags, she led them right to where the seeds were positioned, triggering them unexpectedly to catch the two off guard. Seizing the moment, Liu Qinghuan hurriedly took out an explosive talisman, pouring spiritual energy into it frantically and throwing it towards the man. The man, bound in place, had just managed to free one hand when he saw this, and his expression turned to one of horror. With a shake of his hand, a small bell appeared to block in front of him. The bell was marked with numerous scratches and showed signs of wear, indicating it had been used many times. In the next moment, there was a deafening explosion. Countless trees in the forest fell, dust billowed, and wild flames erupted in all directions, instantly turning the area into a sea of fire. The woman with disheveled hair let out a sharp scream as she watched her husband engulfed by the sea of flames. At that moment, she was cutting down the vines around her, preparing to finish off Liu Qinghuan with a single sword strike, but she saw Liu Qinghuan activate the explosive talisman, and it was too late to stop it. Knowing the severity of the situation, she quickly retreated to the side, narrowly avoiding the range of the talisman. But the man was not so fortunate. A second-tier explosive talisman was not something a damaged Qi refinement stage artifact could withstand. He was directly caught in the blast, leaving him disfigured. Seeing her husband perish in an instant filled the woman with a furious rage. She blamed herself and her husband for previously underestimating this kid, thinking his cultivation was only third tier, and being blinded by the immediate benefits. Who would have thought that their moment of carelessness would lead to disaster? She raised her eyes to find Liu Qinghuan escaping deeper into the woods, and without further ado, she manipulated the dagger to strike at his back. Liu Qinghuan heard the sound of something slicing through the air behind him. There was no time to dodge, so he barely managed to turn sideways as the dagger plunged into his left shoulder with a thud, the tremendous force sending him flying several meters, crashing into a tree before he heavily fell to the ground. Liu Qinghuan pressed his left shoulder, blood gushing out freely between his fingers as he desperately used his right hand to stem the flow. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. He had activated several vine techniques in succession, and the explosive talisman had consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy. At this moment, he had almost no spiritual energy left. Even if he still had an explosive talisman on hand, he lacked the spiritual energy to activate it. Just as a series of semi-transparent wind blades approached half of Liu Qinghuan's body, felt numb from pain, leaving him unable to dodge. In the midst of Liu Qinghuan's despair, a sudden sneer came from the right, as if a gentle breeze had swept by, causing those seemingly sharp wind blades to dissolve into the air without a trace. "Who are you?" the woman called out suspiciously as she withdrew her hand, looking toward the right side of the forest. Liu Qinghuan turned his head to look, and slowly a figure emerged from the right side of the forest, not tall, around 14 or 15 years old. It was him. The newcomer was the silent boy who had been sitting alone at a table that day. The boy walked leisurely towards the two, making a clucking sound with his tongue. Hisse. Two adults fighting over a child, and even getting countered. Interesting. The woman looked at the boy warily, as she had no idea when this boy, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, had appeared. She frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you wish to meddle in this matter? Or do you desire a share of the spoils?" As the boy approached, he merely smiled faintly at her, playing with a spirit stone in his hand, tossing it up and down. The woman's expression darkened. Without saying another word, she raised her hand to summon a jade vial. With a pull of the cork, an unbearable stench instantly filled the air as a mass of black water poured from the vial. Countless heads of tortured individuals floated in the black water, screaming as they rushed towards the boy. The boy's expression tightened. He pointed to his chest, and a mirror began to rotate in his hand, releasing a bright mist like moonlight that enveloped the approaching black water. The black water, which had appeared so formidable, began to shrink at a visible speed, rapidly purified by the mist. "Yinshui mirror. You are from the Yun family," the woman exclaimed in surprise, her hand forming seals as the mass of black water surged and broke free from the mist's encirclement, but it was left with only a small portion. "You dare to destroy my filthy spirit liquid." The woman reluctantly gathered the remaining black water. This filthy spirit liquid had great utility, an excellent means for tainting others' artifacts. In the past, she and her husband had used this liquid unexpectedly to sabotage countless cultivators' artifacts, then easily killed them and taken their treasures. Never did they expect to encounter the Yinshui mirror today, which was its natural nemesis. However, seeing that today's matter was already beyond salvage, the Yun family was a powerful sect of cultivators, and this boy was not someone to be trifled with. It was best to find an opportunity to escape quickly. She resented having lost her husband's life. The woman was filled with rage, yet also felt the urge to retreat. She pulled out a jade hairpin from her hair, and with a shake of her hands, it instantly transformed into countless identical phantoms, densely shooting toward the boy. Casting her gaze around, she quietly began to retreat, trying to escape. The boy had already seen through her intentions. The boy snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly turning a pale white, faint stars flickering within, and he formed intricate seals with his hands in front of his chest, pushing outward. Countless ice needles erupted forth, shattering the jade hairpin phantoms, as if they were snow, leaving only one true form, which was pierced and left riddled with holes under the barrage of ice needles. The ice needles completely bypassed the jade hairpin, shooting straight towards the woman. "You are Yunjun, the second young master of the Yun family," the woman exclaimed in horror, a large cloud of pink smoke rising from her position, quickly engulfing her figure. "Umph." The boy sneered disdainfully, his expression cold as the ice needles pierced into the pink smoke, followed by a scream. When the smoke finally cleared, the woman was dead beyond recovery. With a flick of his hand, 2 storage bags flew into his grasp from different directions. The boy scoffed. These two must have robbed countless people. He raised his hand, and one of the bags flew into the arms of Liu Qinghuan, who had been resting and observing. Liu Qinghuan caught it in surprised thought for a moment, and then approached with a bow, saying, "Thank you, Taoist Yun, for your rescue." But the boy impatiently waved his hand, interrupting him, eyeing him up and down, and sneered, "Fool." Without looking at Liu Qinghuan's astonished expression, he leisurely turned and walked away into the forest. Liu Qinghuan stood there in a daze for a while, simply bandaging himself before he hurried after him. The boy didn't even need to use the cloud stepping technique. He walked slowly ahead, appearing extremely relaxed. Liu Qinghuan followed behind him for a while, but couldn't think of what to say. The two walked silently forward. Liu Qinghuan, still heavily injured, was thinking about finding a place to rest when the boy known as Yunjun suddenly stopped, turned back with a frown, and asked, "What are you following me for?" "Go wherever it's cool," he said without paying him any mind, turning back to continue walking. Liu Qinghuan scratched his head, unsure whether to continue following, so he decided to find a place to recover from his injuries first. He circled around a small mound on the right and found a narrow tree hollow, just the right size for him to squeeze in. Using a dust-clearing technique, he swept away the dead branches and leaves inside the hollow, tidied it up a bit, and prepared to spend the night there. After sealing the entrance with stones, Liu Qinghuan sat cross-legged and began to regulate his injuries. Taking out a jade vial from his storage bag, he saw the words "healing pill" inscribed in small seal script on it, containing 3 reddish-brown pills. He poured one out and swallowed it, starting to channel his spiritual power through the great circulation. When the spiritual power reached the wound on his left shoulder, it slightly stagnated, but under the gentle effects of the pill, the wound began to heal rapidly. After 5 cycles, Liu Qinghuan opened his eyes, greeted by a sky full of brilliant stars. It was already midnight. Aside from some lingering pain in his left shoulder, his spiritual power had recovered to 90%. Liu Qinghuan let out a breath of turbid air only, then realizing he was hungry. He took out a steamed bun and began to nibble on it, recalling the first battle he had with someone during the day. His tense spirit gradually relaxed and fatigue enveloped him as he leaned against the tree trunk and fell asleep. Liu Qinghuan awoke from hunger. Upon waking, he noticed that it was already bright outside. He checked the condition of his left shoulder. After practicing, the human Bodis recovery ability had greatly increased, and with the excellent healing pills left by Su Yuan, the wound that looked so severe yesterday had already formed a scab. Moving his left shoulder, he felt slightly uncomfortable, but it was no longer a serious issue. Liu Qinghuan emerged from the tree hollow, stretched widely, and tidied up his slightly wrinkled clothes, feeling a storage bag in his pocket. This storage bag belonged to one of the couple he encountered yesterday. It was tossed to him by that young man. It appeared smaller and more worn compared to Liu Qinghuan's own, and its capacity was not that great. Upon inspection, it seemed to belong to the man, containing several sets of men's clothing, a silk cloak, a dozen low-grade spirit stones, and a jade vial. Liu Qinghuan took out the cloak. It was made of a fabric woven with faintly purple-white silk threads, complete with a hood. The cuffs and collar were adorned with light purple fluff, while the hem was embroidered with intricate cloud patterns in purple silk, making it look extraordinarily luxurious, a far cry from the man's other garments. Liu Qinghuan shook his head, trying to dispel the terrifying thoughts from his mind. He spread out the cloak and draped it over himself, but unfortunately, it was too large for him, dragging on the ground. The cloak was made of an unknown material, feeling incredibly smooth, almost ethereal. However, it couldn't possibly be an ordinary cloak. Liu Qinghuan pondered for a moment, trying to channel his spiritual power into it, and was astonished to find that his body had vanished. A cloak that could render him invisible. He extended his divine sense and saw only his head floating strangely in midair, the rest of his body completely gone. After putting on the hood, Liu Qinghuan suddenly vanished from the cave. Interesting. Using the observation technique and detection technique, he scanned his surroundings repeatedly. There was nothing but emptiness, not a trace of spiritual power exposed. He, a perfect tool for escaping. Liu Qinghuan contentedly took off the cloak, running his fingers over the exquisite cloud patterns, deciding to name it the Purple Cloud Cloak. After admiring it for a while longer, he finally put it away. He then took out the jade vial and looked inside, feeling overjoyed to find it contained 2 spirit cultivation pills. Spirit cultivation pills are pills that can enhance cultivation during the qi refinement stage, perfectly suitable for him. Su Yuan, being a foundation establishment cultivator, had many items in his storage bag, but very few that could be used during the qi refinement stage. There were a few types of pills, including healing pills, detoxifying pills, and food substitute pills, as well as a vial of thunder spirit pills, which are for enhancing cultivation in thunder-type cultivation. Liu Qinghuan practiced wood-type cultivation, so he couldn't use those. There was also a vial of foundation cultivation pills, which are pills for enhancing cultivation during the foundation establishment stage. If he were to take the foundation cultivation pill, the most likely outcome would be his body unable to withstand the massive surge of spiritual energy and perishing. Thus, Liu Qinghuan found himself in possession of a treasure trove, yet unable to fully enjoy it. Now that he obtained 2 spirit cultivation pills, how could he not feel delighted? In his past cultivation, apart from using a few spirit stones to break through, he mostly relied on his own hard work, with the hardships hardly worth mentioning. Now at the peak of the 3rd level of cultivation, he had been stuck at a bottleneck for days. If he could leverage the power of the pills, he should be able to break through to the 4th level. He decided not to search for food and simply chewed on a food substitute pill. After returning to the tree hollow to sit and adjust his state, he poured out a spirit cultivation pill and swallowed it. The pill melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm and rich stream of spiritual power flowing into Liu Qinghuan's meridians. He continuously operated the sit forgetting longevity book's heart method, with the spiritual power circulating repeatedly within his body. The spiritual power in his dantian gathered more and more, with the originally faint green color showing some change. The green hue deepened slightly until Liu Qinghuan felt a subtle tremor through his meridians, as if he heard a faint popping sound in his ears, breaking through an invisible barrier, his cultivation rising to the 4th level. Feeling the abundant spiritual power within him, Liu Qinghuan was immensely satisfied and decided not to linger any longer. He activated the cloud stepping technique and continued heading east. After 2 days of travel, the terrain gradually flattened out. The branches of the Hengwu mountain range were no longer visible, and he arrived at a gently rolling hillside with a much broader view. Liu Qinghuan squinted into the distance and noticed a figure on the hillside ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the young man named Yunzheng. while others said he was slow. This young man was even slower than him. The boy seemed to have noticed him, glancing back with a stare, but not acknowledging him, continuing to walk at his own leisurely pace. Liu Qinghuan thought for a moment and caught up, bowing slightly, saying, "My name is Liu Qinghuan. Thank you once again for the life-saving grace from you, Daoist Yin, 2 days ago." Seeing the boy still ignoring him, he added, "Daoist Yin, may I ask where you are headed? If you're going to Haoyuan City, we are on the same path. Why not walk together?" The boy glanced at him sideways and replied after a while, "What, Daoist Yun? I am Yunzheng, don't spout those old-fashioned words." Liu Qinghuan chuckled awkwardly. This boy was quite hard to approach. "As for whether I am going to Haoyuan City, that's none of your business. Stay away from me, I don't want to be your bodyguard. You who didn't even know to use a spiritual power shield during the fight, and who doesn't even know how to set up a protective array while cultivating, won't even know how you died in the future." Liu Qinghuan was taken aback. Indeed, he had forgotten to use a spiritual power shield that day. As for arrays, they were briefly mentioned in the books, mostly in the context of introducing sects like the 12 Capital Heavenly Array. While he lamented his limited knowledge, he forced a smile and asked, "What is a protective array?" Yunzheng looked at him as if he were a monster, saying, "How did you reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement? Oh, 4th layer now. How did you manage to reach the 4th layer without dying?" Liu Qinghuan intended to befriend him and thus did not hide anything, directly telling him how he saw the cultivators fighting, how he picked up the cultivation techniques, and how he inadvertently stepped onto the path of cultivation. Yunzheng was too lazy to interrupt the clueless fool who had leaked all his secrets, allowing Liu Qinghuan to prattle on, occasionally chiming in with biting remarks. The two walked until nightfall before stopping to find a place to rest. Still in a situation where there was no village in front and no shop behind, they had reached a riverbank. Having not eaten much for 2 to 3 days, Liu Qinghuan, still in the Qi refinement stage, could not avoid food. As for the food substitute pills, while they stave off hunger, they did not provide the satisfaction of a full meal. Thus he ventured into the nearby forest, and soon returned with a wild chicken and 2 wild rabbits, along with some mountain mushrooms, wild onions, and wild fruits. Returning to the riverbank, he saw Yunzheng sitting in meditation, but did not disturb him and began to process the ingredients. After plucking the feathers from the wild chicken and completely cutting off its rear, he emptied its insides through a small opening. After rinsing it in the water, Liu Qinghuan took out various seasonings he had purchased in Tongda City, filling the chicken's cavity with spices, stuffing in the mountain mushrooms and wild onions. Without lotus leaves, he tore 2 reeds to wrap the chicken completely, then found fine yellow mud by the river to seal it and set it aside. The wild rabbits were simpler. He directly skinned them and cleaned them, applying seasoning. Liu Qinghuan chose a dry spot by the river and buried the chicken in the ground, lighting a fire on top to roast the rabbit meat. Before long, the rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air. While Liu Qinghuan was doing all this, Yunzheng merely glanced at him. Who among cultivators isn't starving after eating a single grain of pill for half a month? This kid has such a heavy appetite, it's clear he won't achieve great things. However, he couldn't be bothered with others' affairs and focused on his own breathing. But as the fragrant aroma grew stronger, he gradually found it hard to sit still. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed, wow, that kid had already started eating and was getting grease all over his mouth. He was furious inside. How could he eat without calling him? He shouldn't have meddled and saved him in the first place. Yunzheng was cursing Liu Qinghuan in his heart when he heard Liu Qinghuan call him. "Yunzheng, the rabbit is roasted, do you want to have some too?" Liu Qinghuan called out, but seeing Yunzheng sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, he felt it wasn't appropriate to shout again. He scratched his head, thinking that perhaps he was just unaccustomed to the bland taste of the pill. But 2 rabbits and 1 chicken were too much for him to finish at once. Liu Qinghuan thought as he gnawed on a rabbit leg, "Forget it, I'll save what I can't finish for the next meal." Just as he was thinking this, he saw Yunzheng storming over, grabbing the other rabbit and angrily taking big bites out of it. However, the rabbit had just been taken off the fire and was still very hot. Yunzheng wasn't careful and got burned badly. He couldn't bring himself to spit it out and had to circulate his spiritual energy in his mouth to ease the pain. But why was this rabbit meat so delicious? He had eaten countless spiritual dishes before, but none compared to this ordinary rabbit meat. Liu Qinghuan was very pleased to see Yunzheng eating happily. Both being young men, they devoured the rabbit meat in a whirlwind. Liu Qinghuan moved the fire pit aside and dug out the wild chicken he had buried earlier. The yellow mud on the wild chicken had dried hard. After knocking off the mud and lifting the reed leaves, Liu Qinghuan tore off a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. The chicken was tender and flaky, smooth and soft, infused with the rich fragrance of wild onions and the freshness of mountain mushrooms, making it exceedingly delicious. In the end, the wild chicken was completely devoured in the tussle between Yunzheng and Liu Qinghuan, and after eating they still licked their fingers in delight. Liu Qinghuan took out some washed mountain fruits, which were sour and sweet, perfectly relieving the greasiness. Yunzheng was all smiles after the meal. After finishing, he patted his belly, stood up, took out several array plates, and set them around the two. Then he activated the formation with his spiritual power, raising a semi-transparent light shield. This is a formation. Liu Qinghuan curiously wandered around the formation, touching the light shield with his hand. His hand passed through without any obstruction. Then he went to examine the array plates, looking like a country bumpkin entering the city, which made Yunzheng roll his eyes and toss him a set of array plates. Wow! Liu Qinghuan caught the array plates and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a gift for me?" Yunzheng, unable to hold back any longer, picked up a small stone and threw it, hitting Liu Qinghuan's head and forming a bump. "Why are you shouting like a ghost? It's just a basic protective concealment formation. There are plenty of more powerful formations than this." "Huh, does your family sell formations?" Yunzheng looked as if he had seen a ghost. "You haven't heard of the Yun family, have you?" The Yun family of Yun City, located in the southwest, is the largest cultivation family in the Yunming's continent, renowned for its formations. Within the family, there are legendary formations such as the Destroying Heaven and Earth Killing Array and the Zhou Tian Star Protecting Great Array, which have been passed down since the ancient cultivation world and are nearly lost. This sounds familiar, as if it's from the geography of Yunming's continent. Liu Qinghuan stroked his chin, trying hard to recall. Seeing that Yunzheng was about to explode, he hurriedly smiled and said, "So your array setup skills are quite impressive. Does that even need to be said?" Yunzheng proudly lifted his chin. "I am the second son of Yun Lingfeng, the current head of the Yun family in Yun City, possessing the most suitable body for cultivating formations, the Lingxi body, with an ice elemental mutated spirit root." Thus the night passed with the two of them exchanging flattery. In the days that followed, the two traveled east together. Though Yunzheng was proud and sharp-tongued, he was magnanimous and unrestrained in dealings, and after becoming familiar with Liu Qinghuan, he began to show signs of becoming a chatterbox. As a result, Liu Qinghuan gained a deeper understanding of the cultivation world. Yunzheng was also heading to Haoyuan City because a year later the Ascension Conference would be held there, a decade-long event where various cultivation sects would come to recruit new disciples. Liu Qinghuan's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked if there were any requirements. Yunzheng already knew that Liu Qinghuan was a country bumpkin and lazily said, "Each sect has different requirements, and they also change each time. For example, the Yaowang Mountain required that 19 years ago one must have spirit roots of medium quality or above, be under 40 years old, and have collected a yellow lotus essence during trials, but 9 years ago they only accepted those with fire element spirit roots of medium quality or above and required 2 fire crystal grasses to enter the sect." He went on to recite many details about the Ascension Conference and added, "If you want to join a sect, you must first decide which one to enter. A few days before the Ascension Conference begins, each sect will post their trial contents. If you believe you can meet their requirements, you can register." However, Yunzheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Every sect's trials are different, and if a major sect has special requirements, there will be small illusion realms specifically for trials. Moreover, all sects begin their trials on the same day, so it's impossible to apply to several at once. "Then we'll just have to decide after arriving at Haoyuan City." Liu Qinghuan pondered. Joining a cultivation sect was naturally much better than being a loose cultivator. The difficulties of loose cultivation can be seen from those who were scammed by the Huangshan sect in Tongda City, receiving no recompense. But if entering a sect were that easy, there wouldn't be so many loose cultivators. Sects tend to assess one's cultivation potential first, which includes spirit roots and root quality. Major sects usually only accept those with 3 or more spirit roots and good root quality. Even if a small sect has lower requirements, the number of people wanting to join can be overwhelming. Sometimes the competition is even fiercer than in major sects, as mediocrity often dominates this world. As for Liu Qinghuan, he still didn't know what his spirit roots and root quality were. In the Yunming's continent, there were countless cultivation sects, with the 4 largest being the Shaoyang sect, Inxian sect, Ziwei Sword Pavilion, and Wenshi sect. These 4 major sects have been established for over 10,000 years with profound backgrounds, each housing old monsters at the transformation stage. There are also 5 medium sects: Nanhui Temple, Yaowang Mountain, Tianshu Academy, Yun City Family, and Lingxi Palace. As for the numerous small and medium sects, such as the Yuejian sect, Baiyun Mountain, Xingyue Palace, Feiyue Tower, and Liang Family, each has its own influence. While the Huangshan sect and Qingyu sect can only be considered insignificant small sects. Imagining the grandeur of the Ascension Conference made Liu Qinghuan's heart race with excitement. Now, with a year until the Ascension Conference, if they traveled at full speed, they could reach Haoyuan City in 2 months, giving them ample time. In Zhongyu Prefecture, there lies the largest marsh in the entire Yunming's continent, the Chushang Marsh. The Chushang Marsh was not always known by this name. In ancient times, it was referred to as Yunming's, which is how the continent got its name. According to the geography of Yunming's continent, this area was originally a land of lakes resembling a fairyland for cultivation during ancient times. However, it later became the main battlefield during the Boundary Sealing War, leading to the shattering of mountains and the breaking of the earth. The large-scale forbidden techniques caused drastic environmental changes, resulting in countless cultivators perishing here. Yunming's is no longer the sacred land for cultivation. It has turned into a desolate and terrifying marsh renamed Chushang Marsh to commemorate the cultivators who sacrificed their lives during the Boundary Sealing War. However, as time passed, the Chushang Marsh gradually gathered a large number of demonic beasts. Though fraught with danger, it also offered numerous opportunities, leading to an increase in popularity and attracting many cultivators to hunt demonic beasts for materials. Even the Decennial Ascension Conference decided to hold its trials at the edge of Chushang Marsh. Haoyuan City lies adjacent to the eastern side of Chushang Marsh. Along the way, Yunzheng's gluttonous nature was fully revealed. Whether it was something flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, or swimming in the water, if he wanted to eat it, he would catch it and throw it to Liu Qinghuan. One time, as they passed a small marsh, Yunzheng wandered around and came back to throw a spirit water crocodile at Liu Qinghuan. The spirit water crocodile is a high-quality water-type demonic beast of the first rank, equivalent to the 8th or 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Its iron-like armor is impervious to water and fire, and it possesses a fierce and combative nature, making it quite troublesome. Liu Qinghuan threw up his hands, saying he couldn't cook spirit food. Can't you just cook it like regular food? Yunzheng shot him a full look. Thus the two had a meal of stewed crocodile meat, which turned out to be so delicious that they almost chewed their tongues off, leaving not a single drop of soup behind. Demonic beasts are indeed demonic beasts. Even if Liu Qinghuan may not have fully utilized the effects of the spirit water crocodile meat, the spiritual energy contained within was significant enough for him to achieve the results of several days of cultivation in just one night. However, demonic beasts are extremely hard to find. Most gather in towering mountains like the Hengwu mountain range, and only a few can be found wandering in places with human habitation. The two were not indulging in eating every day. Each night, while resting, Liu Qinghuan would seize the time to cultivate. If it weren't for the fact that he was still in the Qi refinement stage and needed sleep, he would want to spend the entire night on cultivation. Moreover, those who practice cultivation should indeed minimize their intake of worldly food, as ingredients contain impurities to varying degrees, which is not beneficial for cultivation. Thus, Liu Qinghuan only occasionally prepared a meal. Zheng did not press the issue. Having food was naturally good, and lacking it was no problem. However, his habit of collecting ingredients grew stronger, resulting in both Liu Qinghuan's and his own storage bags being filled with various chunks of meat, wild vegetables, and mountain goods. Yunzheng had also tried to cook himself, but being a young master with a taste for food rather than cooking skills, everything he produced was a disaster, either burnt or undercooked. Once Liu Qinghuan witnessed him throw a fire talisman at a whole rock goat resting on a wooden rack, incinerating both the goat and the rack in flames, nearly burning down the mountain. Liu Qinghuan looked at the awkwardly smiling Yunzheng and was speechless. This guy is simply wasteful. A fire talisman costs at least 3 spirit stones. Yunzheng, you idiot. While Liu Qinghuan fled for his life, he shouted angrily at Yunzheng. Ouch! The culprit Yunzheng accidentally got pricked on the backside again. Holding a small white object in one hand and covering his backside with the other, he dashed forward, instantly surpassing Liu Qinghuan. At this moment his clothes were torn and his hair was disheveled, no longer resembling the refined and noble young master. If one wonders why these two appeared to be fleeing for their lives, just look at the massive herd of hoofed beasts following behind them. The enraged hoofed beasts snorted white mist from their nostrils, their huge sharp horns pointing forward as they chased after the two who were desperately fleeing. It was early that day, and as they were on their usual journey, Yunzheng habitually went hunting. At a riverbank, he encountered a large herd of migrating hoofed beasts, the numbers of which were immense, easily exceeding several tens of thousands, almost overwhelming the riverbank. Hoofed beasts are merely ordinary wild animals. An adult hoofed beast can reach a length of about 10 feet, with a robust body and long fur. Therefore, iron-like hooves are incredibly powerful, and the 2 long horns on their heads are lethal weapons. However, they are generally gentle creatures, herbivorous and docile. Yunzheng swaggered to the edge of the herd, causing a slight stir among the hoofed beasts. They instinctively sensed Yunzheng's strength, and all the beasts nearby began to slowly move away from him. To this, Yunzheng naturally paid no mind. He began picking and choosing for himself. This one is too fat, it must be all fat. This one is too old, the meat is too tough. Oh, this one still has a baby, never mind, I'll let you go this time. After searching for a long time, he still hadn't found anything satisfactory. At this moment, a small white figure appeared, standing out prominently among the large black and yellow hoofed beasts. It was a small hoofed beast, only the size of a palm, clearly just a few days old. It was incredibly cute, its fur fluffy and white like clouds, and the small horns just beginning to sprout on its head made Yunzheng's heart melt. Its 2 pure, flawless big eyes were lively and darted around as it struggled to keep up with the yellow, long-furred mother beast. What caught Yunzheng's attention was the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it. This was a mutated spirit beast. Beasts that can cultivate are divided into 2 types: spirit beasts and demonic beasts. The difference lies in that spirit beasts can be tamed by cultivators, while demonic beasts cannot. Under certain favorable conditions, ordinary wild beasts may have a very small chance of mutation resulting in either a mutated spirit beast or a mutated demonic beast. Generally speaking, mutated spirit beasts are rarer than ordinary spirit beasts, and their abilities are often stronger. Thus, when Yunzheng discovered this white mutated little hoofed beast, he couldn't help but smile widely. Mutated hoofed beasts are highly sought after as mounts in the cultivation world. Their speed is astonishing, and as adults they can often outpace low-grade flying spirit tools. With proper nurturing, evolved hoofed beasts have a great chance of developing extremely useful mutated skills. For instance, the current master of Xingyue Palace, Chu Yueqing, possesses a Tier 3 premium hoofed beast that can instantly accelerate. Having determined the target, the next step was to catch it. Yunzheng activated his cloud stepping technique and dashed toward the target, scaring the hoofed beasts along the way into fleeing. He found the hoofed beasts in his path to be an obstruction, but he was not a reckless killer. Instead, he used spiritual power to gently push away those that were too close, heading straight for that little white hoofed beast. When he got close, he reached out to grab it from a distance, and the small beast was enveloped in spiritual power and landed in his hands. The little creature was still nursing, only the size of 2 palms, looking clever and adorable. Unexpectedly, the normally massive hoofed beast was so small in its juvenile stage. Yunzheng held the little hoofed beast with satisfaction, but suddenly noticed that the surrounding beasts seemed to be stirring. The herd that had originally been too frightened to move suddenly ceased their attempts to avoid him, their large eyes glaring angrily at him, and their sharp horns all pointed in his direction. In the next moment, they charged towards him. Yunzheng was stunned for a second. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was surrounded by the frenzied herd. In a panic, he quickly threw out several ice spike spells. The ice spike spells had decent power. Upon release, they easily took down the nearest few large hoofed beasts. However, the herd was enormous, and the deaths of a few amounted to only a fraction of the tens of thousands. Even ants can kill an elephant, let alone hoofed beasts that are far stronger than ants. The herd went into a frenzy, as if they'd suddenly taken the wrong medicine. Startled, Yunzheng held a white-horned beast in one arm, throwing out several ice arrows and a few explosive talismans, which caused the beast horde to scatter. Yet even this could not halt the mad rush of the beasts attacking him. Yunzheng could only blast a path to escape, encountering Liu Qinghuan, who had come to investigate the commotion. "What the hell, Yunzheng, what did you do?" Liu Qinghuan exclaimed, startled by the sight. The frenzied stampede of the horned beasts sounded like a landslide or tsunami, kicking up dust that obscured the sky. Yunzheng dashed past Liu Qinghuan like a gust of wind, pulling him along. "Fool! Why are you still standing there? Run!" Thus, the 2 unfortunate cultivators were chased wildly by a horde of ordinary beasts, a rare and bizarre sight indeed. Moreover, the horned beasts were known for their speed, and even with their cloud sneaking technique, the 2 could not shake them off. Liu Qinghuan, upon learning the situation, cursed while fleeing. Yunzheng, feeling guilty, said nothing, gripping the little horned beast tightly and refusing to let go. Liu Qinghuan, at his wits' end, noticed a canyon not far ahead and turned, saying, "This way." Both of them dashed into the canyon, where the terrain was narrow and filled with scattered rocks, greatly limiting the beast's pursuit. Half an hour later, the panting duo finally shook off the horde. Liu Qinghuan gasped, "Damn it. Why did you provoke a beast horde of all things? Each of them could trample you to death." Yunzheng replied, "How was I to know they would go insane all of a sudden? You, the esteemed second young master of the Yun family, chased by a bunch of ordinary beasts. Won't you be embarrassed if this gets out?" Yunzheng shrugged dismissively. "It's just a little cub, damn it. I ran until my legs felt like they were about to break." Both looked at the white fur ball in his hands. The originally docile horned beast suddenly began to struggle, making soft whimpering sounds. Liu Qinghuan exclaimed in surprise, "How small? What's so special about this little thing that you would risk getting chased by a horde of beasts to capture it?" Yunzheng held the struggling little beast tightly, boasting, "This is a mutated spiritual beast." Just as he spoke, the little horned beast, unable to escape, bit down on his finger. Its tender baby teeth left no mark on Yunzheng's finger. Liu Qinghuan, unable to bear it, snatched the little beast from Yunzheng's hands, saying, "Look at how this little thing is crying. You're the culprit." Indeed, the little horned beast's large eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiful. Yunzheng exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, this little thing can cry, how interesting." He reached out to tease the little horned beast. Upon seeing him approach, the little horned beast immediately buried its head into Liu Qinghuan's chest, turning its rear towards Yunzheng. "Huh." Liu Qinghuan laughed heartily. "It even holds a grudge." Yunzheng rubbed his hands, awkwardly about to say something, when suddenly his expression changed, looking up towards the sky. Liu Qinghuan noticed the change in his expression and quickly turned to look as well. He saw 2 black dots appearing on the horizon, flying toward them at an astonishing speed. As they drew closer, Liu Qinghuan realized they were 2 figures in black, both at the 9th level of Qi refinement, riding a small boat-like flying artifact. "Not good. Run." A sharp glint flashed in Yunzheng's eyes as he took out a cotton-like object, shaking it on the ground, and a cloud formed beneath their feet. Liu Qinghuan hurriedly stepped onto it, positioning himself behind Yunzheng. Yunzheng unleashed a surge of spiritual power, and a transparent shield enveloped them as the cloud shot out of the canyon. The scenery rapidly receded behind them as Yunzheng wore a dark expression, the earlier lightness gone, his brows tightly knitted, lips pressed together in silence. Liu Qinghuan scanned behind them with his divine sense, confirming that the two black-clad figures had indeed pursued them, and their speed was increasing, the distance closing bit by bit. At this rate, being caught was a certainty. Yunzheng, one of the black-clad men, shouted from afar. The ancestor has commanded that all disciples of the Yun family return to the clan at once. Seeing that Yunzheng ignored him, the black-clad man shouted again, Yunzheng, are you refusing to obey? Then don't blame us for being merciless. Liu Qinghuan noticed the veins on Yunzheng's forehead bulging, his brows furrowed into a sharp arc, and his lips tightly sealed, nearly turning pale. Just as Liu Qinghuan thought he would retort, he heard Yunzheng's voice, thick with suppressed anger, saying, Liu Qinghuan, you take control of the Yun Cell. He then quickly recited the control incantation. Liu Qinghuan, unsure of his intentions, could only comply. He stuffed the little horned beast into his shirt, and they switched places, Liu Qinghuan channeling his spiritual power into the Yun Suo, taking control of it. He had never controlled a flying artifact before and struggled to maintain stability. The Yun Suo wobbled, and their speed decreased, allowing them to clearly see the features of the black-clad pursuers. Suppressing his anxious emotions, Liu Qinghuan calmly recited the control incantation several times. Soon the swaying Yun Suo began to stabilize, and their speed increased further. He frowned slightly, noticing the rapid depletion of his spiritual power. He swiftly took out 2 mid-grade spirit stones to absorb energy, while keeping a close watch on the situation behind them. Yunzheng sat behind him, facing backward, ignoring the shouts of the black-clad men, focused on replenishing his spiritual power with the spirit stones. The 2 flying artifacts zoomed through the sky one after the other. Liu Qinghuan pushed the Yun Suo to its limit, yet even at maximum speed, he could not prevent the pursuers from closing the distance. A tense atmosphere enveloped both sides, and the black-clad men ceased their banter, the tension ready to snap. Suddenly, a violent surge of spiritual power erupted from behind. Liu Qinghuan's heart tightened as he saw Yunzheng forming hand seals, chanting incantations, with ice-blue spiritual light flickering between his fingers. A blizzard spell quickly coalesced and surged towards the black-clad men. The distance between the 2 flying artifacts was initially beyond the range of the spell, but since they were moving one after the other at high speed, the black-clad men were caught off guard, as if they had crashed into the blizzard themselves. The front black-clad man hurriedly slapped the flying boat, narrowly evading the blizzard, but unexpectedly crashed into a barrage of ice needles. The tiny ice needles shimmered with a cold pale blue light, striking the shield of the flying boat and erupting in a flurry of white. The shield flickered several times, and the black-clad man rushed to inject more spiritual power into it, but then he heard a loud shout behind him, watch out. A massive ice arrow pierced through the white chaos created by the ice needles, slamming into the shield with a loud bang. The shield of the flying boat could no longer hold and flickered out. The front black-clad man's expression changed drastically, and he had no time to react as the ice arrow hurtled toward his chest. Fortunately, the rear black-clad man timely summoned a black flag to block the ice arrow. As the 2 freed themselves from the barrage of ice spells, they found that the Yun Suo had already created a significant distance. From then on, whenever the black-clad men got close, Yunzheng would unleash a barrage of spells to obstruct them, occasionally tossing out a talisman, employing a multitude of tactics. Even though the black-clad men tried their best to evade, they still fell behind further. It was as if Yunzheng could predict how they would dodge. Each time the 2 narrowly avoided one spell, another would come flying toward them, making it seem as if they were intentionally running into the spells. Every spell and talisman Yunzheng used was perfectly timed, hitting their weak spots and forcing them to slow down to evade the attacks. The black-clad men were nearly driven to madness, unable to strike back or catch up, bombarded by countless spells, cursing loudly, while Yunzheng remained silent, leaving them with a sense of frustration, as if they had thrown a punch only to hit a pile of cotton. Yet even so, the black-clad men continued their relentless pursuit. This chase lasted day and night for 2 whole days. Both Yunzheng and Liu Qinghuan were equally exhausted. Liu Qinghuan, with lower cultivation, was rapidly depleting his spiritual power, even while using mid-grade spirit stones to recover. Moreover, Liu Qinghuan had no time to refine the modeled spiritual power provided by the spirit stones, using it directly in the Yun Su, leaving his meridians in excruciating pain as the unrefined spiritual energy was laden with impurities, severely damaging his veins. He gritted his teeth and endured. Additionally, the Yun Su not only required spiritual power to maintain flight, but also needed his divine sense for control. Having felt the dizziness from overexerting his divine sense after chopping down trees with a kitchen knife, Liu Qinghuan experienced it again. Yunzheng, needless to say, had to use spells to block whenever the black-clad men approached. Most of the time, he had to employ large-scale spells that consumed a lot of spiritual power, as single-target spells were too easy to dodge, better suited for surprise attacks amidst larger spells. Liu Qinghuan was once again astounded by Yunzheng's wealth as he tossed out talismans like they were worthless, making Liu Qinghuan feel a pang of pain. Their nerves were stretched to the limit, and they were utterly exhausted. Yet even so, Liu Qinghuan did not question Yunzheng about why those two were pursuing them so relentlessly. Sometimes all one needed to do was act, fulfilling the responsibilities of friendship. For the past 2 days, Yunzheng had remained dark-faced and silent, resembling how Liu Qinghuan had seen him for the first time. However, if this continued, once their spiritual power ran out, they would have no chance to resist. Liu Qinghuan felt anxious, racking his brain for a way to escape alive. The cultivation levels of those two were higher than theirs. In a direct confrontation, Yunzheng might manage, but he would undoubtedly be killed in a single encounter. Previously, he had no ability to fight back against the couple who had robbed him, who were at the 6th or 7th level of cultivation. He had only caught them off guard. If it weren't for Yunzheng's appearance, he would have been dead long ago. Moreover, the thickness of the spiritual power at the 9th level of Qi training was almost more than double that of the 6th level. At this moment, they were flying over a vast expanse of primitive forest, and the men in black were closing in again. Yunzheng formed a hand seal, and with a swift motion, a blizzard burst forth, accompanied by 2 explosive talismans. Liu Qinghuan's heart stirred as he looked at the dense forest, sending a message: Yunzheng, hold on tight. Yun Su took a sharp turn and suddenly descended, vanishing into the green leaves within moments. The pursuing men in black quickly followed after they broke free from the obstruction of the spell. Under the trees, the light was dim, with towering ancient trees blocking most of the sunlight, leaving only scattered patches of light. The gentle sounds of birds and insects created a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. In the next moment, a piercing whistle sounded, and the atmosphere in the forest suddenly turned lethal. Liu Qinghuan concentrated fully on controlling Yun Su darting through the maze-like trees. The positions of those trees were utterly chaotic. If they collided at their current speed, they would surely be thrown off balance. There was a series of explosions behind them as the flying ice blades struck down the trees along their path, causing them to fall in every direction. The fallen trees obstructed the pursuit of the men in black, forcing them to either dodge or blast through. If it were only this, it wouldn't be much. It merely caused a slight hindrance to the two. The problem was that unexpected incidents would always occur. Just as the two narrowly avoided a massive tree trunk that came crashing down, a nearby tree that appeared fine suddenly snapped, and a thick trunk struck the unaware flying boat, sending it crashing down to the ground. As they just got back up, a mass of tangled vines fell from above, burying the two beneath them. An angry roar came from beneath the vine. Net Yunzheng, I will kill you. Along with the roar came a sudden eruption of flames. Yunzheng's eyes glowed silver, and his face turned crimson as he gripped his knees tightly. Yun Su sped through the forest, and after flying for a while, they finally lost the men in black. However, those two would definitely not give up, and they were already at their wits' end. They needed to find a place to recover their nearly depleted spiritual energy quickly. Just as Liu Qinghuan sighed in relief, he suddenly saw Yunzheng collapse. If Liu Qinghuan hadn't caught him in time, he would have fallen directly to the ground. Yunzheng, Yunzheng, Liu Qinghuan shouted while shaking his shoulder, noticing that Yunzheng's face was as pale as wax, as if he had been pulled from water. Checking, he discovered that Yunzheng was merely exhausted and had temporarily fainted due to excessive consumption of spiritual sense. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Liu Qinghuan shook him awake and directly stuffed 2 spirit stones into his hands. Time was of the essence. They had to find a place to hide quickly. Scanning the surroundings, Liu Qinghuan made a move, and Yun Su swiftly turned left, flying for about the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks before landing in a grove of redwood trees. He took out the Ziyun tent from his storage bag, pulled Yunzheng in, and covered them with the tent. The Ziyun tent was sized for an adult male, so it was quite spacious for the 2 boys, who held their breaths and waited. Before long, the men in black caught up from behind, their divine senses sweeping over the area like sharp blades. After failing to detect anything, they hurriedly moved to the right. Yunzheng had slightly recovered, making a small movement, but Liu Qinghuan quickly pressed him down. Sure enough, after a short while, the men in black returned, combing through every inch of the area with no blind spots, employing both detection and observation techniques. Separated by a thin layer of fabric, the two held their breath. They only relaxed after the men in black left without finding anything. At this point, Liu Qinghuan felt utterly drained and could barely stand. His spiritual energy had been severely depleted, relying solely on the forceful extraction of energy from the spirit stones to sustain him, and his meridians felt like they were about to rupture from the intense pain. He had managed to hold on this long purely through sheer willpower. However, with his spirit now relaxed, he collapsed to the ground. Yunzheng quickly supported him and stuffed a recovery pill into his mouth. After a little while, seeing that Yunzheng's complexion had improved slightly, he felt a bit relieved. The two had no energy left to move, so they sat down in place to begin recovering their spiritual energy. The morning sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled spots of light, and the crisp sounds of birds echoed in the forest. Liu Qinghuan slowly opened his eyes. After a night had passed, his spiritual energy had fully replenished, and the previous fatigue had lessened significantly. Brushing off the fragments of spirit stones that had lost their energy from his fingers, he saw that Yunzheng was still meditating. Liu Qinghuan stretched lazily, choosing not to disturb him. The two leaned against each other, and Liu Qinghuan gently stroked the Ziyun tent that sheltered them. From the inside looking out, the Ziyun tent resembled the translucent wings of a cicada, providing a small haven of safety. Throughout the night, the men in black searched near them multiple times. At one point, one even flew directly past the tree under which they were hiding. Fortunately, the Ziyun tent withstood this rigorous test. At that moment, Liu Qinghuan felt a slight movement at his chest. Looking down, he saw the small horned beast poking its head out from his clothing, looking at him, with its glassy eyes appearing very listless. In recent days, the small horned beast had been very well behaved, neither making noise nor moving around, exuding an air of intelligence. Liu Qinghuan had only given it a few mountain fruits in the midst of his busyness, with no time to care for it. However, he had forgotten that this little creature could only drink milk and couldn't chew the mountain fruits at all. By now it was half-starved. Liu Qinghuan was at a loss, rummaging through his storage bag. Finding nothing with milk, he thought for a moment and tentatively shoved a pill for nourishment into its mouth. After the little beast swallowed the pill, it let out a loud burp. It seemed effective, and Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but applaud his own cleverness. The men in black hadn't appeared since late last night. They probably felt it was difficult to track their whereabouts and decided to wait for them to show themselves instead. They would eventually have to go out. They couldn't hide forever. Liu Qinghuan placed the small horned beast on the ground in front of him. It wobbled a few times before steadying itself, then lifted its rear. Liu Qinghuan was speechless. After it finished, he dug a small hole nearby and buried the waste. TSK. At some point, Yunzheng also stopped meditating, looking at the small horned beast with a face of disdain. Seeing Yunzheng staring at it, the small horned beast turned around and burrowed into Liu Qinghuan's embrace, presenting its rear to Yunzheng again. Liu Qinghuan chuckled quietly and patted the little beast's head. Yunzheng had a dark look on his face, staring at the sky in silence. "Where did you get that cloak made of ice crystal snow silkworm silk? And it's a whole piece?" Yunzheng asked while touching the Ziyun tin above them, and seeing Liu Qinghuan's puzzled expression, he frowned. "Ice crystal snow silkworms, top-grade spirit silkworms of the third rank, only exist in the Lioli illusion of the north. The Lioli illusion only appears once every 500 years, and each time it does, it attracts a swarm of cultivators. The ice crystal snow silkworms can only be found in the snow mulberry forest at the center of the Lioli illusion, and their numbers are scarce. To weave such a large piece, one wouldn't know how many 500 years it would take to gather enough." Liu Qinghuan exclaimed, "I got this from the storage bag you threw to me, the one belonging to the couple who tried to rob me. Those fools. Possessing a treasure mountain, yet failing to recognize its worth, they actually dared to rob a mere fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivator like you." Yunzheng sneered. "Just this cloak alone, if taken to the Shilling auction house in Haoyuan City, even nascent soul cultivators would fight to bid for it. They must have robbed it from some major sex cultivator to acquire such a priceless treasure." After a moment of thought, he added, "Be cautious with this item. It's not something an ordinary person can possess. Try not to reveal it in front of others." "Oh." Liu Qinghuan nodded. Yunzheng continued, "However, the ice crystal snow silk is extremely rare and closely resembles the cold ice silk, both being white with a hint of purple, making it hard for most to distinguish between them." "Then how can you tell them apart?" Liu Qinghuan inquired. Yunzheng waved his hand dismissively, appearing reluctant to converse with a country bumpkin, and continued, "While cold ice silk has some concealment effects, it can't compare to ice crystal snow silk. The ice crystal snow silkworm lives in the frigid snow mulberry forest, and due to numerous natural enemies, it is inherently transparent, only turning white when it lays eggs. The silk it produces not only has inherent concealment effects, but also blocks divine sense and spiritual energy. Even a golden core cultivator would find it difficult to detect us now. So what? You can hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime," Liu Qinghuan said with disinterest. The black-clothed individuals were currently hidden, waiting for them to reveal themselves. Yunzheng frowned, and the two fell silent. "Aren't you skilled in formations? What if we lure the black-clothed men into a formation?" Liu Qinghuan asked. Yunzheng waved his hand wearily. "Those two are also from my Yun family, sent by the family matriarch to kill me. They have also studied the ways of formations since childhood, making it difficult to trap them with ordinary formations." Liu Qinghuan was taken aback. Shouldn't the matriarch of the Yun family be Yunzheng's mother? Seeing Yunzheng's unwillingness to elaborate, he refrained from asking further. But Yunzheng blinked, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. As the most gifted disciple of this generation in the Yun family, I have more opportunities to access the family's secret classics. Some of these are quite obscure formations, and out of interest, I have made a few sets myself. As he spoke, a large stack of formation plates appeared in his hand. What's this? Liu Qinghuan asked curiously. The 1,000-wood maze formation. Yunzheng pointed at the surrounding trees, saying, this place is rich in wood spiritual energy, making it the ideal location for this formation. However, he paused. What do you mean? At a time like this, don't keep us in suspense, just say it. Liu Qinghuan nudged him with his shoulder, urging him on. However, this formation is quite complex and cannot be set up in a short time. Even if it's complex, it still needs to be set up right. The two quietly discussed for a while under the purple cloud cloak while Yunzheng calculated the positions and buried the formation plates one by one. Liu Qinghuan followed him, vigilant of their surroundings, and it took them half a day to complete the formation. This is too massive, Liu Qinghuan exclaimed. Yunzheng smiled proudly. This formation is one I painstakingly extracted from ancient texts. It took great effort to create these formation plates. He added, we need to strike swiftly. That woman is a lunatic. Who knows how many people she has sent to kill me. He'll lure those two here. With that, the two made their plans, and Liu Qinghuan handed the purple cloud cloak to Yunzheng, reminding him to be extremely cautious. Yunzheng took a moment to adjust himself, donned the purple cloud cloak, and swiftly disappeared into the dense forest. Liu Qinghuan utilized the turtle breathing technique, hiding beneath a large tree. The turtle breathing technique is a spell that conceals one's breath, as long as one is not specifically searched for. It provides a certain degree of concealment. He couldn't help but worry about how to lead the black-clothed men into the formation without raising suspicion, which was no easy task. Yunzheng was also contemplating this issue at this moment. His face was clouded with worry. He had previously managed to conceal it somewhat in front of Liu Qinghuan, but now it was evident. Those two were technically his cousins. However, the Yun family has many side branches, and the younger generation is so numerous that he had only encountered those two a few times and didn't even know their names. Moreover, due to his mother's lowly status, even though he had exceptional talent in cultivation and made rapid progress, he still faced considerable humiliation, both overtly and covertly within the clan. His secret departure from the family was actually sanctioned by the clan's nascent soul ancestor. The Yun family had been renowned for over 2,000 years, appearing prosperous on the outside, but inside it was fraught with peril. The clan's cultivation talents have been declining generation by generation, showing a trend of stagnation, yet they are still caught up in internal strife among various factions. Of the two existing nascent soul ancestors, one went missing 50 years ago in the ruins of Dayan, while the other just passed away right before he left home. So when those two claim the ancestor has ordered it, it was merely an excuse. His father Yun Lingfeng, the current head of the Yun family, is now 346 years old, with only a little over 50 years left before reaching the lifespan limit of 400 years for a golden core cultivator. Currently, the outside world is unaware of the ancestor's passing, but the truth will soon be revealed. Without a nascent soul cultivator to anchor the sect or family, a decline in status is inevitable. At the same time, they also face the inevitable outcome of their existing interests being encroached upon by other competing cultivation forces. Yet the fools in the family are still engaging in backstabbing and power struggles at this time. Yun Lingfeng's wife Chun Yuang, a golden core early-stage cultivator from the Feiyue Tower, has always resented him deeply because he is a lowly furnace child, and she compares her own son Yun Jing unfavorably against Yun Zheng's exceptional talent. In such tumultuous circumstances, the nascent soul ancestor and his father feared he would be ambushed, so they sent him away to join the Shaoyang sect, which has old friends of the ancestor that could offer him some protection. However, Yunzheng had his own plans and did not intend to go to the Shaoyang sect. Although it is currently the largest cultivation sect, it is rife with factions, and the infighting among members is as fierce, if not fiercer, than that within the Yun family. Moreover, Chun Yuang has many sisters from the Feiyue Tower who have married into the Shaoyang sect, and he might find himself in deep danger when he thinks he is safe. The ancestor's friends might protect him for a time, but cannot guarantee his safety forever. It would be better to choose a sect that Chun Yuang hasn't infiltrated yet, which might provide him with immediate security. As long as he is given time to cultivate, once he breaks through, the previous threats will naturally become insignificant. He had already made up his mind, so he redirected his path to Haoyuan City to participate in the Ascension Conference a year later. With Chun Yuang's petty nature, she would never send just two people to hunt him down. They are likely waiting for him on the road to the Shaoyang sect right now. However, those people probably have already received word of his presence here, so he must act quickly. Yunzheng cautiously walked through the forest, searching for the shadows of the black-clothed men. After walking quite a distance, he finally discovered their traces on a hillside. It was the extremely subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy leaking from the formation, which could not be detected without deliberate searching. At this moment, the two inside the formation still had no idea that their target was not far from them. Yun Yu paced anxiously within the protective formation, unable to stay still for even a moment. Seeing Yun Rue sitting motionless like a meditating monk, he couldn't help but complain, "Are we just going to wait here? What are you so anxious about?" Yun Rue replied slowly with his eyes closed, "This place has a clear view. We will see any movement immediately. Besides, I have set many sensing formation plates in the woods. Unless they purely walk out of this forest, it is vast enough that they could spend 10 days or half a month walking without getting out." Yun Rui's confidence only deepened Yun Ye's unease. Yun Rue was a cultivation fanatic, spending years in seclusion and rarely interacting with the family, which meant he had little understanding of Yun Zheng's terrifying potential. The moment Yun Zheng was born, had it not been for his innate spiritual body, he might have met the same fate as his mother, who was killed by Madame Chun. The spiritual body is an exceptionally domineering innate physique. Those endowed with such a body possess a natural ability to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, leading to significantly more opportunities for enlightenment during cultivation. Moreover, the spiritual eye associated with the spiritual body can see through illusions and is purported to have a certain probability of predicting events yet to occur. Initially, he was skeptical, thinking it was mere exaggeration by others, for the ability to foresee was indeed extraordinary. However, the way Yun Zheng's spells seemed to possess awareness seemed to validate this claim. Despite being valued by the family due to his innate physique and thus having access to more cultivation resources, Yun Zheng was viewed as a thorn in the side by many, enduring bullying from his peers since childhood, including from his own brother. With Madame Chen's covert instigation and indulgence, the bullying escalated, and on several occasions Yun Zheng nearly faced death at the hands of reckless children. The clan elder and the family head had once been furious over this and punished several of the most unruly offenders, yet the open and the covert machinations did nothing to change Yun Zheng's tragic childhood. It wasn't until he turned 10 that Yun Zheng suddenly erupted, using his 5th level of Qi refinement to lead the group of youths into a formation he had set up, thoroughly defeating them. After that, very few dared to provoke him. In just a few short years, Yun Zheng advanced to the 8th level of Qi refinement, making it difficult to find any peers in the younger generation who could surpass him. Amidst Yun Ye's growing impatience, an ominous premonition loomed over him. He suspected his earlier judgments were wrong. It seemed that the two of them had forced Yun Zheng into a desperate escape, but could it be true that Yun Zheng couldn't contend with them? Could it be? Yun Yu suddenly thought of a possibility, feeling as if he were plunged into icy water. Yet even if there was a scheme at play, he could not afford to back down now. Madame Chen's offered reward this time was a foundation establishment pill. A single foundation establishment pill is hard to come by, and although the clan would bestow them upon promising young disciples, the competition was fierce. Many stood ahead of Yun Yu in line, and he was already 39 years old, having been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement for 5 long years. It was nearly impossible for him to break through to foundation establishment, relying solely on his own power. Thus, he could not refuse Madame Chen's task. If he obtained the foundation establishment pill, there might still be hope for advancement in his cultivation. On the path of cultivation, one encounters various life-threatening crises. If one fears death and refrains from taking risks, their progress will stagnate. The path to immortality is a struggle against fate with every step. "They're coming." Suddenly Yun Rue exclaimed, rising abruptly. Yun Yu snapped out of his thoughts and looked into the distance, spotting Yun Zheng riding the cloud shuttle in the sky above the forest, but the Qi refinement 4th level kid beside him had vanished. The two quickly unleashed their flying artifacts. Yun Rue continued to use the flying boat, while Yun Yu opted for a flying sword. They initially chose to travel using Madame Chen's flying boat to conserve spiritual energy and quickly locate Yun Zheng, as using flying artifacts at the Qi refinement stage consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Both were not highly regarded children of the clan and could not afford to replenish their spiritual energy with as many spirit stones as Yun Zheng had. Even so, they had consumed a fair amount of spirit stones along the way, internally cursing their losses. To their surprise, the moment they encountered Yun Zheng, he fled without uttering a word. Although his cloud shuttle was not as fast as the flying boat, it still far outpaced Yun Ye's flying sword. The two could only continue their pursuit on the flying boat, feeling somewhat constrained in their movements. They soared into the air, rapidly closing in on Yun Zheng. At that moment, Yun Zheng also noticed them. His expression turned panicked for an instant, and with a sudden pivot, he evaded Yun Ye's barrage of arrows and fled back the way he had come. Yun Yu halted his flying sword momentarily. Seeing Yun Rue pursuing rapidly on the flying boat, he immediately followed suit, transmitting a warning to Yun Rue. "Be careful, there may be a trap." Yun Rue dismissed Yun Ye's caution, maneuvering the flying boat to follow Yun Zheng into the dense forest. He summoned a flying sword, pointing it forward. The sword left a shadowy trail as it shot directly toward Yunzheng's back. In his view, Yunzheng was young, and despite his 8th level of qi refinement, how much combat experience could he possibly have? Yunyu was overly timid, making him appear quite contemptible. Seeing that Yun Rui wouldn't listen, Yunyu had no choice but to set aside his concerns. He rotated his hands, summoning an ancient bronze bell following behind the flying sword to launch an attack on Yunzheng. Yunzheng sped ahead, and upon seeing the flying sword approaching, he quickly raised an ice shield behind him. He then released an ice explosion, deflecting the flying sword that shattered his ice shield, sending it off course. At that moment, the bronze bell reached him. With a resounding clang, Yunzheng's divine sense suddenly became chaotic. His head surged with piercing pain, nearly causing him to tumble off the cloud shuttle. A flash of white appeared in his eyes, and his divine sense quickly reconsolidated. In a fit of rage, he waved his hand, and a chilling thread of black ice emerged, striking the bronze bell with a whip. The bronze bell was hit squarely, nearly sent flying. Yunyu hastily performed a hand gesture, causing the bell to circle back to him, but a clear imprint was visible on it, making him cry out in pain. The black ice thread coiled like a spirit serpent, forming a shield that directly blocked the incoming flying sword, causing sparks to fly as the sword struck the shield. With another twist, the sword was knocked away again. As the three flew and battled, Yunzheng utilized the trees to continuously create advantageous positions, skillfully wielding the black ice thread to both defend and attack, showcasing his remarkable prowess. After flying for a short while, they reached a grove of redwood trees. Yunyu became increasingly alarmed and hesitant. Yunzheng's strength was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Yun Rui unleashed a fireball technique, directly knocking Yunzheng off the cloud shuttle. He couldn't help but feel elated, formulating another hand gesture to launch another attack, when he suddenly heard Yunzheng shout, "Liu Qinghuan." Suddenly, the surrounding scenery distorted, and Yunzheng vanished from sight. Yun Rui was taken aback. Having grown up in a family proficient in formations, he quickly realized he had fallen into a certain formation. Yunyu, who was a step behind, saw Yun Rui disappear before his eyes. Having sensed this beforehand, he felt a sense of as expected and prepared to retreat, only to be met with a sudden, overwhelming force from behind. Liu Qinghuan emerged from behind a tree, witnessing Yunzheng pushing someone into the formation. He handed the control disc to Yunzheng, explaining that it was he who activated the Thousand Woods ensnaring formation with his spiritual energy. What should we do next? Yunzheng's face darkened, and without answering, he began tapping the formation disc, causing a dense fog to rise within the Thousand Woods ensnaring formation, engulfing Yun Rui and Yunyu. After completing this, he let out a sigh of relief. "Liu Qinghuan, you stay outside and alert me if anything happens. He'll go in and deal with them." Saying this, he donned a purple cloud cloak and entered the formation. Inside, a different scene unfolded. The thick white mist obscured divine sense, restricting their perception within half a foot of their bodies. Moreover, their vision was limited. The swirling white mist appeared almost tangible, and anything beyond 3 feet became difficult to discern. "Yunyu, what kind of formation is this? Do you know what it is, eh?" Yun Rui exclaimed in panic. A large flag spun rapidly around him, dispelling the mist, but after a short while the dispersed mist once again enveloped the area. In contrast to Yun Rui's turmoil, Yunyu, who had been pushed into the formation, remained much calmer. It's still unclear at the moment. Gripping a compass, he noticed the pointer spinning wildly, frowning deeply. "Yunzheng, come out." Yun Rui shouted frantically, waving his flying sword. "You bastard. I want rest until I kill you." Yunyu, disdainful in his heart, ignored the frenzied Yun Rui and focused on the compass in his hands. After casting several spells, the compass pointer finally stabilized, pointing to the right. He felt a surge of joy, preparing to call out to Yun Rui, when his expression suddenly changed. "Dodge!" His body twisted as a tree trunk thicker than the two of them combined eerily emerged from the mist on the right, brushing past him in silence before vanishing back into the fog. Yun Rui snorted coldly, and the flying sword shot out abruptly, striking the approaching tree trunk. With a loud bang, one end of the trunk was shattered by the sword, and amidst the flying wood debris, the sword was pushed back. Yun Rui's entire body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stepped aside, retracting the flying sword as the severed trunk sailed past him. Yunyu stared in shock at Yun Rui, thankful that he had moved swiftly. He hadn't expected the impact of these tree trunks to be so immense. However, this is just the beginning. More tree trunks appeared like phantoms everywhere, in the air and on the ground. The two dared not confront them head-on and used all their efforts to dodge. "Yunyu, think of a way. These tree trunks are increasing in number." Yun Rui exclaimed in a panic, narrowly avoiding two crisscrossing trunks, sweat pouring down his forehead. Yunyu bit his tongue to refrain from cursing and glanced at the compass, whispering, "Follow me." He swiftly changed his steps into an unusual rhythm, each movement perfectly avoiding the incoming trunks. Yun Rui hurriedly followed. Although he was also from the Yun family, his mother had instructed him not to waste time on external matters, but to focus solely on his cultivation. Therefore, he had never attended any family lectures on formations and now had to rely on Yun Yu's expertise. We're getting close to the formation's core. Yun Yu glanced at the compass and said, I haven't seen this formation before. For now, we'll have to break it with brute force. Just as he spoke, a sudden whistling sound erupted, and he shouted, Be careful. The ancient bronze bell had already acted, shielding him completely. Countless leaves whirled towards the two at an astonishing speed, their edges sharp as blades, leaving white marks on the bronze bell. Yun Yu was horrified, but just then he heard Yun Rui scream. Turning his head, he saw Yun Rui, entangled by numerous roots, desperately struggling. His flying sword was slashing at the roots, but there were too many. For every one he cut, another sprang forth. Due to his weak spiritual sense in the chi refining stage, he could only manipulate one magical tool at a time. Thus Yun Rui had put away his large banner and was relying solely on his spiritual energy shield, which could hardly withstand the cutting of the leaves. After just a few moments, deep wounds had already appeared on his body. Yun Rui cried out in pain, the flying sword flailing wildly, preventing Yun Yu from getting close to help. Yun Yu flew up into the air, dodging the roots that were trying to ensnare him, and shouted angrily, Stop. You idiot, stop. Don't use the flying sword. Use the banner to protect yourself. Yun Rui, covered in countless leaves, yelled frantically, reaching for his waist, where a black thunder pill was already in his hand. With a flick of his hand, the black thunder pill shot out. Yun Yu felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of it, and instantly flew in the opposite direction. The thunder pill hit the ground and exploded. A thunderous roar followed, and Yun Yu felt a tremendous force push him from behind, causing him to fall to the ground. The tree trunks, flying leaves, and roots suddenly vanished. Yun Yu, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, furiously kicked Yun Rui beside him, shouting, Are you out of your mind? Do you want to blow me up too? Yun Rui kicked to the ground, rolled over, and spat out a mouthful of blood, raising his hand to cast a fireball. Get away. Don't use the thunder pill with a useless person like you. When will we break the formation? Seeing the thick fog that had been blown away begin to reappear, Yun Yu could no longer hold back, sneering, I don't know how many thunder pills you have left, but this formation has several layers of deadly traps. Do you have enough to blast through them all? Yun Rui's expression turned ugly, and he retorted, This formation is quite simple. I have plenty of tricks. Before he could finish, he saw Yun Yu raise a hand, signaling him to be silent. Just then Yun Yu seemed to hear a faint, buzzing noise. Listening again, it seemed the sound was merely his imagination. Yun Rui also perked up his ears to listen. The formation was eerily quiet, and there was no sound at all. He pulled at the leaves stuck to him, gritting his teeth in pain as he cursed, Damn it hurts so much. Yun Zheng, if I catch you, will cut your flesh piece by piece. Seeing Yun Yu looking around anxiously, he couldn't help but mock, And you stop being so jumpy. Since you're so timid, you shouldn't have taken on this task in the first place. While tending to his wounds, he vented his unease and dissatisfaction. If it weren't for his usual focus on cultivation and rarely interacting with the clan, he wouldn't have agreed to go on a mission with someone like Yun Yu, especially under such a rushed circumstance. Yun Yu was filled with fury. This person was utterly self-righteous. Spending all day locked away in cultivation with no practical experience, he was now flustered and confused in battle, relying on his mother's status as a golden core cultivator to act superior. Having cultivation is useless. Those who only focus on training won't even know how they will die. Just as Yun Yu was about to retort, the faint buzzing sound rang out again, and countless green glowing dots appeared in his spiritual sense. Buying insect. Yun Yu's face changed drastically. He shouted and rolled away in panic. It was no wonder Yun Yu was alarmed. The buying insect ranked 168th on the bizarre insect list, only the size of a grain of rice, flying almost silently. More importantly, it carried a potent venom capable of incapacitating even cultivators. If anyone was touched by even a drop of its venom and did not immediately consume the juice of the golden lantern flower, they could very well die from the poison. At this moment, he had no golden lantern flower juice. Moreover, there was a whole swarm of buying insects. Yun Rui, who was internally sneering at Yun Yu, was momentarily taken aback by his panic. Upon hearing the words, buying insect, he was momentarily at a loss. In that brief moment of distraction, the buying insects had already surrounded him, each one landing on his spiritual energy shield, quickly covering it, as if draping a green garment over it. Yun Rui immediately noticed his spiritual energy depleting rapidly. He saw the buying insects gnawing at the shield with their needle-sized mouths. Only then did he realize. Panicking, he instinctively cast the fireball technique, trying to incinerate the buying insects. To his surprise, when the flames landed on the buying insects, it was like pouring boiling oil on a hot pan. The green flames surged high, and each buying insect became increasingly frenzied, enveloped in green fire, the flames quickly spreading to all the buying insects. Yun Yu, watching from a distance, could see a humanoid figure engulfed in green flames rolling on the ground, and in his shock, he couldn't help but scold Yun Rui for his foolishness. He didn't even know that buying insects became more ferocious when exposed to fire. He truly wondered what Yun Rui had been practicing all day. He did want to save Yun Rui. After all, Yun Rui's mother was very protective of her son. If Yun Rui died here, she would undoubtedly take her anger out on him. In his branch of the family, there was only an uncle at the Foundation establishment stage who could not withstand Yun Rui's mother's retaliation. However, Yun Rui's stupidity had severed any chance of rescue. While the buying insects were fierce, they were extremely afraid of water. As long as they were not contaminated with their venom, they could be drowned with a splash of water. But the buying insects, now wrapped in flames, became increasingly aggressive, and a thin shield of spiritual energy could not withstand their gnawing. Just like Yun Rui, his shield was swiftly devoured within a few breaths, and countless tiny buying insects pounced on him, gnawing frantically, until he fell victim to their poison, lifeless like a piece of jade. Yun Rui would never have thought that, in his view, dealing with a chi-refining 8th layer like Yun Zheng was merely a trial. He had felt bored staying at home and originally just wanted to go out for a bit of fun while completing a task, so he never mentioned it to his mother to avoid being stopped. Who would have thought he would meet his demise here? Damn it. If you die, don't involve me. Going on a mission with you has been the worst luck I've ever had. Yun Yu cursed, now not only needing to break the formation, but also having to guard against hidden attacks. Even if he survived today, he would have to face the wrath of Yun Rui's mother back in the clan. Yun Yu felt immensely frustrated, suppressing his rage. Seeing the flames on the buying insects slowly dissipate, he summoned several large water balls, drowning all the insects before collecting Yun Rui's body. Fortunately, he had never harbored the greedy thought of taking all the credit by himself. When he discovered Yun Zheng, he had already sent a sound transmission for help. Others would soon be on their way, and as long as he could hold out until they arrived, Yun Zheng would have nowhere to escape. Unbeknownst to him at this moment, Yun Zheng had already left the Qianmu killing array, flying with Liu Qinghuan on a cloud shuttle far beyond the Three Mountains. Compared to dealing with the cautious Yun Yu, it would waste an immense amount of time here. Escaping was certainly more important. Yun Zheng casually tossed a spirit beast pouch to Liu Qinghuan, saying, "Here, put that little creature inside so it won't be a hindrance." Liu Qinghuan curiously examined it before placing the little hoofed cloud beast inside. She also threw 2 broken mountain fruits to the little guy for juice and casually asked, "Why didn't you take it out earlier? You made me carry it all the way." Yun Zheng shrugged. Earlier it contained the buying insect, and now that the buying insect has been used, it has become available. He added, "That couple who tried to rob you had quite a haul. Not only did they have a purple cloud canopy, but they also possessed rare insects like the buying insect, which saved me a considerable amount of effort." As he handed the purple cloud canopy back to Liu Qinghuan, he couldn't help but laugh heartily at the thought of Yun Rui actually using fire to burn the buying insect. He had never seen someone so foolish. He initially only intended to use the buying insect for a surprise attack, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a significant advantage, saving him plenty of time to escape. Liu Qinghuan was examining the map and said, "If we continue directly to Haoyuan City, countless people will undoubtedly be waiting to chase us. It seems we must change our route." Yun Zheng leaned in. "Changing routes isn't that simple a look." Yun Zheng pointed to the map, saying, "To the south is the obstructive Qi Hills filled with snakes, insects, and vermin. The antidotes I brought aren't enough. It's definitely not feasible. To the north we would have to bypass the Chu Shuang Marsh. The Chu Shuang Marsh is so vast that if we go around it we wouldn't reach Haoyuan City for an entire year." Liu Qinghuan frowned as she looked at the narrow passage leading to Haoyuan City on the edge of the Chu Shuang Marsh. The north side was predominantly Chu Shuang Marsh, while the south was drawn as hilly terrain of the obstructive Qi Hills. There was a large river near the marsh called the Tianyuan River. The Tianyuan River originates from the Hengwu mountain range, winding its way eastward to merge with the Eastern Sea. Following the river would lead directly to Haoyuan City. The Tianyuan River is abundant in a low-level fish-type demon beast called the dragon scale fish, who, despite being of only first-tier low quality and often regarded as a delicacy, due to its delicious taste, it is extremely ferocious. They swim in groups in the river, and as soon as they detect any object passing above the surface, whether it be a bird or a cultivator, they leap from the water like cannonballs, mouths wide open with sharp teeth, and they won't let go until they have bitten down, even if it costs them their lives. With their terrifying numbers, these low-level, yet troublesome fish have taken over the Tianyuan River, with no one, including other demon beasts, daring to pass over the surface, simultaneously blocking the southward expansion of the Chu Shuang Marsh. He pondered, what if we directly enter the Chu Shuang Marsh and move forward? As he spoke, he drew a line on the narrow passage, which was almost parallel to the route leading to Haoyuan City. "Are you crazy?" Yun Zheng glared at Liu Qinghuan. "I would rather traverse the obstructive Qi Hills than enter the Chu Shuang Marsh." The dangers of the Chushuang Marsh are not only due to the numerous demon beasts, but also the extremely complex terrain. One misstep, and it would be equivalent to walking directly into the mouths of demon beasts. He paused, looking at Liu Qinghuan with a face of disdain. Moreover, with your cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refining going in would be a death sentence. Liu Qinghuan pouted. That's still better than dying from poison. It is dangerous, but there is at least a slim chance of survival. I have 5 antidote pills left. Do you think we can make it through the obstructive qi hills with just 5? Yunzheng scratched his head. He was even worse off than Liu Qinghuan, as he only had 3 antidote pills. Moreover, he clearly understood that if they did not change their route, they would face more than just the pursuit of 2 people. With Lady Qin's ruthless nature, she wouldn't rest until she had killed him. It seems changing to the Chushuang Marsh has become inevitable. He looked at Liu Qinghuan with a complex expression. Liu Qinghuan was completely dragged into this by him. With her intelligence, it would be much safer for her to travel alone to Haoyuan City. However, now, he couldn't abandon her. Lady Qin already knew they were together, and letting Liu Qinghuan go alone would undoubtedly push him to his doom. Seeing the expression on Yunzheng's face, Liu Qinghuan knew what he was thinking. She simply patted his shoulder, uninterested in further discussion, and turned back to study the map. The 2 of them didn't hesitate to spend spirit stones and traveled overnight. 2 days later, they reached the edge of the Chushuang Marsh. Time was pressing, so they couldn't afford to hesitate and flew straight in. Upon entering the Chushuang Marsh, the light gradually dimmed, and bubbling mud pits of various sizes were visible everywhere. Trees with air roots were rooted in the marsh, and a scent of decaying leaves and rotten mud pervaded the air. Beneath the trees, and on the water's surface, large swarms of mosquitoes were swirling around. The 2 slowed their pace, avoiding the swarms, while also being cautious of the potential dangers that might suddenly arise from the mud. From time to time, they could see things moving beneath the murky water surface. Liu Qinghuan spread her divine sense within a 3-zhang radius around her. In such a place, recklessly using divine sense could easily provoke unexpected attacks, so she had to probe cautiously. As they delved deeper, the light grew fainter, and they encountered various troubles along the way. Fortunately, they faced no real dangers, and they tried to avoid provoking the demon beasts, choosing to evade whenever possible. Soon they had entered the depths of the marsh and arrived at a large mountain. After confirming that the area was relatively safe with his divine sense, Yunzheng landed on a prominent rock. After dismounting from the cloud shuttle, Yunzheng took out a set of formation plates and began to arrange the formation around the large stone. What kind of formation is this? Liu Qinghuan asked, curiously, noticing it was different from the protective concealment formations she had seen before. 5 elements illusion formation, Yunzheng explained briefly while setting down the formation plates. It is more concealed than the protective concealment formation and has certain offensive capabilities. Once Yunzheng completed the formation, Liu Qinghuan flew outside the formation to take a look. The original large stone had vanished, transformed into an assortment of trees similar to the surrounding environment, revealing brownish mountain rocks, making it impossible to detect any flaws. Yunzheng paid no attention to the foolish Liu Qinghuan and began meditating to regain his energy. To avoid being caught off guard by sudden dangers due to insufficient spiritual power, they had alternated controlling the cloud shuttle along the way, and they were currently greatly depleted. After fully recovering their spiritual power, they continued deeper into the marsh. They had to carefully choose how deep to go. The further in, the stronger the demon beasts would be, while staying too close to the outside would significantly increase the chances of being pursued. The demon beasts in the Chushuang Marsh were distributed from weak to strong, with the stronger ones located deeper inside. It is said that the very center of the marsh houses 4-tier demon beasts. Demon beasts at the 4th tier are equivalent to the nascent soul stage of humans. For cultivators, the Chushuang Marsh not only presents dangers, but also countless opportunities. Without mentioning the materials from demon beasts or other spiritual herbs and minerals, the greatest opportunity lies in the fact that this place was once a sacred ground for cultivation where numerous sects had stationed. These sects vanished during the sealed boundary war, but some remnants will always be left behind, whether it be magical tools or lost cultivation techniques. Periodically, news arises about who has obtained some extraordinary treasures from within, which is the main reason countless people disregard the dangers of life and death to enter the Chushuang Marsh. Liu Qinghuan and the others did not aim for these treasures, so they did not venture too deep, only advancing in the area of 1st-tier demon beasts. For safety's sake, Liu Qinghuan consistently used the purple cloud canopy to conceal herself behind Yunzheng, preventing any demon beasts that might try to take advantage of her low cultivation from attacking her. Demon beasts are also extremely intelligent and understand how to prey on the weak. They tried to avoid areas where demon beasts resided if they couldn't evade a fight would be inevitable. Sure enough, the 2 of them ended up tangling with a snake. Originally, they were just passing by a pond, and Yunzheng had used his divine sense to check the depths of the pond, finding no danger before flying over. Who would have thought that a snake would suddenly jump out of the water lunging at them with its massive mouth? Fortunately, Yunzheng had been vigilant and had not flown low. As he stepped on his feet, the cloud shuttle swerved to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but be startled. A double-head monster snake. The snake, missing its strike, landed on the chaotic rocks outside the pond, raising its heads and letting out a hiss at the two. Liu Qinghuan glanced over. This was a first-tier 9-grade demon beast with a brown snake body adorned with dark yellow rings coiled together in a large heap. It had 2 triangular heads, one yellow and one blue, and no tail. Wow, this snake is indeed strange. Yunzheng heard Liu Qinghuan's exclamation echoing in his mind. The two had been communicating through sound transmission, which not only concealed Liu Qinghuan's presence, but also ensured their safety. Yunzheng had no time to pay attention to Liu Qinghuan, for the snake let out a hiss and darted back toward him like lightning, lunging directly at Yunzheng's face, determined not to stop until it bit him. Yunzheng dared not be careless. With a wave of his right hand, an icy wind emerged, slamming the two-headed serpent down to the ground. The snake twisted strangely on the ground. The blue snake head that had been at its tail flicked up, standing erect, unleashing a barrage of water arrows like a machine gun. The water arrows suddenly froze midair, their speed significantly reduced. Yunzheng sidestepped and landed on the ground on his cloud shuttle. For the moment, he couldn't escape. On the cloud shuttle, he felt restricted and far less agile than when using the cloud stepping technique. Since the snake was relentless, he had no choice but to subdue it to make his escape. Yunzheng flipped his hand, the mystic ice whip already in his grasp, and lashed out, sending the attacking two-headed serpent flying. The snake let out a strange cry and burrowed into the ground. Yunzheng's heart tightened. The snake could burrow into the earth. He quickly retreated, and a yellow triangular snake head poked out from the ground, snapping at his ankle. Fortunately, he had just stepped back when a protective barrier of spiritual energy surrounded him. The snake's fangs bit into the barrier, leaving 2 holes. Yunzheng broke out in a cold sweat. If it had bitten him, he would have lost half his foot. His expression turned fierce as he recalled the mystic ice whip from the air. In its place appeared a gleaming long sword. Yunzheng slashed at the two-headed serpent with his sword. Liu Qinghuan, slightly moving away under the violet cloud canopy to avoid the frontline battle, watched as Yunzheng wielded his sword with agility, battling the two-headed serpent fiercely. This was the first time Liu Qinghuan had seen Yunzheng use a sword, and he was astonished at how sharp his sword techniques were. Seeing Yunzheng fight with such gusto made him feel frustrated about his own low cultivation, as he had no chance to participate, making him feel utterly stifled. The two-headed serpent was no ordinary foe. Relying on its tough skin and flesh, one head could shoot water arrows while the other could burrow underground. For a moment, Yunzheng couldn't take it down, but the serpent was also covered in wounds. Its fate of being killed was not far off. At that moment, Liu Qinghuan caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but shout, "Be careful." At the same time, a wall of earth suddenly rose near the water pool behind Yunzheng, blocking a dark figure that was charging toward his back. But it was only a mere obstruction. This was enough for Yunzheng to react, swiftly shifting to the right. The dark figure broke through the earthen wall, flying past his left cheek, the force of its rush causing his hair to fly up. Upon closer inspection, he saw another long black snake appear on the ground, which was faintly on the verge of breaking through to the next level of cultivation, about to enter the second stage. The cold eyes of the black snake turned toward Liu Qinghuan. Although it couldn't see Liu Qinghuan, it sensed his presence from the spiritual energy traces left earlier. With the appearance of the black snake, the two-headed serpent, which had been on the brink of defeat, suddenly regained its spirit, both heads raised high, hissing angrily at the black snake. Unfortunately for it, its excitement came too soon. A sword light as swift as lightning struck and severed both snake heads in one blow. Liu Qinghuan and the black snake were both stunned, the situation changing too rapidly for them to grasp. Especially the black snake. Had it not been for the warning from the hidden human, Yunzheng would have already perished under its sudden ambush. Even if the ambush failed, the two snakes facing a human would still have a great advantage. As for Liu Qinghuan, his strength had already been revealed by that earthen wall technique, causing the black snake to completely disregard him. Who would have thought that the two-headed serpent, which had just been jubilant moments ago, would suddenly be decapitated? The black snake slowly turned its head toward Yunzheng, its cold eyes rapidly filled with rage, the entire head standing erect. Yunzheng's face was icy as he ignored the black snake's fury, waving his hands, several array plates flying in all directions, rapidly casting spells. Liu Qinghuan's gaze sharpened. He knew that Yunzheng needed time to set up the array. He quickly tore down the violet cloud canopy and pressed his hand against his storage bag, retrieving a handful of seeds. He tossed the seeds into the air, and countless seeds shot out, showering the black snake, causing its body, which was about to charge at Yunzheng, to hesitate. As those seeds hit the ground, numerous vines quickly sprang up, wrapping around the black snake. The black snake was furious. It easily shook off the low-level vine technique with a slight twist. Right now it hated Yun Zheng the most. Once it dealt with this side, it could easily swallow the weak human. Just as it was about to ignore the vines, Liu Qinghuan threw a blasting talisman at it. The wild surge of spiritual energy from the talisman made the black snake wary, causing it to twist and dodge to the side. The blasting talisman missed, exploding in midair, flames bursting forth like an explosion, forcing the black snake to retreat even further. After the power of the blasting talisman dissipated, it coldly glared at Liu Qinghuan, ignoring the wooden spikes and other low-level spells he had thrown. Its target was the standing Yun Zheng. With a flash of shadow, it dashed toward Yun Zheng. This is why humans of the same level can generally hunt beasts that are slightly stronger than them. Although beasts have gained spiritual awareness, they cannot match human cunning and strategy. If a human were here seeing Yun Zheng setting up the array, no matter how much Liu Qinghuan interfered, it wouldn't allow Yun Zheng to complete the array. And since they couldn't prevent the formation from being completed, they would have already retreated far from the center of the array, never throwing themselves into the net. The fate of the black snake was predictable. That night, Liu Qinghuan and Yun Zheng enjoyed a feast of grilled snake, meat, boiled snake soup, and stewed snake broth, while the snake's skin, gall, fangs, and blood were preserved as spiritual materials, truly dedicating themselves to the task. Oh, it's been so long since I've eaten so heartily. Yun Zheng lay contentedly by the water pool after a satisfying meal. Liu Qinghuan lay beside him, also sighing in enjoyment. Through the transparent array light curtain, they looked at the star-filled night sky, while slowly reminiscing about the battle earlier in the day. By the way, what was that spell you used during the day? The Celestial Maiden's Flower Scatter. Celestial Maiden's Flower Scatter. Liu Qinghuan was taken aback. You mean the one with the countless vines shooting up? That's the vine technique. I just activated several seeds at once, Liu Qinghuan explained. Yun Zheng was nearly choked. You monster. You were able to activate so many vine techniques at once. Liu Qinghuan was astonished. The vine technique is quite simple. It doesn't require much spiritual energy. Why can't one activate several at once? You can't. Yun Zheng retorted angrily. Of course not. A chi refinement stage cultivator can at most use 2 or 3 spells simultaneously. Beyond that, it's not just a matter of how much spiritual energy you have, but a limitation of divine sense control. Each spell requires precise manipulation of divine sense. Even a low-level fireball technique, once cast, requires control during its flight. Generally, simultaneous fireballs are not just ordinary fireball techniques, but rather an advanced version known as the sequential fireball technique. The more spells, the harder it is to control with divine sense. Liu Qinghuan was bewildered. No one had ever told him these things. When he practiced, he just felt that using multiple vine techniques increased the success rate of ensnaring opponents, and he didn't find the control after activating the seeds particularly difficult. You must be born with a strong divine sense, right? Yun Zheng became interested, recalling the last encounter with that couple who tried to rob them, when Liu Qinghuan had used multiple vine techniques at once. Try it, and see how far your divine sense can reach. This is the simplest way to test the strength of divine sense. Liu Qinghuan sat up, spreading out his divine sense, which emanated from him as the center, penetrating through the array and spreading outward. Every blade of grass and tree within his divine sense range appeared before his eyes, as if he were seeing them firsthand. He pushed it to the limit and estimated about 20 zhang. Yun Zheng's mouth formed an O shape. At the 8th layer of chi refinement, his divine sense range was only about 20 zhang, while Liu Qinghuan was only at the 4th layer, where the normal divine sense range is typically only 6 or 7 zhang. Liu Qinghuan's divine sense was over 3 times the normal range. Haven't you practiced a specific mind technique for strengthening your divine sense? Yun Zheng asked. Liu Qinghuan hesitated for a moment, unsure if the sitting forgetting longevity technique could enhance his divine sense, and thus shook his head. Seeing Liu Qinghuan's expression, Yun Zheng assumed he did not wish to speak further and did not press the matter. After all, a cultivator's mind techniques are the most core secrets, not to be easily shared with others. The night in the Chushang marsh was not quiet. Aside from the calls of birds and the chirping of insects, there were occasional soft footsteps of ordinary wild beasts in the dark. The water pool behind them also produced gentle rippling sounds, and the myriad of faint noises combined created a sense of tranquility in the originally terrifying and mysterious marsh. The two fell silent, and in this tranquil atmosphere, drowsiness gradually crept in. Liu Qinghuan, half asleep and half awake, seemed to hear Yun Zheng softly say, "Liu Qinghuan, you are quite good." He turned over, muttering indistinctly to himself, not knowing what he was saying, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Liu Qinghuan could clearly feel that Yun Zheng's attitude towards him had been changing, and it was changing for the better. From initially being too lazy to even glance at him, they had gone through life and death together time and again, to now, when Yun Zheng could trustingly turn his back to him. Yun Zheng was a proud and difficult person to deal with, heavily guarded. It was extremely rare for him to place his trust in Liu Qinghuan at such a critical moment between life and death. The two young boys, still not fully grown into men, had met in humble beginnings, and would face even more severe trials on their future path of cultivation. The road to immortality was long and filled with challenges, yet the boys had already fallen asleep beneath the serene night sky. The next morning, Liu Qinghuan woke up and stretched lazily. After a night of deep sleep, he felt refreshed and full of spiritual energy, his entire body brimming with vitality. He kicked Yunzheng, who was still asleep, and when he saw him open his eyes, he went to the edge of the water pool to wash his face. The icy water splashed on his face felt delightful, completely chasing away the remnants of sleep. After washing his face, noticing that Yunzheng was still groggy, Liu Qinghuan paid him no mind and took out an iron pot to start a fire, planning to prepare some breakfast. Suddenly craving a dumpling wild vegetable soup, he rummaged through his storage bag for a bag of flour along with the wild vegetables he had picked previously. Fortunately, he had purchased various ingredients in Tongda City, and thanks to Yunzheng's knack for collecting ingredients along the way, he could easily whip up a feast right now. Thinking of Yunzheng's ingredient collection habit, he remembered the little hoofed beast he had put in the spirit beast bag. Liu Qinghuan hurriedly let the little creature out. Throughout their escape, he had hardly paid attention to it, and it had been cooped up in the spirit beast bag for too long. As soon as the little hoofed beast hit the ground, it turned around and bit Liu Qinghuan's finger stubbornly, its round eyes full of grievance. After Liu Qinghuan coaxed it with gentle words for quite a while, it finally generously released its tiny pink gums. Just as Liu Qinghuan was about to take out a fasting pill, Yunzheng suddenly threw a bag at him. "What's this?" Liu Qinghuan caught the bag and asked in confusion. "Spirit feeding pill. For feeding spirit beasts," Yunzheng said, without looking back, walking over to wash his face. Liu Qinghuan was speechless. "If you had the spirit feeding pill, why didn't you take it out earlier? Is it because the little hoofed beast had a bad attitude towards you? A grown man still holding a grudge against a little baby beast, aren't you afraid of losing face?" Liu Qinghuan poured out a pill and fed it to the little hoofed beast, seeing it happily munching on it, suddenly realizing, "I forgot to give you a name. Yunzheng, what do you think we should name this little guy?" After washing his face, Yunzheng looked at the little hoofed beast, which was turning its back to him, and said irritably, "Let's just call it Annoying Bug then." The little hoofed beast protested with whimpering sounds, and Liu Qinghuan patted its head, saying, "Let's simply call it First Day, since I remember picking it up on a new moon." Regarding Liu Qinghuan's term, "picked up," Yunzheng scoffed, "Whatever." Thus, the little hoofed beast with such a casually decided name was forever called First Day. The two quickly finished the dumpling wild vegetable soup. Liu Qinghuan cleaned up the cooking utensils, put First Day back in the spirit beast bag, and called out, "Let's go." Yunzheng rolled his eyes, saying, "Go where? There are still good things we haven't taken." Saying this, he walked to the water pool and sent his divine sense deep into the water. Liu Qinghuan curiously followed suit with his divine sense. The water was extremely deep, and as he pushed his divine sense to the limit, he still saw nothing but the cold, dark water. The black snake from yesterday was called Mo-gene viper, and it loves water spirit orchids. Therefore, wherever there are Mo-gene vipers, there are bound to be water spirit orchids. Water spirit orchids are extremely precious spiritual herbs for refining water-based pills. Yunzheng, rarely in the mood, patiently explained to the naive Liu Qinghuan, who nodded in understanding, thinking to himself that he must buy a comprehensive guide on spiritual herbs, spiritual minerals, spiritual materials, spirit beasts, and spirit insects from the Yunming's continent when he gets the chance. Every day he was looked down upon by Yunzheng, but once he learned, he would also look down on others every day. Seeing Liu Qinghuan start to unbutton his clothes, Yunzheng stopped him surprised and asked, "What are you doing? Going into the water? Are you immortal?" Yunzheng shook his head vigorously. He put on his spiritual energy shield and walked into the middle of the water pool as if it were solid ground, slowly sinking down into the water. Liu Qinghuan felt embarrassed, having cultivated for only a short time and living alone in the wilderness for a long while without guidance. He still lacked the self-awareness of a cultivator. He quickly donned his spiritual energy shield and followed Yunzheng into the depths of the pool. Through the light blue spiritual energy shield, he watched as the water was kept out, occasionally seeing fish swim by, feeling quite intrigued. The pool was not large, but it was extremely deep. The deeper they went, the narrower it became. After sinking for about half a stick of incense, they finally reached the bottom of the pool. Liu Qinghuan curiously stretched his hand outside the spiritual energy shield, only to shiver from the sudden cold, realizing how bone-chillingly icy the water was down here. The bottom of the pool was small, only about 3 feet square, with the walls made of a black stone. If not for Yunzheng holding a glowing stone, it would have been pitch black underwater. Liu Qinghuan, feeling reckless, asked Yunzheng what the glowing stone was. Yunzheng directly tossed him one, saying, "Moonlight stone." Liu Qinghuan held the moonlight stone and illuminated the surroundings. The bottom of the pool was easily visible, revealing only some ordinary water plants with no sign of water spirit orchids. Just as he was about to ask a question, he saw Yunzheng touching the stone wall here and there, finally finding a small hole. The hole was tiny, just big enough for a snake to slip through, but impossible for a person. Yunzheng channeled his spiritual energy into his fingers, lightly pulling, and a stone was drawn out. Soon a hole big enough for a person to squeeze through was completed. Behind the stone wall was still a waterway he swam in first, with Liu Qinghuan closely following. After swimming for a little while, the waterway gradually widened and began to slope upward until finally the two of them emerged into a stone cave. The entrance of the stone cave was partially submerged in water. They exchanged glances and walked from the water into the dry stone cave. In one corner of the cave, there was a nest, presumably the former residence of the two snakes. Not far from the snake's nest, a plant that closely resembled an orchid was growing amidst the crevices of the stones. Its leaves were slender and graceful, like a delicate maiden, exuding a faint and elegant fragrance. "It's actually a water spirit orchid over 300 years old," Yunzheng exclaimed with delight, taking out a jade box. Just as he was about to approach, he seemed to remember something and looked at Liu Qinghuan, saying, "All those spiritual materials from yesterday belong to you. In the future, if we come across good spiritual herbs again, you can choose first." Liu Qinghuan interrupted him and waved his hand, saying, "I understand. If it's useful to you, then you should take it." Yunzheng then stepped forward, carefully digging out the water spirit orchid and contentedly placed it into the jade box. The two, having found a good item, did not linger further and quickly returned to the surface along the waterway. Yunzheng took out a cloud shuttle, calling Liu Qinghuan to get on, but saw him standing to the side without moving. "What's the matter?" Yunzheng raised an eyebrow and asked. Liu Qinghuan looked at him and said, "I think we should part ways here." Yunzheng was taken aback, looking at him in silence. Liu Qinghuan turned to look into the distance where the morning mist enveloped the ancient marsh and slowly spoke. "At first, I underestimated the situation. The Chushang Marsh is even more perilous than I imagined. You have seen it as well. My cultivation is too low, and staying with you would only hinder you. You would need to be extremely cautious on your own, and if I were to be a burden, we might both fall into danger." Yunzheng remained silent for a moment, then let out a scoff, a sarcastic smile creeping onto his lips. "Have you made up your mind?" Liu Qinghuan chuckled as he approached and patted his shoulder. "Actually, it's because I've always found you annoying. I'm just a country bumpkin. I want travel with a big shot like you, lest I tarnish our rustic image." After exchanging a few jabs, Liu Qinghuan suppressed his feelings of parting and pointed to the south. "I will move towards the outskirts and follow the Tianyuan River along the edge of Chushang Marsh. There are mostly minor demonic beasts there, so safety shouldn't be an issue. Don't get too close to the Tianyuan River. Those fish aren't easy to deal with," Yunzheng warned. "If you encounter the Yun family's pursuers, use the sound transmission talisman I gave you earlier." Liu Qinghuan rolled his eyes in imitation of him. "All right, I can handle myself. After all, I have the Ziyun canopy. As for you, they are targeting you, so you should be more cautious." "Oomph," Yunzheng scoffed. "With the current useless members of the Yun family, unless they send someone at the Foundation establishment stage, they should be the ones worried." Liu Qinghuan took off his spirit beast pouch. "It'll leave Chuyi with you, don't bully it." He reached out to hand it over, but Yunzheng refused, looking disgusted. "I don't have the time to raise this little creature, you keep it." Liu Qinghuan looked at him. Back then he had risked being chased by beast hordes for this newly born mutated spirit beast, and now he spoke like this, revealing his true feelings. "Thanks, brother." Liu Qinghuan patted his shoulder. They exchanged a brief farewell and agreed to meet in Haoyuan City, then parted ways to pursue their own paths. In the Yun family estate within the main house. "I'm not dead yet." Accompanying the shout were the sounds of porcelain shattering on the floor. A tremendous pressure emanated unreservedly from the main house, causing the two Foundation establishment cultivators outside to kneel down as if a great mountain pressed upon their backs, making it impossible for them to lift their heads. They were not terrified, under the pressure of the late Golden Core stage, they possessed no power to resist. However, in the next moment, the pressure vanished and silence returned to the main house. The two Foundation establishment cultivators looked towards the tightly shut main house, where a transparent barrier isolated all sounds. They exchanged glances, not daring to speak, silently guarding outside. Inside the house, the current head of the Yun family, Yun Lingfeng, fixed a cold and fierce gaze upon the opposite Chen Yueying. Chen Yueying was at the early Golden Core stage, so she could barely hold on under the pressure of the late Golden Core stage. A hint of guilt flickered across her face, but it was quickly masked by a gentle smile as she leaned closer to Yun Lingfeng, pressing her ample bosom against him, and playfully chided, "Husband, why so angry? Let's talk it over slowly." Yun Lingfeng coldly stared at her, and as he observed her smile stiffening, he finally curled his lips into a sneer sharp as a blade, filled with a chilling aura that made her instinctively shut her mouth. Yun Lingfeng raised his hand and gently grasped her chin, his movements tender, just as they had been when he flirted with her before, yet the atmosphere in the room felt oppressive, like the calm before a storm. "Do you think my Yun family fears you, Feiyue Tower?" Yun Lingfeng leaned close to Chen Yueying's ear, whispering softly, as if sweetly murmuring, his hand caressing her flower-like face, but his words were utterly mismatched with his actions, each word laced with icy disdain. "Husband." Chen Yueying quickly shook her head. She had never seen such an angry Yun Lingfeng before. A chilling dread rose within her. She never expected Yun Lingfeng to be this furious. In the past, when she secretly plotted against Yun Zheng, he would always turn a blind eye. Before she could argue, Yun Lingfeng exerted force, causing sharp pain in her chin that left her unable to speak. She forgot her identity as a golden core cultivator, unable to muster even a hint of resistance, as sweet whispers spilled from his lips once more. Did you think I would allow you to bully Zhenger because I pretended not to see? Yun Lingfeng stated each word with emphasis, his suppressed rage boiling over at the end. He swung his left hand, delivering a slap, roaring, "That was my tacit approval. Without experiencing hardship, one cannot forge great strength." Chen Yueying was sent tumbling to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. "You dare hit me?" Chen Yueying covered her swollen face in disbelief, her facade crumbling as she shouted with venom. "Yes. I did send someone to hunt down that little wretch. He should have died long ago. If not for him, my Jinger would not have been taken away. Do you think it was Zhenger who took everything from Jinger? Yun Lingfeng laughed in fury. "You foolish woman. You waste your golden core cultivation, yet are no different from an ignorant woman of the mundane world. Though Jinger possesses mediocre talent, have I ever treated him poorly? His cultivation resources are the same as Zhenger's, yet he is 4 years older and has only reached the 6th level of Qi refinement this year. Yet despite this, have I ever complained? Have I ever cut off his cultivation resources? Those were all meant for Jing. That little wretch should have died the moment he was born." Chen Yueying had lost her sanity, screaming like a madwoman. Good, good, good. Yun Lingfeng quickly suppressed his anger. What more could he say to someone so obstinately ignorant? His expression grew terrifyingly calm. "Since you feel no remorse, then go reflect in the 10,000 ghosts heart-eating array." Chen Yueying looked at him in shock. The 10,000 ghosts heart-eating array was a punishment set up by the Yun family for severely wronged clan members, located behind the family shrine. Once inside, she would have to endure the torment of countless ghosts, and even if she managed to survive, she would likely go insane. She absolutely refused to go in for punishment, and besides, what crime had she committed? Determined, she pulled off the hairpin-shaped spirit tool from her head, ready to fight to the death. However, when she tried to channel her spiritual energy, she found it completely scattered and unable to gather. Only then did she panic completely. "Yun Lingfeng, what have you done to me?" Yun Lingfeng, seated above, merely looked at her coldly. Their union was merely a transaction of interest between powers, and there was no such thing as love. In the past, he had conferred respect and honor upon the head wife of the Yun family, and this head wife did not have to be Chen Yueying. Chen Yueying urged her spiritual energy repeatedly, but to no avail, and she said fiercely, "Yun Lingfeng, aren't you afraid that Feiyue Tower will seek justice from the Yun family?" Yun Lingfeng casually glanced at her. "Feiyue Tower? Do you think Feiyue Tower would offend my Yun family for a discarded child at the fake golden core stage?" Seeing Chen Yueying's face drain of color as he exposed the truth she had desperately concealed, Yun Lingfeng's expression turned grim. "Chen Yueying, do not think you are the only clever one in this world. Just because I have not counted your actions does not mean I am unaware." With a flick of his sleeve, the previously closed door swung open, revealing a glowing portal in the array. "Come in." The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators who had been guarding outside dared not hesitate, quickly entering and standing respectfully, not daring to glance sideways. "Take this guilty woman into the 10,000 ghosts heart-eating array and summon all cultivators of the clan to gather in the Yunhui Hall. I want to see who is absent from the clan. Those who cannot provide a reason will be dealt with by clan law." The 2 below involuntarily shivered, knowing that the calmer the head of the family appeared, the angrier he truly was, and silently sympathized with those young members of the clan who were seeking their own doom. Let us not speak of the Yun family's impending storm due to the rage of the current family head. After parting ways with Yunzheng, Liu Qinghuan headed straight for the outskirts of the Chushang Marsh. The outer environment was much better than the inner marsh, as the swamp was not as dense. The light in the forest improved significantly, and the demon beasts encountered were fewer and of lower cultivation, roughly below the first level, 3rd grade, greatly reducing Liu Qinghuan's pressure. He stopped only when he reached the edge of the Panlong River, for Yunzheng had warned him that the dragon scale fish in the river were incredibly fierce, so he dared not approach too closely, maintaining a safe distance as he continued eastward. In the past 2 days, he had been fortunate enough to witness just how formidable the dragon scale fish were. Apart from the occasional glimpse of their high leaps above the river surface, all other creatures had vanished. However, occasionally some clueless birds would flit overhead, and in those moments a spectacular sight would unfold. The dragon scale fish seemed to be on stimulants, leaping up in droves, eagerly snapping at the flying birds. The dragon scale fish possessed a large, ferocious mouth that was disproportionately large for their bodies, capable of swallowing things several times their size when opened, and their mouths were filled with sharp teeth that resembled arrows haphazardly stuck in. They could leap out of the water with incredible speed, like cannonballs shooting skyward. The scariest part was that even if you flew high, these fish would leap in succession, using the ones before them as stepping stones, soaring into the air until they bit their target. Do not think that this is the dragon scale fish's ultimate tactic. They are first-level, third-grade demon beasts. Besides the basic water arrows of water-type demon beasts, their teeth can also be launched like arrows. Moreover, considering their numbers, once they launched an attack, it was a spectacular sight with thousands of arrows shooting forth. These fish were simply terrifying. After witnessing the dragon scale fish hunt, Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but keep his distance from the river. Fortunately, as long as he did not approach the riverbank too closely, he generally would not disturb them. They seemed uninterested in anything on the shore. Except for the occasional ambush from some small demon beasts, the journey was relatively calm. The pursuit from the Yun family appeared to have ceased. At least Liu Qinghuan had not encountered any, though he was slightly worried about Yun Zheng's situation. However, thinking of Yun Zheng's skills, he assumed there would be no major issues. He was getting closer to Haoyuan City. Liu Qinghuan pushed aside the obstructing bushes, and before him a vast blue lake came into view, surrounded by trees. The lake was wide, resembling a clear mirror reflecting the gentle blue sky and white clouds. A light breeze swept over the lake, creating shimmering ripples, and the remnants of the sunset glimmered like scattered gold upon the water, a scene of breathtaking beauty. A flock of waterbirds danced across the lake, occasionally taking flight, and then landing, hunting the fish beneath the surface, while the occasional quack of wild ducks echoed from the lakeside grass, carried far by the wind, a picture of tranquil leisure. Liu Qinghuan observed for a while, confirming that there was no danger nearby, before slowly approaching the lakeside. The group of water birds merely swam a little farther away in caution, then gathered together, chirping. He scooped up a handful of water to wash his face. The cool lake water washed away the dust and fatigue from his journey. Liu Qinghuan sighed with relief, taking in the beauty of the lake. The lake was clear and deep. Even with his divine sense, Liu Qinghuan could not probe its depths. Apart from some ordinary small fish, there was no sign of the dragon scale fish or other demon beasts in the lake. He decided to rest here for the night. Selecting a clear spot by the lake, he set up a defensive concealment array and began to recover his spiritual energy. In his meditative state, he did not notice that when the sunlight disappeared and night fell, the flock of water birds abruptly flew away, not leaving a single one behind. The entire lake fell into an eerie silence, and in the surrounding forest, shadows of nocturnal beasts searching for food could be seen, but none came close to the lake. In the dead of night, a sudden deafening noise erupted, followed by a tremor that shook the earth. Liu Qinghuan awoke from his meditation, hearing a thunderous roar in his ears as the ground beneath him seemed to tremble, making it impossible to stand. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw a massive whirlpool forming at the center of the lake, the sound emanating from it. The lake water churned and was sucked into the whirlpool, the water level dropping rapidly, exposing a muddy lakebed where some fish that had not retreated with the water struggled in the mud. Liu Qinghuan retreated to the surrounding forest, watching in disbelief as the lake water diminished. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the center whirlpool sank to the lakebed, producing a hollow sound, and then vanished. The lake, completely devoid of water, formed an inverted cone shape reaching depths of several tens of meters. At the very bottom of the cone was a large hole from which the lake water had been drained. Liu Qinghuan came to the lake's edge. Tonight was a full moon, and the bright moonlight illuminated the area where the lake once was, now a great hole, yet could not penetrate the thick darkness, making the hole appear unfathomably deep and eerie. A cold, damp wind blew up from the hole's depths like a giant beast exhaling a foul and putrid breath. Liu Qinghuan shivered and instinctively took a few steps back. Before long, a faint blue mist began to rise from where the lake had been, shrouding the great hole beneath the mist. From above, it would appear as a turbulent sea of blue mist, utterly inconceivable that an eerie great hole lay beneath. Liu Qinghuan had retreated when the blue mist rose. It was evident that the mist was toxic and seemed to also obstruct divine sense. The area around the lake now seemed incredibly quiet, with neither wild beasts nor demon beasts approaching. These beasts lived here for many years and must have been well aware of such phenomena in the lake, hence, when something unusual occurred, they had already fled. Liu Qinghuan waited through the night, and just as dawn was breaking, a thunderous roar came from the direction of the lake. The water had returned. As the sunlight shone down, the blue mist vanished without a trace, and flocks of water birds returned to land on the lake's surface, presenting another scene of peace and harmony. If it weren't for his first-hand experience the previous night, he would have been deceived by the scene before him. This lake is very strange, Liu Qinghuan muttered to himself as he gazed at the water. That day he did not continue on his journey but stayed by the lakeside, intermittently observing the movements of the water birds. Occasionally wild beasts and some low-level demon beasts came to drink water at the lakeside, but he paid them no mind. As the sun set and the moon rose, the time gradually approached the hour of the previous night. He leaped onto a tree by the lake, quietly awaiting. In the middle of the night, a series of faint gurgling sounds emanated from the lake, and bubbles of all sizes began to rise in the center of the lake. As more bubbles appeared, the previously calm water slowly changed its flow, moving towards the center. The sound of water grew louder, and the flow quickened. Soon a large whirlpool reappeared. Liu Qinghuan observed for 3 days, and the lake's surface vanished 3 times. Strangely, there were no visible passages for water to enter or exit at the bottom of the lake, not even in the deepest pit, which was noticeably thinner in silt than elsewhere, showing no signs of anomalies. So where did the lake water disappear? Liu Qinghuan found it incomprehensible. Given the speed at which the water vanished and the large whirlpool that must have formed, it could not possibly be caused by just a few cracks. On the 4th day, he took out a flying sword. This sword was also one of Su Yuan's relics, which he had never used, as it was not a magical tool suitable for the Qi refinement stage, but rather a low-level spiritual weapon. The sword was about 3 feet long and 3 inches wide, emanating a cold light that was sharp and dazzling, making it hard to believe it was merely a flying apparatus. As spiritual weapons require a significant amount of spiritual power to operate, usually only cultivators who have reached the foundation establishment stage possess sufficient power to support their use, which is why Liu Qinghuan had never taken it out before. Both magical and spiritual weapons have various branches, including flying apparatus, attack types, defense types, etc. And each branch has significant differences in essence. If this flying sword were an offensive spiritual weapon, Liu Qinghuan would not be able to unleash even a single strike. But since flying spiritual tools require sustained spiritual power, as long as he wasn't traveling for a long time and only used it for a short duration, it should not pose a major problem. Channeling spiritual power into the flying sword, Liu Qinghuan controlled it to hover beside his feet. This was his first time handling a flying sword, and it was only as wide as his foot, unlike the Yun Suo, which allowed him to sit comfortably, leaving him feeling uncertain. Stepping onto the flying sword and connecting his divine sense with it, he made a mental command, and the sword suddenly shot forward, moving so swiftly that it startled Liu Qinghuan. Had it not been for the protective shield that came with the sword, he might have fallen directly. The books he wanted to read were almost all available, and their updates were significantly faster and more stable than those of general novel websites with no ads and the full text. However, the consumption of spiritual power was also several times higher. After struggling to circle the lake, he had used up almost 1/3 of his spiritual energy. After practicing for a while until he could fly freely, Liu Qinghuan finally stopped. By the time the moon rose high in the sky, he had been quietly waiting by the lake for quite some time. Less than an hour later, after a massive amount of lake water was once again sucked away, Liu Qinghuan swallowed a detoxification pill and stepped on the flying sword to the center of the lake. At this moment, the blue mist had not yet gathered, and the large hole, without lake water, lay open, exposing its deep and eerie mouth, as if it were about to devour someone at any moment. Tonight's moon was even brighter than yesterday's, and Liu Qinghuan no longer hesitated, descending straight down on the flying sword. As he went down, the walls of the lake gradually curved inward, resembling an upright funnel, with its walls covered in black silt from which wisps of faint blue smoke emerged. Liu Qinghuan rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things, only to realize he was using his divine sense to see. Upon closer inspection, he found that the silt was home to some aquatic plants, and the blue smoke was emanating from these plants, which were so small that they appeared to be sprouting directly from the silt. Liu Qinghuan used his spiritual power to collect a few of them, examining them in his hand. The aquatic plants were thin and delicate, with several slender leaves and extremely fine blue veins running through them, from which wisps of mist escaped and slowly drifted into the air. He took out a jade box and stored the aquatic plants, intending to study them later. The deeper he went, the more of these aquatic plants he found, especially near the bottom of the funnel, where they grew densely and the blue mist became thicker. His divine sense was now completely unhelpful, and with the naked eye he could see nothing but darkness. The mist was too thick for moonlight to penetrate, rendering everything invisible. Liu Qinghuan felt as if he were in a void, his mind growing increasingly drowsy and his eyelids began to droop. As he felt his spiritual power start to dissipate and his consciousness slowly withdraw, the flying sword beneath his feet began to tremble slightly. At that moment, the stagnant spiritual power within him suddenly accelerated, operating according to the method of the sitting and forgetting technique, and Liu Qinghuan jolted his body, shuddering, instantly waking up. This shock was no small matter. Liu Qinghuan cursed inwardly, filled with dread. He had not expected the blue mist to be so domineering. He had almost unknowingly fallen into its trap. Without bothering to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, he quickly took out a detoxification pill and, not daring to linger any longer, sped towards the bottom of the lake. Upon reaching the deepest pit at the center of the lake, the mist here was not as dense as above. The area that had been filled with silt during the day revealed a circular opening leading downward. The opening was about 5 to 6 zhang in size, and the remaining lake water continued to flow down in a torrent. Liu Qinghuan hovered for just a moment above the opening before guiding the flying sword through. Once inside the opening, the swirling blue mist vanished entirely, as if there were an invisible barrier completely separating the mist above, and the restrictions on his divine sense were lifted. Liu Qinghuan swept his divine sense around, but found no traces of any formations or mechanisms. Of course there might have been some, but perhaps his abilities were simply too weak to detect them. It seemed that the appearance of those aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake was intentional merely to conceal the existence of this opening below. While pondering, Liu Qinghuan had already landed at the bottom of the vertical opening. Here the passage turned, and the straight shape changed to slanting northward. Other than some residual lake water, there was nothing else in the cave. Liu Qinghuan placed his hand on the cave wall, feeling the neatly arranged blue stones, his heart filled with astonishment. This passage, the aquatic plants, and the entire lake all showed clear signs of human arrangement. Time was of the essence. The lake water would flow back at dawn, leaving him only a few short hours to explore. Knowing this place was man-made only heightened his curiosity. He retracted the flying sword, activated the cloud treading technique beneath his feet, and delved deeper into the passage. He had initially thought the disappearance of the lake water connected to the Panlong River, but heading north led him deeper into the direction of the Chushang Marsh. Remaining vigilant, he flew for a while, and the passage of blue stone gradually narrowed until it was about 1 zhang wide, when suddenly 2 identical openings appeared on either side. Liu Qinghuan expanded his divine sense and saw that these 3 openings branched out again after 5 zhang ahead, each splitting into 3 more openings, and further ahead, 9 openings branched out again. A maze. The entire underground passage turned out to be an endless maze. Liu Qinghuan stood before the 3 openings feeling troubled. Mazes are not easily traversed. If he continued on, he could very likely get lost inside. This maze was built beneath the Chushang Marsh, which originally housed the mountain gate of an ancient cultivation sect before the Great War of the Ceiling. Who knows what lurks within the maze? He was filled with curiosity, but not to the point of seeking death. With only a chi refinement stage of the 4th layer, he had just begun to step into the world of cultivation. Even a slightly powerful beast could end his life here. Yet he could not bear to retreat at this moment. Cultivators seek life, contend for destiny, and opportunities are fleeting. Each cultivator yearns for them dearly, even if opportunities often accompany deadly risks. They would fight with their lives, for missing them might mean losing the chance for eternal life forever. Liu Qinghuan quickly calculated the pros and cons in his mind, but this maze was entirely unknown to him, with too few calculable factors. It was possible that it contained nothing but traps. Rationality began to tip the scales toward retreating along the original path. It was not too late to turn back now. If he got lost inside, he would have no way to retreat. His brain engaged in a fierce struggle, his divine sense unconsciously sweeping over the crisscrossing passages, identical in size, identical in blue stone, and identical in being covered with water stains. Water stains. Liu Qinghuan froze, trying to grasp the sudden insight that flashed through his mind. Upon careful examination, those water stains were traces left by the lake water that had once flowed through these passages. Every midnight, the lake water would be drawn away by a whirlpool flowing through these passages to an unknown destination, only to return at dawn, refilling the lake once more. Thus, if he got lost inside, theoretically, he could simply follow the returning water flow to find his way back to the lake. Wow. This method has an 80 to 90% feasibility. Liu Qinghuan found it so unbelievable that he began to doubt himself. Could such a complex maze really be solved so easily? It seemed impossible. Would the designer of this maze really have such a low IQ? Upon further reflection, he realized he had been thinking too narrowly. The maze was designed to prevent others from reaching the protected endpoint. As for the starting point, he had already been expelled, thus the purpose of the maze was naturally fulfilled. Of course, there were also some reasons beyond his understanding. The maze from years ago was vastly different from the bare stone paths he saw now. Inside, not only were there numerous traps and defensive arrays, but also formidable guardian beasts. However, after tens of thousands of years, even the most formidable traps would lose much of their effectiveness due to the ravages of time. Even the strongest arrays would collapse without a supply of spiritual energy, and any powerful beast that did not reach the Great Ascension would eventually turn to dust. Even so, despite the ineffectiveness of these various methods, Liu Qinghuan would still be faced with setbacks in his upcoming journey through the maze, and he would be slapped repeatedly, spitting blood in the process. With the danger of getting lost eliminated, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his mind would not wander for the time being, and he could boldly venture inside. After rolling up his sleeves, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited, taking off his shoes and casually tossing them in front of him. What for? To throw his shoes to decide which passage to take, of course. If Yunzheng were here, he would surely not be able to resist giving him a beating. What a disgrace to cultivators, such a whimsical approach. However, Liu Qinghuan saw nothing wrong with this. Instead, he believed it was the most efficient way. In a situation where he was completely in the dark, finding the correct path would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Rather than wasting countless mental efforts only to end up lost, it was better to take a chance and wander freely. If he took a wrong turn, he could just follow the water flow back. After all, he had plenty of time with 8 or 9 months until the Ascension Conference. No rush. Deciding on a path might seem a bit hasty, but actions still required caution. Following the guidance of the Shoe Fairy, he began to explore the maze using the simplest methods. Just 1 hour later, Liu Qinghuan regretted it, for he had completely lost his way. He had never seen such a whimsical Shoe Fairy. The criteria for choosing paths were utterly nonsensical, far beyond the realm of normal thought, to the point that he couldn't remember the way he came. Indeed, traversing the maze in such a lazy and clever manner, even if he wandered for 100 years, he might just end up going in circles. However, at this moment he had no choice but to keep moving forward, waiting for the lake water to return and take him back to the starting point. Then he would find another way. Slowing his pace, Liu Qinghuan walked while pondering the uniformly sized green stones. These stones had likely existed for countless years, and over time their surfaces had been polished smooth by the flowing water, with the seams fitting together like mirrors. He tapped the stones with his fingers, the deep sound indicating that there was solid ground behind the cave walls. Unwilling to give up, he occasionally tapped the walls. This was his only option, for apart from the walls, there was nothing else to investigate in this maze. Liu Qinghuan wandered through the maze for several hours, yet still found nothing. In the end, he was driven mad by the monotonous tunnels, sitting down with a blank stare. Is this a joke? Are they playing with me? Liu Qinghuan felt incredibly frustrated. He didn't seek any miraculous elixirs or unparalleled techniques. Even a couple of demon beasts would suffice, at least giving him something to do rather than being driven mad by one identical passage after another. Liu Qinghuan inwardly cursed the designer of the maze and their ancestors for 18 generations. The designer felt innocent. Is it my fault? Who told you to come late by tens of thousands of years? Otherwise, you'd have a pile of traps and demon beasts to play with until you cried and died. But if you want to play, it won't be easy. You'll soon be spitting blood. While pondering the meaning of life, Liu Qinghuan suddenly felt a slight tremor in his body. He placed his hand on the ground, and the green stone passage beneath him suddenly shook, the tremor evolving into a continuous vibration. Calculating the time, it should be dawn outside, and the lake water was rushing back. As the tremors intensified, the incoming lake water pushed the air within the passage, causing gusts of chilling winds to sweep through. The howling wind grew sharper, eventually resembling the wails of spirits from the underworld being unleashed into the world. Liu Qinghuan stumbled, as if someone had pulled him from behind. A sudden force of suction emerged. However, the passage offered no place to cling to. The smooth stone walls were too slippery to hold onto. He quickly activated the gravity technique to stabilize himself. However, the suction rapidly intensified, and even the gravity technique could barely hold. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his flying sword and thrust it into the ground with all his might. The flying sword pierced into the green stone ground with a thud, and Liu Qinghuan gripped the hilt tightly, his body nearly vertical against the ground due to the powerful suction, his fingers bleeding from the immense pressure. At that moment, he was horrified to discover that his spiritual energy shield was being deformed and nearly shattered under the suction. Just as he realized this, the lake water that had been absent for several hours roared out from the circular passage, and he was swept away by the rushing water without any strength to resist. In this tumultuous whirl, Liu Qinghuan spun like a dizzying top, rolling in the surging torrent countless times, unable to stabilize his form. Moreover, now and then he would be slammed against the passage walls with a loud bang, the force and noise so great that even with his spiritual energy shield, he felt his blood surge and his organs shift. Fortunately, the passage was extremely smooth with no sharp edges, otherwise it wouldn't just be the occasional bang, he would likely have all his bones shattered. He was left with only one thought: the spiritual energy shield must not break. If it did, he would drown in the water. He spent several hours delving into the maze, yet less than a quarter of an hour was needed to escape. Following the funnel's bottom, he was swept into the Great Lake. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Liu Qinghuan lay by the lake, gasping for breath, silently questioning the heavens. On the night of the second day, it was once again the time when the lake water would be drawn away, and Liu Qinghuan, who had recovered, was already waiting at the bottom of the lake. Indeed, Liu Qinghuan, who had once been dead, was preparing to tempt fate again. After a night of deep thought, he realized that since the lake water could quickly take him out of the maze when it surged back, it could naturally also lead him rapidly into the depths of the maze when it receded, and very likely could take him directly to some endpoint. Though the process might inevitably involve some slaps, Liu Qinghuan couldn't think of a better or faster way to explore the maze. Suddenly, several bubbles emerged from the center of the deep pit. Here it comes. Liu Qinghuan perked up. With the sound of gudong, the bubbles began to rise in succession, and the pit gently trembled, revealing a circular hole at its center. The circular hole spun like a blooming flower, expanding in circles until a large opening formed, and the lake water surged wildly into it. As soon as the hole was wide enough for a person to pass through, Liu Qinghuan jumped in. He didn't want to be left outside, tossed around chaotically by the whirlpool, so it was safer to enter the hole first. Once inside the hole, the suction force appeared, but this time he was somewhat prepared, struggling to maintain his balance in the water. However, the underwater currents were numerous, and the winding maze passages meant he occasionally collided with the walls. An hour later, after countless impacts, he lay on the ground dazed for a while, only to realize that the suction had disappeared, the water was gone, and golden stars were flashing before his eyes. His blood surged, and the spiritual energy within him was also in disarray. He dared not be careless, and quickly sat down to guide his spiritual energy. He had not expected the maze to be so vast. He had traveled for an hour with the help of the suction and water flow, and he was likely deep within the depths of the Chushang Marsh. After sorting out his spiritual energy, Liu Qinghuan stood up and surveyed his surroundings. This place was no longer a maze passage, but rather a square hall. The hall was still built of blue stone, about 5 to 6 zhang long and 3 zhang wide. The ground was very dry, but there were traces of water flowing over the walls, and the hall was empty, devoid of anything. Unwilling to give up, he searched the hall carefully and finally found a few remnants of bones in the cracks of the stone floor. These bones looked like they had existed for many years. The bone material had turned white, and there were faint fluctuations of spiritual energy on them. These should be the remains of some spiritual beast or demon beast that had died long ago. Even after all this time, spiritual energy was still attached to them, suggesting that this beast must have had considerable cultivation back in the day. He gently pinched the bone fragments with his spiritual energy, and they crumbled into powder, drifting away between his fingers. After searching the hall again, he found no other clues, no exits as he had imagined, and he could not find the source of the suction, nor did he know where the lake water had gone. Exiting the hall and following the blue stone passage, he finally discovered the presence of water stains again, and other forks in the path reappeared. Liu Qinghuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. He had faint ideas about this underground maze, but they still needed verification. In the following days, Liu Qinghuan would rest and cultivate during the day, and at night, he would tirelessly wander through the maze. Most of the time, he would be taken to stone halls similar to the previous one. These halls varied in size, and apart from the occasional appearance of a bone or two, he found nothing else. However, this was quite reasonable. After all, the suction in the maze was so strong and the lake water had been washing through for years that even if there had been anything previously, it would have been sucked away, leaving nothing behind. If one were to say there were gains, it would be that after countless slaps, Liu Qinghuan became increasingly adept at controlling his body in the rushing currents, and the instances of being stuck against the cave walls became fewer. Having gotten used to the suction, he could now utilize it to navigate freely within the maze. At the same time, although his cultivation level remained at the initial stage of the 4th layer of qi refinement, his spiritual energy had become significantly purer, with its originally light azure color becoming more solid. This could be considered an unexpected gain, as he had to constantly sort out the chaotic spiritual energy disturbed by the terrifying suction, while also maintaining the output of energy for his protective shield, greatly improving his control over his own spiritual energy compared to before. Now, every thread of spiritual energy within him was neatly organized, and using spells became smoother, allowing him to move in accordance with his thoughts, while the enhanced fine control also saved him unnecessary energy when casting spells. Nevertheless, even so, Liu Qinghuan's patience was wearing thin. He had lingered here for more than 2 months not to practice his skills in the turbulent waters. If he found nothing today, he planned to stop wasting time in this place. Following the direction of the undercurrent, he kicked against the cave wall, changing direction, smoothly gliding out like a fish. Ever since he learned to control his body in the water, he always tried to choose maze passages he had never traversed. However, this passage was significantly different from the previous ones, where he often reached the end within about an hour. This time, he had been submerged for nearly 2 hours without sight of a destination. Due to the multitude of forks he had passed, he had long lost track of directions, let alone memorizing the route. His heart raced, and he increasingly anticipated what lay ahead. After passing several forks, he no longer attempted to change direction deliberately, allowing the water current to carry him along. Suddenly feeling lighter, the suction disappeared, and the lake water rapidly diminished. Liu Qinghuan knew he had arrived. After walking a bit further, there were no more traces of water on the ground. Liu Qinghuan bent down and touched it, finding a hand full of dust. This place must have never been affected by the washing of water or the suction, otherwise it wouldn't have accumulated such thick dust. The forks ahead were not as numerous as before, appearing at greater distances. However, the blue stone remained unchanged. After passing several forked paths, Liu Qinghuan suddenly stopped, staring ahead. The maze was extremely dark due to its depth underground, and Liu Qinghuan had been using his divine sense to see, but at this moment, he looked ahead with his naked eyes, bewildered, murmuring, "Is there light ahead?" If the previous darkness was like thick black ink, now it seemed to have been diluted by water, becoming lighter. He couldn't help but feel invigorated, quickening his pace. The passage ahead grew brighter, revealing a half-open stone door in the hazy light. One side of the stone door had completely fallen off, leaning crookedly against the wall, with only a narrow gap allowing passage through which soft light was streaming. There were footprints on the ground. Liu Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively donned the Ziyun cloak. He listened carefully, and not hearing any unusual sounds from behind the stone door, slowly approached. He saw several shallow footprints on the blue stone floor near the stone door, as if someone who had always walked using the cloud stepping technique had, due to the narrowness of the stone door, let their technique drop to the ground to pass through the gap. However, these footprints now only remained as faint traces. The person who left them must have come here a long time ago, and because the underground maze had been sealed for years without other influences, the footprints had remained here. Judging by the size of the footprints, they appeared to belong to an adult male. The gap in the stone door seemed narrow for an adult man, but for a slender youth, it would have been quite easy to pass through. He did not bother to use the cloud stepping technique and directly passed through the stone door. Before him was a square stone hall about 5 zhang on each side, with several moonlight stones embedded in the high dome, casting a soft and gentle light that illuminated the hall. The walls were still made of blue stone, but the floor was paved with neatly arranged blue bricks, which was somewhat unusual. Squatting down, he brushed away the dust with his sleeve, revealing the blue bricks, which were clear and flawless, each piece perfectly square, covering the entire hall. In the secular world, he had seen the delicate jade bracelets worn by wealthy women, but compared to the blue bricks on the ground, they seemed like coarse stones. However beautiful they were to a cultivator without spiritual energy, they were merely ordinary jade. Liu Qinghuan stood up and turned to look around. The hall had no obstructions except for some collapsed stones in the corner, which appeared to be remnants of a stone table or stone stool, indicating that someone had lived here before. Aside from the stone door he entered, there were doors on the other 3 walls. He went through the door on the left, which led into a passage. After walking a dozen steps, he arrived at another stone hall. It was still paved with blue jade bricks like the hall, with a stone platform in the center that was tilted to one side, clearly showing signs of having been disturbed by someone. It was unclear whether the other party had gained anything, but in any case Liu Qinghuan had not. The situation behind the right door was no different from this side. Through the long corridor, the last stone hall surprised him slightly. Fragments of stone were scattered everywhere in the hall, and a large pit in the center gurgled with water, which flowed only within the pit and did not overflow. From the shapes of the broken stones, it was evident that there used to be a pool in this hall, but the previous visitors had brutally demolished it, leaving a mess behind in their search for something. He wondered if he was like them, having endured countless hardships to reach this place, yet finding no opportunity whatsoever, and in a fit of rage simply overturned the pool to vent his frustration. Liu Qinghuan thought bitterly, doubting whether this maze had been frequented by many others, otherwise it wouldn't be so clean with not a shred of usable debris left. Unfortunately, there was nothing else here for him to vent his anger upon, so he could only sigh helplessly, realizing that this trip was destined to end in emptiness. Forget it, it would be more prudent to hurry to Haoyuan City. As he turned to leave, a flash of green caught his eye among the fragments of stone. Liu Qinghuan paused and moved the stones at the corner of the wall, revealing a stick-like wooden rod protruding from the green jade bricks. The surface of the wooden rod was smooth and green, with no branches or leaves, only a small section slightly protruding from the ground, making it hard to discern what it was. If it were to be called grass, it would be too strange, lacking even a single leaf. If it were to be called a tree, it was too slender, resembling a small stick casually wedged in a brick crevice, yet it exuded a faint vitality, not like a lifeless object. Moreover, after wandering through the maze for so long, he had only seen stones and water, making this his first encounter with vegetation, which piqued his curiosity greatly. With deft fingers, he carefully cut through the 2-inch thick jade bricks surrounding the wooden rod, then peeled back the layers of soil underneath, revealing a mass of tiny roots tightly intertwined, unlike other plants that spread their roots in all directions, but rather resembling a tangled mess. This was indeed intriguing. He reached out to pull it up for a closer look. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. In the blink of an eye, the wooden rod, along with its roots, surged towards Liu Qinghuan at lightning speed. Liu Qinghuan was already bent down close to it, and was startled into leaning back, reaching out to block it, but only grasped a fleeting green shadow. In the blink of an eye, the wooden rod had entered his body. Liu Qinghuan felt a chill in his dantian, and the next moment, an earth-shattering pain surged from that area. He let out a terrible howl and thudded to the ground unconscious. At that moment, an astonishing scene was unfolding within Liu Qinghuan's dantian. At the center of his dantian, resembling an island in the ocean, stood a small mountain, which was the manifestation of Liu Qinghuan's spiritual root, with all spiritual energy circulating around this mountain in a perpetual cycle. Liu Qinghuan possessed wood, water, and earth spiritual roots, with wood being the primary one, Thus most of the spiritual root mountain was green, while the yellow representing the earth root was at the lower part of the mountain, supporting the green mountain above, and the blue representing the water root surrounded it at the bottom akin to the azure sea. At that moment, an uninvited guest arrived on this mountain. The wooden rod after entering Liu Qinghuan's dantian landed directly on the peak of this mountain. It comfortably spread its roots, gently swaying. Then those roots like spiritual serpents darted out winding along the green mountain, quickly filling the mountain walls tightly. The green mountain seemed to tremble as if it were being choked, yet it was futile, but could only allow the roots to spread until they penetrated into the yellow soil reaching deep into the azure sea. Soon the roots tightly wrapped around the entire spiritual root, causing the spiritual root mountain to no longer maintain its appearance. The illusion vanished, revealing a stick resembling green bamboo, now wrapped in roots. If Liu Qinghuan were awake, he would have certainly noticed how similar his spiritual root was to that wooden rod. Seeing Liu Qinghuan's spiritual root return to its original form, the wooden rod seemed quite pleased, its roots gently tapping the trembling spiritual root as if to comfort it softly. Once the spiritual root settled down, it transformed into a phantom and slowly melded into the essence of Liu Qinghuan's spiritual root. At this moment, the unconscious Liu Qinghuan trembled, as if sifting through chaff, his face contorted in pain, veins standing out like dragons. Once the wooden rod had completely melded, the roots that were wrapped around the exterior also retracted back into the root body, restoring everything to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. After a while, Liu Qinghuan opened his eyes from unconsciousness. He lay on the ground, puzzled for a moment, and in the next second remembered the scene just before his fainting spell. He instinctively reached for his abdomen. It was perfectly fine there, with neither new holes nor missing flesh and no unusual sensations in other parts of his body. He closed his eyes and turned his attention inward to his dantian. The azure sea of spiritual energy rippled gently, and at the center the spiritual root mountain showed no anomalies. Liu Qinghuan's divine sense soared to the heavens and dove into the seas, searching every corner of his dantian, yet finding no trace of that wooden rod. Impossible, there must be something wrong. Liu Qinghuan muttered to himself, filled with frustration. He searched back and forth again, still finding nothing. What the hell is going on? What was that wooden rod? He anxiously focused his divine sense on the spiritual root mountain, surveying the entirety of his dantian from a high vantage point. The dantian is the essence of a cultivator. If there is an external object invading, it is akin to hanging one's life by a belt. Any little misstep could lead to death. Now that he clearly knew there was an unknown wooden rod invading, yet could not find it, how could he not be anxious? Uncertain if it was just his illusion, he felt that the sea of spiritual energy seemed particularly lively at this moment, occasionally bursting forth a stream of spiritual energy that leapt out of the sea, creating a spiritual flower on the surface before diving back into the depths. Especially on the spiritual root mountain, he was on the entire mountain swirled with spiritual energy, with countless clouds formed from the spiritual energy drifting between the mountains, transforming into a gentle spiritual rain that fell softly, presenting a breathtaking scene rivaling even the immortal mountains beyond the sea. As he quietly felt the moment, Liu Qinghuan's mood gradually calmed. Fortune or misfortune, they coexist, regardless of the wooden rod's intentions or whereabouts. He could only brace himself against the incoming challenges. Having sorted out his thoughts, he exited the stone hall and returned to the outer green stone maze. After the fright he had received today, he just wanted to leave this eerie maze as quickly as possible. An hour later, the passage trembled and Liu Qinghuan followed the flow of water, soon realizing that this was not the returning lake water. He had actually fainted for an entire day and night. Worry once again coiled around his heart. What had happened during that day and night? The passage he traversed was also one he had never been to before. By this calculation, the lake water would take 2 hours to reach the previous stone hall, indicating that the destination, this time, was further from the Great Lake. After a stick of incense, the speed of the water flow suddenly increased, and Liu Qinghuan, caught off guard, was thrown out, sensing a faint light shining down from above. Surveying his surroundings before he could take a closer look, a fiery figure shot down from above like a cannonball, its large mouth filled with sharp teeth opening and closing violently, completely obscuring the body behind it. Liu Qinghuan jolted and immediately shot several wooden spikes. The spikes left a white trace in the water as they shot towards the opponent. To Liu Qinghuan's astonishment, he heard several crack sounds, the fish's mouth opening and closing a few times, and one of his wooden spikes was shattered into several pieces. It was not willing to relent, chasing after the other wooden spikes and biting fiercely, exuding the intent to shred him into countless pieces. He had unexpectedly encountered a dragon-scale fish. Could this place actually be the Tianyuan River? Liu Qinghuan took this opportunity to don his purple cloud cloak and dart to the side. After biting through the wooden spikes, the fish, unable to find his figure, angrily snapped its mouth, making a loud noise, and turned back to pursue the broken spikes. The commotion it caused attracted a few more dragon-scale fish, which all chased after the wooden spikes, gnawing them until they turned into a pile of broken wood chips scattering in the water. Later, a fish saw nothing else to bite and foolishly bit the tail of the fish in front of it. The bitten fish, in pain, turned around and bit back. The two fish, bubbling with fury, charged at each other, causing scales to fly and flesh to splatter. Liu Qinghuan hid behind a rock underwater, staring in astonishment as more fish joined the battle. These fish were terrifying. They were simply a pack of deranged fish. At this moment, it was midnight, yet the Tianyuan River was bustling with activity as the dragon-scale fish swarmed in, joining the fray. The school of fish rapidly expanded, and the frenzied dragon-scale fish threw away their last bits of intelligence in their blind rage, tearing into each other with abandon. Liu Qinghuan moved cautiously along the riverbed, his heart racing. If those deranged fish spotted him, he would be lucky to escape with his life. After tremendous effort evading several erratic fish, he finally distanced himself enough to wipe away the non-existent sweat from his brow, thankful that it was underwater. Had he been on land, he would have been drenched with sweat. With a quick glance upwards, he noticed the water surface cleared by the departing dragon-scale fish, revealing a hazy moon above. This was indeed a good opportunity. The Tianyuan River was extremely wide, with the distance between the banks reaching hundreds of miles, making it impossible to see the other side from here. Fortunately, Liu Qinghuan had emerged from the maze-like passage close to the northern bank of the river, allowing him to stick close to the shore, significantly reducing the danger. At least he didn't have to worry about threats from behind. The journey went relatively smoothly, aside from a few fish passing by that forced him to pause. He soon approached the water's surface and was just about to break free when a dazed dragon-scale fish swam in circles and collided directly with him. Liu Qinghuan was speechless. The fish stared blankly ahead, with its mouth agape. It bumped its head against the unseen object in front of it, seemingly delighted as it continued to collide. Liu Qinghuan felt utterly frustrated. There were still several fish nearby, and he could not attack, yet he could not remain passive either. The nature of the dragon-scale fish was both boisterous and aggressive. If this fish's antics attracted the attention of others, the consequences would be unimaginable. Staring at the nearby water surface, he steeled his resolve, raising his hand to summon a flying sword which shot upward in an instant. The dragon-scale fish, previously engaged in its playful antics, suddenly noticed the foreign object. Its once dull eyes turned fierce, and its tail thrashed wildly. Only a shadow could be seen as it chased after the flying sword into the sky. Located on the edge of the Chushang Swamp, Haoyuan City is the largest loose cultivator city in the central region of the Yunming's continent, housing not only the headquarters of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, but also the foreign affairs offices of various sects. The city was filled with numerous shops ranging from spiritual treasures and magical artifacts for cultivators to ordinary clothing for mortals. Due to its proximity to the Chushang Swamp, many cultivators hunted for spirit materials here year-round, numbering in the thousands. As flying artifacts are prohibited within the city, anyone wishing to enter must land 10 miles outside the city and walk in. At this moment, a long queue had formed at the city gate, as the Onsen Adicate Ascension Conference was approaching in 6 months, leading to a constant influx of cultivators from all over the continent, the majority of whom were young. Most of those waiting in line to enter were Qi refining stage cultivators. There were none above foundation establishment, as they all had special passages that allowed for quick entry. What's going on this year? The recruitment methods of the 4 major sects seemed to have changed from previous years. A middle-aged scholar in white robes leisurely fanned himself while chatting with a companion next to him. His companion, a young man around 28 or 29, showed keen interest and asked, "Oh, brother, one is always well informed. Could you elaborate for me?" "I wouldn't dare." The middle-aged scholar modestly waved his hands and continued. In previous years, most sects conducted their entrance trials in specific areas around the Chushang Swamp, which were both safe and could test the overall abilities of newcomers. This year, I haven't heard of any major changes from other sects, but a few days ago, a friend of mine from the Shaoyang sect quietly informed me. He paused, noticing that the people around him were all listening intently, especially a young man in green behind him, who seemed captivated, making him feel secretly proud. He said that this year's entrance trial for the Shaoyang sect will be combined with the other 3 major sects and conducted within the Great Shumi Qiankuan Tower. The Great Shumi Qiankuan Tower. Those who heard this gasped in shock. Could it be the town-protecting treasure of the One Sure sect? I must have misheard right. How is that possible? No, he was indeed talking about the Great Shumi Qiankuan Tower. To use it for the entrance trial, the One Sure sect is making quite a bold move. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the bored cultivators waiting in line began to discuss excitedly. However, there were also those who were oblivious, like the young man behind the middle-aged scholar, who loudly muttered to himself, "What is the Great Shumi Qiankuan Tower? Can it be eaten?" Surrounding eyes shot him disdainful looks, as if they had seen a country bumpkin, But there were also kind-hearted individuals who, noticing he was only about 11 or 12, took the time to explain. "You kid, what nonsense are you talking? That is a spiritual treasure. It is said that the great Liu Qinghuan Tower has 9 levels, each different, containing its own realms, and creating a world of its own far superior to things like the star-moon illusion." "What? Do you look down on the star-moon illusion of my Shaoyang sect?" A red-clad youth with twin swords slung across his back turned around in dissatisfaction and shouted. "No, how could I say that? I wouldn't dare." The earlier speaker, upon seeing the sect emblem on the youth's clothing, instantly shrank back, muttering a few words of defense before retreating into the crowd. "Oomph." The red-clad youth let out a cold snort, his sharp gaze sweeping around, causing the onlookers who were eagerly watching to either look away or lower their heads. He then spoke deliberately. "The great Liu Qinghuan Tower. What a worthless item. The Purple Yang secret realm of my Shaoyang sect possesses countless variations, each entry being different. How could a mere 9-story tower compare?" After saying this, the red-clad youth noticed that the people around him were already engrossed in their own affairs. Some were whispering to their friends, others were staring straight ahead, completely ignoring him. This made his face flush with anger, and another youth in red beside him tugged at his sleeve. "Junior brother, it's our turn to enter the city." Once the 2 disciples of the Shaoyang sect entered the city, a burst of snickering erupted from the crowd that had been waiting in line. A bald man with a lewd appearance spat, "The Purple Yang secret realm. What a worthless item. The Purple Yang secret realm is merely an illusion, and when compared to the great Liu Qinghuan Tower with its real realms, it is utterly insignificant." Shaoyang sect. A bunch of arrogant yellow-haired kids who think they can act tough in front of me. When I was with your mother, you were still waiting to be reincarnated in some corner. Such despicable words drew agreement from others who said, "Exactly." For years, the Shaoyang sect has become increasingly arrogant, relying on its status as the #1 sect in the cultivation world. Have you heard? Recently, the Shaoyang sect even supported a small sect. What was it called? That snatched a spirit stone mine discovered by another small sect. It was called the Huangshan sect. The quiet young man in green standing behind the middle-aged scholar suddenly interjected. The other sect was called the Qingyu sect. This young man in green was Liu Qinghuan. He had barely escaped the pursuit of the dragon-scale fish and only arrived at Haoyuan City today. Without discussing the idle chatter outside Haoyuan City, Liu Qinghuan moved forward with the long queue, and soon it was his turn. Only upon approaching did he realize how tall the city walls of Haoyuan were, standing at least several dozen zhang high. The city guards, clad in shiny armor, possessed cultivation levels above the 7th layer of qi refinement, standing expressionlessly on either side of the wide city gate. 5 tables were placed in front of the gate, each manned by a cultivator holding a brush. Liu Qinghuan stood at one of the tables, and the elderly cultivator sitting behind it asked without looking up, "Name?" Liu Qinghuan. He had observed the registration process of others, so he roughly knew the procedure. "Do you have a sect?" "No." "What brings you to Haoyuan City?" "To participate in the Ascension Conference." The elderly cultivator swiftly wrote with his spiritual brush and then handed him a jade token. "This is a temporary identity token for Haoyuan City, valid for 1 year within the city. If you wish to stay longer, you must go to the Loose Cultivators Alliance within the city to re-register. The first time is free, but thereafter each time will cost 1 spirit stone." Liu Qinghuan accepted it and heard him say, "Here is a map of the city. Do you need it?" Seeing him nod, the elderly cultivator handed him a jade slip. 2 lower-grade spirit stones. Next, Liu Qinghuan silently took out 2 spirit stones, handed them over, and entered the city gate. As soon as he entered the city gate, he was astonished to find that there was actually a great mountain within Haoyuan City, with various buildings constructed in circles around the mountain, rising until they disappeared into the cloud mist at the peak. This was not at all apparent from outside the city. The city was bustling with activity, and most of the pedestrians on the main street were cultivators with shop signs shining with various spiritual lights. Some displayed pills with swirling celestial energy or flying swords. He even saw a shop selling spirit beasts where a cute creature resembling both a tiger and a cat lay, attracting a crowd of female cultivators gazing at it with starry eyes. Indeed, it was a city of cultivators vastly different from mundane cities. Liu Qinghuan was once again struck by amazement, showing great interest in everything he saw. Turning around, he encountered a young man at the 1st layer of qi refinement walking towards him, cupping his hands in greeting. "I wonder if this friend is visiting Haoyuan City for the first time. My name is Wu Tianyou. I have lived here for many years and know everything about the city. Whether you need accommodation or wish to buy or sell spiritual materials, I can assist you. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask." Liu Qinghuan contemplated for a moment. Such local guides were common in Ningguang City. They often had insider information and knew routes that ordinary people were unaware of. He nodded slightly and asked what would be the fee. Seeing him nod, Wu Tianyou's eyes lit up. "You only need 1 spirit stone to hire me for a day. Just let me know your requirements. Then let's find a cheap and quiet inn first." "Sure." Finding a cheap yet quiet inn is not easy, but I know of one. You can take a look first, and if you're not satisfied we can look for another one. As he spoke, he led the way ahead. Along the way, Wu Tianyong enthusiastically introduced Liu Qinghuan to the shops lining the street, discussing which ones offered the best prices for spiritual materials, which pills were the most effective, and which shops were unscrupulous in their practices, truly living up to his claim of knowing everything. Liu Qinghuan then asked, if I wanted to buy a magical artifact, which shop would be best? You want to buy a magical artifact? The young man exclaimed in surprise before continuing, the best magical artifacts are definitely in the shops of the major sects. They have a wide variety, but the prices are correspondingly high. However, if you trust me, I can recommend a shop that is both good and inexpensive. Oh, Liu Qinghuan was noncommittal. He awkwardly chuckled twice. To be honest, this shop has some ties to me. He patted his chest and said, but rest assured their magical artifact shop has been open for over a decade and is known for its honesty. The owner is a mid-level artifact refiner, and the quality of the magical artifacts produced is not inferior to those of larger stores, yet they are cheaper. Seeing that Liu Qinghuan did not show much interest, Wu Tianyong's eyes darted around. That shop is on the way to the inn, you can take a look first. Even if you don't buy anything, it's fine. Liu Qinghuan thought it wouldn't be much trouble, so he nodded. Wu Tianyong led him around the city, arriving at a shop located in a somewhat remote area. He first hid by the door to take a peek inside, and saw a girl around 16 or 17 sitting bored behind the counter. His face lit up, and he shyly approached, saying, Chun Yo, are you the only one in the shop? His eyes kept darting toward the back room, where the door curtain hung. Don't look anymore, my father went out to collect materials, Chun Yo replied, glaring at him. Why are you so afraid of my father? The young man chuckled, scratching his head. It's like meeting the future father-in-law. How could I not be scared? Chun Yo covered her mouth and laughed, making him even more animated. Turning to the side, he suddenly remembered Liu Qinghuan and quickly said to Chun Yo, hurry and bring out all the magical artifacts in the store. This friend wants to choose. Liu Qinghuan walked into the store smiling as he nodded in greeting. Chun Yo shot Wu Tianyong a glare, then bowed slightly to Liu Qinghuan with a smile, saying, thank you for your patience, and may I ask what kind of magical artifact you would like to see? Please bring them all out for me to have a look. If I find something I like, I will buy one or two. Chun Yo exclaimed in surprise, realizing that this little immortal master intended to purchase more than one. She immediately said, please wait a moment, I will go get them right away. You can look around the store in the meantime to see if anything catches your eye. As she turned to enter the back room, Liu Qinghuan had already surveyed the small shop while they were talking. The interior was decorated in an antiquated style, but kept clean and tidy. There weren't many items, only a few small objects displayed on the counter. He picked up a dagger that was only about a finger long. Its design was sleek, and the craftsmanship was meticulous, clearly showing that the artifact refiner had put great effort into creating this ordinary magical artifact. Wu Tianyong leaned in enthusiastically to introduce, this dagger is made of refined gold and can cut through iron like mud. It can even sever hair with a single blow. Once activated with spiritual power, its speed is incredibly fast. Just as he was speaking excitedly, Chun Yo came out carrying several wooden boxes and placed them one by one in front of Liu Qinghuan. These are a few magical artifacts my father crafted recently. Oh, please take a look, Immortal Master. She opened the topmost box and took out a small golden bell, introducing, this is the soul-capturing bell, a mid-grade magical artifact. When activated, the sound it emits can disrupt an enemy's mind, proving effective at critical moments. However, its effect is limited against foes with strong and resilient divine senses. This artifact is priced at 50 spirit stones. Seeing that Liu Qinghuan showed no reaction, she opened another box and took out a longsword. This is the Cold Moon Frost Sword, a top-grade magical artifact, 3 feet 2 inches long, 1 inch wide, forged from ice essence iron mined from the North Pole. Its blade shines like snow, sharp and deadly, capable of releasing 3 ice blades. After 3 uses, it requires a wait of 12 hours before it can unleash ice blades again, but it can also be released in intervals, with each blade requiring 4 hours to recover. It is an excellent offensive magical artifact priced at 200 spirit stones. Liu Qinghuan nodded. Chun Yo, unsure of his thoughts, took out a fire-colored fan. This is the Red Fire Fan, a top-grade magical artifact, a simplified version of the Vermilion Fire Fan. Its main material is the feathers of the spirit fire crow, capable of fanning out true fire of the 3 flavors, but it requires a lot of spiritual power. It costs 120 spirit stones. Oh, Liu Qinghuan took it and found it indeed resembled the Vermilion Fire Fan he had seen years ago. Chun Yo had already opened another box, pulling out a flat box containing a row of silver needles, as fine as a hair, neatly arranged on the fabric. These are the shadowless blinking needles, a set of premium magical artifacts extremely difficult to refine. There are a total of 9 needles, which can be used simultaneously or individually. Their movements are concealed, making them an excellent weapon for ambushes, but they require a high level of divine sense manipulation from the user, priced at 500 spirit stones. Can I try one? Liu Qinghuan asked, and after receiving a nod from her, he carefully picked up one of the silver needles and infused it with spiritual power. The originally fine needle became even more translucent, nearly disappearing from sight. Liu Qinghuan placed it back in its original position and gestured for Chun Niu to continue. The last magical artifact was a dark robe. This is the butterfly spider robe, a top-grade magical artifact for protection, made from the silk of the horizontal striped golden spider and the powder of the illusionary butterfly. It has a defensive array inscribed on it that activates a protective shield upon being attacked. It can also create two clones that look identical to the real body, but the clones can only perform simple actions and lack any offensive power, dissipating after a quarter of an hour. Due to the rarity of these two spiritual materials, it costs 150 spirit stones. Liu Qinghuan stared at the array of magical artifacts laid out on the table, lost in thought. Wu Tianyong and Chun Niu eagerly watched him, waiting for his decision. When he picked up the box for the red fire fan, both of them visibly relaxed, but then they noticed he set the box aside, causing their hearts to tighten again. Liu Qinghuan pointed to the other 4 boxes and asked, how much would all 4 of these cost? The 2 of them gasped in unison, and Wu Tianyong stuttered, Dear friend, are you really taking all 4? Indeed. You want all 4? Yes. All right. Chun Niu, hurry. Calculate how many spirit stones are needed. Wu Tianyong's face was flushed with excitement as he shook Chun Niu's shoulders repeatedly. Chun Niu's face also turned rosy with joy. She brushed off the overly excited Wu Tianyong and smiled as she moved the abacus on the counter. A total of 900 low-grade spirit stones. You can give 850, master. Liu Qinghuan thought for a moment and took out 7 medium-grade spirit stones. I don't have enough low-grade spirit stones on me, so 7 medium-grade spirit stones should be worth 850 low-grade ones, right? The 2 people across from him were taken aback upon seeing the medium-grade spirit stones. Chun Niu exclaimed repeatedly, that's worth it. 1 medium-grade spirit stone can now be exchanged for 120 low-grade ones, and it's even more expensive on the black market, so it's definitely worth it. Medium-grade spirit stones are generally used by cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, while those in the Qi refinement stage are mostly very poor and cannot afford medium-grade spirit stones at all. Wu Tianyong's gaze towards Liu Qinghuan changed, and he began to speculate whether Liu was a disciple of some great family or had high-level cultivators backing him. In fact, Liu Qinghuan was reluctant to take out the medium-grade spirit stones. He still remembered the calamity that befell him after accidentally revealing his wealth last time. However, he had no choice as he lacked low-grade spirit stones. After purchasing the magical items, Liu Qinghuan had Wu Tianyong take him around the street again, buying various jade slips that introduced the materials, herbs, and mines of the cultivation world that he had been longing for, spending 100 low-grade spirit stones to buy 5 spirit nurturing pills, as if he were cutting flesh. As for other essentials like healing potions, detoxification pills, fasting pills, and spirit recovery pills, they were all necessary items, and even the beginner spirit nurturing pills had to be bought. The pills were simply too expensive. After this trip, Liu Qinghuan's spirit stones dwindled drastically, and combined with the consumption on the road, he was left with only 8 medium-grade spirit stones and over 100 low-grade spirit stones. Liu Qinghuan stood on the street and sighed to the heavens. This situation of only spending without earning was not a solution. After the Ascension Conference, he would have to find a way to earn spirit stones. Fortunately, he had previously handed over the materials he collected on the road to Wu Tianyong for sale, partly to divert him and avoid revealing too much of his wealth, as wealth can easily tempt people. It was best not to test human nature in this regard. Moreover, perhaps he could exchange for some spirit stones. After a while, Wu Tianyong returned, handing over a storage bag. Dao friend, you're truly impressive. You actually have materials from a first-grade 9th-tier snake-type demon beast, and there are 2 of them. This is a good price, totaling 467 low-grade spirit stones. Count them. That was from a friend who hunted them. I just sold them on their behalf, Liu Qinghuan said, scanning the number of spirit stones in the bag with his divine sense before putting it away. With most of the miscellaneous tasks completed, the 2 finally set off for the inn. On the way, Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but ask Wu Tianyong, I see you're also a cultivator. Why don't you focus on cultivation and spend all day busy with these mundane matters? Wu Tianyong was slightly taken aback at his words, then sighed with a bitter smile. Dao friend, how old do you think I am? I'm about 23 or 24, I suppose. Yes, I am 24 this year. I started cultivating at 10, began drawing qi into my body at 15, and at the age of 24, I am still stuck at the first layer of qi refinement. His expression was extremely bitter. All these years I have never given up, immersed in my cultivation day and night, but... He paused, seemingly recalling some painful past. His words choked in his throat, unable to express them. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he continued, Dao friend, at your young age you have already reached the 4th layer, showing your exceptional talent. But you have no idea of the pain of trying everything, yet still being unable to improve one's cultivation. Liu Qinghuan was at a loss for words and did not know how to comfort him, so he remained silent. Wu Tianyong forced a self-deprecating smile. To be honest, I once had someone test my spiritual roots. They are mottled and chaotic with 5 attributes like paint splattered on a randomly dyed cloth haphazardly piled together. They are even worse than what people call waste spiritual roots, so being able to draw qi into my body is already a blessing from several lifetimes. He paused and sighed again. And there are even more people in this world who are worse off than I am. For instance, Chun Yo, her father, is a 7th layer qi refinement cultivator, yet she has no spiritual roots at all, and it is destined that she will have no connection to the immortal path in this life. Liu Qinghuan thought of Yunzheng. Some people have no spiritual roots at all, while others are born with exceptional talent. It seems that many things and people in this world have their fates predetermined from birth, and to escape the fate dictated by heaven, how much suffering must one endure, like being pulled apart. In my life on the immortal path, I will probably only be able to go this far, which is why I later took up this profession. Saying this, Wu Tianyong seemed to recall something, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's just that not cultivating immortality, so what? If there is no fated companion on the road to longevity, living for 1,000 years would only be lonely. As long as I am here, I will ensure her safety and happiness. Is that so? Liu Qinghuan looked at Wu Tianyong's side profile filled with sweetness and said lightly, if you were given a chance for your spiritual roots to become exceptional, to improve, without effort to establish your foundation, to form your core, and even to have the opportunity to ascend to the great ascension for true immortality, would you still be willing to marry a mortal woman? Wu Tianyong stared at him in shock, speechless. In that moment, the deep-rooted desire for immortality flashed across his face, already giving the answer. Liu Qinghuan gazed at the setting sun on the horizon. His youthful face, unweathered by hardship, carried a breathtaking determination. I want immortality. Wu Tianyong smiled helplessly. Yes, I also want immortality. But assuming it is not possible, then grasping the present is most important. Although Chun Yo is a mortal girl, I am very fond of her. Even if, as you said, I can achieve the great path, I would not give up on accompanying her through life, and then spend thousands of years missing her. Liu Qinghuan sighed. He had not yet reached the age to understand romantic feelings. Right now his world revolved only around cultivation, so he naturally could not comprehend the infatuated words Wu Tianyong spoke. The two chatted lightly, and soon they arrived at their destination. Liu Qinghuan was quite satisfied with the place introduced by Wu Tianyong. It was an extremely quiet, independent courtyard. Although it was a bit out of the way, he planned to focus on his cultivation without going out, so it didn't matter. The rent was also reasonable, 10 low-grade spirit stones per month. Before entering, he took out 2 spirit stones and handed them to Wu Tianyong. My name is Liu Qinghuan. Thank you for showing me the way today. Wu Tianyong smiled as he accepted them, patting him on the shoulder. Dao friend Liu, as long as you are in Haoyuan City, feel free to find me if you need anything. Wu Tianyong may not have other skills, but my information network is not to be underestimated. All right, Liu Qinghuan nodded. Wu Tianyong clasped his fists. Then let's leave it at that. I wish you a smooth path to cultivation and a successful journey in the immortal world. After parting ways with Wu Tianyong, Liu Qinghuan walked into the small courtyard he had rented for half a year. After a brief inspection, he lay down on the bed. It had been a long time since he had a good night's sleep. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Qinghuan sat cross-legged on the mat, immersed in meditation. During these 7 months, he devoted himself to cultivation, rarely stepping outside, and now his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of qi refinement 4th level. Outside the quiet room, a series of soft sounds emerged like a gust of wind, and a ball of white fluff rushed in, diving straight into Liu Qinghuan's arms. Liu Qinghuan opened his eyes, holding the little creature in his arms, and playfully scolded it by poking its forehead, saying, "Look at how capable you are. You always know when I'm done with my cultivation." Qi stuck out its pink tongue to lick his fingers, receiving a spirit-feeding pill as a reward. After half a year, Qi raised in Liu Qinghuan's small courtyard had grown quite a bit, sturdy like a young calf, with a coat of white fur that was soft and shining. Its greatest joy each day was to dash around the courtyard like the wind, its speed now comparable to that of an adult horned beast. The courtyard was filled with many flowers and plants, and the house was furnished with various pieces of furniture, yet it had never made a mistake and crashed into anything. Indeed, it was a mutated spirit beast. With such speed, it could still control itself freely, and Liu Qinghuan anticipated that it would be even faster when it matured. Standing up, he walked slowly outside and immediately saw Yunzheng entering from outside. "Finished with your cultivation?" Yunzheng asked upon seeing him casually tossing the storage bag he was carrying to Liu Qinghuan. "Go prepare a feast." The Ascension Conference is tomorrow, let's have a hearty meal tonight. Liu Qinghuan helplessly looked at the bulging storage bag in his hands, knowing without a doubt that it was filled with all sorts of ingredients. Yunzheng's tendency to collect ingredients had become increasingly severe. He touched his face and felt he had gained weight recently. He arrived in Haoyuan City 3 months ago after being delayed in Chushang Marsh. As soon as he entered the city, he contacted Liu Qinghuan, and upon learning that he had rented a small courtyard, decided not to look for another place to stay, settling in here. As the Ascension Conference approached, more and more cultivators from all corners of the continent came to Haoyuan City, and the flow of people on the streets outside had increased dozens of times, nearly bursting the city. Prices soared to astonishing levels. Even so, there were no available accommodations within the city, and many latecomers had to find lodging outside. Impatient to push through the crowd, Liu Qinghuan went out even less. Taking advantage of the time, while Liu Qinghuan prepared the ingredients, Yunzheng bit into a fruit and said, "Today I went out and inquired around again. The recruitment requirements of the 4 major sects have also been posted." As he spoke, a piece of paper appeared in his hand. "Oh, read it to me," Liu Qinghuan said, while removing the bones from the fish meat in his hands, keeping a wary eye on Chuyi's attempts to sneak a bite. Since Chuyi first tasted food, it had become quite the glutton, daring to stuff anything into its mouth, eating a large portion of the drunken lotus fruit that Yunzheng had brought back one time, and then passing out for 3 days. Yunzheng glanced at the paper in his hand. This time it's indeed different from previous years. For some reason, the 4 major sects have relaxed their recruitment requirements, lowering the bar from the usual 3 spirit roots to 4. The quality requirement has also been reduced, allowing those of middle grade or above to qualify. Therefore, this year the situation will be completely different. Those who previously did not meet the 4 major sects requirements will rush to apply, as larger sects can provide more cultivation resources to their disciples. Liu Qinghuan furrowed his brows slightly at this. Doesn't that mean the competition for the admission quotas among the 4 major sects will be even more intense? That's for sure. However, this time the quotas have also been relatively relaxed. For example, 10 years ago, the Ziwei Sword Pavilion only recruited 200 new disciples, but this time it has increased to 500. Yunzheng stroked his chin, pondering. This situation is very unusual. In the recorded history of cultivation, such a large-scale recruitment expansion only occurs before a great war. Great war? Liu Qinghuan exclaimed, halting his preparation of the ingredients. What kind of great war? A very significant one. Yunzheng said worriedly. A typical beast tide doesn't count as significant. The 4 major sects wouldn't react this way. It has to be something like an invasion by evil forces, or a boundary sealing war. At this point, Yunzheng was stunned. The half-eaten fruit in his hand fell to the ground with a crash, splattering juice everywhere, and Chuyi, who had been hiding nearby, dashed over like the wind, making the fruit disappear from the ground. Liu Qinghuan stared blankly at Yunzheng. In the past few months, aside from cultivation, he had also frantically studied various knowledge about the cultivation world, so he was aware of just how terrifying a boundary sealing war could be. The so-called boundary sealing war concerns the survival and extinction of an entire cultivation continent. Each side represents a cultivation continent based on the thickness of the spiritual energy contained within its boundaries, and the Yunmeng's continent is vast with countless mortals and cultivators, merely one of the 6-grade realms among the myriad small worlds categorized into 9 grades based on various factors like the number of cultivators and high-level cultivators' nascent soul and above. The grade of a boundary can be elevated. The most common method is through various spirit trees and spirit plants, but this process is extremely slow, possibly taking tens of thousands of years to raise a single grade, and even that is not guaranteed. Alternatively, if the fortune of a boundary arrives, suddenly producing a batch of talented treasures can significantly aid in elevating its grade. There was once an 8-grade boundary that serendipitously gave birth to a 9-heavens chaos immortal tree, miraculously jumping to a 5-grade realm. However, immortal trees are not commonplace. They are born from the immense spiritual fortune of heaven and earth and cannot be cultivated by human effort. Only those with extraordinary fortune may glimpse them. Among the 3,000 small worlds, there are only a few continents that possess immortal trees, and they are fiercely guarded. The fastest method is to plunder other boundaries, directly siphoning the spiritual veins of other continents and moving their treasures back home. Therefore, the boundary positions of cultivation continents are the most crucial secrets. Once exposed, they become as vulnerable as lambs among wolves, all eager for a bite. Then, Liu Qinghuan pondered for a moment and said, "Do you think it's our continent's boundary position that has been exposed, or that we have discovered the boundary positions of other continents?" "Can't say for sure." Yunzheng's expression shifted as he shoved the paper into Liu Qinghuan's hands. "You take a look. I need to send a message back to my family." Watching him dash away as if his backside were on fire, Liu Qinghuan had no choice but to set aside the ingredients and examine the paper closely. In addition to the requirements for spirit roots and quality, there was also an age requirement of between 6 and 60 years old. But there was no restriction on cultivation level, meaning that as long as the spirit root requirements were met, anyone could register regardless of whether they had begun to draw qi into their body. Furthermore, the admission quotas varied for each sect, with the Shaoyang sect having the most at 800, while the Wensher sect had the least at 400. Notably, the Ziwei Sword Pavilion specified that the primary spirit root must be of the metal element. Those who met the above conditions would qualify to register for the entrance examination. Only those who passed the examination could join the sect. In recent days, Liu Qinghuan had familiarized himself with every sect in the cultivation world, and he had already decided on the sect he wanted to join, the Wensher sect. The Wensher sect is based on the void, with a focus on nurturing one's nature, founded by the supreme being Guan Yinzi 50,000 years ago. The supreme being's real name was Yin Shi, known as Mr. Wensher, and he left behind the scripture Wensher Jinjing, belonging to the highest level of the void path, characterized by extreme stillness and profound enlightenment, leading to a chaotic realm of nothingness, cultivating nature while simultaneously refining fate. Thus, the Wensher sect has always remained aloof from worldly affairs, focusing solely on cultivation. Even though it has the fewest members among the 4 major sects, it boasts the highest number of high-level disciples, standing in stark contrast to the Shaoyang sect. As a result, there has always been a saying that the cultivation world regards the Wensher sect as the highest and the Shaoyang sect as the largest. Early the next morning, Liu Qinghuan and Yunzheng appeared at the largest Nanshan square in Haoyuan City. At that moment, a large crowd of cultivators had gathered in the square, waiting for the Ascension Conference to commence. The two found a relatively less crowded corner to stand in, only to realize that the atmosphere around them was somewhat tense. Many people wore worried expressions and were whispering among themselves about the unusual occurrences related to this Ascension Conference. A stout cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement was asking a tall, slender male cultivator, "I heard that many sects temporarily changed their entry requirements yesterday. Indeed, the conditions have been relaxed somewhat. The changes among the 4 major sects have been significant, and the other smaller sects are acting based on their movements. However, no one knows exactly what is going on. Currently, rumors are spreading among the loose cultivators, and various speculations are causing widespread anxiety." The tall male cultivator replied. At this moment, a beautiful female cultivator suddenly interjected, "Will there really be a boundary war?" This remark immediately drew the attention of all the surrounding cultivators, putting pressure on the previously speaking male cultivator, who became flustered. "I am not too sure about that either. I do not know if it is a boundary war, but I am certain that something significant is about to happen." Another person joined the discussion, and everyone nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of foreboding. Some were worried, while others dismissed it nonchalantly. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Why worry so much? I have been researching the history of the cultivation world these past few days. Often before a major event occurs, there is a brewing period of 1 or 200 years. By then, if we cannot establish our foundations, we will have long turned into a pile of bones, so there is nothing to worry about. You have a point, friend. Someone chimed in. Rather than thinking about those useless things, the Ascension Conference at hand is the most crucial matter, as it relates to our path to immortality, far more important than that distant boundary war. This statement elicited a round of laughter, easing the tense atmosphere. At that moment, the sky had brightened, and the Ascension Conference officially began, with registration booths for various sects set up in front of a gray building at the center of the square. The registration spots for the 4 major sects were easy to find, as they were located right in the center. "See you later." Yunzheng waved to Liu Qinghuan as he headed towards the line for the Ziwei Sword Pavilion. Liu Qinghuan was somewhat surprised and worried about Yunzheng choosing the Ziwei Sword Pavilion. However, although Yunzheng did not possess a gold attribute spiritual root, he had an excellent very nice spiritual root, so it should not be a major problem. He also found the line for the Wensher sect and stood at the back. In no time, the line had already grown quite long. By noon, it was finally his turn. He saw a small tent set up ahead, with 2 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators in dark robes standing on either side of the entrance. Once inside the tent, he found it to be much larger than it appeared from the outside. Behind a wooden long table sat 5 cultivators whose cultivation levels were completely indiscernible, 3 men and 2 women. This indicated that their cultivation was at least a level higher than his, at least in the foundation establishment stage. Liu Qinghuan quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. What is your name and where are you from?" One of the beautiful female cultivators asked gently. "My name is Liu Qinghuan, and I was born in Ningguan City of Diyue Kingdom, located on the southeast side of Hengwu Mountain Range. How old are you this year?" 12 years old. The beautiful woman nodded slightly. "What mental cultivation method have you practiced before?" "I practiced the returning to the source method." Liu Qinghuan replied, choosing not to disclose any information about sitting forgetting book. At this moment, the stern-looking man in the middle spoke up. Come here, place your hand on this crystal sphere, and then channel your spiritual energy into it. Liu Qinghuan complied. As he channeled his spiritual energy, the crystal sphere began to glow slowly, first a faint blue, then yellow, and finally a rich green. You have wood, water, and earth attribute spiritual roots, with the wood attribute dominating, which is considered average. The stern man said, lightly flicking the crystal sphere with his finger, causing the green, blue, and yellow colors to vanish instantly. In the center of the now clear crystal sphere, as seen, emerged a large green mountain, stood in a pale blue sea of spiritual energy, surrounded by a circle of azure waters on yellow earth. This reflected the scene within Liu Qinghuan's dantian. Not bad, the spiritual roots have formed an illusion indicating good quality and ample spiritual energy. The stern man nodded slightly. Liu Qinghuan felt a bit anxious. He knew there was a strange wooden stick in his dantian. Over the past 6 months, he had searched through various jade slips, but still could not figure out what it was. Though he was frustrated about not being able to find the wooden stick, he did not want it to be discovered by an outsider. Suddenly, a young woman who had been silent exclaimed softly, startling Liu Qinghuan, who quickly looked at her. Sister Xiang, what did you find? The stern man asked. Liu Qinghuan forced himself to suppress his panic, striving to maintain a calm expression. Senior brother, Yin, didn't you notice? Sister Xiang pointed at the projection of Liu Qinghuan's dantian, saying, this seems to be the legendary growth-type spiritual root. What? At her words, the other 3 shouted in unison, startling Liu Qinghuan once again. Sister Xiang, are you sure you aren't mistaken? The young male cultivator sitting in the second position on the right quickly inquired. I don't think so. Look. Sister Xiang pointed delicately at Liu Qinghuan's dantian. He felt a chill in his dantian, and the scene in the crystal sphere changed again, revealing his spiritual root. The wood spiritual root resembled a green bamboo, growing above the yellow earth spiritual root and blue water spiritual root. Liu Qinghuan stared in shock at the green bamboo, his mind conjuring images of the wooden stick. Indeed, this is the first time I have seen such a legendary spiritual root quality. Me too, this kind of spiritual root hasn't appeared for several thousand years, has it? The last time it appeared was probably 3,000 years ago, a fire and wind attribute growth-type spiritual root. Liu Qinghuan found himself surrounded by several cultivators with much higher cultivation levels discussing, and even though they had reined in their pressure, the faint aura still made him break into a cold sweat. Enough. What kind of behavior is this? The stern man, who had been sitting quietly and not participating in the discussion, shouted. You are all Foundation establishment cultivators, yet you are shouting and making a scene, which is quite unbecoming. Senior brother, Yin is the most old-fashioned. Be careful not to age before your time. Sister Xiang playfully made a face at the stern man and pouted as she returned to her seat. Nonsense. Senior brother Yan's expression flashed with a hint of helplessness as he reprimanded in a low voice. Growth-type spiritual roots are not so easily determined. Just because it looks like it does not mean it is. This type of spiritual root can only be concluded through long-term observation. Liu Qinghuan glanced at the stern man and cautiously asked, Esteemed senior, what is a growth-type spiritual root? A growth-type spiritual root means that as your cultivation improves, the root quality will change. Although senior brother Yan's expression was cold, he answered Liu Qinghuan with great patience. For example, your wood spiritual root grows above the earth and water spiritual roots, just like a plant growing in the soil. As you cultivate, eventually your earth and water spiritual roots will be absorbed or transformed by the wood spiritual root, becoming a single wood attribute spiritual root. A single wood attribute spiritual root. Liu Qinghuan's eyes widened in shock. However, senior brother Yin shifted his tone, saying, transforming into a single spiritual root is not an easy task. Though rare, it is not an optimal spiritual root, as the time required for its transformation is far too long. If it takes too long, by the time you achieve the great ascension, the transformation may still be incomplete. In the history of cultivation, the fastest record for a growing type spiritual root also reached the stage of Huashan. At this point, senior brother Yin took a sip of tea in front of him and continued, this long period presents too many uncertainties for a cultivator. Not to mention Huashan, even Foundation establishment and golden core stages are extremely arduous, and until the transformation is complete, your spiritual root cannot be considered optimal. It will not differ much from an ordinary 3 spiritual roots. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether your spiritual root is indeed a growing type. That answer can only be sought slowly by yourself in the future. Take this jade token and go. Liu Qinghuan accepted the dark jade token handed to him, bowed deeply, and then walked into a side door on his left with a heavy heart. Upon entering, he found himself in a vast hall with a high dome painted with a star map of the universe, and in the center stood a high platform surrounded by stairs. Liu Qinghuan turned around and noticed 3 other doors not far from where he stood, indicating that participants from the 4 major sects were waiting here. He looked around and saw Yunzheng standing alone not far from the door. What's wrong? Yunzheng also noticed him and asked upon seeing his poor complexion. After thinking for a moment, Liu Qinghuan conveyed the matter of the growing type spiritual root to him through sound transmission. Yunzheng was startled for a moment, then patted his shoulder and said, "Good news. Regardless of whether it is fast or slow, your spiritual root is improving, isn't it?" Liu Qinghuan hesitated to mention the stick he had in mind, simply nodding and setting those thoughts aside, focusing back on the entrance test. They waited for several hours with countless people entering from outside the door, at least over 10,000. But the hall remained quite quiet with very few conversations as most were seated with eyes closed meditating. Finally, with the closure of the 4 small doors, a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators entered the hall and stood respectfully on either side of the high platform. At that moment, the main door of the hall opened and 4 figures appeared against the light. Rays of brilliant sunlight streamed in from behind them, shifting positions as they moved. The hall fell silent, and everyone stood up watching as those 4 figures slowly approached. An invisible pressure made Liu Qinghuan's legs tremble involuntarily, almost causing him to kneel. He abruptly bit his tongue until he tasted blood to suppress the urge to kneel. Looking around, he saw that those with weaker willpower had already fallen to their knees, with fewer than 10 remaining standing, most being cultivators at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi training. Liu Qinghuan hesitated briefly before kneeling down. Among the figures walking calmly towards the high platform was an old man with white hair and beard who cast a glance at Liu Qinghuan's position with interest and lightly stroked his white beard. "Ming Yangzi, have you found a talent worth nurturing?" A handsome middle-aged man beside him noticed the old man's gaze and quickly asked, looking in the same direction where a strikingly handsome young man stood. At only 14 or 15, he has reached the 8th layer of Qi training, and he possesses an anomalous ice spiritual root. "Zhang Xiong, your eyesight remains sharp as ever." The middle-aged man chuckled. "It's a pity this child bears the purple jade token which belongs to Dao Friend Chu." Ming Yangzi chuckled without responding. A nearby man dressed in purple robes, looking indifferent, merely glanced at Yunzheng, ignoring the middle-aged man's insinuation, and smiled slightly. That smile resembled a divine sword unsheathed, radiating sword intent. From a distance, Yunzheng felt a chill at the back of his neck, and his scalp tingled. Fortunately, the other party quickly shifted their gaze away, causing Yunzheng's legs to weaken, and he knelt down as well. Ming Yangzi, ethereal voice, spoke from beside them. It was the only female cultivator among the 4, with an elegant demeanor, her luxurious pink gown fluttering without wind as she softly asked, "Shouldn't we begin?" Having ascended the high platform, Ming Yangzi nodded, standing in the center of the platform. With a slight wave of his hand, 4 beams of crystal light flashed from his palm and quickly reached the 4 corners of the platform. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot up from each corner, converging above the platform, followed by a circular semi-transparent barrier descending, enveloping the spacious platform. "Let's begin," Ming Yangzi declared, producing a small tower about 3 inches tall in his hand. He tossed it into the center of the platform. Everyone else stepped back outside the platform, and the 4 within took their seats at the corners, simultaneously unleashing an overwhelming pressure unique to the nascent soul stage, instantly filling the entire barrier. At the same time, the 4 pointed out a strand of spiritual power at the tower, casting various colorful and profound spells in succession. Amidst the obscure incantations, the tower slowly grew larger, and the architecture atop became increasingly distinct. The tower was seen to have 9 levels, its structure slender and upright like a spring bamboo, exuding an aura of immense grandeur. Liu Qinghuan stared intently at the scene on the high platform, hearing whispers around him. "This is the Great Sumeru Tower. A spiritual treasure. I've seen a spiritual treasure." As the tower reached a height of 10 zhang, it stopped growing. The bottom layer was now the size of a room, and suddenly all 4 doors thundered open, revealing a scene inside the tower, shrouded in thick gray mist. "Everyone heed my command." A clear voice echoed in Liu Qinghuan's ears, as if someone were speaking directly to him. He looked up to see the middle-aged man from earlier stepping forward to the tower. After clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd below. "The entrance test is about to begin. You must enter the Great Sumeru Tower in an orderly fashion. Keep the jade tokens you obtained earlier safe. If you encounter danger, you may crush them, and they will be sent outside the tower. However, only those who possess the entrance token and remain in the tower for the designated time will be considered successful. Anyone who is sent out midway or fails to find the entrance token before time runs out will be deemed to have failed the test. The entrance tokens will be hidden throughout the tower. Whether you can find them depends on your own abilities. The testing period will last 3 days, but time flows differently inside and outside the tower. 3 days outside equate to 1 month inside. Once time is up, everyone will be instantly transported out. Hold your jade tokens in hand. The entrance test begins now." After saying the final words, the semi-transparent barrier surrounding the high platform opened large holes, and the middle-aged man retreated to a corner, sitting down again, ignoring the others as he closed his eyes. Liu Qinghuan and Yunzheng were swept into the crowd towards the tower. He barely had time to glance at the towering structure before being engulfed in the flowing gray mist. His vision darkened, then brightened again. Liu Qinghuan saw only a fleeting glimpse, and it terrified his very soul. He heard the howling cold wind beside him, and beneath his feet was only a small platform, as he found himself suspended high above with an abyss of 10,000 zhang below. Instinctively trying to summon his flying sword, he realized that his spiritual power and divine sense were entirely frozen, unresponsive. His body felt unimaginably heavy, a sensation he had never experienced since he began absorbing qi into his body. He had reverted to being a mere mortal. Liu Qinghuan was so frightened that his soul nearly escaped him. Fortunately, he had not moved since emerging from the Great Shumi Universe Tower, otherwise he would have surely plummeted into a bottomless abyss. With trembling legs, he cautiously crouched down, finally daring to take a deep breath. He found himself on a solitary stone floating in the air. As far as the eye could see, there were many such floating stones, some as large as islands in the sea, their tops covered with lush greenery and vibrant flowers with trailing vines swaying in the wind. The smaller stones, like the one beneath his feet, barely offered enough space to stand. The wind was strong, and the ethereal mist flowed around the floating stones, creating a scene that was nothing short of a fairyland. Unfortunately, Liu Qinghuan had no mood to appreciate it, feeling only the chill enveloping his body. Looking down, he could see no land, only a vast abyss and rolling sea of clouds. His spiritual power and divine sense were ineffective. His storage bag wouldn't open, and apart from a dark jade plate on him, he had nothing but the clothes he wore. In short, as a mere mortal, he was trapped in this tiny space. Meanwhile, all the cultivators participating in the trial within the Great Shumi Universe Tower were dumbfounded. Cultivators were accustomed to storing everything in their storage bags, and suddenly finding themselves without a shred of spiritual power felt like a drastic drop. Many were left in a daze. Liu Qinghuan hugged his knees to steady himself, then began to contemplate how to escape this predicament. He had to leave this palm-sized floating stone quickly, or else a gust of wind could easily blow him away. He cast his gaze towards the nearby floating stones. The ones directly above him were out of reach, and although there were a few below, they were quite distant. One stone about 10 zhang in size was positioned just below him at an angle. If he jumped down, he should be able to land on it. However, the height was no less than 20 to 30 zhang. Jumping down as a mortal would undoubtedly be suicidal, and even though his body had been modified by spiritual energy, the outcome was uncertain. Nevertheless, there were 2 thriving trees growing on that floating island, one of which was relatively close to him, towering over 10 zhang high. However, it was still a bit too far for him to reach, and he had no leverage to jump, yet one of its branches extended out towards him. Liu Qinghuan fixed his eyes on that branch, calculated for a moment, and without further hesitation shouted loudly, pushing off the stone with his feet and launching himself into the air. The rushing wind filled his mouth, making it impossible to open his eyes. He dared not close them. In just a few breaths, he had already descended over 10 zhang, getting closer to the branch. Just as he reached for the branch, he stretched out his hands and grabbed it tightly. The branch slammed into his chest, causing him to let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he dared not loosen his grip. The immense force caused the branch to bend down sharply, and after reaching its limit, it quickly rebounded. Liu Qinghuan clung tightly to the branch, swinging back and forth in midair, feeling as if the world was spinning, while the abyss below continuously drew closer and then receded. As the swinging gradually came to a halt, he disregarded his injuries and began to climb along the branch. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed, causing Liu Qinghuan's heart to lurch. He hurriedly moved his hands and feet faster, just before the branch broke, barely managing to grab hold of another branch. When he finally reached the floating island, he was still filled with trepidation. Had he been a moment slower, he would have fallen into the abyss along with the broken branch. Before entering the tower, he had considered various dangers and potential ways to die, but falling to his death had never crossed his mind. Yet now that he was on this island, aside from stretching his arms and legs, he was still trapped with no way up to the heavens or down to the earth. After circling the floating island numerous times, Liu Qinghuan fell into deep contemplation once again. Suddenly, a long, clear bird call echoed through the clouds. He turned to look, spotting a vibrant large bird he had never seen before, approaching swiftly like a sword released from its sheath. Its massive wings stirred up a fierce wind, prompting Liu Qinghuan to quickly crouch down and clutch a tuft of grass tightly. When the wind subsided, he stood up and saw the bird perched on a nearby floating island, pecking at red fruits on a tree. Looking at the bird's broad back, covered in beautiful feathers, Liu Qinghuan's heart raced. Upon further thought, this might be his only chance to leave this place, so he immediately approached the edge of that floating island. Between the 2 floating islands, several intertwined vines connected them, each as thick as his thigh. After tugging on them a few times to confirm their strength, he lay down and began to crawl along the vines towards the other island. The wind blew up from the abyss, causing the vines to rustle gently. With each sway, Liu Qinghuan felt his heart tighten. It's all right, I'm just climbing a tree on flat ground. He kept murmuring to himself, keeping his eyes level ahead, while moving his hands and feet quickly. Whooshed! Finally, Liu Qinghuan made it onto that floating island drenched in cold sweat. However, this was not the time to rest. He cautiously approached the bird, testing its reaction. The bird had already noticed his presence, one eye fixed on him, while the other remained on the red fruits on the tree, its iron hook-like beak continuously pecking. Each of those red fruits was as large as a basin, and the red juice splattered everywhere from its pecking. What a glutton! If only he could open his storage bag now. He had plenty of ways to deal with the glutton, but for now he had to think of another plan. He cautiously approached the large bird, taking tiny, careful steps. Noticing it did not react, he dared to take another step forward. Perhaps due to his small size posing no threat, the bird merely stared at him, showing no sign of aggression. Liu Qinghuan felt a bead of sweat in his palm as he slowly moved forward. When he was only about 10 steps away, the bird suddenly turned its head, letting out a loud call and flapping its broad wings. Liu Qinghuan was so startled that he froze in place, but he saw the bird then turned its head away, no longer focusing on him, and resumed pecking at the red fruits on the other side of the tree. What does this mean? Liu Qinghuan was puzzled, but this was a rare opportunity. Not seizing it would be foolish. He quickly rushed to the back of the bird, climbing up along its tail without hesitation. Throughout this process, the bird showed no reaction, as if it had not noticed the addition of a person on its back, continuing to eat its red fruits. Liu Qinghuan sighed in relief, settling on the bird's back. The bird's back was quite spacious, able to accommodate several more people lying down. Its splendid feathers were mainly goldened with dazzling blue-green tips layered like a hard armor enveloping its entire body. At that moment, the bird suddenly stood up, and Liu Qinghuan hurriedly grabbed its feathers, only to find them extremely smooth and sharp. As he noticed the bird starting to flap its wings, he took a deep breath and leaped forward, embracing its neck. In the next instant, the bird had taken flight, its massive wings flapping powerfully as it soared far away, leaving the floating island they had just occupied behind, vanishing into the vast clouds. The great bird darted through the mist like a bolt of lightning, passing by floating islands of various sizes in a flash, while the golden sea of clouds on the distant horizon was incredibly magnificent and splendid. Liu Qinghuan clung tightly to the bird's neck, unable to open his eyes against the fierce wind rushing past. Without a protective barrier of spiritual energy, it was truly a miserable experience. Fortunately, the great bird flew steadily, otherwise Liu Qinghuan was uncertain if he could hold on. As he gradually adapted, he began to feel somewhat better. Oh! Liu Qinghuan excitedly raised both hands and shouted. As if influenced by his excitement, the great bird let out a cry, its distant and resonant call echoing through the sky and rolling far away, enveloping the world in a desolate aura akin to a vast wasteland. Huh! Liu Qinghuan looked back in surprise as he thought he saw a figure on a floating island waving its arms, but the great bird was flying too fast and quickly passed by. He began to pay attention to the floating islands they passed, noticing that many of them had people dressed in attire similar to those from the Yunming's continent. They appeared to be cultivators participating in the trial. He wondered if more great birds would pass through these areas. Had he not decisively climbed onto the bird's back, he too would likely be facing elimination before even entering the trial, just like those people. The great bird flew non-stop for 2 days, finally exiting the floating island region. Liu Qinghuan, with a face numb from the wind, stared blankly at a massive shadow appearing in the distance. As he got closer, he had to lift his head higher, almost toppling backward. The mountain rose majestically into the sky, its peak hidden from view. The mountain was vast, stretching endlessly. The great bird circled and landed on a protruding rock, then stood up directly, throwing Liu Qinghuan to the ground. Hey, brother bird, don't leave me behind. Liu Qinghuan looked up at the great bird, which flew away without looking back, leaving him stranded on this precarious mountainside. The great bird seemed rather peculiar, almost as if it possessed human-like sensibilities, leaving him here, seemingly on purpose. He looked up at the mountain peak shrouded in mist, and then down at the mountain body, also hidden in the clouds, resembling two choices. His gaze gradually grew resolute as he began to search for a path to climb. Although the mountain rose almost straight up, there were many protruding rocks and plenty of vegetation that provided ample handholds. He scanned the area with hawk-like eyes, quickly mapping out routes in his mind. Only after his eyes began to redden did he finally select a route that, while not the shortest, would require the least effort. He closed his eyes for a moment to rest before starting his ascent. He grasped the protruding rocks above with his fingers, keeping his body close to the cliff face, while his feet firmly stepped on the ledges below, using the strength of his fingers to pull himself upward, alternating his feet to the next rock outcrop, steadily climbing. After half an hour, Liu Qinghuan was drenched in sweat. As a 4th-level Qi practitioner, his body was not significantly refined by spiritual energy, and in this near-vertical climb his stamina was depleting rapidly. He gritted his teeth and persevered for another half hour, finally reaching the planned rest point, a rock that could barely accommodate him for a brief respite. Whether it was his illusion or not, he felt that the higher he climbed, the heavier his body became. Although not very obvious considering the height of the mountain, it seemed that the gravitational pull at the peak would become unimaginable. He took out some wild fruits he had casually picked during the climb and took a big bite. At this moment, he was both exhausted and hungry, desperately needing to replenish his energy. As the juicy wild fruit entered his stomach, it transformed into a warm flow that spread throughout his body, as if each sore muscle was immersed in warm water, quickly alleviating his fatigue. Liu Qinghuan was taken aback, gazing in delight at the red wild fruit in his hand. He had picked this fruit after seeing the great bird eat it, and was certain it was non-toxic, never expecting it to have such miraculous effects. Had he known, he would have picked more. After devouring the few wild fruits in his possession, all fatigue disappeared completely. Liu Qinghuan touched his arms, feeling a surge of strength flowing through him. This is truly a wonderful thing. If he could take some with him, it might be extremely useful in critical moments in the future. With this thought, his motivation to climb renewed. He replanned a new route, incorporating areas with fruit-bearing plants, not just the red berries, but various other fruits. Even peculiar plants and thick tubers caught his interest. As he walked and harvested along the way, he was busily occupied, and the bundle made from his outer clothing visibly swelled. However, the higher he climbed, the greater the resistance became, and his stamina was depleting even faster, causing the bundle to visibly deflate. Day after climbing for a full 5 days, the resistance had become so great that it felt as if he was carrying a boulder on his back, forcing him to press his body tightly against the cliff, while the mountain top remained hidden in the clouds out of sight. The red fruits could no longer replenish his stamina, so he took a risk and tried another yellow fruit, only to find its effects even more remarkable. This yellow fruit appeared gradually when the red fruit's effects could not match his consumption, until it became increasingly abundant on the cliff, while the red fruits were nowhere to be seen. However, while the fruits could alleviate his fatigue, they could not counteract the ever-increasing resistance. He had a premonition that this mountain was very likely used by the 4 major sects to test new disciples. After realizing this, he felt a sense of relief, knowing he no longer had to worry about finding the elusive entrance token. Climbing this mountain would likely lead him to it. At this moment, Liu Qinghuan had removed his shirt steadily and resolutely, climbing upward, his bare back glistening with sweat, yet his physique appeared tight and muscular. After enduring the pressure of these days, his previously somewhat frail body had become much stronger, and coupled with the consumption of numerous strange fruits, he had even achieved a body-refining effect. After another 10 days, the yellow fruits gradually disappeared, and a new type of purple fruit appeared. Liu Qinghuan no longer took breaks, tirelessly climbing upward without rest. Each step forward felt as if he were moving the entire mountain. His skin cracked under the immense pressure, bleeding profusely, but under the effects of the purple fruit, it quickly healed, though the pain was indescribable. I cannot give up. I want to join a sect. I want to cultivate. Liu Qinghuan silently roared in his heart, his eyes bloodshot, as if they could spit fire, and each finger was already a bloody mess. He struggled to lift his head to look up, and the mountain peak that had been hidden in the clouds finally revealed its true form. Huh! Liu Qinghuan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with madness and determination, yet his heart remained calm, as if he were watching someone else climbing the mountain. At that moment, he felt none of the immense pressure on his body or the pain threatening to shatter him. He simply fixed his gaze on the peak and moved his hands and feet rapidly. A torrent of blood gushed from his body like a fountain, his skin shattered, and his bones covered in cracks, just before his physical form completely collapsed. Liu Qinghuan, like a figure of blood, stepped onto the ground at the mountain's peak. In the moment he stepped onto the mountaintop, all the heavy burdens vanished at once, and even the spiritual power could be utilized. Liu Qinghuan dared not fall, knowing that if he loosened his grip, he would perish on the spot. He stuffed the remaining purple fruits into his mouth and swallowed 2 healing pills, then immediately sat down to circulate his energy. Under the impetus of the Sit-Wang Longevity Sutra, the spiritual energy began to flow rapidly along the damaged meridians, and with the potency of the purple fruits and healing pills, it worked to repair Liu Qinghuan's body, which was on the verge of collapse. His body was severely damaged, taking 2 days and nights to fully heal. After restoring his spiritual power, he discovered that the effects of those fruits were not merely to alleviate fatigue and heal wounds, they had been gradually refining his physique. Now his entire body was permeated with red, yellow, and purple sparkles like starlight. Indeed, all the colored fruits he had consumed previously had remained within his body, transforming into tiny stars that slowly altered his constitution. Had it not been for these fruits, his body would have collapsed before he even reached the cliff. What was even more surprising was that many of the plants and tubers he had picked during his ascent were infused with rich spiritual energy, particularly a few he had gathered in the purple fruit area, where the energy was even more concentrated. Unfortunately, as he continued, the resistance grew stronger, leaving him no strength to detour and gather more spiritual plants. He could only collect a few as he passed by. Liu Qinghuan had thought he recognized most of the spiritual herbs and medicines in the cultivation world, but now he realized how shallow his knowledge was. He had only recognized a fraction from the Yunming's continent, and here in the great Liu Qinghuan Tower, he did not recognize a single one. It seemed that he would need to continue his efforts after he got out. He cast a cleansing spell to remove all the bloodstains and dirt from his body, then put on his clothes, still wearing a regular dark robe over his Luo dye spider clothing. The mountain top was vast, with a flat area near the cliff and towering giant trees in the distance. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, a petite female cultivator was clinging to the mountainside not far from the peak, but her curvaceous body was already covered in bloodstains soaked through. The female cultivator's face was filled with agony as she swayed precariously under the immense pressure. Below the mountain, through layers of mist, a burly male cultivator was walking across a green meadow with muscles bulging on his exposed arms resembling stone. He was evidently a body refining practitioner. However, a closer look at the ground revealed it was densely filled with short thorns, each sharp spike standing upright toward the sky. The male cultivator's feet were already punctured and bloodied by the thorns, leaving behind a long trail of blood. Far away by the sea, Yunzheng was stepping out of the water, draped in a piece of white fish skin with his face also covered. Only after fully stepping onto the shore and glancing at the dull sky did he remove all the fish skin, revealing his body covered in scars. Liu Qinghuan was flying low in the forest, feeling greatly astonished. As far as the eye could see, there were towering ancient trees with trunks thick enough to be embraced by several people, and one could only wonder how many years these giants had taken to grow this large. The forest was very quiet, with only a few small wild beasts peeking out from corners, curiously watching him. After flying for about half an hour, he suddenly caught a whiff of a delightful floral fragrance. Ahead, at the edge of the giant tree forest, appeared a vast sea of colorful flowers blooming in dazzling brilliance. Liu Qinghuan dared not approach too closely. He held a detoxifying pill in his mouth and observed the flower sea from a distance. Confirming there was no unusual movement, he cautiously stepped forward one step at a time. As he drew nearer, he discovered a small path winding through the flower sea. The flowers did not seem to grow randomly, but appeared to be cultivated in a flower field. Could it be that someone actually resides here? Who would live atop such a high mountain? Curiosity piqued, he followed the path deeper, and not far in a small farming village appeared in the depths of the flower field. Liu Qinghuan stood there in confusion, only to see many people already standing in front of the small village who cheered in unison upon seeing him. He's here, he's here. Someone shouted loudly, Aunt Liu, the child has returned. Liu Qinghuan was taken aback, looking at the middle-aged couple standing in the crowd, suddenly feeling a rush of emotion as a warm embrace enveloped him. He heard a voice filled with tears. Why have you been away from home for so many years? Do you know that your mother has been crying for you? Her eyes are almost blind from it. Woo-woo. Liu Qinghuan stood dazed as a gruff man's voice said, Look at you, crying the moment the child comes back. Let's talk at home. The speaker was a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Qinghuan. He rubbed his calloused hands and stood to the side, gazing at Liu Qinghuan with reddened eyes. Liu Qinghuan felt a wave of disorientation, suddenly recalling, it turns out I have been away from home for so many years, and now I have returned to my homeland. Without giving Liu Qinghuan a chance to speak, the villagers surrounded the family of three and led them to a small farm courtyard in the village, followed by a flurry of activity, washing faces and changing clothes, then being pulled around to look this way and that. A feast was laid out in the courtyard, and the whole village came to welcome back the eldest son of the Liu family, who had been missing for many years. The old man with white hair reprimanded him. Why haven't you called out to your parents after being back for so long? Are you still resentful that your parents abandoned you in Ningguan City? Aye. Liu Qinghuan stammered, only to hear the old man huff, Your parents had no choice. During the famine that year, how many people in the village starved to death? You had just been born and couldn't even get milk, so they thought to send you to the city, hoping that a kind-hearted person would take you in so you wouldn't starve. When you returned, your mother cried her heart out. After finishing, he sighed repeatedly, causing the other villagers to look at Liu Qinghuan with accusatory eyes. Father, mother. Liu Qinghuan called softly, watching the middle-aged couple shed tears of joy. Liu Qinghuan settled in the village where his parents treated him extremely well, making up for the 12 years of familial affection he had lacked. He had a 7-year-old younger brother and a 3-year-old sister, both very obedient, especially when they called him brother in a sweet voice, which melted his heart. The neighbors and villagers were also very friendly, often helping one another. The years passed, and one day Liu Qinghuan was awakened from his dreams. Ludo is getting married and still sleeping in. He getting married. A group of boys surrounded the window, laughing and watching him. When he shooed them away, they chanted in unison, The sky is bright, the night is long, the Liu family boy is marrying a bride. The bride is beautiful, the bride is charming, turn off the lights and sleep soundly. Wake early or sleep late, next year we'll have a chubby baby. Liu Qinghuan's face turned crimson as he was pulled out by a crowd wrapped in a bright red wedding robe and pushed to the front hall to bow to a woman who was also dressed in red and wore a veil. Seeing his parents' beaming smiles, he shed tears. He was then pushed into the bridal chamber. He lifted the veil and saw a shy and delicate face. The following year they indeed had a big fat boy. Decades passed and his parents passed away. He and his wife grew old, and their child also grew up and married. Lying on the sickbed, he gazed at the once shy and delicate face, now covered with wrinkles, took her hand gently, and said softly, Arya, I am leaving a thank you for accompanying me for so long. Although this life was illusory, my wishes have been fulfilled, and it is time to return. His wife and child looked at him in shock, but he smiled wistfully, slowly closing his eyes. The black token bore 3 white lines, its design ancient and crude with the words entry token inscribed on one side. The moment he first called out father and mother in the illusion, this token suddenly appeared on the table, yet it seemed as though no one else could perceive its presence. For all these years he had kept the token with him, and the people in the illusion had never discovered it. He had always remained conscious, fully aware while immersed in the illusion, only to realize his deep-seated longing for familial love when he saw the middle-aged couple. He yearned to see his biological parents and to live with them. Thus he stayed, fulfilling his heart's long-held wish and clearing a flaw in his state of mind. Yet such a mundane life was not what he desired. What he sought was the celestial path leading to immortality. Liu Qinghuan tucked away the entry token and stood up. After wandering through the sea of flowers, he noticed many people experiencing their own illusions, their faces reflecting a myriad of expressions: pain, joy, fervor, and ruthlessness. Each person's deepest desires varied, leading to vastly different illusions. He saw the old man, Liu, waving at him from within the flowers. He smiled faintly, reminiscing as he glanced back at the old man before turning to exit the flower field. Now 20 days had passed since the trials in the tower, with 10 days remaining. Liu Qinghuan did not intend to waste this rare opportunity and prepared to climb the mountain wall once more to gather more purple fruits for the future refinement of his body. This trial had exposed the frailty of his physical form, which could very well become a fatal weakness in future confrontations, so it was imperative to change. Crossing through the giant woods, he arrived at the flatlands outside, and ahead lay the mountain wall. Suddenly, Liu Qinghuan halted, a flash of white and purple in his hand, and his figure vanished from the spot. A fireball accompanied by a whistling wind struck the spot where he had disappeared, followed by a low shout, "Who goes there?" The speaker was a gaunt man at the 7th layer of chi refinement, with drooping eyebrows that cast a shadow over his eyes, exuding a sinister aura. On the ground behind him lay a woman at the 5th layer of chi refinement. Her body was pale and delicate, lying motionless with torn clothing strewn about, stained with blood. Liu Qinghuan glanced over. The scene he had witnessed was of the gaunt man tearing at the woman's clothes. It was highly likely that he had taken advantage of her vulnerability as she was recovering after climbing to the summit. "Come out." The gaunt man hurled several fireballs, scorching the surrounding ground, bellowing, "Kid, I have already spotted you. You had better show yourself voluntarily, or I might spare your life." Although he spoke so boldly, the gaunt man was extremely cautious, enveloping a radius of 20 yards in his divine sense, ready to launch a fireball at the slightest movement. After a quarter of an hour, he still had not found any trace of the 5th layer chi refinement kid. He must have fled, as his cultivation was 3 layers higher than that kid's, making it an easy task to kill him. The gaunt man cast a glance at the female cultivator on the ground. He hoped that kid wouldn't be found daring to ruin his plans. He had just torn off this girl's clothes and hadn't even had the chance to touch her yet. Not to mention the girl's skin was indeed smooth and tender, and her petite figure boasted a pair of plump, rounded buttocks that ignited his desires. Why not find a safer place to indulge a little longer? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt an intense pressure building in his lower abdomen, nearly unable to contain himself. Just as he was lost in lustful thoughts, bending down to pick up the woman, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted behind him. The gaunt man's mouth curled into a twisted smile, and a square seal rapidly enlarged, slapping backward. Simultaneously, a sharp sword light cut through the sky, striking his spiritual energy shield, leaving a deep, white mark, barely missing the point of rupture. The gaunt man was taken aback. With a quick hand gesture, the shield restored itself. He then saw Liu Qinghuan, clad in a magnificent white and purple cloak, clumsily tumble to the ground where the seal had struck. Seeing that cloak, the gaunt man revealed a greedy expression, unaware of your own strength. "A mere 4th layer chi refinement dare meddle in my affairs. Today I will teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the square seal enlarged once more. At that moment, he suddenly felt a disorienting sensation, and the seal in the air began to sway due to his unstable spiritual energy. Liu Qinghuan flicked his fingers, and the cold moon cold water sword traced a graceful arc striking the gaunt man's spiritual shield again, while simultaneously 3 ice blades struck the same spot, without fail. The shield was finally breached, creating a small opening. A cold glint flashed in Liu Qinghuan's eyes as he flicked his finger, a barely visible needle darting through the opening, instantly piercing the gaunt man's brow. The gaunt man's body trembled, his eyes bulging, and a small red dot appeared on his brow. He stood rigid for a moment before collapsing backward, the square seal shrinking and falling to the ground. Liu Qinghuan reached out and grabbed the seal, walking over to the now lifeless gaunt man. He removed the storage pouch from the man's waist, and then approached the woman who lay on the ground wide-eyed. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The woman had a complexion like a peach blossom, her eyes filled with spring water, and her entire body was glowing with a pink hue. Liu Qinghuan quickly turned his head, taking out his own blue long robe to cover her body. Not daring to look closely, he merely draped it over her upper body, leaving her long, delicate legs completely exposed. Turning his back, Liu Qinghuan asked, "Friend, can you speak?" Seeing that she did not make a sound, it seemed she was unable to speak. Scratching his head, Liu Qinghuan thought it was a predicament. He had no idea what method the gaunt man used to restrain her. After some thought, he took out a protective formation and set it up around them. "Friend, I don't know how to lift your seal, so you'll have to break through it yourself." After saying this, he moved to one side and sat down to meditate. Not long after, a faint, delicate moan escaped the woman's lips. Liu Qinghuan turned back to see her body moving slightly, unable to endure as she twisted her legs, the blue long robe sliding to one side, revealing her pink complexion spreading across her body. Her eyes were glazed, her ruby lips parted slightly, letting out uncontrollable moans, clearly in a state of diminishing consciousness. Liu Qinghuan quickly stood up and stepped out of the protective formation, feeling his own face reddening. That gaunt man had actually drugged the woman. It was truly despicable. Seizing the opportunity, he took out the storage pouch, and after examining its contents, his expression grew quite peculiar. Inside the pouch, in addition to a high-grade artifact seal, there was a leaf-shaped high-grade flying artifact, a medium-grade spirit, sort of spirit jade pendant, and several items clearly belonging to the woman, such as hairpins and rings. The remaining items were even stranger, including various bottles labeled Harmonious Powder Aphrodisiac Pill and Longing Formula, a jade slip named Yin-Yang Harmonization Method, and some indescribable tools along with the woman's clothing and ornaments. The Yin-Yang Harmonization Method. What a peculiar name. There is an unwritten rule in the cultivation world: the longer the name of a treasure or technique, the greater its rank and power. This technique's name was 10 characters long, 4 more than the great Shumi Qiankuan Tower. Liu Qinghuan glanced at it only to discover it was a subpar dual cultivation technique, leaving him speechless. This person had no idea how many women he had harmed, having stolen so many items with spirit stones amounting to several hundred. Liu Qinghuan took out a red entry token bearing 2 white stripes. The red represented the Shaoyang sect, yet the 2 white stripes seemed peculiar. He then looked at his own token, which had 3 white stripes. While he was pondering, a figure shot out of the protective formation, disappearing like lightning into the giant woods. Liu Qinghuan rubbed his nose, thinking this was for the best to avoid any awkwardness. He stored away the protective formation disc, took the cold moon cold water sword from his storage pouch, and strapped it to his back, placed a healing pill into his chest pocket, and hung a few large cloth bags previously used for ingredients from his waist. Once prepared, he took a deep breath and approached the edge of the cliff. In Haoyuan City, within a translucent light barrier, the great Sumi Qiankuan Tower quietly stood atop a high platform, with the thick, gray mist still swirling at its lowest level. Below the platform, disciples from the 4 major sects were either chatting in pairs or sitting quietly in a corner. Occasionally, someone would emerge from the tower, leaving the hall dejectedly. 4 nascent soul stage masters stood in front of the tower, gazing at the high structure together. The time is approaching. The middle-aged man from the Shaoyang sect stroked his short beard and said leisurely, "I just wonder how many will pass the 3 rounds this time. There are probably only about 200 people left in the tower." Less than 200. The female cultivator from the hidden Immortal sect beside him added, "There are only about 3,000 left. Many were directly eliminated in the first round due to luck, and those still in the tower may not all have obtained the entry token." She looked at Ming Yangzi and asked, "Ming Yangzi, do you think the difficulty of this round is a bit excessive?" "Fairy Fei Feng, you are mistaken." Ming Yangzi replied, "Luck, perseverance, character, along with spiritual root quality are all essential on the path of cultivation. None can be lacking. All 4 of us possess all these qualities to reach where we are today." The female cultivator sighed and fell silent. Ming Yangzi is right. The middle-aged man nodded. Moreover, this trial is quite lenient for these new disciples. Yet he did not specify in what way it was lenient. Currently, in these extraordinary times, we can only select the most outstanding disciples and concentrate resources on nurturing them, so they can grow at the fastest pace within 200 years to face the impending Great War. Ming Yangzi stated emphatically. Upon hearing this, the four fell silent. The previously quiet Chu cultivator from the Ziwei Sword Pavilion suddenly spoke up. Will the sliver of hope calculated by the old man of heavenly mechanism really appear among this batch of disciples? The old man of heavenly mechanism's great prophecy technique has reached an extraordinary level. He calculated that the sliver of hope related to the survival of the entire Yunming's continent in 200 years will appear at this Ascension Conference. Thus it is highly likely to be true. However, the middle-aged man frowned. It may not necessarily be among our batch of disciples, it could also be among other smaller sects. The Chu cultivator scoffed. What sliver of hope? I do not believe in it. I am only responsible for perfecting the 9 turns Tai extermination array. If it weren't for the fact that this sword array needs to be practiced in conjunction with the sword formation techniques from the very start, we wouldn't need to go through so much trouble recruiting so many new disciples. Since the 9 turns Tai extermination array only requires disciples with metal-type spiritual roots, why doesn't Dao friend Chu let that ice spiritual root child join our Shaoyang sect? The middle-aged man laughed. The Chu cultivator glanced at him and said lazily, Ling Yangjun, you really know how to joke. That child's ice spiritual root is perfectly suited for my Qianlan sword manual. You think you can just take away my disciple with a word? Ming Yangzi, standing aside, smiled mysteriously without explaining the misunderstanding from that day, raised his hand to interrupt the 2 times up. Let's bring out everyone inside the tower. The 4 ceased their casual conversation and walked towards the 4 corners. Liu Qinghuan was digging a spiritual herb against the mountainside when suddenly he found himself in the gray hall before the tower. At the same time, figures gradually emerged around him. The first person to exit was startled to see Liu Qinghuan carrying a large bundle on his back, but when they looked again, the large bundle had vanished. This scene was caught by Yang Mingzi on the high platform, who couldn't help but chuckle. This kid is quite interesting. Silence. Ling Yangjun of the Shaoyang sect stepped to the center of the high platform, raised both hands with a smile, and said, all right, everyone here has obtained the entry token. On behalf of the Shaoyang sect, I congratulate you young friends on joining the 4 major sects. Now please follow me, our new disciples. After saying this, he stepped down from the high platform and walked towards the entrance, followed by several Foundation establishment stage cultivators from the Shaoyang sect and all the new disciples who chose to join the Shaoyang sect. Then Ming Yangzi of the Wenshi sect also stepped down from the high platform with his hands behind his back. Liu Qinghuan waved to Yun Zheng in the distance and hurried to catch up. Exiting the gray hall, the sun shone brightly outside, and there was a sea of people all isolated on the outskirts, leaving the entire central area empty. The onlookers admired these young people who had joined the top sects of Yunming, speculating about who would become the next rising star and who would be the one to dominate the cultivation world in the future. At this moment, the Shaoyang sect had released a massive flying boat, which glimmered silver gray under the sunlight with towering decks and a majestic appearance. Disciples of the Shaoyang sect had already boarded the ship. Ling Yangjun stood at the high prow, cupping his hands towards Ming Yangzi, and the flying boat slowly took off. A layer of green spiritual light rising from the ship's rail, enveloping the entire vessel. The ship body flickered a few times before it swiftly disappeared. Wow, so fast. So impressive. The Shaoyang sect truly is the #1 sect. The onlooking cultivators craned their necks and eagerly whispered among themselves. Look, the Wenshi sect's Hongming colorful rock has emerged. Oh, what a huge bird. The legendary divine bird, the rock. As they beheld the newly appeared colorful bird, the cultivators were all astonished, their mouths agape. That bird was so large. It nearly occupied half of the open area in the southern mountains, far larger than the previous flying boat. Just standing there, it exuded a majestic aura like a primordial beast. Liu Qinghuan was dumbfounded. This bird looked very familiar. It was just that it was significantly larger than when he was in the tower. Remembering how he had patted its head and called it bird brother, Liu Qinghuan felt his neck turn red. At that moment, he felt his body lighten, and he was whisked away to the bird's back. The bird's back was large enough to comfortably accommodate hundreds of people. Upon hearing Ming Yangzi shout, "Take off!" the giant bird stood up, flapping its wings slightly, causing the onlooking cultivators to stagger and sway. At that moment, a light curtain descended from the sky, and the howling wind immediately ceased, with the cultivators all gasping in astonishment. Yang Mingzi retracted his hand and patted the bird's back. The giant bird, now unrestrained, fully extended its massive wings, covering the entire open area as it leaped into the air, flapping its wings and disappearing from its original spot, then vanishing from sight. The rock soared, traveling thousands of miles in a day. After the initial excitement subsided, the new disciples of the Wenshi sect gradually settled down, some enjoying socializing, while others preferred to meditate in silence. Liu Qinghuan found himself in the middle, neither overly enthusiastic nor excessively aloof. He understood the need to maintain camaraderie among fellow disciples, but he didn't want to waste too much energy on socializing. Ming Yangzi and the Foundation establishment cultivators paid no mind to the new disciples, instead closing their eyes to meditate. The rock flew eastward for 15 days, crossing several large states, and finally began to descend slowly this day. We've arrived at Donghua State. Someone joyfully shouted. Look, over there is the Wunsher mountain range. Where? Let me see. A crowd rushed to that side and exclaimed in amazement, our Wunsher sect actually has an entire mountain range. Liu Qinghuan also walked over, looking down through the protective barrier, and indeed saw a range of towering mountains. He was puzzled as to why there was not a single building in sight, suddenly feeling as though he had plunged into icy water, but it lasted only for a moment before the scenery before him transformed dramatically. What he had originally seen as majestic mountains was merely a mundane sight, and now he was witnessing a true paradise on earth. Strange peaks and ridges stood between heaven and earth, with isolated rocks, suspended waterfalls cascading down, white cranes soaring, and rainbows spanning the sky. Long aerial walkways connected isolated peaks, with eaves and flying corners hidden among bizarre flowers and unusual grasses, occasionally revealing cultivators traversing the pathways of strange rocks. The magnificent multicolored rock occasionally swept past the walkways and emerged from the waterfalls, eliciting gasps and praises from the new disciples. After a while, the scenery changed again, and 9 towering peaks gradually approached. The central peak is called Immortal Peak, and any major event must be convened before the Tai Hall on Immortal Peak. A female cultivator of Foundation establishment surnamed Xiang explained to the new disciples, the other 8 peaks each have their own characteristics, and you will come to know them in due time. Soon the rock landed outside a solemn and grand hall. Yan Zhengfeng, I leave this to you, Yang Mingzi commanded before riding the rock toward the back mountain. Yan Zhengfeng respectfully saw off Yang Mingzi, then turned back to the new disciples and said, now take out your entry tokens. Everyone was somewhat puzzled, wondering if there were any among them who had not received an entry token. They obediently took out their black entry tokens. A middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward. Look at your tokens. Those with 4 white stripes stepped forward. Liu Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, looking at the 3 white stripes on his token. Were there really tokens with 4 stripes? A tall, fair-skinned girl stepped out from the crowd, suppressing her anxiety as she approached, and handed her token to the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator. He took it, nodded in satisfaction, and praised, very good. To have 4 white stripes on your trial token signifies that you have the best cultivation talent among all the newcomers here. What is your name? Reporting to my master, I am called by Ning Shuang. The girl respectfully answered, her face revealing surprise. All right, follow me. The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator said, summoning a flying sword and taking by Ning Shuang to a peak on the left. The other newcomers looked enviously as the two flew away, simultaneously looking down at their tokens to see how many white stripes they had. Someone quietly asked the person next to them, what does 4 white stripes mean? Why do I only have 1? The white stripes represent how many levels you passed in the entry trial, Yan Zhengfeng replied. He continued, those with 3 white stripes come to me. Those with 2 white stripes come to me. A gentle-looking female cultivator said, those with 1 come to me. Those without any white stripes come to me. The female cultivator surnamed Xiang clapped her hands eagerly, seemingly anticipating their responses. Could there really be those without any white stripes? Was there anyone who hadn't passed a single level? Liu Qinghuan thought, following the crowd toward Yan Zhengfeng. He recalled those who were trapped in the floating island area, wondering if some of them had been fortunate enough to receive entry tokens despite being stuck there. Soon, all the new disciples were divided into 4 groups. Those with 3 white stripes numbered around 20, those with 2 were about 100, those with 1 were over 200, and surprisingly there were 3 without any white stripes. Haha, not bad, there are actually 3 of you. The female cultivator surnamed Xiang laughed heartily. You 3 are truly lucky. Others looked at the 3 in astonishment, whispering among themselves. Among the 3 there were 2 boys and 1 girl. The girl was already blushing furiously, her head almost bowed to her chest. The other boy also appeared embarrassed, lowering his head awkwardly. Only one stout, dark-skinned fellow looked quite pleased, chuckling to himself. Sister Xiang, Yan Zhengfeng said with a stern face, his tone severe though his expression showed some helplessness. The girl cultivator, who had been animatedly speaking, fell silent at his words, sticking her tongue out at Yan Zhengfeng and making a face. Brother, Yin, you old grouch. Then she tossed out a colorful ribbon, quickly wrapping up the 3 and flying away. Yan Zhengfeng shook his head helplessly and released a flying artifact, leading the others to another peak outside, arriving at a courtyard, and said, this courtyard is reserved for new disciples. You may choose one for yourselves to rest tonight. If you need food, go to the sect cafeteria down the mountain. You can also wander around nearby, but since you just entered and are unfamiliar with the paths, do not wander too far. Tomorrow morning someone will come to take you to participate in the entry ceremony and the grand ancestral worship ceremony, at which point you will be assigned to different peaks. Now respectfully watching Yin Zhengfeng fly away, a boy only 8 or 9 years old at the second level of Qi training, who looked quite clever, asked, "Senior brothers, which peak will we be assigned to?" Most people shook their heads indicating they did not know, but only a 20-something man at the 8th level of Qi training replied, "It is said that the One-Sure sect does not have inner or outer doors, only elite disciples' halls on each peak. As for the rest, I do not know either." The One-Sure sect had always been quite mysterious, and little information about the situation within the sect circulated outside, making it impossible for them to gather information about the internal workings of the One-Sure sect. The group chatted casually for a while before splitting up to find their accommodations for the night. Liu Qinghuan randomly chose a room, closed the door, and began to cultivate. After half a month on the rocks surrounded by many voices, he had not cultivated for a long time. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The improvement of cultivation relies mainly on accumulation over time, and no one can become a deity overnight. Early the next morning, a disciple at the 9th level of Qi training arrived at the courtyard, taking everyone back to the grand hall from the previous day. At this time, the front of the hall had gathered all the disciples of the One-Sure sect with a bustling crowd of over 10,000. Liu Qinghuan and his fellow new disciples from the previous day were arranged to wait in a side hall. Everyone was very excited, exchanging information they had gathered from the previous day. I found out everything clearly yesterday. It is said that Tianqing Peak and Moi Peak are the strongest among the 8 peaks. The star classic of Tianqing Peak combines offense and defense, while Moi Peak mostly consists of sword cultivators. If one could join these 2 peaks, that would be a stroke of luck. What about Lingxi Gorge? I want to join that peak, someone asked. Lingxi Gorge is said to primarily cultivate water-based attack techniques. If this junior brother has a water spiritual root, it would be a great place to go. What about Siyuan Tower? What about Minghua Pavilion? How about Tiangong Peak? Seeing the clever young man speak so confidently, more people gathered around to ask questions. Wait. The clever boy raised a hand, shouting, "One at a time, please. I only have one mouth." Once others fell silent, the boy leisurely continued. Siyuan Tower is said to be full of cultivation fanatics, while Tiangong Peak is quite the opposite, mainly focusing on miscellaneous studies, alchemy, weapon forging, and beast taming. As for Minghua Pavilion, hey, junior brother, that peak has mostly female cultivators. If you can get in, you will enjoy the blessings of many. This remark elicited laughter, but also displeasure from many female cultivators. And the last 2 peaks, let me tell you about them as well. Guan has the fewest disciples among the 8 peaks. Its main technique, one leaf view, emphasizes understanding, while Zhulin Mountain. The clever boy scratched his head. It's all bamboo. What does it mean that everything is bamboo? Liu Qinghuan silently scoffed in his heart. Indeed, others shared his confusion, asking this very question. The impatient young monkey waved his hand. How would I know? That's what the senior brother who told me said. As he finished speaking, a voice from outside the hall rang out. The sect leader has arrived. Then a chorus of voices resounded. We pay our respects to the sect leader. The elders have arrived. The grand elder has arrived. Yuni Taizuan has arrived. The Kongwu Taizuan has arrived. A thunderous cheer erupted outside the hall, and everyone inside squeezed to the windows. Many who did not understand were asking what was happening, but it was the young monkey's face that showed a terrifying excitement. The ancestor of transformation. These are our 2 ancestors of transformation from the One-Sure sect. Then the hall erupted in cheers. The transformation stage is nearly the highest level of cultivators in the Yunming's continent. It was unexpected that they would meet 2 ancestors of this level upon entering the sect. Indeed, the One-Sure sect has a legacy spanning over 50,000 years. We are truly fortunate. The young monkey bounced around in excitement. It is said that the ancestors of transformation rarely stay in the sect, and even when they do, they seldom appear in public. Liu Qinghuan also stood by the window, gazing outside. At this moment, the square outside the hall was filled with cultivators from the One-Sure sect dressed in black robes, standing in accordance with the 8 peaks, each peak having a golden core peak master standing in front. The square, dim with black-clad figures, was eerily silent, and a grand aura of the great sect pervaded the air. At this time, the door of the side hall opened, and a serious Foundation establishment cultivator walked in. His stern gaze swept across the entire hall, and the previously chattering newcomers fell silent. All new disciples, listen up. Form a line and follow me to participate in the grand ceremony. Liu Qinghuan followed the line out of the side hall, passing under the plaque that read Tai Hall, and entering the main hall amidst the crowd's attention. He quietly lifted his head to see countless jade tablets inscribed with names of identities standing upright on the altar at the front of the grand hall, stacked in rows and occupying an entire wall. At the top was a portrait of a Taoist figure standing with his back to the wind. On either side stood over 20 elders of the One-Sure sect, all at the nascent soul stage, with the only golden core being the current sect leader, who stood respectfully to the side, facing the 2 people standing in the center. One of the two was an old man with a stooped back and white hair, while the other was a middle-aged man with a rosy complexion. A stream of new disciples entered the hall, and upon seeing such a multitude of high-level cultivators they all appeared quite nervous, with some even showing signs of moving in unison. The Foundation establishment cultivator reporting to Taizuan, reporting to the sect leader, the new disciples have arrived. The old man in the middle nodded with a smile, and the Foundation establishment cultivator exited the grand hall, returning to the outsiders. The sect leader of the Wunshe sect also stepped outside, standing at the door of the grand hall, facing those inside. Everyone held their breath, the atmosphere solemn and respectful. Kneel. A deep male voice resonated throughout the Tai hall, and everyone knelt down, with only the two ancestors of transformation standing in front of the tablets, holding high incense, following with a shout of bow. Bowing down. 3 consecutive shouts of bow. Then, with his forehead touching the ground, Liu Qinghuan heard a voice like a great bell recite. In the year of EC, during the spring of Yuanhe, the sky is clear, the mountains are fresh, the breeze is gentle, and the day is bright and clear. The unworthy disciple Ning Feiyang Yufeng brings the gathered disciples respectfully, preparing fine offerings to pay tribute to Master Wengong Wunshe and the ancestors. Today we welcome the 1868th disciple into the sect, and I will certainly set an example, teaching by word and deed. Liu Qinghuan felt a bit dazed, finally realizing at this moment that he was now truly a disciple of the Wunshe sect. After the initiation ceremony, it was time for the sky worship. At this time, in the center of the square outside the hall, a very high platform was erected, and everyone surrounded the platform, sitting in meditation. Then the old man with white hair flicked his sleeves and stepped into the air, walking step by step onto the high platform. A voice full of age and solemnity echoed from the high platform, rolling far away. In the beginning of the primordial chaos, the 5 elements were not yet in motion. The 2 suns were not bright, and the stars did not appear. Within it stood a formless sound. Where did heaven and earth come from? How did all things come to life? Yin and yang intertwined, the 5 elements mingled. All things transformed into essence, only virtue and fragrance were evident. As for me, the Taoist, I have gained the wisdom of Laozi. Correcting the great Tao, the Wunshe sect began to flourish. At this moment, the entire mountain range of the Wunshe sect echoed with the prayer for sky worship. Like an ancient bell, countless spiritual lights appearing in various places of the mountain, with cranes calling and monkeys screeching, fish leaping and tigers pouncing, spiritual flowers blooming and rays of dawn shining. Liu Qinghuan seemed to witness the history of the Wunshe sect over the past 50,000 years: establishment, rise, glory, conflicts, disasters, rebirth, and peak. Upholding the wishes of our ancestors, continuing to write a splendid chapter. Persevering tirelessly, having endured many trials. Extraordinary figures forging brilliance again. At this moment his heart surged with emotion, and the spiritual energy within him flowed rapidly like a surging river. He seemed to find a sense of belonging, responsibility, and honor in front of this grand hall, inscribed with Tai Hall, in this Wunshe sect revered as the highest in the cultivation world. Until the grand ceremony concluded, all disciples of the Wunshe sect remained immersed in a state of ecstasy, until someone suddenly shouted in surprise, "Ah, I have broken through to the 9th layer of qi refining." "What? You have been stuck at the 8th layer for several years. How did you suddenly break through?" "I also broke through. I am now at the 3rd layer of qi refining." "Ew, I was only at the 1st layer before." "Although I didn't break through, my cultivation has also greatly increased." More and more people exclaimed in surprise, and only then did everyone realize that the sky worship prayer they had heard earlier was indeed extraordinary. The sect leader Li Jinren looked at the disciples below with satisfaction. The incantations recited by the ancestors of transformation, with immense divine power and profound wisdom, were only the smallest effect of enhancing the cultivation of lower-tier cultivators, and the lower the cultivation level, the greater the enhancement effect. Those whose cultivation had not changed could not help but feel regret for not listening attentively and missing such a significant opportunity. It should be noted that sky worship is not held every time new disciples enter. It depends on whether the ancestors of transformation are present in the sect or if they are in seclusion. Once reaching the transformation stage, seclusion can last for hundreds of years. Liu Qinghuan also felt an immense joy. His cultivation had risen to the 5th layer of qi refining, and it was at its peak. Until the grand ceremony concluded, everyone remained excited. Among the new disciples, many gained cultivation boosts, with the most exaggerated being the little black chubby boy, who entered with the white pattern token. He jumped directly from the 3rd layer of qi refining to the 5th layer, a 2-layer leap. "This guy's luck is just too incredible," someone muttered quietly. The little black chubby boy seemed not to hear the discussions around him, still smiling innocently. They were taken to wait outside the side hall, all secretly guessing which peak they would be assigned to. At this moment in the side hall, the master of the 8 peaks and the sect leader Li Jinren were both present. Bai Ningxuang naturally has to join the Tianqing peak, With such excellent qualifications, it would be a waste for her not to come to my Tianqing Peak. The master of Tianqing Peak stood up and said. The master of Moi Peak sneered. It seems that Moi Peak took the top spot in the last competition, so it should be my peak to select first. However, the master of Mingyue Pavilion disagreed, saying, By Ningxuang should come to my Mingyue Pavilion. Only my Mingyue Pavilion has the most suitable techniques for female cultivators. Clearly, it is my Lingxi stream that is the most suitable. By Ningxuang has a single water spiritual root, and practicing the water techniques of Lingxi stream would be most appropriate. Some argued vehemently, their faces flushed, while others quietly sat aside, lost in thought. The master of Zhulin Mountain was a fierce-looking man frowning in deep thought. He recalled his master Ming Yangzi, sending him a message to accept a new disciple named Liu Qinghuan. He had previously investigated the boy thoroughly. His spiritual root and quality were only average, and he did not understand why Ming Yangzi specifically wanted him. However, with the master's order, the disciple had no choice but to comply. He was now contemplating how to discreetly take this disciple. After a while of arguing, the master of Lingxi stream emerged victorious. Although each peak was vying for disciples with good qualifications, they would still consider each other's circumstances and propose the best cultivation paths for their development. The master of Zhulin Mountain suddenly felt a spark of inspiration and let out a loud yawn as he stood up. Are you all done yet? Quickly call the new disciples in and let's finish this. I don't care, my Zhulin Mountain only has a dozen slots this time, and I'm too lazy to waste hours with you all. Oh, I want to select first. Seeing others about to retort, he raised his long brows and glared his already fierce face, becoming even more intimidating. I don't even want the top-notch ones, it just give me the range, and I'll choose accordingly 1 disciple, with 3 white stripes, 5 with 2, and 10 with 1. Finally, sect leader Li Jinren spoke, then let junior brother Zhua select first. Once this was said, there were no further objections. Liu Qinghuan walked in with the others into the side hall, and stood with the new disciples who had 3 white stripes, with the girl named by Ningxuang standing at the front. Then a peak master in a dark robe with embroidered bamboo leaves came down, quickly scanning over them. After looking around, the master pointed quickly into the crowd. You, and you come over. He selected 17 people in total. Liu Qinghuan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to be chosen so quickly, and he walked forward with an unnoticeable demeanor. However, he heard a peak master from above say, Junior brother, Zwi, did you select 1 person too many? The master of Zhulin Mountain glared back. What can't a disciple, without a white stripe, let me have 1 more? If not, go report me to my master Ming Yangzi. The person who spoke was momentarily stunned, nearly infuriated to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Is having a backer so impressive? He then looked at sect leader Li Jinren. Li Jinren helplessly rubbed his forehead. Alright, Zhulin Mountain has had very few disciples over the years, having 1 more is fine. However, junior brother, Zwa must bring out a few jars of your Zhu Xian wine for everyone to taste. The Zhu Xian wine of Zhulin Mountain is brewed from the core of jade bamboo that is over 100 years old, elegant and refreshing, yet extremely difficult to brew, making it an exceptionally rare spiritual wine unique to Zhulin Mountain. Upon hearing there was spiritual wine, the others fell silent, but the master of Siyuan Tower shook his head and said, Junior brother, Zwa, how about the disciple with 3 white stripes is given to my Siyuan Tower? The master of Zhulin Mountain was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but look at Liu Qinghuan again. He wondered in his heart, does this disciple have something unique about him? Why did the master insist on having him, even drawing the attention of Siyuan Tower? He made a puzzled expression. Why is that? I see this disciple's qualifications are mediocre. Why is senior brother Chu still competing with me? The master of Siyuan Tower replied calmly, it's nothing. During the trip to Haoyuan City, my disciple, Yin Zhengfeng, is also on the list. He came back and told me that he got along very well with this little fellow and asked me to accept him as a disciple. Once this was said, no one believed it. The people present were all sharp-minded, and they turned their attention to Liu Qinghuan, examining him from head to toe. Liu Qinghuan suddenly felt a tremendous pressure. The gazes of the golden core stage cultivators carried a subtle oppression that made the sweat on his forehead keep falling. He lowered his head, pondering what the Yin Family Foundation establishment cultivator had said. This child's divine sense is rather strong. He is indeed a good seedling, the master of Yeguan said thoughtfully. Oh, it turns out to be a growth-type spiritual root. Finally, someone discovered this, and Liu Qinghuan felt a chill in his dantian as the image of his spiritual root manifested in midair before him. The crowd gasped in amazement, similar to what Yin Jingfeng had said, expressing that a growth-type spiritual root would at least need to reach the God transformation stage to develop. However, by the time one reaches the God transformation stage, the spiritual root becomes less important. In summary, it is just a chicken rib. Ultimately, the master of Zhulin Mountain successfully accepted Liu Qinghuan with minimal resistance from the master of Siyuan Tower. 17 people followed him out of the main hall, and a young man at the 9th level of Qi refining waiting outside approached respectfully and bowed. Master, The master of Julin Mountain nodded and said, "Take these new disciples to handle the entry procedures." After saying this, he glanced at everyone and raised his hand to summon a green bamboo before flying away. Liu Qinghuan's expression shifted slightly, just now the master's gaze had directly landed on him. "Junior brothers and sisters, I am Zhua Haiping, responsible for guiding our new disciples from Julin Mountain this time." The young man smiled at everyone. "Junior brothers, could you please introduce yourselves?" The others exchanged shy glances. Liu Qinghuan also stepped forward and cupped his hand, saying, "Senior brother, I am Liu Qinghuan, whom you are this year's disciple with 3 white stripes. I heard you have a growth-type spiritual root." Zhua Haiping asked. Liu Qinghuan chuckled awkwardly. "It's just a mediocre spiritual root, but don't laugh at me, senior brother." A clever young boy jumped out and said, "Hello, senior brother, I am Lin Guang with wood, water, and metal spiritual roots." Liu Qinghuan secretly laughed. This clever boy seemed to have been quite disdainful of Julin Mountain earlier, yet unexpectedly turned around and joined. Zhua Haiping nodded with a smile. Starting from him, everyone introduced themselves one by one. Upon looking closely, it was discovered that everyone had wood spiritual roots. The last one was a chubby boy who smiled foolishly and said, "My name is Bai Fengming He. You're so dark-skinned, yet your surname is Bai Haha." A disciple around 8 or 9 years old blurted this out, causing everyone to laugh. Bai Fengming chuckled along. "My family is from the countryside and farms. I get tanned every day in the fields." He. "Then how did you end up participating in the Ascension Conference?" someone asked curiously. Bai Fengming scratched his head. "That year an old man with a white beard came to my village and insisted that I had something. A spiritual root, and could become an immortal, wanting to take me as his disciple. I didn't agree, but my parents thought being an immortal was good, so they let me go with him. I just followed him." Who knew that old man got into a fight with someone on the road and died in an instant. "I couldn't find my way home, so I just followed the road and ended up in a big city where I saw many people lining up, so I joined the line." After finishing this tale, everyone turned to look. What luck is this? To think he entered the major sect, one sure sect like this. The cultivators in Haoyuan City who fought desperately to get into the sect could only cry. "Then why didn't you get a single white stripe during the trial?" someone asked again. Bai Fengming pouted and said, "As soon as I entered that tower, I found myself inside a giant clam which was as big as a house. I couldn't get out and was so hungry that I had to gnaw on the clam meat, and then I stumbled upon a token." The crowd was left in awe, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, thinking to themselves, this is possible too. "All right, it's getting late, let's cut the chit-chat." Zhua Haiping clapped his hands to interrupt him, summoning a bamboo branch. "Everyone get on. We will first go to get your identity jade slips." The bamboo branch lifted everyone into the air, but it didn't fly far, just descending to the mountainside of the undying peak, quickly arriving at a large area of buildings. At this moment, it was quite lively here, with many disciples coming and going. The young man landed the bamboo branch and walked while pointing at various buildings, introducing. In the center is the Chaohui Hall, which is the place for issuing sect missions. Every disciple must complete a sect mission each year. Upon completion, they are rewarded with sect contribution points, and if they fail, points are deducted. Disciples can also post personal missions inside using their contribution points. "Aunt," a little girl exclaimed, "what if all the contribution points are deducted?" Zhua Haiping glanced at her and smiled. "The sect missions vary in difficulty. Simple tasks like weeding the spirit fields will never be impossible to complete. The more challenging missions yield greater contribution points, which can be exchanged for techniques or magical tools in the transmission hall. The building to the left of Chaohui Hall is the transmission hall." Zhua Haiping pointed towards that building, saying, "The transmission hall contains the sect's heart methods, technique manuals, magical tools, and various miscellaneous jade slips that can all be exchanged for contribution points inside. However, as new disciples, each of you has a free opportunity to select one heart method and one technique." Upon hearing this, everyone began to excitedly discuss. Liu Qinghuan was also pondering how to choose a technique. Zhua Haiping smiled. "Take your time to consider. You have 3 years to make your selection." To the right of Chaohui Hall is the lecture hall. On the first day of each month, high-ranking cultivators hold classes here, and every disciple may attend. And over there, Zhua Haiping pointed towards a corner of the building hidden behind dense trees, saying, "That is the law enforcement hall. Soon all of you will receive the sect rules. Be sure to memorize them well. If you make a mistake and are caught by the law enforcement hall, the punishment will not be light." He then pointed out other places like the cafeteria, the foreign affairs hall, the internal affairs hall, and so on, finally indicating down the mountain. At the foot of the undying peak, there is a trading square where each peak has shops. Some seniors and brothers also run their own shops, offering magical tools and spirit materials that are much cheaper than outside. If any of you wish to buy or sell, you can go there. As he spoke, everyone had already arrived at the internal affairs hall. Inside, rows of wooden shelves were piled high with books and jade slips, with 2 tables placed in the middle. Zhua Haiping stepped forward and bowed. "Senior Ming, Senior Hai?" The two at the table nodded, and the crowd instinctively formed a line, stepping up one by one. When it was Liu Qinghuan's turn, the person glanced at him, entered his details into the jade slip according to what he had said, stored his image in the slip, and finally handed him a storage bag along with the jade slip. Liu Qinghuan accepted the storage bag, bowed, and moved aside to wait. When he scanned with his divine sense, he saw there were 5 low-grade spirit stones, a low-grade spirit sword, a low-grade flying magical tool, a set of simple protective formation, and a copy of the One-Sure sect regulations. I have 3 spirit stones now, Bai Fengming said with a beaming smile as he approached him. Haha, I have 3 too. Lin Guang nearby also cheerfully took out 3 spirit stones from his bag. Liu Qinghuan realized that the spirit stones were likely allocated according to the amount of white patterns. Seeing that everyone had received their items, Zhuo Haiping bid farewell to the two handling the paperwork and led everyone out, flying directly towards the bamboo forest mountain. On the way, he said, "From now on you will receive a monthly allowance of spirit stones similar to today. If you want to increase your allowance, then train hard. Each peak holds small competitions every year, and every 3 years there is a grand competition for the entire sect with even greater rewards." "Do we have small competitions every year at Bamboo Forest Mountain?" someone asked impatiently. "Of course there are," Zhuo Haiping nodded. "Although my peak has a small number of people, there are still a few hundred. Every cultivation level has ordinary disciples, elite disciples, and peak disciples. Our Qi refinement period, ordinary disciples receive 3 spirit stones monthly, elite disciples 5, and peak disciples 10. "Is it true that you are currently receiving 10 spirit stones as a senior brother?" someone asked. Zhuo Haiping smiled. "Not at the moment. I am an elite disciple. Peak disciples must take on a master, so all of you must work hard. Our Bamboo Forest Mountain has over 100 foundation establishment cultivators and 28 golden core cultivators. Once you take on a master, you will become a peak disciple." "Ah, a disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement," exclaimed so many high-ranking cultivators. Seeing everyone looking at him in confusion, he smiled awkwardly. "I used to be a disciple of the Qingyu sect. Later, after the Qingyu sect and the Huangshan sect were defeated, I went to Haoyuan City to participate in the Ascension Conference. Each peak of the Qingyu sect had at most a dozen foundation establishment cultivators and 1 or 2 golden core cultivators." Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but look at him a few more times to unexpectedly meet a former disciple of the Qingyu sect here. He sighed, realizing that the One-Sure sect was indeed a grand sect with a history of 50,000 years. In the past 2 days, he had seen more high-ranking disciples than he had in half a year in Haoyuan City. "You were originally from the Qingyu sect," Zhuo Haiping said. "That's good. The real person of stillness from your Qingyu sect brought many disciples to join our One-Sure sect. You might encounter old friends in the sect in the future. We also have several former disciples of the Qingyu sect here at Bamboo Forest Mountain. You should mingle with them when the time comes." As the group chatted casually, Liu Qinghuan's thoughts had drifted far away. He wondered if that Lin Huangji with the single fire spiritual root would also be here. He couldn't help but think of the woman he had encountered in the Hengwu mountain range and sighed. He truly had a fate with people from the Qingyu sect, always encountering them wherever he went. Flying over several strange peaks and boulders, a towering mountain peak loomed before them. Indeed, the mountain lived up to its name. On the enormous peak, various colors of bamboo were growing everywhere. Green bamboo, purple bamboo, black bamboo, and white bamboo. Some were as thin as a finger, while others were as thick as a tree. Some stood straight up towards the sky, while others curved like twisted roots. He learned for the first time that bamboo could have so many varieties and colors. "Oh, indeed, it's all bamboo," Lin Guang exclaimed, mouth agape. The group landed in front of a set of buildings which were all constructed of thick, whole bamboo. The largest room in the center had a plaque hanging above the door with the 3 characters Zhu Yi Tang inscribed in an iron-like brush, looking imposing yet elegant. At this moment, someone was standing at the entrance of Zhu Yi Tang, waiting for their arrival. The person appeared to have no discernible cultivation level, dressed in wide-sleeved robes. His long black hair was not tied up, but flowed naturally behind him, exuding an air of a carefree scholar. Zhuo Haiping stepped forward respectfully and bowed. "Uncle Ji, the new disciples have arrived." The person nodded, glanced at everyone, and turned to walk into the hall. Everyone looked at each other, and Zhuo Haiping explained, "This is our Bamboo Forest Mountain's own lecture hall. Uncle Ji is the designated teacher for this year's lecture. On the 15th of each month, you can come here to attend classes and consult senior brothers and sisters with any questions." He cupped his hands and said, "My task ends here for today. After leaving Zhu Yi Tang, you may choose any place below the mountainside to build your residence. If you do not wish to build, there are many residences built by previous seniors and brothers that are unprotected, which means they are unoccupied and available for habitation. You all hurry inside. Uncle Ji is still waiting." The crowd hurriedly thanked him, and after seeing Zhuo Haiping off, walked into the hall. Uncle Ji was waiting in a side room, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, as if in deep meditation. Many green cushions were laid out below, and the disciples quietly entered, picking their cushions to sit down, no one daring to speak or disturb. They merely looked at each other in confusion as Uncle Ji remained still, forcing them to wait patiently. Liu Qinghuan sat quietly for a while, slowly closing his eyes. So much had happened today, and his mind was somewhat restless. This was a good opportunity to calm down. As time passed, the excitement and various emotions on the faces of the others gradually settled, and the atmosphere in the hall became tranquil. An hour later, a cold voice suddenly resonated. "What is the seed of a sword? What is sword seeding?" Liu Qinghuan was taken aback, opening her eyes. The others also stared blankly at Master Ji. Sword seeding is the seeding of the Tao. Everyone's Tao is different, and therefore their swords are different. What I practice is what I seed, and what I seed is what my heart holds. Upon finishing his words, he waved his hand, and several beams of white light flashed, revealing a jade slip in front of Liu Qinghuan. As she picked up the jade slip and pressed it to her forehead, her astonishment grew. Inside the jade slip was a technique named Bamboo Heart Sword Seeding Technique, which turned out to be a sword technique based on bamboo. "Oh, are we all sword cultivators from Bamboo Forest Mountain?" someone exclaimed. Master Ji cast a faint glance at the person and said, "Nonsense. We are Tao cultivators. What we seed is not swords but the Tao. Sword cultivators carry the Tao with their swords. The sword is the Tao, and if the sword is destroyed, the Tao dissipates. But our Bamboo Forest Mountain seeds the sword with the Tao. As long as the Tao exists, so does the sword." His words brought different expressions to everyone's faces. Some were contemplative, some looked confused, some were shrouded in fog, and some suddenly realized. The Bamboo Heart Sword Seeding Technique is a mandatory technique for our peak and is greatly beneficial for your cultivation journey. You may go and comprehend it slowly. Even after leaving the bamboo in tent hall, Liu Qinghuan was still pondering Master Ji's words, and only when she came back to her senses did she realize that the others had already departed. He collected his thoughts and began searching for a place to build his residence beneath the mountains. After circling around Bamboo Forest Mountain, he found quite a few vacant small courtyards hidden among the lush green bamboo, but none of them satisfied Liu Qinghuan. This was his first time having a truly personal space, so he felt somewhat eager. Finally, he settled on a piece of purple bamboo forest. This purple bamboo forest grew in a particularly unique manner, situated on a small flat area protruding from a cliff barely covering 2 acres. While others might find it too small, he thought it was quite nice. He first buried the simple protective array given by the sect at the edge of the purple bamboo forest. After placing a spirit stone to activate the formation from the outside, this place appeared to be shrouded in thick clouds. Near the inner mountain wall, Liu Qinghuan quickly built a small courtyard using local materials and casually made some simple tables and chairs. As he walked through one room after another with a wave of his hand, various items for living and resting were quickly placed around, creating a semblance of a cozy atmosphere. Liu Qinghuan stood in the courtyard feeling emotional. Having grown up this big, it was his first time having a place of his own, far better than the small cave he had in the Hengwu mountain range. Seeing everything in order, he finally released the little horned beast. Its lively nature meant that after being cooped up in the spirit beast bag for so many days, it dashed away as soon as it was free. Liu Qinghuan smiled and shook his head, no longer paying attention to it. He stepped into the quiet room, took out a set of protective arrays given by Yunzheng, and placed them at the corners before sitting down. He was delighted to have jumped from the midstage of the 4th layer directly to the peak of the 5th layer, but he still had some doubts. He had always believed that cultivation should be a steady and gradual process. Relying on external forces for forced elevation could leave behind significant hidden dangers. As the Sitting Forgetting Longevity Sutra method operated, Liu Qinghuan gradually entered a meditative state, with his spiritual energy circulating along specific routes in his meridians. It wasn't until several cycles later that he stopped. Although the suddenly increased spiritual energy felt somewhat ethereal, it did not disperse. After the technique's operation, it completely merged with his original spiritual energy. He had been overly concerned. Yuan Itaizuan was indeed a great cultivator at the transformation stage. Elevating a chi refining stage cultivator's cultivation was merely a matter of a wave of the hand. However, matters of cultivation must be approached with caution. One should not blindly trust authority. After confirming that his cultivation was unharmed, he took out his storage bags to organize. He currently had 3 storage bags. One was issued by the sect today, which was inconsequential. His own bag didn't need much explanation. Besides his belongings, it also contained a large amount of ingredients collected by Yunzheng, as well as some materials left by Su Yuan. Most of them he had identified as common spiritual materials used for alchemy and artifact refining during the foundation establishment stage, but there was one item he still couldn't figure out. It was a jade bottle containing a type of purple star sand within which lay a small fruit resembling a black pine cone. Though this small fruit looked ordinary, it was discovered alongside a fragment of Su Yuan's Sitting Forgetting Longevity Sutra. The more ordinary it appeared, the more it raised suspicion. Unable to discern its nature, he decided to put it away for later consideration. The last one was the storage bag he obtained from the emaciated man inside the great Liu Qinghuan tower. It contained a leaf-shaped superior flying artifact and a protective spiritual jade pendant that were still usable, so he put them in his own bag, while the others he wouldn't use were all stored together to be sold later when the opportunity arose. The difficult part was those various fruits and plant tubers collected from the mountain wall. During the last 10 days in the tower, he had worked hard to gather them, only picking the plants containing the most spiritual energy from the most resistant areas near the mountaintop. When his body could no longer bear it, he would climb to the mountaintop to heal, and once healed, he would continue descending the cliff. In the end, he managed to fill 3 large bags with a hodgepodge of items. Now all these were piled in front of him, but he couldn't tell a single one apart. It seemed he needed to visit the transmission building of the One Sure sect to see if he could find the corresponding jade slips, and also look for any body refining techniques. Just as he thought of this, Liu Qinghuan's expression suddenly changed. He saw a semi-transparent root emerging from his dantian, probing outward before diving headfirst into the pile of spiritual materials in front of him. At the same time, more roots stretched out, and soon, whether it was the fruits or the tubers, they rapidly shriveled. His divine sense sank into the dantian, where there was almost no room for him to stand. Countless roots extended from his spiritual root mountain, occupying the entire sky above the sea of spiritual energy. Looking outside, those roots were actually absorbing the wood's spiritual energy from the fruits. The azure wood spiritual energy flowed like water through the semi-transparent roots, continuously transmitting to the spiritual root mountain. Liu Qinghuan reached out his hand, passing it directly through the roots, touching nothing. He then took out the cold moon ice sword and slashed down at one of the roots. The sword light transformed into a sharp bolt of lightning, striking the ground and leaving a deep fissure. Liu Qinghuan's eyes flashed fiercely as he reached out to grab one of the purple fruits. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the purple fruit caught by the semi-transparent roots wouldn't budge an inch. Unable to grasp it or cut it, Liu Qinghuan found himself helpless, watching helplessly as the wood's spiritual energy was drawn from the pile of spiritual materials at an astonishing speed, leaving only a clump of black residue. The roots seemed to shake off their fullness and slowly retracted back into the dantian, transforming from semi-transparent back to solid, coiling around the spiritual root mountain and extending into the blue sea water, transformed by the water spiritual root. Liu Qinghuan's expression was grave. The wooden stick he had searched everywhere for in the Sea of Qi was unexpectedly hidden within his spiritual root, growing so strangely with numerous tentacle-like roots. But in the next moment, Liu Qinghuan's whole body suddenly shook, standing there in shock. The entire spiritual root mountain began to tremble slightly, causing the entire dantian to shake. The spiritual energy of the Qi refining stage, though appearing like flowing water, was fundamentally gaseous. At this moment, it surged like a rolling sea of clouds. Liu Qinghuan was greatly alarmed. He focused his mind and operated his technique, but it was of no use. The spiritual energy formed a massive vortex around the azure mountain, spinning wildly. The vortex grew larger until it engulfed the entire Qi sea, suddenly retracting with a fierce pull. Like a whale swallowing the sea, the azure spiritual energy was drawn into the mountain of spiritual roots. Liu Qinghuan stared blankly at his empty dantian, unable to react, his whole being frozen like a wooden chicken. At this moment, the shaking of the mountain of spiritual roots intensified, and the entire mountain began to rise. If this were happening outside, it would surely cause the heavens to collapse and dust to rise. Fortunately, this was merely an illusion of the spiritual root. The shaking of the mountain lasted only a few breaths before it came to a halt. All at once, he felt a boom as countless streams of spiritual energy surged out from the mountain of spiritual roots, rapidly filling his dantian and meridians. Looking again at the spiritual energy, its color had deepened significantly, transforming into a thick, deep azure, lively and agile, though the total amount had correspondingly decreased somewhat. All of his spiritual energy had surprisingly been refined. Liu Qinghuan once again operated his mental technique, and this time all the spiritual energy obediently followed the mental technique, with no signs of losing control appearing again. A surge of joy welled up in his heart, but the most significant change in his dantian was not the Qi Sea, but the mountain of spiritual roots. At this moment, the mountain of spiritual roots had grown a circle larger, appearing vibrant and full of life, with all the roots retracting back into the root body, while the land and water below the mountain shrank by a few degrees. Liu Qinghuan stepped forward again to confirm. With his intention, the main body of the spiritual root appeared. Indeed, the earth's spiritual root and the water spiritual root had indeed diminished by a fraction. Since he was pointed out by Yin Zhengfeng as having a growth-type spiritual root, he had often paid attention to his spiritual roots, but he had never seen any changes in the earth and water spiritual roots. Just as they said, he also thought that a growth-type spiritual root was almost equivalent to a useless existence. But now he was 100% certain that the wooden stick had accelerated the originally slow growth speed of the spiritual roots by countless times. Early the next morning, a figure in green flew out from the bamboo forest mountain, landing outside the transmission tower of the Undying Peak. At this time, the transmission tower had just opened its doors. An elderly man, half asleep, sat behind the door, his head nodding as if he were about to doze off, when suddenly a young boy appeared before him. The old man raised his head and yawned broadly, looking at him. Liu Qinghuan stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Senior, I wish to enter the transmission tower to consult the texts. May I know what the rules are?" "You are the new disciple from yesterday, right?" "Yes." "The transmission tower is open to all disciples of the sect. Those in the Qi training stage can consult on the second floor, but to transcribe jade slips you will need sect contribution points." The old man glanced at him. "You are a new disciple, and you have 2 free opportunities. Go on in." Liu Qinghuan bowed again, and then walked toward the nearby staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, he found a long corridor lined with numerous doors on both sides, each door adorned with wooden plaques labeled techniques, mental methods, magical artifacts, alchemy, etc., with a layer of hazy light sealing the entire entrance. Liu Qinghuan pondered for a moment and approached the door labeled spiritual plants, placing his identity, jade slip, against the light. A door opening just large enough for one person appeared, and he stepped inside. The space inside was much larger than he had imagined, with rows of towering wooden shelves filled with jade slips, books, bamboo scrolls, tortoise shells, and more. Fortunately, each shelf was inscribed with what was contained within. Otherwise, sifting through them one by one would take ages to find what he sought. He browsed through them one by one, finding various illustrated texts on spiritual herbs, spiritual trees, and spiritual flowers, even specialized research texts. For example, one book studying fire-type spiritual herbs titled 32 Cultivation Methods of Fire Cotton Grass explored an earth-grade fire cotton grass in such depth that Liu Qinghuan was left in awe. He had no intention of planting fire cotton grass, nor did he wish to learn what those 32 cultivation methods were. Throwing that book aside, he picked up another one with a cover titled Wisdom of the Zhiji Fruit. The grand reputation of the One Sure sect loomed even larger in his mind. A full storehouse indicates propriety, and similarly, only well-fed and stable cultivators have the leisure to write such idle books. However, this brought him great trouble, though finding what he needed amidst this vast sea of books had become increasingly difficult. Moreover, the peculiar wooden stick truly bewildered him. It might not even be a spiritual plant. He had never heard of a spiritual plant that could merge with a cultivator's spiritual root. But if it's not a spiritual plant, then what could it be? Liu Qinghuan felt a headache coming on. He could only rummage through things aimlessly with no clear direction. After searching for an entire day, he still found nothing, but he did learn about the various forms of the thistle flower's thorns, and that dream-inducing grass could be used to make a sleeping potion. For 3 consecutive days, Liu Qinghuan remained immersed in the transmission tower, exploring every room without finding even a hint. With no other option, he had to temporarily set it aside. As it stood, that wooden stick had yet to cause him any harm. On the contrary, it had accelerated the growth of his spiritual roots. Exiting the transmission tower, Liu Qinghuan visited the trading square before flying back to his residence. After activating the protective array in his quiet room, he sat down cross-legged and placed a lower-grade Qinglin grass freshly purchased from the market on the ground before him. After waiting for a while, he saw no roots extending from his dantian, and the mountain of spiritual roots showed no signs of movement. Liu Qinghuan scratched his head and took out a mid-grade mu lingua. Before long, he had over 10 types of spiritual herbs and fruits before him, but the wooden stick still remained inactive. It seemed these spiritual plants did not pique the stick's interest, and after pondering, he took out a few purple fruits. These were the last of his few purple fruits. The others had all been consumed by the wooden stick. This time the mountain of spiritual roots finally showed some change, with several roots writhing out from his dantian, burrowing into the purple fruit. In just a few breaths, the purple fruit was drained of its spiritual energy. He focused his attention on the mountain of spiritual roots. Unfortunately, whether it was due to insufficient spiritual energy or some other reason, the wood spiritual root did not grow this time, and the earth and water spiritual roots showed no signs of change either. However, Liu Qinghuan had already reached the conclusion he sought. It seemed that the spiritual plants within the Great Shumi Universe Tower indeed differed from those outside. This time he combed through the transmission tower and found a jade slip that specifically introduced the Great Shumi Universe Tower. Unfortunately, it did not mention this difference at all, leaving him unsure whether it was undiscovered or kept secret. There was, however, a way to find out. He could ask the nascent soul elder Ming Yangzi. But he could neither see Ming Yangzi, nor even if he did would he be able to ask. With no leads on the wooden stick, Liu Qinghuan no longer pressed the issue and took out the jade slip for bamboo heartsword cultivation. After 2 days, he finished reading the entire technique. The bamboo heartsword cultivation is in short a technique that uses bamboo as a base to condense one's own Tao, ultimately growing a sword of the primordial spirit. This technique is exceedingly domineering The primordial spirit sword that is cultivated is not a mere object, but can grow and advance along with the bamboo base. As long as the bamboo base does not perish, even if the primordial spirit sword is damaged, it can regrow. However, cultivating such a domineering technique is naturally extremely difficult. The Jade Slip provided two methods for sword cultivation. One involves first planting the bamboo base and nurturing it daily with a drop of essence blood, combined with the secret method within bamboo heart sword cultivation. Once the bamboo grows to 3 feet, it is transferred into the sea of consciousness, where the sword intent is nurtured within the bamboo base using the Tao heart, and the sword is then cultivated. This method of sword cultivation is extremely difficult. Among countless sword cultivators, very few can condense sword intent. Moreover, using bamboo to cultivate the sword is even harder than simply cultivating the sword. The second method is likely a simplification of the first sword cultivation technique by later generations of cultivators. The earlier steps remain unchanged. The only difference is that instead of condensing the sword intent with the Tao heart, external force is used to forge the sword, which is then buried within the bamboo base, with the bamboo base and one's own spiritual energy nurturing the sword. Thus, the first type of primordial spirit sword resides in the sea of consciousness, while the second type is stored in the Dantian. The two are fundamentally different. Throughout their lives, all cultivators of the bamboo forest mountain pursue the first type, yet most are limited by their natural talents and circumstances, only able to practice the second type. Liu Qinghuan's journey of cultivation at the Wenshe sect officially began. Every day, aside from dedicating a significant amount of time to cultivation, he never missed the classes on the 1st and 15th of each month. He was a frequent visitor to the transmission pavilion, and although he had no contribution points to exchange for jade slips, merely observing had greatly broadened his horizons. The bamboo heart sword technique had to be temporarily shelved due to the inability to find suitable bamboo species. The bamboo on Bamboo Forest Mountain was mostly ordinary spirit bamboo. However, the bamboo in Tent Hall stored at least 1,000 different bamboo species. Liu Qinghuan had browsed through nearly all of them, but still found nothing satisfactory, and even those he was pleased with could not be exchanged due to a lack of contribution points. Contribution points, oh contribution points. He had undertaken several sect tasks, but the more difficult ones consumed countless time and energy, while the easier ones yielded very few contribution points. He had also searched for bamboo seeds at the market, but those from other peaks were useless. Very few people collected bamboo seeds. Bamboo flowers bloom only once every hundreds or thousands of years and die after blooming, so a bamboo plant has only one chance to leave behind seeds in its lifetime. Thus, bamboo seeds rarely appeared in the market. As for asking the senior brothers and sisters from Bamboo Forest Mountain to exchange spirit stones for bamboo seeds, sorry, they were also short on contribution points. An ordinary bamboo seed required hundreds of contribution points, and if the planting failed, one would have to buy it all over again. Therefore, everyone's contribution points were tightly stretched. Liu Qinghuan's days were fulfilling yet busy, and 6 months passed in a flash. Just a few days ago, after half a year of cultivation, his cultivation level finally rose from the peak of the 5th layer to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Liu Qinghuan looked at the increasingly rich azure energy within him and couldn't help but exhale. For the past few days, he had been consolidating his cultivation, and today the 6th layer realm was finally stable. At that moment, a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations came from outside the protective array. Liu Qinghuan exited the quiet room, opened the protective array, and saw 2 figures appearing outside. "Liu Shidi, look at this awful place you chose." One of them flew in and complained to Liu Qinghuan. "It's neither high nor low and the area is small. There are so many good places, yet you chose this one." This person was Lin Guang, followed by a chubby little figure by Feng Ming. Liu Qinghuan chuckled. "I'm not planting spirit herbs or cultivating spirit fields. Oh, what do I need such a large area for?" He was never very keen on socializing and rarely interacted with others, but over the past 6 months he had gotten to know a few people, among whom Lin Guang and Bai Feng Ming were the most frequent visitors. The 3 of them were of similar age and had entered the sect together, often encountering each other in the lecture hall, thus forming some camaraderie. "I think this place is quite nice." Bai Feng Ming chuckled and said with a silly face, "Don't start with me." Lin Guang retorted irritably, pointing at Bai Feng Ming. "You chose a terrible place too. Instead of living in a good place outside, you went to dig a cave to live in. You're already dark enough, and now you hide in that shabby cave. You're just going to turn into a coal ball." Bai Feng Ming rubbed his hands and shook his head, saying, "You don't understand. That's called a cave abode, a place where immortals reside." Liu Qinghuan let the 2 in without saying a word, just watching them bicker. The 2 of them didn't know if it was due to incompatible personalities or tastes, but they always had a few arguments whenever they met, yet often ended up together. "Forget it." Lin Guang waved his hand. "I can't be bothered to argue with a rough person like you. I came to find Liu Shidi for something important today." Saying this, he tossed a black jade token and a jade slip to Liu Qinghuan. "Liu Shidi, regarding the matter you asked me to help with last time, I have found some leads." "Oh." Liu Qinghuan received it, and listened as Lin Guang continued. The Jade Slip is a map showing the explored range of the first layer of the Great Liu Qinghuan Tower. The Jade token is a passage permit, and I spent a hefty amount of spirit stones to acquire these in the black market. Liu Qinghuan hurriedly cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you so much, senior brother Lin. If it weren't for you, even if I had spirit stones, I wouldn't have the connections to obtain these things. Don't mention it. Lin Guang put his arm around Liu Qinghuan's shoulder. Aren't we brothers? If we're brothers, don't say anything formal. Besides, I'm not doing this just for you. I want to enter the tower this time too. You want to go in too? Liu Qinghuan asked in surprise. Not just me, the chubby one is going too. He pulled Bai Fengming over and laughed heartily. Yes, I'm going too. Bai Fengming puffed out his chest, then suddenly realized. Hey, I said. Monkey spirit, who are you calling chubby? The two started playfully wrestling again, and Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Ever since he learned that the Great Liu Qinghuan Tower was used as a trial site by the Wenshi sect, and that the lower 3 layers were open to disciples all year round, he had been contemplating entering the tower again, especially since that wooden stick feeds on the spiritual plants within the tower. However, the Great Liu Qinghuan Tower only opens twice a year and restricts the number of entrants each year, making the passage Jade token extremely hard to come by. Liu Qinghuan carefully examined the Jade token. It looked very similar to the one he had when he entered the tower for the trial, but this one had a striking flower pattern on it. This is the pattern of the beauty flower. Doesn't it look beautiful? Lin Guang stopped teasing Bai Fengming and said to Liu Qinghuan with a wink, I heard from a senior brother that there really is a beauty flower that looks like a beauty. It blooms like this, with the grace of a fish sinking and a wild goose falling and the beauty of a flower that can make the moon shine. Bai Fengming was stunned, repeatedly asking, really? Is it true? Really? Not at all. Lin Guang gave him a light tap on the head. Do you believe everything you hear? Don't you have a brain? Turning his head, he no longer paid attention to him and pointed at the flower, saying to Liu Qinghuan, this is a fixed-point teleportation Jade token. This flower represents that the teleportation point is in the Thousand Song dense forest where the beauty flower is located. Liu Qinghuan nodded. So if I crush this Jade token, I can teleport out of the tower? Of course, Lin Guang replied. Liu Shidi, do you really want to take on the sect mission to gather the nectar of the beauty flower? Liu Qinghuan sighed. I have no choice. The sect's contribution points are too hard to obtain, relying on daily weeding in the medicine fields and cleaning the spirit beast areas. When will I ever save enough to exchange for bamboo seeds? The task of collecting the nectar from the beauty flower offers generous rewards. One bottle of nectar can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. But I heard the beauty flower is a high-grade spirit flower above first grade, and it's very fierce. It can devour cultivators. Bai Fengming said with a hint of fear in his expression. This time Lin Guang surprisingly did not contradict Bai Fengming and nodded. Indeed, the beauty flower is quite formidable. A slight mistake could endanger one's life. That's why the contribution points for this task are so high. Fortune favors the bold, Liu Qinghuan said. Besides, didn't you both plan to go in? Ha ha ha. Lin Guang laughed heartily. That's a good point. Fortune favors the bold. He gestured towards Bai Fengming. So the reason I came to find Liu Shidi today is to see if you'd be willing to team up with us for this task. Liu Qinghuan pondered briefly. Lin Guang had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, shrewd and astute, exceptionally skilled at gathering information. Bai Feng had reached the 5th level, appearing simple-minded, yet was always playing the fool to catch the tiger. He only believed half of what was said back then in front of many people. Although cultivators have their luck, if one cannot support themselves, even with luck at their side, they would only watch opportunities slip by. Such thoughts flashed in his mind, and he clasped his hands, saying, that sounds excellent. With more people, we can look out for one another. Lin Shixiang, and by Shixiang, I will have to rely on you both for the journey in the tower. Wenshi sect is an ancient sect where among peers who enter together and have some rapport, they are addressed according to age. Thus, despite Liu Qinghuan currently being at a higher level of cultivation than Bai Fengming, he still had to call Bai Fengming, who was 2 or 3 years older, Shixiao. Moreover, if a junior brother's cultivation level rises significantly, the senior brother still calls him junior brother. Thus, it is not uncommon to see a Qi refinement stage disciple referring to a foundation establishment stage disciple as junior brother. Such occurrences are likely only found in ancient sects. Bai Fengming slapped his thigh and laughed. Monkey spirit, I told you Liu Shidi wouldn't disagree about teaming up. Why are you overthinking? You have too many convoluted thoughts in that head of yours. You should get a rake to straighten them out. Get lost. I see not only is your mind straight, but your intestines are too. Lin Guang retorted. The two stayed at Liu Qinghuan's side for most of the day before departing together. After the two left, Liu Qinghuan took out the map Jade slip of the Great Liu Qinghuan Tower and pressed it to his forehead. Upon inspection, he realized that the first layer of the tower was far larger than he had imagined. He had originally planned to gather some purple fruits from the trial mountain during this visit, but after looking at the map, he discovered that mountain was nearly at the edge of the map, while the beautiful flower was located in the central area of the thousand-song dense forest separated by thousands of miles. Moreover, there were numerous restricted areas within the tower where spiritual energy could not be used, occupying a larger area than those where it could. In the following 10 days, Liu Qinghuan repeatedly visited the trading square to purchase pills and supplies. Along with the previous map and past tokens he had bought, as well as his daily cultivation needs, he found himself running low on spirit stones. He also visited the Chaohui Hall. At this moment, the Chaohui Hall was bustling with people. On both sides of the hall there were light screens displaying task information, glowing softly with spiritual light, attracting many disciples of the One-Sure sect to stop and check. Liu Qinghuan approached the left side where the sect's task postings were located. "Has it come out yet? Has it come out yet?" someone asked the person in front. "Not yet, soon," the person replied, impatiently standing on tiptoe to keep an eye on the light screen. "Haha, every time the great Liu Qinghuan tower opens it gets this lively." A young man at the 9th level of Qi refinement stood not far from Liu Qinghuan, observing the throngs of people. "Indeed, there are even more people this year than in previous years." His companion responded, "In the first half of the year the tower was taken out for new disciples' entrance trials. It has been a year since it was last opened within the sect. Yes, the sect's alchemy room hasn't released any beauty pills for 2 months supposedly, because the nectar from the beautiful flowers has run out, making it impossible to continue refining them. Now many shops outside have come to our sect clamoring for pills, and even the scattered cultivator trading alliance has arrived." Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart upon hearing this. From what he knew, beauty pills were renowned in the cultivation world, and female cultivators were all crazy to purchase them, as taking this pill could maintain youthful and fresh appearances for about 3 years. However, the beauty pills from One-Sure sect could last for 5 years due to the addition of the nectar from beautiful flowers. Beautiful flowers only grow in the great Liu Qinghuan tower with a scarce yield each year, which is why the price of One-Sure sect's beauty pills is even higher than those outside. As Liu Qinghuan leaned against a corner deep in thought, he heard an exclamation in front of the light screen. "It's here, it's here." He raised his eyes and saw a new task information popping up at the bottom of the light screen. The sect's alchemy room seeks to purchase heart-eating grass, 60 contribution points per stalk, corrupted bone grass, 80 contribution points per stalk, purple jade crystal, 80 contribution points per piece, light silk fruit, 100 contribution points per piece. Nectar from the beautiful flower, 120 contribution points per bottle. 120, someone exclaimed. This year it's risen so much. Last year it was only 100 contribution points per bottle. Indeed. Haha, luckily I managed to grab a pass token this year. It's worth it now. At this moment someone behind saw those who had accepted the tasks crowding around the light screen, unwilling to move, and got anxious. "I say either take the task or step aside. What's with blocking others' paths?" The people in front were clamoring, but Liu Qinghuan remained unhurried. He gazed at the words light silk fruit. Light silk fruit. Is the purple fruit? Could it be that the thousand-song dense forest has purple fruits as well? After some people dispersed, Liu Qinghuan approached the light screen at a leisurely pace, waving his identity jade slip over the task section. A green light shot down from the light screen, illuminating the jade slip perfectly. 3 days later. The back mountain of One-Sure sect was usually very quiet, as it was where the caves of nascent soul cultivators were located. However, that day in front of the great Liu Qinghuan tower, it was bustling with activity as a large number of low-level disciples had been waiting there since early morning. The bottom 3 layers of the great Liu Qinghuan tower had all been opened. The first layer was open to Qi refinement stage disciples, the second layer for foundation establishment stage, and the third layer for golden core stage. However, foundation establishment and golden core cultivators did not need to wait here. As long as they had a pass token, they could enter upon arrival. Liu Qinghuan found Lin Guang, and Bai Fengming, and the 3 stood together chatting while they waited. As the time approached, a foundation establishment cultivator soared into the air before the tower, and everyone quieted down upon seeing him. All Qi refinement stage disciples, listen up. Upon entering the tower, you must not maliciously disrupt the balance of the small worlds inside. You must not indiscriminately kill the innocent. You must not fight or harm fellow disciples. If a fellow disciple is in trouble, you must save them. If the sect discovers any of these behaviors, severe punishments will be meted out, even expulsion from the sect. This declaration resonated with gravity, undeniably stern. The excitement and urgency on everyone's faces cooled, leaving a moment of silence. At this moment, the foundation establishment cultivator's expression softened as he looked at the young disciples who were only in their teens or 20s and said, "Many of you are entering the tower for the first time. You must remain vigilant at all times. Although the first layer of the great Liu Qinghuan tower has been confirmed by the sect elders to pose no significant danger, if you let your guard down, even a small man-eating flower can take your life. Therefore, when faced with danger, do not force it. Crush the pass token at the first opportunity, and it will transport you outside the tower. Remember this, remember this." Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but be moved. Though this foundation establishment cultivator was strict, his care for the low-level disciples was profoundly sincere. What is this Shishu's name? Liu Qinghuan whispered to Lin Guang. Lin Guang also whispered back. He is Liu Yuqin from the law enforcement hall at the peak of the third layer of foundation establishment, usually very strict. But he is not a bad person. If junior disciples encounter difficulties and seek his help, he usually assists. I heard he is preparing to enter seclusion next year to break through to Golden Core. Liu Qinghuan silently nodded, noticing Liu Yuqin had already flown to the side. The others also formed a line, entering the tower one by one. Liu Qinghuan and the others stepped into the flowing gray mist of the first layer, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dense forest. Wow! So beautiful, Bai Fengming exclaimed. We are standing in the trees. Liu Qinghuan extended his divine sense, and amidst a mesmerizing blue hue saw numerous sturdy trees with thick roots intertwined, forming countless aerial passages. Below the trees, various dense plants grew, completely covering the ground so that no soil was visible. Strangely, all those plants were adorned with vibrant colors, faintly shimmering with elusive luster, appearing extraordinarily radiant. Liu Qinghuan frowned and asked, "Is the beauty flower exceptionally vibrant?" Lin Guang nodded. "Yes, haven't you seen the illustrations? In this dense forest where colorful plants and flowers abound, it is indeed challenging to distinguish the equally vibrant beauty flower. I wonder if the spirit observation technique can reveal it," he murmured as spiritual power surged into his eyes. Scanning the surroundings, he sensed that the spiritual energy of wood was extremely abundant throughout the forest. No. Bai Fengming also tried the spirit observation technique and exclaimed, "The wood spiritual energy here is too rich. Spiritual grasses and flowers generally conceal their own spiritual energy, making it impossible to identify them. The beauty flower has no leaves or stems with extremely thick, colorful petals. When it hunts, it opens and closes its petals, emitting an intensely fragrant aroma. It seems we must be extra cautious. If we catch a whiff of that strong fragrance, it indicates a beauty flower is nearby." Liu Qinghuan nodded, pointing upwards. "They'll take a look from above to confirm our location first." Saying this, he took out a leaf-shaped flying artifact, maneuvering through the trees, but dared not fly too high, only slightly raising his upper body. It is said that fierce birds reside in the high altitudes of this forest, and flying too high would risk being attacked. As he looked around, the seemingly endless forest resembled a rolling green ocean with a large river, like a white ribbon appearing on the left, winding far into the distance. Lin Guang also flew up beside him, pulling out a paper map. It was a more detailed map of the Thousand Song Forest, and after searching through it, he pointed to a location, saying, "Found it, we are here." He moved his finger forward, tapping a spot, and couldn't help but smile. "It seems we borrowed the good luck of Black Fat. The location we were teleported to is not far from the area where the beauty flowers grow most densely, the rotting wood forest." Returning to the dense forest, Lin Guang shared the map with Bai Fengming, saying, "This forest possesses numerous dangers. Liu Shidi will keep watch for threats from afar, while Black Fat will guard against close-range attacks, and I will handle the offense." Among the three, his cultivation was the highest, naturally taking on the role of the main attacker. He then pulled out a pitch-black bow, while Bai Fengming summoned a large shield made of shell. Liu Qinghuan pressed a hand to his waist, and the cold moon ice sword was already in his grip. The three of them said no more and boarded their flying artifacts, heading towards the rotting wood forest. However, after a short flight, they realized that using flying artifacts in this forest was quite inconvenient. The thick aerial roots crisscrossing among the trees formed a complex web. The three of them simply abandoned their flying artifacts and employed the stealthy cloud technique, leaping and maneuvering through the aerial roots, their speed actually increasing. Along the way, they encountered several small blue spirit monkeys, low-grade first-tier beasts. Lin Guang said, "These blue monkeys are gentle and don't have useful materials. Let's avoid killing them." Liu Qinghuan nodded, but as they continued, he suddenly sensed something and transmitted to the other two, "Be cautious of the left rear." The other two slowly drew closer to him, their divine senses cautiously probing to the left rear. Lin Guang was somewhat surprised. There was nothing in the left rear. After a moment, the edge of his divine sense detected a wolf-like demon beast with black fur and yellow-red stripes. Lin Guang couldn't help but glance at Liu Qinghuan. This kid's divine sense was actually stronger than his own, despite being at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. But this was a good thing. The stronger Liu Qinghuan was, the greater their chances of success. Moreover, he was fortunate to have assigned him to keep watch, otherwise they wouldn't have noticed the Dark Wind Wolf stealthily following them. The Dark Wind Wolf is a notoriously vicious nighttime assassin in the Thousand Song Forest. These wolves typically possess mid-tier cultivation or higher. They are incredibly fast, cruel, and cunning, moving silently and favoring sudden attacks from behind. If they were to be pounced upon, their powerful claws could easily shred a cultivator's spiritual defense shield. "Now's the time." Lin Guang shouted, his hands drawing back the bow. A spirit arrow materialized on the bowstring as he pulled back, shimmering through the air, shooting towards the back. At the same time, a wolf-like demon beast suddenly leaped out from the colorful underbrush, pouncing towards the three. The spirit arrow met the dark wind wolf in midair. The wolf raised its paw and struck the arrow, producing 3 loud clangs as the spirit arrow was forcefully knocked away while its paw remained unscathed. Lingguang was startled. The second and third spirit arrows were already shot out simultaneously, one aimed at the head and the other at the abdomen. The dark wind wolf swiped again, knocking away another spirit arrow, and then brushed against an aerial root in midair, dodging the arrow aimed at its abdomen, while lunging towards the three, with its gaping maw releasing a potent stench. Bai Fengming crossed his arms, and the shell shield whirled to meet the attack. The wolf emitted a low growl as its claws created several streaks of afterimages as they struck the shield. The shell-like shield was remarkable. Despite the wolf's frenzied slashes, it only left a few white scratches. Just then the sword light like the cold moon flashed, and one of the dark wind wolf's hind paws was severed, falling to the ground with a splash of blood. The wolf howled in pain, its eyes blood-red with an increased frenzy, disregarding the returning cold moon ice sword. Its yellow and red stripes dimmed suddenly, and its figure flickered in place, leaving behind several afterimages, pouncing straight at Liu Qinghuan. Its speed was so fast that Liu Qinghuan couldn't evade. He swiftly patted himself, and suddenly 2 identical figures appeared beside him, mirroring Liu Qinghuan's attire, movements, and expressions perfectly. The dark wind wolf paused for a moment, its speed undiminished as it lunged at the figure directly in front of it, clawing through the green spiritual barrier and shredding it to pieces. Seeing Liu Qinghuan successfully land a hit and evade the dark wind wolf's attack with his clone, Lingguang couldn't help but feel elated. He placed his right hand on the bow, and 5 spirit arrows took shape, shooting out like lightning. The wolf attempted to dodge, but suddenly several thorns sprang up, ensnaring its remaining 3 paws tightly, with the spikes piercing through its flesh. It let out a mournful howl. Those thorns were incredibly resilient, and it couldn't break free. Though it narrowly avoided 3 arrows, it was still hit by 2. At this point, blood was pouring from the dark wind wolf, leaving it unable to escape. Suddenly, it lowered its back and raised its head high. Lingguang exclaimed, "Quick! It's going to summon the wolf pack. We can't let it howl." More arrows flew from his hands. Hearing this, Liu Qinghuan was startled as well. He could no longer afford to hesitate. A flash of light erupted from his hand, even faster than the arrows, heading straight for the dark wind wolf's brow. Just as the wolf let out half a howl, its eyes suddenly froze, pierced through by the spirit arrow that arrived just in time. "Huh, good kid." Lingguang rushed over, patting Liu Qinghuan on the shoulder. "Not bad, not bad. I have high hopes for you." Liu Qinghuan made a toothy grin and laughed. "Senior brother Lin, be gentle. If you hit again, it will fall apart. Your hand technique with the heavenly maiden scattering flowers is excellent." The timing was spot on. Lingguang continued, "That must be iron wire thorn, right?" "Yes." Liu Qinghuan nodded. "I specifically bought it from the trading post before entering the tower. It cost quite a bit of spirit stones." Lingguang laughed heartily. That spirit stone was well spent. Liu Qinghuan also chuckled a couple of times and turned to Bai Fengming. "Senior brother, by your shell shield's defensive power is truly amazing." "Hee." Bai Fengming grinned foolishly. "I found it at the bottom of the sea during my entry trial." "All right." Lingguang clapped his hands. "The stench here is overwhelming. We should clean up quickly to avoid attracting other beasts." The 3 of them stopped talking and went to the tree to collect the wolf's corpse entirely. Before they set off, they had agreed that any prey or spirit materials they obtained together would first be collected by Lingguang and then divided equally among the 3 after the task was completed. After cleaning the scene with a water sphere, the 3 quickly left and continued towards the direction of the decayed wood forest. On the way, they became even more cautious and encountered 2 more beasts. One was another dark wind wolf, and the other was a hammerhead rhinoceros with a large hammer on its head. The hammerhead rhinoceros had incredible defense and a violent temper. They exerted a great deal of effort to kill it, and were all panting heavily. By this time it was night. The night in the Qian dense forest was as if countless colorful moonlight stones had been lit. The grass on the ground and the air roots in the sky emitted a beautiful luminescence, and enchanting nightingale songs floated through the forest. No wonder this forest is called the Qian dense forest. However, beneath this beauty lay deadly peril. The night jungle was always fraught with danger, and the 3 decided to set up a protective formation and wait until dawn before proceeding. A night went by without incident, and the next day, they continued onward. Bai Fengming suddenly wrinkled his nose. "Do you guys smell something foul?" "Foul smell?" Lingguang puzzled sniffed. "It seems there really is a foul smell." "Oh, what is this odor? It's so unpleasant." He covered his nose. Indeed, Liu Qinghuan also smelled it. It was an indescribable stench reminiscent of rotting beasts mixed with the odor of a stinking ditch, extremely unpleasant. As the 3 moved forward a bit more, the stench became increasingly overpowering, causing Lingguang and Bai Fengming to gag repeatedly, quickly sealing off their sense of smell. Don't seal off your sense of smell, Liu Qinghuan suddenly said. Lin Guang and Bai Fengming looked at him in surprise, and he took out a detox pill and swallowed it before continuing. This foul smell is toxic. The two were alarmed and quickly checked their bodies, discovering indeed there were toxins accumulating in their meridians, hastily swallowing a detox pill each. Moreover, Liu Qinghuan looked ahead. I think we might have found the beauty flower. Oh, Bai Fengming gaped foolishly. Isn't the beauty flower supposed to smell very fragrant? Fool. Lin Guang suddenly understood. If it's fragrant to the extreme, doesn't that mean it's foul? He then laughed excitedly. It really could be the beauty flower. Let's go take a look. The three of them eagerly advanced towards the foul smell, and they headed in the direction of the strongest stench. Before they were overwhelmed by the odor, they finally spotted the beauty flower a mile away. The three quickly sealed off their sense of smell. Lin Guang, while gagging, still tried to speak. Ugh. My goodness, this stench is simply lethal. Ugh. Liu Qinghuan examined the beauty flower, noticing that it was incredibly large, without branches or leaves, with a flower directly rising from the ground, taller than a person. The petals were extremely thick, a crystal pink color resembling a beautiful woman's delicate face. The flower crown was pure white, like jade, with slender threads extending from the flower, naturally cascading down like a beautiful woman's long hair. Don't approach it. Lin Guang stopped Bai Fengming, who was trying to get closer. Did you see the flower threads above it? Those can extend quite a distance. If you get entangled, it will be hard to break free, and being pulled into its petals would be disastrous. After seeing the two nod, he continued, we need to think of a way to lure out all the flower threads. As long as we cut all the flower threads, it will have no offensive power. The three discussed briefly and ultimately decided to use the corpse of the hammerhead rhinoceros to lure the beauty flower. However, the hammerhead rhinoceros weighed at least over 1,000 pounds, and they simply could not lift such a heavy thing with their spiritual power, so getting its corpse over there was quite a challenge. How about we use the dark wind wolf's corpse instead? Liu Qinghuan suggested. Lin Guang frowned and nodded. That works, but I'm afraid we won't be able to lure out all the flower threads at once. The dark wind wolf also weighed at least 300 or 400 pounds. The three worked together to use their spiritual power to lift the wolf's corpse, moving it little by little toward the beauty flower. When they were about 3 meters away, the flower threads visibly stirred. The three exchanged glances and simultaneously retracted their spiritual power. The flower threads hanging outside the petals all stood up, as if they were aware, pointing directly at the wolf's corpse. Seemingly confirming there was no danger, the flower threads slowly extended, inching closer to the wolf's corpse, almost touching the ground. Liu Qinghuan marveled, not expecting the beauty flower to be so cautious and cunning. When the flower threads reached near the wolf's corpse, they halted, and just when Liu Qinghuan and the others were puzzled, suddenly, all the flower threads shot up from the ground, bursting forth. In an instant, they wrapped the wolf's corpse in layers. The three onlookers could not help but gasp. It was too sudden, and if it had been them, they definitely would not have been able to dodge. The originally white, delicate flower threads were all stained with the dark wind wolf's blood. That red color possessed a kind of alluring charm, making one feel both extremely beautiful and utterly repulsive. The 300 to 400 pound wolf corpse moved slightly, being dragged back by the flower threads, each one taut. The beauty flower seemed to feel that it was pulling too slowly, and another large bundle of flower threads shot out from the petals, tightly wrapping around the wolf's corpse. Liu Qinghuan and the others had long been waiting for this moment, exchanging glances and striking simultaneously. Liu Qinghuan wielded the cold moon ice sword. Lin Guang took out a spirit sword, and Bai Fengming held a big, ghost-headed knife. The three magical weapons struck down at once. They targeted the base of the flower threads extending from the petals. As the three magical weapons fell, most of the flower threads were severed. Any that tried to retract were met with a flurry of strikes. In no time, the ground was already piled with writhing flower threads. Bai Fengming summoned a large fireball, preparing to burn those writhing flower threads, but was stopped by Lin Guang. You fool, those are precious spirit materials. His eyes shone brightly as he continued, such complete flower threads can sell for a lot of spirit stones. Once the flower threads stopped moving, the three stepped forward to collect them one by one, and then approached the beauty flower. At this moment, the beauty flower resembled a bullied beauty, its thick petals tightly entwined together. Lin Guang leered, hee beauty beauty, just given to us. Bai Fengming imitated his leering, but his smile seemed to radiate a foolishness. Hee beauty beauty, let me help you take off your clothes. The three of them worked together to pry open the tightly closed petals of the beauty flower, revealing a sticky substance on the inner walls of the petals. Lin Guang reminded, do not touch this slime. The beauty flower relies on it to corrode its prey. The thick petals were completely opened, and peeling back the flower's heart revealed a pool of translucent pink liquid. We struck gold. Lin Guang excitedly took out a jade bottle, and in the end he filled 4 bottles to the brim. Liu Qinghuan examined the pink petals and asked, aren't the petals of the beauty flower useful? Those are useless. Aside from their size, they are just filled with water. Lin Guang glanced, and casually replied satisfied as he stored away the jade bottles. Liu Qinghuan stroked his chin and collected all the petals. The other two looked at him in confusion, and he smiled. I see that these petals contain quite a bit of spiritual energy, so I'll take them back for research. Lin Guang and Bai Fengming exchanged glances, but did not ask further as the three continued on their journey. After walking for another hour, a faint stench wafted towards them. Haha, we've discovered something again. Lin Guang laughed, giving Bai Fengming a thumbs up. Black Fat, you truly are a lucky star. Liu Qinghuan added, indeed I believe it's senior brother Bai who has brought us good fortune. Bai Fengming chuckled foolishly. The three of them followed the source of the stench, and indeed found another beauty flower beneath a large tree. Lin Guang eagerly took out the corpse of the dark wind wolf, and the three quickly employed their previous tactics to sever the threads of the beauty flower. La la la. Lin Guang happily hummed a tune preparing to collect the flower threads when Liu Qinghuan pulled him back, his expression serious as he looked to the right. In just a few breaths, several figures emerged from the dense forest swaggering towards them. 5 people approached. 3 men at the 9th level of Qi refinement surrounded a young man dressed in white. The young man was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, reclining on an extraordinarily luxurious flying carpet. Beside him nestled a charming female cultivator who was only at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Yo, our luck is indeed quite good, the young man in white lazily remarked. We found a beauty flower as soon as we entered. One of the 9th level Qi refinement men laughed. The young master's luck has always been exceptional. Young master, the female cultivator clung to the young man in white, saying, you promised that if we found the nectar of the beauty flower you'd make me an everlasting beauty pill. Ha ha ha. The young man in white laughed heartily, pinching the female cultivator's chin as he flirtatiously said, as long as your skills are good, and you serve me well, not only the everlasting beauty pill, but I'll even pluck the moon from the sky for you. Oh young master, what are you saying? The female cultivator shyly pushed him away, covering her face, and saying, there are so many people watching. You're so annoying. The young man in white was even more delighted, directly becoming Hansen, casually waving, you 3 go. Bring me the nectar from that beauty flower. I want to see whether the nectar of the beauty flower is sweeter or that of this little demoness. Liu Qinghuan and the others' faces turned grim. These people treated them as if they didn't exist, brazenly mocking them, and now trying to steal their beauty flower. Lin Guang wiped his face and smiled, stopping the 9th level Qi refinement yellow-faced cultivator who was about to grab the nectar. This senior brother, we are disciples of Bamboo Forest Mountain. May I ask which peak you come from? It's no harm telling you. The man stopped, his expression haughty, saying, we are disciples of Tianqing Peak. Our young master is the nephew of the golden core cultivator Qingxin Jinren. He has his eyes set on this beauty flower. If you know what's good for you, step aside. Lin Guang's smile froze on his face, almost unable to hold on. Senior brother, how can you say that? We found this flower first, and after much effort we severed its threads. All that's left is to harvest it. So what if you did, oi? The yellow-faced cultivator interrupted him, glancing at him sideways. To be favored by our young master is your fortune. I hurry up and scram. As he spoke, his entire body was brimming with spiritual energy, clearly intending to use his cultivation to pressure them. You. Lin Guang was extremely furious, his face turning red. Liu Qinghuan, who had been keeping his head down, his expression hidden, finally raised his head and pulled Lin Guang away, dragging him off. Lin Guang struggled a couple of times, but his other arm was also grabbed by Bai Fengming. Only after they had gone far away did Lin Guang break free, angrily pointing at Liu Qinghuan. Junior brother Liu, why did you pull me away? Those people were too much. Clearly we found the beauty flower first, and they were outright robbing us. Liu Qinghuan, with his hands in his sleeves, calmly said, and then what if I hadn't pulled you away? What do you intend to do? Uncle Liu clearly said before entering the tower that disciples should not fight among themselves and those. Lin Guang paced back and forth in exasperation, unable to finish his sentence before Bai Fengming interrupted. So what? Are you going to go up and fight them? Lin Guang was taken aback, but Bai Fengming didn't give him a chance to speak. His foolish smile completely disappeared, and he said darkly, can you win? There are 5 of them, 3 at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 1 at the 8th level, and 1 at the 5th level. Even if the 3 of us fought with our lives on the line, could we win? Seeing Lin Guang speechless, he continued, sect rules. The rules are only effective for us ordinary disciples. Even if you report to the law enforcement hall after exiting the tower, do you think it will matter? Are we just going to swallow this humiliation? Lin Guang yelled, I can't stand it. Lin Guang, unlike Liu Qinghuan, who had seen the ups and downs of life, and Bai Fengming, who came from the mountains, was born into a wealthy family. His father was an official in the court, and he had always been the one others flattered. After embarking on the path of cultivation, his father placed even more emphasis on him. Later, after coming into contact with the cultivation world, he understood that he was merely an average 3 spiritual roots. Everything in the cultivation world relied on strength, so he adjusted his mindset. However, He had never endured such blatant humiliation as today. Liu Qinghuan chuckled and shook his head, remaining silent. Bai Fengming looked at him fiercely, saying, "Even if you can't stand it, you have to endure it. What is this little humiliation worth? Being trampled into the dust, having your bones shattered, you still have to swallow your teeth and blood." His expression was so frightening that Lin Guang was stunned. Liu Qinghuan looked at this unfamiliar Bai Fengming with newfound respect. Bai Fengming suddenly became calm and faintly said, "This is the tragedy of the weak. If you want to avoid being trampled, then practice hard. When your cultivation surpasses theirs, you will naturally be able to trample today's humiliation back. But if your strength never surpasses others, you will naturally be trampled forever." The atmosphere among the three during the subsequent journey became somewhat subdued. Liu Qinghuan remained expressionless as usual. Bai Fengming wore a foolish smile once more, while Lin Guang appeared pensive, occasionally glancing at Bai Fengming. Perhaps Bai Fengming truly had luck shining upon him. They hadn't walked far when they found another beauty flower. "Aha!" A voice suddenly appeared. "We found another beauty flower. Young master, you truly are fortunate." Liu Qinghuan and the others stood to the side with blank expressions as the five people approached. The yellow-faced cultivator from before walked past them, pausing slightly before arrogantly saying, "Junior brothers, this time, we didn't rob you of your flower. We all rely on our own strength." Liu Qinghuan lowered his head, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Senior brother Lin, could you lend me a detailed map of the Thousand Song Forest?" Liu Qinghuan asked as they had left the vicinity of the five people and were back on the path to the decayed wood forest. "Sure." Lin Guang took out a paper map and handed it to Liu Qinghuan. Liu Qinghuan received it and examined it closely, while Lin Guang and Bai Fengming looked at him with puzzled expressions. Bai Fengming asked, "Junior brother Liu, what are you looking for?" Liu Qinghuan stared at the map in contemplation for a while before pointing to a spot and saying, "Is this Night Wolf Mountain?" Lin Guang leaned in to take a look. Yes. He glanced at Liu Qinghuan's expression and asked, "What do you intend to do? You're not thinking of going to Night Wolf Mountain, are you? That place is the den of the dark wind howling wolves." Liu Qinghuan tapped the map and said deliberately, "Do you want to vent this anger?" Lin Fei was momentarily stunned before bursting with joy, nodding vigorously, "Yes, yes, yes. What should we do?" Bai Fengming, however, wore a skeptical expression, and Liu Qinghuan smiled, saying, "Senior brother, by this will depend entirely on you." He elaborated his thoughts to the two. The more they listened, the brighter their eyes became as they engaged in a heated discussion. Finally, Liu Qinghuan said slowly, "However, all of this hinges on whether those five will follow us again. If they no longer have the heart to rob and deceive, we will continue into the decayed leaf forest." The two nodded, and Liu Qinghuan added, "Senior brother Lin, senior brother, but you must consider this carefully. After this, we might offend a true practitioner at the Golden Core stage." Lin Guang snorted, "What's there to be afraid of? Does he dare to openly kill me in the sect? We have our reasons if we need to reason with him, and if he acts domineeringly, I can just stay out of Bamboo Forest Mountain. Besides, I came here to cultivate, not to raise turtles." Bai Fengming also said, "If there's a chance for revenge, and I still hesitate, I might as well go home and farm." "Damn him. Young master, we have located the tracks of those three disciples from Bamboo Forest Mountain." A cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refining reported. "Oh." The white-clad young master stopped flirting with the female cultivator beside him and waved his hand, "Follow them." "Young master." The female cultivator nestled against him, puzzled, asked, "Why follow those three low-ranked cultivators?" The white-clad young master picked up some grapes nearby and fed them to her, his fingers caressing her cherry lips. "You don't understand. The little black chubby one among them is said to have exceptional luck. He entered our Wenshir sect with a token that had no white patterns. I initially didn't believe it." He chuckled, "But today I witnessed what it means to have heaven-defying luck. In the past, when we entered the tower, we had never encountered a beauty flower outside the decayed wood forest, yet today we happened to meet that little black chubby one and unexpectedly picked up a beauty flower. To my surprise, we encountered another one later and picked it up again." "Huh." He laughed proudly and continued, "You should know that previously, even in the decayed wood forest, it often took days to find one. Now you understand how extraordinary that little black chubby one's luck is." The female cultivator suddenly understood, looking at the white-clad young master with admiration. "So that's why you want to follow them. You're so amazing, young master. Hee, am I only impressive in this area?" The white-clad young master grinned wickedly, sliding his hand directly into her clothes, fondling a certain part. The group of five slowly approached the three disciples from Bamboo Forest Mountain. Once they reached about 20 zhang away, they stopped advancing and only observed them with their divine sense. The highest cultivation level among the three was only at the 7th layer of Qi refining, and their divine sense could only reach 15 zhang. Moreover, their vision was severely obstructed in the dense forest, so they absolutely wouldn't notice that someone was following them from 20 zhang away. At this moment, the expression of the white-clad young master suddenly turned strange. The female cultivator asked in surprise, "What's wrong, young master?" "Those three are arguing." The white-clad young master casually replied, and then focused on listening to what the three were arguing about. he saw one of the youths in green angrily shouting at the little black chubby one, "Luck. Luck my foot." The little black chubby one retorted defiantly, "If it weren't for my heaven-defying luck, do you think you could have found 2 beauty flowers so quickly?" The green-clad youth sneered, "I think your luck is trash. Otherwise, how did you find out that both flowers were taken by someone else?" Hearing this, the white-clad young master chuckled and continued to listen. The little black chubby one was momentarily speechless and sulkily declared, "Anyway, I feel that direction has a lot of beauty flowers. That direction is Nightwolf Mountain. How could there be beauty flowers at Nightwolf Mountain? Isn't your so-called luck just nonsense?" The green-clad youth continued to press. The white-clad young master felt a stir in his heart, pushed the female cultivator away, and sat up straight on the flying carpet. The little black chubby one panicked, grabbing the youth at the 7th layer of qi, refining. "Lingguang, you tell me. Do you believe me or him?" The anxious youth named Lingguang had not expected the flames of battle to suddenly reach him. He stuttered, "Aye." After a long pause, he couldn't express a clear opinion, yet his body unconsciously leaned closer to the little black chubby one. Seeing this scene, the green-clad youth understood everything and angrily laughed, "Ha! I knew it. You two are as good as wearing the same pair of pants. I'm leaving, is that okay? If you want to go to Nightwolf Mountain to die, go by yourselves. I have no interest in accompanying you to death." After saying this, he raised his hand and summoned a leaf-shaped flying artifact, quickly separating from the two and disappearing into the dense forest. The little black chubby one, seeing the green-clad youth leave, looked sorrowfully at Lingguang and said, "Senior brother Lin, don't you believe me either?" Lingguang sighed, "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that I've never heard of beauty flowers appearing at Nightwolf Mountain, and it's too dangerous." Before he finished, the little black chubby one became anxious again. "Senior brother Lin, I really am not lying to you. I have a premonition that's 10 times stronger than usual, feeling that direction has a lot of beauty flowers, and there might even be treasures." "Oh," Lingguang exclaimed in surprise, "what treasures? I didn't say it earlier because junior brother Liu doesn't believe me, and I was afraid that if I said it he would believe me even less." The little black chubby one said with grievance, then turned to look in the direction of Nightwolf Mountain and muttered to himself, "So strange, I always feel like something is calling me in that direction." Upon hearing this, the white-clad young master lost interest in how the little black chubby one would convince the youth and fell into deep thought. The other 3 young men at the 9th layer of qi refining also looked thoughtful, their expressions indicating skepticism, while the female cultivator, whose divine sense was too weak to see what was happening, was perplexed, but dared not ask questions. "Young master, the two have moved," one of the young men reminded. The white-clad young master regained focus, directing his divine sense toward them, and discovering that the two were heading in the direction of Nightwolf Mountain. "Young master." The young man looked at him questioningly. The white-clad young master furrowed his brows and commanded, "Follow them." The young man hesitated, and the white-clad young master noticed, leaning back lazily as he said, "Are you worried that there's a trap?" Seeing the other nod, he smirked sarcastically, "It's nothing, just a few little ants. We'll follow from a distance and see what they're up to." After thinking for a moment, he added, "It's a pity that that green-clad kid ran too fast. I didn't react in time to send someone to check the situation." The white-clad young master said no more and simply ordered one line, then trailed behind the little black chubby one. This place was not far from Nightwolf Mountain, but it was in opposite directions from the decayed wood forest. However, it seemed that beauty flowers, which rarely appeared outside the decayed wood forest, had suddenly increased. It was unknown whether the little black chubby one was truly blessed, or if something had changed on the 1st level of the great Liu Qinghuan Tower, but the two had managed to find a beauty flower every few hours, and so far had collected 3. The 5 people following them were dumbfounded. What on earth is this?" Along the way, the young man in white and his group kept a greater distance than before, trailing behind the 2 portly figures, merely following at a distance without attempting to rob them. He was eager to see what these 2 boys were truly up to. However, as they walked, he had begun to believe the words of the portly figure. Seeing that they were still 2 or 3 days away from Nightwolf Mountain, he specifically dispatched a yellow-faced cultivator to another direction to check if the rumored beauty flowers were indeed abundant. The yellow-faced cultivator flew tirelessly for a day and night, only to return empty-handed, shaking his head at the young man in white. Meanwhile, the 2 had begun to harvest their 4th beauty flower. The others couldn't help but glance again at the portly figure, especially the yellow-faced cultivator, who had gone out for a round. His eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "Could it be that my luck is just that poor? Or perhaps that portly figure isn't human?" The young man in white had already stowed away his flying carpet, gazing towards the direction of Nightwolf Mountain. "This is bad." A cultivator suddenly exclaimed, "Young master, those 2 have encountered the dark wind wolves." The young man in white snapped back to reality and indeed saw 2 dark wind wolves surrounding the 2 boys, and it seemed they were in dire straits, struggling to fend them off. "Young master, should we go help them?" the yellow-faced cultivator asked. The young man in white waved his hand to indicate it was unnecessary and silently observed from afar. His expression fluctuated, it was unclear what he was contemplating. The portly figure and the boy named Lin Guang had managed to kill the attacking dark wind wolves, but they had sustained injuries. Especially the portly figure who had been bitten on the leg, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. This caused their pace to slow even further, and as they were now very close to Night Wolf Mountain, they moved cautiously step by step to avoid being discovered by the dark wind wolves again. They weren't in a hurry, but the 5 who were following behind grew increasingly impatient. The 5 had also encountered several dark wind wolves, but aside from the female cultivator, the others were all at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement and easily dealt with the attacks. The young man's expression turned increasingly dark, and the yellow-faced cultivator cautiously suggested, "Young master, we are about to enter Night Wolf Mountain. If we continue to follow, the danger will only increase." What if? The young man in white was also contemplating this issue. At that moment, a sudden burst of spiritual energy waves erupted from the direction of Night Wolf Mountain. The portly figure's face lit up with joy. The two whispered a few words to each other and suddenly quickened their pace. The young man in white was taken aback, but soon felt joy as he also rapidly sped up. The other 3 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement saw the young man in white suddenly stop hiding his form and immediately understood, quickly following suit. Only the female cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement was left far behind, with no one paying her any mind. The 4 dashed past the astonished portly figure and Lin Guang, charging up Night Wolf Mountain. Bai Fengming and Lin Guang watched as the 4 figures disappeared into the distance. Lin Guang was just about to speak when Bai Fengming quickly gestured for silence, and they saw the female cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement catch up, casting them a disdainful glance, while huffing, then continued to chase ahead. Lin Guang stifled a laugh watching her vanish into the dense forest before finally allowing a hint of amusement to escape. "I've never seen anyone so eager to rush into death." Bai Fengming frowned, gazing at Night Wolf Mountain with worry. How will Liu Qinghuan escape from the wolf pack? Lin Guang also looked in that direction. Liu Qinghuan is exceptionally clever. Since he proposed this strategy, he must have a way to extricate himself. "We should hurry," as agreed, "otherwise once the dark wind wolves come down, escaping will be much harder." The two said no more and headed away from Night Wolf Mountain. They had only traveled a few miles before hearing the distant howls of wolves behind them, exchanging glances before hastening their pace. The flowers bloom in 2 branches while another branch bears fruit. After parting ways with Bai Lin, Liu Qinghuan took a long detour and pressed on towards Night Wolf Mountain without stopping. Upon reaching the foot of Night Wolf Mountain, Liu Qinghuan paused to gaze back at the path. The young man in white could never have imagined that Liu Qinghuan's divine sense was now comparable to that of a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. They thought they were hidden well, but every move they made was clearly seen by Liu Qinghuan when they caught up. The crux of his strategy hinged on Bai Fengming's luck. The 2 previous beauty flowers had already piqued their interest. By leveraging Bai Fengming's renowned reputation upon entering the argument they staged was merely bait. Then they fabricated a so-called treasure, which was yet another layer of bait. The so-called bait was merely to evoke the greed within one's heart. If you don't believe, then naturally there will be no further developments. If you are greedy, then you will take the bait. Afterwards, if Bai Fengming and Lin Guang could find another beauty flower on their way to Night Wolf Mountain, the chances of the others taking the bait would significantly increase. This probability was still quite high. After all, Bai Fengming indeed possessed extraordinarily good fortune. However, what Liu Qinghuan did not expect was that Bai Fengming and Lin Guang would continuously pick flowers along the way, keeping the suspicious young man in white firmly hooked. At this point, he no longer thought further. Putting on his purple cloud cloak, he began to ascend the mountain. If Bai Lin led those 5 people to Night Wolf Mountain, then the follow-up would be his responsibility. What he needed to do now was to set the stage properly, so he could act according to the situation later. It is said that Night Wolf Mountain harbors the largest pack of dark wind wolves in the Qisong forest, numbering around 30 to 50 wolves, all at least of the 1st tier, with the leading wolf reportedly close to advancing to the 2nd tier. The wolf pack often operates as a team, ferocious and combative, which is why very few Qi refinement period cultivators sent by one sure dare to venture up this mountain. Only Liu Qinghuan, relying on the purple cloud cloak, dared to give it a try. Liu Qinghuan cautiously climbed the mountain. It was daytime, and the wolf pack typically emerged at night to hunt, so aside from the patrol wolves, most would be resting in their dens. After spending most of the day, he finally found the resting place of the wolf pack. It was a large cave located halfway up the mountain. Not daring to approach closely, he took a distant glance before selecting a spot to sit and recover his spiritual energy. When night fell, he hid in the distance, closely watching the cave entrance. With a long howl from the wolves, the pack emerged from the cave one after another, their bright yellow and red stripes standing out vividly. This was due to the glowing plants throughout the Qisong forest, which made the bright patterns on the dark wind wolves a form of camouflage. The wolf pack returned to the cave only at dawn of the 2nd day. Liu Qinghuan observed for 2 days, thoroughly understanding the pack's routines and patrol routes. A strategy is merely a means to achieve the desired objective step by step using known conditions. After completing this, he found a place with a clear view, keeping a constant watch on the forest below. Lin Guang and Bai Fengming should be arriving soon. After the young man in white and his group ascended the mountain, they headed straight towards the source of the spiritual energy explosion. As they reached the mid-mountain, a sudden sound of air being sliced came from ahead, and a figure flew out from the dense forest. It was the previously seen young man in green riding a flying sword at a speed far exceeding that of the Qi refinement period charging towards them. The young man in white's expression changed drastically upon seeing the young man in green. The yellow-faced cultivator's face flashed with a fierce expression as he summoned his own attacking artifact, preparing to intercept. However, he did not expect that the young man in green would raise his hand, and a black lightning bomb shot towards them with a streak of dark light. Lightning explosion bomb. The group was terrified, diving to the sides. The young man turned sharply, flying away at an angle, and the lightning bomb exploded with a thunderous blast. As the smoke cleared, the young man in white crawled up from the disheveled roots and leaves his body enveloped in a thick protective barrier. Liu Qinghuan held another thunder explosive pill in his hand, hidden among the treetops in the distance, watching as the dark wind wolves besieged the few people. The 3 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement clearly had a well-practiced cooperation, protecting the young man in white at the center. The young man in white was even more formidable. With a gesture of his hand, a top-grade spiritual jade ruler flew through the air like a brick, smashing down fiercely onto the wolf pack, each strike splattering wolf blood. However, even so, they were merely fighting like cornered beasts. Despite their decent cultivation and good artifacts, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of dark wind wolves, which kept pouncing at them one after another. After holding out for about 15 minutes, one of the cultivators on the periphery was injured, and their defense showed a significant flaw. The yellow-faced cultivator anxiously shouted a few words to the young man in white. The young man in white's face turned ashen with rage. As his spiritual energy erupted, he raised both hands, and waves of starlight like spiritual energy burst forth, forcing all the dark wind wolves back 3 feet. He then crushed the passage jade token in his hand. A flash of white light appeared, and he vanished from his spot. The other 3, seeing him teleport away, simultaneously crushed their jade tokens. Liu Qinghuan watched from afar as those few were forced to leave the tower early, but there was no trace of joy in his heart. After all, he was still impetuous in his youth. Having been wronged, his first thought was to retaliate. Although he had considered the possible repercussions he might face in the future, the frustration within him surged, and in a moment of impulse, he refused to think further. Even Bai Fengming, who was usually so composed, acted impulsively when given the chance to strike back. Liu Qinghuan reflected continuously, ultimately managing a wry smile. One should not be too reckless in youth. Thinking back to when he was 4 and dared to snatch food from those big beggars, how had he become so cautious after entering the path of cultivation? But it was just a matter of facing the challenges he'd in. After pondering this, he put away the thunder explosive pill that he had been holding on to just in case. It was something the 3 of them had painstakingly gathered, and with 3 used out of 4, only this one remained. At this moment, the wolf pack beneath the tree, unable to find their enemy, roared for a while before dispersing. He then slid down the tree and quietly slipped away. After leaving Night Wolf Mountain, Liu Qinghuan found a sturdy tree and used the Cold Moon Eye sword to dig a hole in the trunk. He then took out 2 protective formation discs and set them up carefully. Sitting within the formation, he took out the petals of the beauty flower he had collected earlier and placed them in front of him, then waited quietly. After a while, a semi-transparent root emerged from his dantian, peeking out timidly. Liu Qinghuan stroked his chin. If he weren't unable to catch it and had never sensed any malice, he would really want to drag that little stick out and give it a good beating. After confirming safety, the root reached towards the petals, but only tapped them twice before quickly retreating back to the dantian. Was this a sign of disdain? Liu Qinghuan felt displeased as he peered into the mountain of spiritual roots in his dantian. You are too picky. It seemed he could only head to the Forbidden Spirit area. Taking out the map, he noted that near the Qianggu forest was the largest Forbidden Spirit area on the 1st level. Calculating the distance, he figured he could reach it in just a few days. After resting for a night, early the next morning, Liu Qinghuan sent a sound transmission talisman to Lin Guang, and by Fengming briefly mentioning the matter at Night Wolf Mountain and advising them to be cautious of the young man's revenge after leaving the tower. He also mentioned needing to head elsewhere and would not meet up with them. After that, he sped towards the Forbidden Spirit area. 7 days later, he arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Spirit area. Liu Qinghuan gazed in astonishment at the barren land before him. Then he looked back at the vibrant Qianggu forest behind him, one full of life, while the other devoid of any vegetation. The contrast was so striking. Coupled with his previous experiences of the floating islands, wonder, the grandeur of the Trial Mountain, and the splendor of the Qianggu forest, Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but feel immense astonishment at this small world of the great Liu Qinghuan Tower's first level. What kind of opportunity led to the birth of such a rich and beautiful world? The barren land ahead was flat and featureless, stretching endlessly. However, there was nothing in front of him that he sought, nothing at all. Yet he had a strong sense that he must enter. Liu Qinghuan quietly stood still, gazing towards the horizon. Yes, he had to go in and take a look. Resolute, he began to prepare. He first took out a bundle, retrieving everything he might need from his storage bag, gripping the cold moon ice sword in his hand. He then opened the spirit beast bag, releasing Chui. As soon as the little hoofed horned beast emerged, it affectionately nudged Liu Qinghuan with its large head. Had he not been prepared, it would have knocked him over. Chui was already over a year old and had grown to nearly Liu Qinghuan's height. Adult hoofed horned beasts could reach over 10 feet tall, so, although Chui seemed larger than a horse now, it was still in its juvenile stage. The two sharp horns on its head stood straight up, looking extremely fierce. Its long white fur was soft and flowing, and when it ran it resembled layers of undulating white clouds. Liu Qinghuan smiled and patted its head. Little guy, I've raised you for so long, it's time to put you to use. Chui stared at him with innocent eyes and leaned over to lick his face, covering him in drool. All right. Liu Qinghuan pushed it away. Well, that was practically washing his face with drool again. He took out a pile of food he had prepared earlier, and both man and beast began to feast. Once in the forbidden spirit area, the only food available would be the spirit-resisting pills, so it was natural to eat to their heart's content now. After eating and drinking, while Liu Qinghuan patted Chuyi's back, causing it to crouch down, and with a leap, he mounted its back. Suddenly, having someone on its back, Chuyi jumped a couple of times in discomfort, but as a mutated spirit beast, it didn't mind Liu Qinghuan's weight and soon settled down under his gentle patting. Liu Qinghuan pointed forward and Chuyi happily dashed out, its speed nearly matching that of a high-grade flying artifact, remaining unaffected even as they entered the forbidden spirit area. The speed of the hoofed horned beast was a natural talent, so it was not restricted by the forbidden spirit. The Qianga forest was quickly left behind, and there was no hint of green in sight. In the vast expanse aside from rubble and sand there was nothing else, even the sky had turned a dull gray. Aside from the sound of wind stirred up by Chuyi's running, the entire barren land was eerily silent, filled with a sense of primal vastness reminiscent of the ruggedness and grandeur of the wilderness. Liu Qinghuan's heart gradually settled down as scenes flickered before his eyes. These were his past experiences replaying in front of him. The recent disputes of pride, the excitement upon entering the sect, the unexpected encounter with the little stick in the lake maze, meeting Yunzheng, walking the path of cultivation through the Hengwu mountain range, fleeing, finally freezing at the moment when old Liu handed him the Zhuo Wang Chong Shengjing. The wind picked up at night, turning into a howling storm, sending sand and stones flying. Liu Qinghuan held on to Chuyi's big head, sitting on the ground, unable to move. After running for 7 or 8 days, the scenery before him had not changed in the slightest. Liu Qinghuan silently calculated in his heart that at Chuyi's speed, if they were to rely solely on walking, it would likely take months to cover the previous distance. Chuyi, on the other hand, was running with great joy. This was the most exhilarating run it had experienced since its birth. Liu Qinghuan furrowed his brows, feeling a hint of hesitation arise for the first time. He could barely recall why he had ventured into this barren land in the first place. On the 10th day, hesitation turned into doubt. On the 12th day, he began to consider whether it was time to turn back. On the 15th day, he thought to hell with it. Liu Qinghuan completely gave up. He wanted to see if he would run to the ends of the earth. By the 18th day, he confirmed one thing: this forbidden spirit area was either more than twice the size indicated on the map, or he had gotten lost. In the vast desert with nothing to reference, he could no longer be certain if he was truly moving forward. The hoofed beast finally grew tired, slowing its pace, listlessly moving its hooves while chewing on the spirit beast pill that Liu Qinghuan had used to coax it. Fortunately, on the 20th day, he finally spotted a hint of green in the distance. But then he wondered, could it be that he had directly crossed the entire forbidden spirit area? With a mix of anxiety and great anticipation, the man and beast hurried towards that speck of green. As the saying goes, it is a long run to reach the mountains. They ran for a whole day and night before finally seeing the true nature of that green the next day. It was a small oasis covering only a few miles, with lush green grass and blooming wildflowers visible at a glance. A few large trees dotted the oasis, and in the center was a lake that shimmered like a bright mirror. By the lake stood several small thatched houses surrounded by fields growing vibrant vegetables and fruits. Everything appeared to be a beautiful pastoral scene if one overlooked the surrounding desolate desert. Liu Qinghuan stopped in his tracks for the first time, seeing signs of human presence in this small world, leaving him quite puzzled. After watching for a while, seeing no unusual movements in the oasis, he slowly walked over. "You've come," a man's voice suddenly called out. Liu Qinghuan was taken aback, thinking he might be hearing things. The voice came from behind the thatched house by the lake, so far away, yet clearly reaching his ears. After waiting for a moment with no further sound, he pondered for a bit, then stepped into the oasis, walking step by step towards the back of the thatched house. Turning the corner of the house, he saw a young man in black attire sitting at a stone table by the lake. The young man appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old with a calm demeanor and handsome features. He exuded no detectable aura, appearing just like an ordinary mortal. At that moment, he held a white chess piece deep in thought over a game of chess that was left unfinished on the stone table. Next to him was a fish basket with a fishing rod planted beside it and a long line dangling in the water. Just as Liu Qinghuan was about to speak, the young man glanced at him and said softly, "Sit." Seeing the other's demeanor, as if it were a matter of course, Liu Qinghuan hesitantly walked over and sat on the stone bench opposite him. At that moment, the young man placed his chess piece on the board and said, "It's your turn." Liu Qinghuan instinctively lowered his head to look at the game filled with black and white pieces. But he couldn't make sense of it. He had never played chess, not even touched a piece, only knowing the basic rule: whoever captures all the opponent's pieces first wins. He glanced at the young man across from him, noticing that he remained deep in thought over the game. After a moment, he took a black piece from the wooden chess box beside him. Not knowing what to do, he placed his piece in an area where there were the most black pieces. The two of them began to play in a seemingly serious manner, with Liu Qinghuan feeling completely lost the situation before him, both baffling and confounding. He opened his mouth several times, but seeing the young man's focused expression, he dared not disturb him. Though this person appeared quite young, he emanated an oppressive aura reminiscent of a mountain, leaving Liu Qinghuan with no sense of resistance. The young man took a long time to consider each move, which made Liu Qinghuan hesitant to make his own move. He stared at the board, pretending to ponder, and to his surprise, after much thought, he actually came up with some ideas, occasionally managing to capture one or two of the opponent's white pieces. After playing 2 rounds like this, Liu Qinghuan still couldn't figure out who had won or lost. At that moment, he noticed the fishing rod nearby moving, and seeing the young man still deep in thought, he stood up to pull up the rod, discovering a large, lively fish hanging from the hook. Liu Qinghuan took a look. The fish was crystal clear and beautifully shaped, something he had never seen before. Looking at the nearby fields, he noticed that most of the plants there were also unfamiliar, with leaves resembling those of cabbage and some bearing green berries. Seeing the young man had placed his piece, Liu Qinghuan didn't ponder further, hurriedly putting the fish into the basket, wiping his wet hands on his clothes, and returning to continue the game. After finishing another round, the young man stood up, glanced at him, and instructed, "Make the fish tonight." Saying this, he turned and walked towards the thatched house. Liu Qinghuan scratched his head, wondering what kind of situation this was. Why could he never find an opportunity to speak? He hurriedly picked up the fish basket and chased after him, turning the corner of the house, only to see that the young man had already entered the door of the thatched house, his clothing disappearing into the left side of the doorway. The aura emanating from the young man was incredibly strong. He couldn't help but wonder who this person was. However, being present in the great Liu Qinghuan Tower must have a significant connection with the Wunshe sect. He had a strong premonition that as long as the other party moved a finger, he could be reduced to ashes. In light of this, it would be better to observe changes and see what would happen next. With his mind made up, Liu Qinghuan no longer felt anxious and began to carefully examine the area. He saw that the thatched house had 3 main rooms with a small room on each side. The outside was enclosed with a fence, and a large red rooster was napping in a corner of the yard, while the hoofed beast he had forgotten about was lying beside the grass, its bright eyes fixed on the rooster. Liu Qinghuan felt embarrassed, seeing that it was not causing trouble, so he temporarily ignored it. He didn't dare enter the main room, instead taking a look at the 2 small rooms, one of which was a storage room, but it was completely empty inside. The other room was a kitchen which had some cooking utensils, but was incomplete, and it looked like it hadn't been used much. What kind of fish is this? Liu Qinghuan examined the fish, speaking to himself, unsure how to prepare it. Never mind, since that person said he wanted to eat it, it should be edible. He decided to prepare it in a conventional way. Finding a kitchen knife, he went to the lake to clean the fish, and after thinking for a moment, he realized that just making fish alone wouldn't be enough, so he turned to the vegetable garden. There were quite a few types of vegetables in the garden, but he didn't recognize any of them. However, since they were specifically planted here, they should be edible, right? He picked a few large leaves that looked like cabbage, took 2 long cucumbers that resembled silk gourds, and pulled out a root that looked like a radish, which was extremely long. Liu Qinghuan exerted great effort to pull it out, and upon seeing it, it was at least 5 or 6 feet long. As for the others, they looked too strange, so it was better not to touch them for now. Liu Qinghuan returned to the kitchen with a pile of unfamiliar items, rummaged in a corner to find a bag of bright green rice, each grain plump and large, and found some seasonings in the cupboard, which were quite abundant, even including ginger and garlic. This must have been brought in by that person from the outside world. Behind the kitchen was a neatly stacked pile of firewood. Liu Qinghuan dragged a few pieces over and lit a fire using his intuition to randomly concoct a meal, surprisingly managing to make one meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. The fish was prepared as crystal fish slices, which was the best he could do with the available ingredients. He also made a stir-fried vegetable dish and a braised root dish, finishing off with a soup made from the long gourd. Then he encountered a dilemma. There were several plates, but no soup bowl. That young man must not have cooked much before. He searched the entire kitchen and finally found a 3-legged pot with a lid on a wooden rack in the yard. Liu Qinghuan walked over to examine it. This 3-legged pot was quite small. Aside from its odd style, it would make a nice soup bowl. It was just that he didn't know how long it had been sitting there, as it was covered in a thick layer of dust. He took it to the lake to wash it clean before using it for the soup. Liu Qinghuan smiled at the 4 dishes that looked quite presentable, feeling a bit of culinary talent within himself, managing to concoct something from unfamiliar ingredients, and laughed. After tasting each dish, he found them all quite good, which made him even prouder. After placing the dishes on the stone table in the yard, Liu Qinghuan walked to the door of the main room. The door was wide open, and the furnishings inside were quite simple, with a long couch at the head and several chairs on each side. He respectfully stood at the door and called out, "Senior, it's time to eat." The wooden door on the left opened, and the young man walked out, leisurely sitting at the stone table. He cast a glance at the dishes on the table, revealing a satisfied expression, though he paused slightly at the sight of the gourd soup, yet he said nothing. Noticing that there were only chopsticks and bowls on the table, he shot a glance at the clever young man and shouted, "What are you still standing there for?" Liu Qinghuan grinned widely and hurriedly ran to fill himself a bowl of rice. The crystal-clear green rice was extremely delicious, and Liu Qinghuan ate 3 large bowls in a row. After they finished eating in silence, Liu Qinghuan saw him about to return to the house and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Senior, I am Liu Qinghuan, a new disciple from the Wenshe sect's Bamboo Forest Mountain. May I ask how to address you?" The young man paused, turned to look at him, and replied, "You can call me Taizun." Liu Qinghuan felt as if struck by lightning. Taizun. Liu Qinghuan guessed that the other party was an expert, but this was beyond expectations. Taizun, the 3rd great master of the Wenshe sect in the transformation stage. Liu Qinghuan stared at him in disbelief, and the young man chuckled. "My Dao name is Dian." He turned and entered the thatched hut. Just before going in, he added, "The room on the right is yours." Liu Qinghuan was astonished. Was he being invited to stay? His eyes darted around, and with nimble hands and feet, he quickly tidied up the bowls on the table and energetically cleaned the cooking area. Passing by the chicken coop, he saw the large fiery red rooster half closed in a sleepy daze. After thinking for a moment, he ran to the field and picked a few leaves to place by the coop. The chicken paid him no mind as he approached. Liu Qinghuan chuckled awkwardly. Even the chickens raised by a transformation master were so calm, truly extraordinary. As for the hoofed beast, it had already slipped into the vegetable patch to find food for itself. Liu Qinghuan then walked into the main room of the thatched hut. The wooden door on the left was slightly ajar. He stood there for a while, suppressing his curiosity, and opened the wooden door on the right. Inside was a small bedroom, simply furnished, but containing everything necessary. The bedding on the bed appeared new, as if no one had ever slept there. Liu Qinghuan's doubts deepened. From the first moment Taizun Dian saw him, he showed no doubt about his presence there, as if he was destined to appear at that moment. Moreover, it was evident that Taizun Dian lived alone there, yet the hut had 2 bedrooms, making Liu Qinghuan ponder. Considering that the other party's Dao name was Dian, could it be that he had already calculated Liu Qinghuan would appear today, even preparing a room for him? Liu Qinghuan decided to stay. Since he couldn't cultivate here, he could only cook and feed the chickens. When he grew bored, he would go out for a run with the hoofed beast. Taizun Dian seemed indifferent to whatever he did, but if Liu Qinghuan ran too far, he would find himself suddenly back near the thatched hut. Aside from occasionally playing chess or fishing, Taizun Dian spent most of his time in the left room, sometimes not appearing for days. He never stated what Liu Qinghuan should do while staying there, nor did he mention how long he should stay. Liu Qinghuan couldn't grasp the other's intentions and couldn't leave on his own. After living there for half a month, Liu Qinghuan could no longer hold back. Seizing the opportunity while Taizun was fishing, he asked Taizun, "I want it." Taizun Dian raised a hand to interrupt him leisurely, saying, "When you can leave, I will naturally inform you." His tone left no room for doubt. One sentence sent Liu Qinghuan back to silence. He pondered the whole day, without understanding Taizun Dian's intentions, and could only keep himself occupied. Seeing that most of the vegetables in the field were ripe, although they wouldn't rot in the ground, he went to gather them one by one. After a few days, when Taizun Dian finally emerged from the house, he was taken aback for a moment at the sight of the large leaves and tubers drying in the courtyard. Then he saw Liu Qinghuan sitting in the yard, cutting the tubers into strips with a kitchen knife. Taizun Dian smiled and tossed him a bag. Liu Qinghuan caught it, opened it, and discovered it was filled with various seeds. Liu Qinghuan's farming life began from here. While cutting the tuber strips with a grimace, he thought to himself, "I'm a cultivator. How did I end up here as a farmer? However, as time passed, his impatient mood gradually calmed. Liu Qinghuan began to find joy in his predicament, realizing that since he started cultivating, he had rarely had the chance to be so leisurely. Moreover, he came to understand one thing: the flow of time within the great Shumi Qiankuan Tower was different from that of the outside world. Even if he stayed here for 10 years, only a year would pass outside. Surely Tai Zundian wouldn't make him stay here for 10 years. However, it seemed his words were as seal as months, 2 months, a year, 2 years. The vegetables in the field were harvested and replanted, and his small storage was already full to the brim. Liu Qinghuan sighed inwardly, having mentally prepared himself to stay there for 10 years. He glanced at Tai Zundian, who was deep in thought over the chess pieces, and then at the grassy area across the lake. Life here truly felt like day after day, year after year. The large fiery red rooster strutted along the lake's edge, its head held high. Behind it followed the hoofed beast, which was more than 10 times its size, prancing around joyfully. When it was his turn to play, Liu Qinghuan looked down at the chessboard. In these 2 years, he hadn't improved much in other skills, but his chess skills had soared, and he was now playing quite impressively. He placed a piece on the board and asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time: Tai Zun, how long have you been living here? Tai Zundian picked up a chess piece and leisurely replied, in terms of time outside the tower, it's been about 100 years. 100 years. Liu Qinghuan exclaimed. That meant in terms of time inside the tower, it would be 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Liu Qinghuan felt extremely restless after just 2 years of idleness, yet Tai Zundian had been here for a full 1,000 years. Why? Liu Qinghuan stammered, why have you stayed here for so long? Tai Zundian glanced at him casually, because I am suppressing my cultivation. Liu Qinghuan didn't understand, but he saw Tai Zundian suddenly put down the chess piece and stand up, slowly walking along the lake's edge, saying, this tower was crafted by me. This newly formed continent was also brought from the void and refined into the tower, all to use chaotic energy to suppress my cultivation. Liu Qinghuan followed beside him, feeling a stir in his heart at this point. He asked in a voice filled with confusion, chaotic energy. Chaotic energy can give birth to all things, from the smallest flower and grass to an entire continent. Tai Zundian spoke slowly, showing rare interest in chatting with Liu Qinghuan. It is the foundation of creation, the seed of life in the primordial chaos. Wherever chaotic energy exists, spiritual energy can only be suppressed and cannot function, thus forming vast areas of spiritual suppression. Oh. Liu Qinghuan nodded in sudden understanding. No wonder spiritual energy couldn't be used in the areas of spiritual suppression, nor could it be felt. However, the growth of all things consumes chaotic energy, so within this first layer, all areas of spiritual suppression are slowly shrinking. Tai Zundian looked at the gray sky. Once the chaotic energy is exhausted, this continent will eventually grow. Liu Qinghuan was deeply shocked. Could it be that the wooden stick he needed actually required chaotic energy? He suppressed the turmoil within and asked the question he most wanted to know: do all the plants growing in the areas of spiritual suppression carry chaotic energy? Tai Zundian nodded, pointing to the oasis. Naturally, every blade of grass and every tree grows from chaotic energy, absorbing chaotic energy to grow and transforming chaotic energy into pure wood spiritual energy. Liu Qinghuan looked at the vegetable patches with shining eyes, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a tremendous treasure. He steadied his mind and asked, why does Tai Zun use chaotic energy to suppress his cultivation? Tai Zundian fell silent, standing with his hands behind his back. After a long pause, he said, 100 years ago, my cultivation had already reached the late stage of transformation, and I was ready to transcend into the void, stepping into the realm of Yin void and Yang reality to ascend to the next world. The Grandmaster of Da Yin paused abruptly, looking at Liu Qinghuan and asking, why did you enter this forbidden area of spiritual energy? Liu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned, his mind racing, and he replied, I want to pass through here to reach the Dingyun mountain range. I heard from my senior brother that there is a bamboo sea there, and I wish to find bamboo seeds. Bamboo seeds, you say? The Grandmaster of Da Yin replied, lightly glancing at the playful Tiju beast running by the lakeside. There are no suitable bamboo seeds for you there. Having said that, he turned and walked towards the thatched hut. Liu Qinghuan hurried after him, saying, Grandmaster, you haven't mentioned anything about the divination yet. You need not concern yourself with divination matters. The man's voice gradually faded away. Liu Qinghuan felt a mix of anger and frustration. How could he raise others' curiosity and then just leave? He soon felt dejected again. That man's cultivation was sky high, and if he didn't want to speak, there was nothing anyone could do. However, this encounter gave Liu Qinghuan motivation, and he eagerly tended to his vegetables every day. Another year passed. On this day, Liu Qinghuan was organizing his small storage. The storage was already filled to the brim. If he didn't organize it, he couldn't fit anything else. Suddenly, he heard the Grandmaster of Da Yin calling for him from the courtyard. Liu Qinghuan quickly set down his work and ran out, greeting Grandmaster. The Grandmaster of Da Yin stood in the courtyard and said lightly, you may leave now. Liu Qinghuan was taken aback, and the Grandmaster, rarely in a teasing mood, added, "What? Haven't you had enough time here?" Liu Qinghuan hurriedly shook his head and nodded, saying, "Being able to serve by the Grandmaster's side is a blessing I have cultivated over several lifetimes." The Grandmaster of Dayan chuckled. "All right, you little hypocrite. You've accompanied this old man for 3 years. That shows your patience." He waved his hand, and a covered three-legged cauldron on the wooden rack in the courtyard flew into his hand. "You've used this little thing as a soup plate for so long, or I will give it to you." Liu Qinghuan accepted it, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a dignified transformation stage Grandmaster gifting him a soup plate. He glanced back at the small storage behind him and shamelessly asked, "Grandmaster, can I have those tubers I laid out to dry?" The Grandmaster of Dayan looked at the small storage stuffed full and joked, "What you dried is naturally yours. But with so much, how do you plan to carry it all away?" "Oh." Liu Qinghuan suddenly remembered this issue and was left speechless. The Grandmaster shook his head helplessly, and a storage bag appeared in his hand, instantly gathering all the items from the small storage. Indeed, he was a Grandmaster of the transformation stage. Even the forbidden area could not restrict his use of spiritual energy. Liu Qinghuan accepted the storage bag, feeling a lump in his throat, unable to utter a word. "All right, stop acting like a child. We will have the chance to meet again in the future," the Grandmaster of Dayan said, looking at him. "By that time, I hope your cultivation has made great progress." Liu Qinghuan nodded solemnly, bowing deeply as he said, "Thank you for your guidance over the past 3 years, Grandmaster." "Huh." The Grandmaster of Dayan laughed. "That statement isn't entirely true. I have never really taught you anything, merely let you grow on your own. The Grandmaster taught me to endure solitude, maintain simplicity, and uphold my beliefs, not to be confused by external distractions," Liu Qinghuan said solemnly. The Grandmaster's steadfastness in guarding this place for 1,000 years is truly an inspiration to us cultivators. He did not understand why the Grandmaster had suppressed his cultivation for 100 years, but converted to the time inside the Great Shumi Universe Tower. It was indeed a full 1,000 years. Moreover, it was likely that the Grandmaster would stay here even longer. As far as he knew, although the lifespan of transformation stage cultivators could reach 4,000 to 5,000 years, it was not meant to be wasted. There must have been some urgent matter requiring this course of action. The lifespan of a cultivator was extremely precious. It seemed much longer than that of mortals, but once they began cultivating, it always felt short. If they encountered a bottleneck, some could exhaust their lifespan without breaking through, leading to their inevitable demise. Yet the Grandmaster of Dayan, who could clearly ascend to a higher realm, had to continually suppress his cultivation. This aspect earned Liu Qinghuan's utmost admiration. The Grandmaster of Dayan showed a satisfied expression, nodding, "Your comprehension is quite good. We are somewhat fated, so I shall give you another small gift. Go call your Tiju beast over here." Liu Qinghuan, puzzled, walked out to the courtyard and whistled. He then went to his bedroom to tidy up, putting the storage bag in his pocket, the three-legged cauldron into his bundle, and the cold moon ice sword on his back. Looking back at the place he had lived in for 3 years, he felt a twinge of reluctance. When he returned to the courtyard, he saw the Tiju beast galloping from a distance, stopping suddenly in front of him. Liu Qinghuan patted its lowered large head and led it to stand in front of the Grandmaster of Dayan, where he noticed the big rooster that had just been dozing in its nest standing beside the Grandmaster. The Tiju beast, upon seeing it, affectionately leaned its large head forward, only to be met with a flap from the rooster's wing. Yet the Tiju beast was not upset and continued to inch closer. At that moment, a drop of bright red blood suddenly oozed from the tip of one of the rooster's wings and splashed directly into the Tiju beast's mouth. The Tiju beast stared at it in confusion, and Liu Qinghuan looked at it with equal bewilderment. Even the Grandmaster of Dayan appeared somewhat surprised as he glanced at the rooster. This rooster was usually very proud and had never paid Liu Qinghuan any mind. Yet the Tiju beast, for some unknown reason, had followed this rooster around every day for these 3 years. At this moment, the Grandmaster of Dayan uttered 2 words, "Go now," and with a wave of his sleeve, Liu Qinghuan felt a blur before his eyes, a momentary dizziness, and the sound of rushing wind filled his ears as his body rapidly descended. "Oh!" Liu Qinghuan shouted, seeing the Tiju beast falling even faster than he was. In a panic, he instinctively waved his hand, and the Tiju beast flew toward him, directly entering the beast's storage bag. He realized he could now use spiritual power. Pressing his waist, a leaf-shaped flying artifact appeared beneath him. After a moment of fright, Liu Qinghuan halted in midair, storing the bundle in his storage bag, finally having the leisure to survey the area below. At this point, he had left the forbidden area where the thatched hut was located and had been instantaneously transported to another location. Beneath him lay a valley cloaked in mist with a bamboo forest faintly visible. Liu Qinghuan was overjoyed. Could this be the small gift the Grandmaster spoke of? In the distance, he spotted several fierce birds. After confirming the direction of the bamboo forest, he hurriedly descended. The vegetation in the valley was sparse, only some low trees and shrubs growing amidst the swirling mist which concealed the scenery in the distance. Liu Qinghuan took a moment to gather himself, feeling the spiritual power within him circulating according to the principles of the Sitting Forgetting Longevity Sutra. After 3 years, he finally felt the presence of spiritual energy again. The suppression of chaotic energy was indeed too overpowering, preventing him from sensing the existence of spiritual energy in the thatched hut. Thinking of how the Grand Master would remain in that prison-like place made him feel somewhat despondent. Although Liu Qinghuan did not understand why the Grand Master had kept him for 3 years and usually paid no attention to him, he was the first person besides the old man Liu who had lived with him for such a long time, inevitably developing a sense of admiration for him. However, the Grand Master had also mentioned that they would meet again in the future, which made Liu Qinghuan feel somewhat better. Not thinking too much, Liu Qinghuan patted his chest, and 2 layers of light shields emerged simultaneously. One was a spiritual energy shield, while the other was a protective shield from the Luo Dai spider clothes. He summoned the flying leaf shuttle floating 3 feet above the ground, cautiously moving forward. After flying a short distance, all the protective shields suddenly vanished. Liu Qinghuan was taken aback, and he fell from the sky. Fortunately, he did not fly too high and landed steadily on the ground. However, when he operated his heart technique, he found that he could no longer sense the presence of spiritual power. After pondering for a moment, he took a few steps back, and when he applied his heart technique again, the spiritual power flowed smoothly through his meridians. After walking around the area, he discovered that there was a forbidden area of spiritual energy about 3 zhang in diameter. Suddenly realizing something, he rushed forward, only putting a protective shield over himself, and proceeded down the valley. However, after walking several zhang, he found 3 small forbidden areas of spiritual energy, some large, and some small. Some were only a few feet, while others exceeded several zhang. Liu Qinghuan was filled with trepidation as he looked up at the sky. If he hadn't been startled by the fierce bird from afar, he wouldn't have fallen directly into the valley, but would have chosen to fly straight to the bamboo forest he had seen. If he had encountered a forbidden area from such a height, and suddenly lost his sense of spiritual power, he would have plummeted and would either die or be severely injured. It seemed this place was still developing, and the chaotic energy had yet to be completely absorbed by the local flora. It appeared he would need to rely on Chuyi's talent. However, when he glanced at the spirit beast pouch, he was taken aback. Chuyi's entire body was enveloped in a layer of fiery red light, unconscious. Liu Qinghuan placed his hand on it, feeling its extremely high temperature. Even when he wrapped his palm with spiritual power, he could still feel the searing heat radiating from Chuyi. Upon examining its body, he found that its blood was boiling, flowing rapidly through its meridians. Liu Qinghuan speculated that the drop of blood from that large rooster was extraordinary, reconstituting the physique of the hoofed beast. At that time, the great Master Dian did not intervene, indicating that it was likely not a serious issue. He could only wait for Chuyi to wake up to assess the situation. Feeling somewhat relieved, Liu Qinghuan realized that even if he were worried, he had no way to help, so he placed all the spirit-feeding pills beside the hoofed beast. Seeing Chuyi's transformation, Liu Qinghuan contemplated for a moment, releasing his divine sense entirely, while several array plates fell around him, instantly forming a protective array. He then took out a bundle and pulled out a 3-legged cauldron, a spiritual treasure. Liu Qinghuan stared blankly at the 3-legged cauldron in his hand. The 3-legged cauldron emitted a faint purple spiritual light, a leak characteristic of spiritual treasures. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, recalling that he had used this cauldron to hold soup for 3 years. This was all the fault of the great Master Dian, who carelessly left spiritual treasures lying around in the courtyard. However, considering that the great Master Dian was about to enter the realm of Yin Void and Yang reality, he naturally regarded spiritual treasures as garbage. Liu Qinghuan happily infused spiritual power into the cauldron and saw 5 ancient seals appear on the inner wall. 3 Fan Jade Dan Cauldron. 3 Fan Jade Dan Cauldron. This was a top-tier spiritual treasure recorded in the treasure pavilion of the transmission tower that could enhance the success rate of pill formation. Although Liu Qinghuan had guessed that whatever great Master Dian gifted him could not be inferior, he never expected it to be a spiritual treasure for refining pills. He pondered that he hadn't planned to practice miscellaneous studies right now to avoid hindering his cultivation. However, for this spiritual treasure refining cauldron, he would have to learn alchemy after leaving the tower. Liu Qinghuan felt heartbroken, thinking that if he had known that the items casually discarded in the courtyard were top-tier spiritual treasures, he would have picked up a few more. He remembered that there was a specific water jar at the door of the kitchen. For now, he needed to find the bamboo seeds first, so he put away the 3 Fan Jade Dan Cauldron and the array and continued towards the bamboo forest. After crossing 2 mountains, he saw a lush bamboo forest shrouded in mist in the valley below. The mist was thick and the valley slope was steep. Liu Qinghuan did not dare to fly recklessly, so he descended step by step into the valley. The bamboo he passed along the way was a type called Wensi Zhu, a spiritual bamboo. In the transmission tower, it was specifically mentioned that when Zhu was a second-grade spiritual bamboo, known for its toughness and thick walls. Its warm properties and balanced nature allowed it to accommodate any sword intent, and it possessed the qualities of helping to condense the Tao heart and nurture sword intent, making it the best choice for many disciples of the bamboo forest mountain. Choosing which type of bamboo to use as a template was the first challenge of the bamboo heart sword cultivation technique. Many people at the beginning had no idea what kind of sword intent they would condense before they planted the bamboo template. The relationship between the bamboo template and sword intent was mutually reinforcing. Different varieties of bamboo had fundamentally different essences, which would influence the kind of sword intent produced to a certain extent. Moreover, after the sword intent was formed, since it was nurtured within the bamboo template, it would also affect the essential characteristics of the sword of the primordial spirit. For instance, a first-grade Qingfeng bamboo would give the sword of the primordial spirit a sharp quality after nurturing, while a third-grade turtle shell bamboo would yield a sword with extremely high defensive capabilities. There were also examples of failure. Once a disciple from the bamboo forest mountain used a Chu Bo bamboo template to condense the Li Hua sword intent, but the properties of the bamboo template and sword intent were in conflict, leading to a tragic end. The difficulty of the bamboo heart sword cultivation technique can be seen from this. No wonder the ancestors of the bamboo forest mountain thought of a second method for sword cultivation after the first one. The second sword cultivation method had a much easier choice of bamboo template because the subsequent sword forging relied on external forces, allowing for the choice of materials with the same attributes, thus eliminating the risk of attribute conflict. However, Liu Qinghuan naturally wanted to choose the first method. Though the two methods seemed similar, they were fundamentally different. The swords produced by the first method were true swords of the primordial spirit, harmonizing with one's own Tao and acting as an extension of one's body. The second method was actually quite similar to the essence of swords used by ordinary sword cultivators. Liu Qinghuan wondered if Great Master Dian thought that one Zhu was the most suitable for him. As he pondered, he climbed down the bamboo stalks, searching for flowering bamboo. Most spiritual bamboos bloom only once every few hundred or thousand years. Only at the time of flowering would they produce bamboo seeds. When the bamboo seeds are produced, it is also when the bamboo itself dies, making bamboo seeds extremely rare. This valley was extremely deep, shrouded in mist, and filled with numerous forbidden areas of varying sizes, so he could only search little by little. Upon reaching the valley's bottom and moving forward along it, Liu Qinghuan used the cloud steps technique, sweeping his divine sense over every one Zhu he passed. When he encountered a forbidden area, he determined its size to avoid it in the future. At that moment, he suddenly stopped, looking at a cluster of one Zhu he had just passed with a puzzled expression on his face. He then glanced back at the one Zhu behind him. The two patches of bamboo seemed identical, yet there were extremely subtle differences. The leaves of the former were slightly lighter in color than those of the latter. Liu Qinghuan infused spiritual power into his eyes, and upon looking again, he discovered that the one Zhu nearby contained slightly less wood spiritual energy. As he walked more slowly, he noticed that the further he went, the wood spiritual energy in those one Zhu was diminishing. Within a mile, even the bamboo leaves and stalks began to exhibit a scorched yellow color. It seemed as if something had forcefully siphoned the spiritual energy from these one Zhu. Realizing something, Liu Qinghuan suddenly quickened his pace and rushed forward. The withering, wincy bamboo grew increasingly yellow as he reached the innermost part of the valley, where vast areas lay in death. The scene before him left him utterly astonished. Among the fallen, wincy bamboo, one stalk stood tall and straight. It was a rather peculiar spirit bamboo, half black and half pure white. The black part had leaves as dark as ink, exuding a heavy aura of death, while the white half's leaves shone brightly with vitality. On the tip of the bamboo, a grayish-white flower hung slightly from the joint. Liu Qinghuan was taken aback. What kind of spirit bamboo is this that it is so powerful, sucking all the spiritual energy from the wincy bamboo within miles, creating a barren patch around it where not a single blade of grass grows? He understood that spirit bamboo consumes vast amounts of spiritual energy when blooming and seeding, all derived from its own root stems and leaves, which is why bamboo dies after flowering. Yet this spirit bamboo showed no signs of drawing from its own energy, but rather it was unprecedented in its ability to devour the energy of other bamboos. Moreover, the scope of its plundering was immense and quite tyrannical. It seemed this was the small gift mentioned by the Grandmaster Dian. Liu Qinghuan rummaged through his memories. He was no longer the same as before, having gained considerable knowledge about spirit plants, yet he was consistently taken aback by the flora within the Great Summer Universe Tower. He did not recognize the vegetables planted by Grandmaster Dian, nor did he recognize this spirit bamboo. This newly formed continent was indeed vastly different from the Yunming's continent. Liu Qinghuan stepped onto the flying leaf shuttle and arrived at the tip of the bamboo. The grayish-white bamboo flower was blooming profusely, and within it a half-black, half-white bamboo seed was slowly forming, likely requiring a few more days to fully mature. He could hardly contain his excitement, gazing intently for a long time before settling on the ground, selecting a nearby spot to set up a formation and quietly await. After waiting for 5 days, the wincy bamboo within a 10-mile radius had nearly all turned withered. The closer it was, the more severe the decay. Meanwhile, the bamboo seed of this spirit bamboo had grown to the size of a fist, vastly larger than the bamboo seeds, known as bamboo rice, that other spirit bamboos produced. It had begun to extract its own spiritual energy, and the black and white leaves were wilting and falling, entering the final stage of maturation. Just as Liu Qinghuan was fixated on the bamboo seed, his expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly donned a purple cloud cloak. From the back of the valley, voices gradually approached, and a man's voice could be heard. "Senior, brotherly, why are all these wincy bamboos dead?" "Indeed, it is quite strange," replied another man. "We barely found this patch of wincy bamboo, and not a single one has bloomed, yet so many have died." "That's right," the first man continued. "Senior brotherly, let me be clear, if we can't find the bamboo seed, I can only pay half the reward." "How unreasonable!" Senior brotherly retorted angrily. "Wang Rena, you invited me to help find the bamboo seed, and now you dare to go back on the promised reward." A somewhat timid voice from Wang Rena replied, "Senior brother, I've been quite tight on spirit stones lately, can't you be a bit more generous?" As the two argued, they gradually approached, revealing two men dressed in the bamboo forest sex attire, one tall and one short. "Oh." The tall man at the 9th level of Qi cultivation had already spotted the spirit bamboo that was about to bear a seed, and his face lit up with joy as he rushed forward. The shorter man, Wang Rena, at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, quickly followed suit, glancing at senior brother Li's expression and looking towards the spirit bamboo. The two flew to the side of the grayish-white bamboo flower, and Wang Rena exclaimed, "This bamboo seed is about to come out." Senior brother Li also appeared excited, saying, "This spirit bamboo looks quite extraordinary. The bamboo seed is indeed so large." They marveled at the sight, and senior brother Li's eyes lit up with an idea. "Wang Shidi, let's negotiate. Let's not mention the previous reward. This bamboo seed's attributes match mine perfectly. How about I offer 500 spirit stones for you to let me have it first?" Wang Rena frowned and replied, "Senior brother Li, what are you saying? We don't even recognize this spirit bamboo. How can you be sure its attributes match yours?" "I say it matches my attributes even more. I'll offer 1,000 spirit stones." "You?" Senior brother Li laughed in anger. "How ironic, Wang Rena. Just a moment ago you said you couldn't come up with 200 spirit stones for the reward, and now you suddenly offer 1,000. Wang Rena, unfazed, said, "I'll borrow from someone when I get back." Senior brotherly sneered, "It seems you're unwilling to accept this offer of 500 spirit stones. I wonder if this spirit sword of mine could persuade you." With that, he summoned a flying sword glowing with red fire in an instant. Wang Rena's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated, slapping a shield onto himself as he shouted, "Li Fugu, don't think I'm afraid of you. You bring this upon yourself." Senior brotherly sneered. The two were at a standoff about to fight, when suddenly the spirit bamboo burst forth with divine light, and black and white spiritual light rose from the ground, climbing up the bamboo stalk. Wherever the spiritual light passed, the bamboo stalk withered at a visible rate. In just 2 breaths, the spiritual light reached the tip of the bamboo, drilling into the bamboo flower, rapidly absorbed by the bamboo seed. As the bamboo seed absorbed the black and white spiritual light, a faint bang sounded at the junction with the bamboo flower, and it began to sway precariously. Senior brother Li and Wang Rena exchanged glances and dashed towards the bamboo seed. However, in the next moment, both were taken by surprise as a hand suddenly emerged beside the bamboo seed, gently plucking it up. At the same time, a figure draped in a white and purple cloak appeared, swiftly snatching the bamboo seed and dashing past the two into the depths of the valley. This sudden turn of events left both men momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure. Senior brother Li erupted in fury, shouting, "What audacity! How dare you intercept!" He chased after the figure, pointing forward, and the fire-colored flying sword surged toward the figure at an even faster speed. Liu Qinghuan did not look back, tossing out a square seal. The seal rapidly enlarged, meeting the fire-colored flying sword. The two clashed in midair, and with a loud bang, countless sparks erupted. The square seal was deeply scarred, but it also halted the advance of the fire-colored flying sword. The two men pursued along the valley floor, with Wang Rena closely following behind. However, his flying artifact clearly could not keep up with the two, leaving him far behind. "Damn it, even if I can't catch up to Li Fuguwei, how can that intercepting kid at only the 6th level of Qi cultivation run so fast?" Wang Rena scolded as he chased. Just then a scream came from ahead, and Wang Rena was thrilled, certain that Li Fuguwei had killed that person. But then he thought about retrieving the bamboo seed from Li Fuguwei, which would be even more difficult, and his expression darkened. Liu Qinghuan and the senior brother with the surname Li rushed into the wincy bamboo valley, one after the other. The once vibrant wincy bamboos had long lost their lush green, now appearing withered as they were drained of spiritual energy. The senior brotherly pursued closely, although both used high-grade flying artifacts. His cultivation was 3 levels higher than Liu Qinghuan's, allowing him to better utilize the artifact's speed. Thus the distance between them grew ever smaller. Liu Qinghuan sighed inwardly, wishing the bamboo seeds had matured a moment later. If they could both be severely injured, he wouldn't have to face 2 opponents alone. The square seal and the fiery flying sword clashed midair several times. The square seal was not a defensive artifact, and it could no longer withstand the strikes, ultimately being cleaved in 2 and rendered completely useless. The senior brother Li's expression brightened. The fiery flying sword traced a circle in the air and lunged once more towards Liu Qinghuan's back. Liu Qinghuan furrowed his brows tightly, slapping his body to activate the protective barriers of his spiritual power and the Luo Dai spider garment simultaneously, while an additional layer of white misty light emerged from a high-grade spirit jade pendant he had activated. He ignored the fiery flying sword. The cold moon ice sword had already struck out towards the face of the pursuer. The senior brotherly sneered, "You want to compete in spiritual power with me? You don't even consider that you are only at the 6th layer of chi refinement." He slapped his body, instantly manifesting a glittering golden protective barrier. The fiery flying sword with a howling wind struck Liu Qinghuan's white protective barrier. The white protective barrier held for a few breaths, but ultimately could not withstand the attack and cracked. It shattered. The fiery flying sword pierced through Liu Qinghuan's 3 layers of protective barriers, but also exhausted its force. After piercing his azure outer garment, it struck the inner Luo Dai spider garment, losing much of its power, but failing to penetrate. Seeing the opponent's protective barrier break, senior brother Li formed hand seals, with both hands ready to finish off this bamboo thief. He did not take the attack of the cold moon ice sword seriously. His golden barrier was not something a 6th layer chi refinement cultivator could break. The chilling spirit sword approached, and to his surprise, he seemed to hear a shoo sound as the golden barrier was deformed, caving inward before shattering. As the sword light struck the inner layer of the spiritual barrier, it also became on the verge of collapse. Senior brotherly was startled. This kid's attack was unexpectedly sharp. He quickly increased his output of spiritual energy to stabilize the barrier. Just then the cold moon ice sword released a white light, and 3 sharp ice blades like a white line struck the same spot on his spiritual barrier. The spiritual barrier finally could not hold and shattered in response. At the same time there was a ding sound, and his divine sense momentarily wavered, but he quickly regained focus only to see a faint flying needle less than 3 feet away from him. His face changed dramatically, and a bone fan appeared in front of him. Liu Qinghuan thought it was a pity. The soul-capturing bell's grade was too low, and coupled with the opponent's strong divine sense, this move had no effect. Seeing the fiery flying sword coming again, a strange light flashed in his eyes as he maneuvered to the right, but he only circled around. The fiery flying sword followed closely, and senior brotherly mocked with a smile, "You think you can escape just by circling?" He stomped his foot, sending a surge of spiritual energy into the flying artifact beneath him, increasing his speed further. However, after flying forward a short distance and nearing the kid, he suddenly felt all his spiritual energy vanish. "Oh!" Senior brotherly let out a miserable scream, flailing his limbs as he fell to the ground along with his bone fan that had lost its spiritual support. Fortunately, he wasn't flying too high and landed without injury, though he was momentarily startled and fell flat on his back. Just then a shadow rushed over and puff. Senior brotherly looked down at the sword piercing through his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, and glared in fury. Wang Rena arrived just in time to see Liu Qinghuan pulling the cold moon ice sword from senior brother Li's chest, the tip still dripping with blood. He stared in shock at this youth who was even 1 layer lower in cultivation than himself, realizing that the other had actually killed the 9th layer chi refinement cultivator Li Fuguei. Wang Rena's face was filled with apprehension. If it were him, even if he could kill Li Fuguei, it would be impossible to do so in such a short time. Liu Qinghuan raised his hand, slowly wiping the blood splattered on his face, his eyes still carrying a cold, murderous intent as they fixated on Wang Rena hovering in the air. Wang Rena couldn't help but shiver, feeling increased hesitation in his heart, yet he was still unwilling. The bamboo seeds were too rare, and that particular seed looked extraordinary. Even if he couldn't use it, selling it to his fellow disciples would yield a substantial amount of spirit stones. Thinking of this, he forced a smile and clasped his hands, saying, "This junior brother looks familiar. I am Wang Rena. I wonder if you junior brother are also a disciple of the Julin Mountain like me." "Indeed," Liu Qinghuan replied slowly after observing him for a few breaths. Wang Rena with a stiff smile continued, "Then may I ask if junior brother is willing to part with that bamboo seed you obtained earlier? I can offer 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." "No, 2,000. Is 2,000 spirit stones acceptable?" He spoke with a pained expression on his face, as if the price were too high. Liu Qinghuan coldly replied, "I will offer 3,000 spirit stones. How about you find me another bamboo seed like that?" After saying that, he ignored him, and turned to pull off Liu Qinghuan's storage pouch, picking up the bone fan from the ground. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a weapon slicing through the air from behind. Liu Qinghuan raised his brows slightly, but did not rush, slowly turning around. A 9-curve rui rushed towards him with a whistling sound, but as it got within 3 feet, it suddenly seemed to lose control and fell to the ground. Wang Rena was greatly alarmed. His connection with the 9-curve rui had suddenly been severed, leaving him to watch helplessly as Liu Qinghuan stepped forward, picked up the artifact from the ground, and directly placed it into his robes. Only then did he understand that the other had been standing within a forbidden spiritual area all along, realizing why Liu Qinghuan had been suddenly killed despite being at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Wang Rena's face twitched uncontrollably. Although they had known there were numerous forbidden spiritual areas in the valley, when they entered they merely avoided them, without noting their locations, never imagining someone would use this as a means to kill. Liu Qinghuan, oh Liu Qinghuan, your death is truly unjust. Liu Qinghuan turned back and took a few steps forward. Wang Rena was so frightened that he took 2 steps back, quickly summoning a chain blade, yet he did not dare to act rashly. This blade was his last offensive artifact. If he stepped into the forbidden spiritual area again, he would be left with nothing but his fists. He did not dare to move recklessly. There were many forbidden spiritual areas in the valley, and who knew where there were more. He certainly did not want to end up like Liu Qinghuan. As he hesitated, Liu Qinghuan walked slowly 5 steps forward, suddenly emerging with several layers of barriers, soaring into the air, standing opposite Wang Rena, and with a wave of his sleeve a passage token appeared in his hand. As the saying goes, what is once strong will weaken, and what weakens too much will exhaust itself. The murderous intent and greed in Wang Rena's heart were completely quashed by the forbidden spiritual area. Seeing the passage jade token in Liu Qinghuan's hand, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Liu Qinghuan coldly stated, "Senior brother, if you still wish to fight, then please make your move. If not, I shall take my leave." Until Liu Qinghuan shattered the passage jade plate, Wang Rena did not make any move. The chilling aura emanating from him was truly frightening, not at all what one would expect from a mere 6th-layer qi refining cultivator. Seeing Liu Qinghuan vanish from sight, Wang Rena was momentarily stunned before suddenly reacting furious as he shouted, "Little thief, return my 9 curves rui ring. That cost me 150 spirit stones." At this moment outside the great Liu Qinghuan tower, it was extremely quiet with only a few low-level disciples visible on the outskirts. Liu Yuchan, who was guarding the tower, was sitting in a corner meditating. At this moment, he slightly moved his eyebrows, opened his eyes, and looked towards the tower door. A 6th-layer qi refining disciple appeared in front of the tower, his blue attire showing a tear revealing the black garment beneath. This person was none other than Liu Qinghuan, who had just exited the tower. Liu Qinghuan looked up to see the 9 colossal peaks towering into the clouds in the distance, and he let out a breath. The tense nerves he had maintained inside the tower finally felt safe, allowing him to completely relax. Calculating it out from the outside, he had only spent a little over 4 months in the great Liu Qinghuan tower, but in reality, he had been there for over 3 years. Now he had grown quite a bit taller, and the previously slightly round contours of his face had become more defined, truly growing into a tall young man. Glancing around, he saw Liu Yuchan, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner, opening his eyes to look at him. He stepped forward and respectfully bowed, saying, "Senior Uncle Liu." Liu Yuchan's stern expression seemed to carry a hint of a smile, but he merely nodded slightly before closing his eyes again. Liu Qinghuan silently offered another bow and walked down the steps in front of the tower, summoning his flying leaf shuttle and heading towards the bamboo forest mountain. Along the way, amidst the strange peaks and beautiful scenery, countless disciples clad in Wenshur sect attire busily darted about, while others played in the mountains, laughing or whispering. Some were standing at the mountain's peak, posing as if they were great figures holding wine cups in the wind, and upon seeing Liu Qinghuan pass by, they raised their cups. Liu Qinghuan also clasped his hands in return, not stopping as he swiftly passed by. After a while, he finally caught sight of Bamboo Forest Mountain. He headed directly up to the mountainside, then circled around to the back of the mountain, flying into an area shrouded in white mist. Taking out a jade plate and waving it, a circular passage appeared in the white mist. Liu Qinghuan patted his clothes as if he were a weary traveler returning home, instinctively brushing off the dust. With a flick of his sleeves, he flew inside, and the passage slowly closed behind him as before. Flying past the outer purple bamboo forest, he arrived at the purple bamboo courtyard, landing in the courtyard and looking at the familiar items scattered around, unable to help but reveal a relaxed smile. Moi. Liu Qinghuan bent down to pick up several paper cranes and communication talismans from the ground. It appeared someone had left him a message while he was out. He sat down at the stone table in the courtyard with the paper cranes in hand, not in a hurry to look at them, but first checking on the situation of the hoofed horned beast. Fortunately, the condition of the beast had stabilized considerably. Although its temperature was still quite high, it had decreased a lot. The spiritual energy and flesh within it were no longer surging as violently, as at first calming down a great deal. Sensing Liu Qinghuan's divine sense, the beast opened its eyes and weakly called out. It was still too early to tell what changes it had undergone from the drop of rooster blood, and it seemed he needed to learn the spirit-beast contract as soon as possible so he could bond with the beast early and communicate directly with it through his thoughts in the future. Just as he was thinking this, he picked up the paper cranes on the table and was about to look at them when suddenly a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations came from outside the protective array. Liu Qinghuan was taken aback. He had just returned to the mountain. Why was someone already looking for him? Frowning again, he wondered if that white-clad young master couldn't wait and had come looking for trouble immediately. Upon opening the array, he saw Lin Guang and Bai Fengming flying in together. Senior brother Lin, senior brother Bai. Liu Qinghuan was somewhat surprised to see the two of them. Their expressions seemed a bit unnatural, and Lin Guang chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Haha, Liu Shitty is back." Liu Qinghuan contemplated their expressions and nodded with a smile, saying, "Yes, just returned, and I haven't even entered the house yet. And here comes senior brother Lin and senior brother Bai." Lin Guang's expression revealed more embarrassment, and Bai Fengming nudged him, speaking in a rough voice. "Get lost. Stop being so coy like a girl. There's nothing wrong with saying it straightforwardly." Turning to Liu Qinghuan, he added, "Liu Shitty, we came to tell you that I and the monkey spirit have now pledged allegiance to senior brother Chu." Liu Qinghuan was truly stunned this time. Senior brother Chu, could it be that white-clad young master? Bai Fengming elaborated, "After we parted ways, we spent another month in the Rottenwood Forest gathering beauty flowers. Fearing senior brother Chu's revenge, we only came out a month ago. Little did we expect that upon coming out, senior brother Chu sought us out." All right, let me speak." Lin Guang interrupted, saying, "Listening to you ramble on for so long has drowned my brain." He pointed at Bai Fengming with a look of disdain, saying, "You say you've become a cultivator, yet you still can't get rid of I." After saying this, he didn't give Bai Fengming a chance to retort and turned to Liu Qinghuan, smiling ingratiatingly. "Liu Shitty, as soon as we exited the tower, senior brother Chu came to find us. I thought he was going to seek revenge, but to my surprise, he greeted us with a smile. He said that after 3 months of contemplation, he found our strategy during that time to be interesting and greatly admired the three of us. Liu sure dis cleverness by sure dis talent, and..." He smiled awkwardly, "my knack for gathering information." Seeing Liu Qinghuan's skeptical expression, he hurriedly added, "At first we were quite suspicious of his intentions, but we thought it was a good thing not to immediately tear the face. After all, he is the beloved nephew of Qingxin Jinren and has gathered many high-level disciples as his subordinates. If we could avoid enmity, that would be best, so we agreed to him with some reservations." To our surprise, after more than a month of interaction, we didn't see any sinister intentions from him and even got to experience a lot of the world. Bai Fengming also nodded, saying, "I've tested him. Senior brother Chu indeed has some magnanimity. The people under him do not follow him merely for his power, some genuinely support him." Liu Qinghuan reminded, "It's only been a little over a month. How can you tell what his intentions are?" Just as he spoke, another wave of spiritual energy fluctuations came from outside the array. Bai Fengming and Lin Guang also noticed, and Lin Guang scratched his head, saying, "That must be senior brother Chu coming." The fact that we were able to learn so quickly about Liu Shirdi's return was also thanks to senior brother Chu informing us to come here first to tell you the situation. Liu Qinghuan nodded, nonchalantly opening the protective array. 3 figures flew in, and the one in the lead was indeed senior brother Chu. Senior brother Chu was still clad in white. Upon seeing Liu Qinghuan, he greeted him with a beaming smile, saying, "Liu Shitty, you've kept your brother waiting." As he spoke, he flew over and landed in front of Liu Qinghuan. Liu Qinghuan smiled in return, saying, "Senior brother Chu. Liu Shitty, since the battle inside the tower last time, I've known you to be a great talent." Senior brother Chu said earnestly, "I greatly admire you, Shitty, for daring to design a strategy to confront several of us despite the gap in cultivation, and for having the courage to venture alone into Wolf Night Mountain. The more I think about it, the more I appreciate you, so I came here with a bold face, and I hope Shitty forgives my earlier rudeness in the tower." As he spoke, he cupped his hands and deeply bowed. Liu Qinghuan was astonished, but quickly went over to support him, preventing him from bending down. With a look of surprise at being favored, she said, "Senior brother Chu, you mustn't say that. I dare not accept such praise from you. As your junior, I have many shortcomings." Hearing this, senior brother Chu laughed and said, "Good. I knew my junior brother has a magnanimous heart." He took Liu Qinghuan's hand and earnestly said, "I haven't properly introduced myself. I am Chu Yunhe, currently a disciple of the Tianqing Peak." He pointed to the 2 individuals standing nearby, one of whom was the yellow-faced cultivator he had seen before named Zhou Kunjian, and the other was a 6th-level qi refining cultivator named Wu Yi. Liu Qinghuan glanced at Wu Yi a couple more times. This person had been waiting outside the tower when he first emerged, so it seemed he was the one who informed Chu Yunhe. Zhou Kunjian stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "Junior brother Liu, I hope you can forgive me for my previous offenses." Liu Qinghuan hurriedly returned the greeting, while Chu Yunhe laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, we can consider ourselves to have become acquainted through our disagreements." After some pleasantries, Chu Yunhe was very chatty, and with the others actively participating, the atmosphere was quite lively. Liu Qinghuan felt it inappropriate to keep everyone standing outside, so he led them into the bamboo house and offered them spiritual tea. Chu Yunhe said, "This purple bamboo courtyard of junior brother Liu is truly elegant and tranquil. If you have the chance, do come visit my residence at Tianqing Peak. Although it cannot compare to your place, it has its own charm." Ling Guang beside him chuckled and said, "Senior brother Chu, you are being too modest. The Qiongxing courtyard with its pavilions and towers is far superior to junior brother Liu's humble abode." He turned to Liu Qinghuan saying, "I told junior brother Liu before that this place is too small, only a radius of 2 miles. Junior brother, you should definitely learn from senior brother Chu's Qiongxing courtyard about how to build a comfortable residence." Liu Qinghuan held the bamboo cup and took a sip before smiling, saying, "Of course. I must take the opportunity to experience it. I don't have much of value to offer. This bamboo leaf spiritual tea is made by me, barely drinkable, so I hope you won't mind." Everyone then turned to taste the bamboo leaf spiritual tea in their hands. After a few rounds of conversation, Chu Yunhe stood up and said, "Junior brother Liu, since you've just come out of the tower, you must have many matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you any longer. I will come back to bother you in a few days." Liu Qinghuan saw them off to the courtyard entrance. The three left first, while Lin Guang and Bai Fengming stayed momentarily. Lin Guang asked junior brother Liu, "What do you think?" Liu Qinghuan pondered for a moment. Although Chu Yunhe hadn't made any overtures, he had left Lin and Bai to gauge his reaction. For him to have attracted these two in such a short time showed he indeed had some skill. He slowly spoke, "I'm afraid I will have to disappoint senior brother Chu's goodwill. I plan to handle some matters next and then enter seclusion to cultivate, so I may not have time for socializing." Lin Guang and Bai Fengming were taken aback. They hadn't expected Liu Qinghuan to refuse Chu Yunhe so straightforwardly. Lin Guang lowered his head, thinking for a moment before nodding and saying, "Junior brother Liu has always been diligent in his cultivation. A cultivator should prioritize their practice. Interpersonal relations are merely external matters. You need not feel pressured. Senior brother Chu is not the kind of person who would force you." Bai Fengming sighed, saying, "I used to think these disciples with backgrounds were just relying on powerful elders running rampant and being arrogant, merely foolish people with high opinions of themselves. But in truth, it was just my own envy and jealousy as someone without power or influence. For example, senior brother Chu's arrogance is just one side, but in terms of knowledge and insight, he is indeed far beyond us." After chatting for a while, Lin and Bai took their leave. Liu Qinghuan stood in the courtyard for a moment. He had originally prepared for potential retaliation upon leaving the tower, but he didn't expect things to change in this manner. Chu Yunhe indeed had some remarkable qualities. However, he did not have the leisure to entertain. There were too many matters he needed to attend to, and he genuinely lacked the energy to socialize. After such a short time, he already felt his smile was becoming somewhat stiff. After contemplating this matter, he set it aside. He first took out several paper cranes to look at. 2 of them were from familiar disciples, and one was written by Lin Guang summarizing his interactions with Chu Yunhe, which were quite similar to what he had said today. Another one was a notice from the Zhulin Mountain sent to all disciples regarding the small competition held 2 months prior, but he had missed the timing. Even if he were within the sect, he wasn't prepared to participate in the small competition just yet. He neither wished to show off nor was interested in such trivial exchanges among peers. The last one was a long-distance communication talisman. Liu Qinghuan opened it and saw only a single line of text: "Send over food and drink." Liu Qinghuan laughed heartily. This was Yun Zheng's handwriting. This guy hadn't been seen for a long time, and instead of catching up on recent events was only thinking about food. He thought for a moment, then stored the communication talisman away and went to the quiet room. After activating the protective formation, he sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, 3 items appeared before him: a storage bag, a 3-legged furnace, and a bamboo seat. Liu Qinghuan first picked up the storage bag. This storage bag was given by the great Yin Taizun. Its space was much larger than his own, and its shape was also much more compact, so he moved all his belongings into this storage bag and then tucked it into his clothing. As for the large pile of spiritual materials he had collected from the thatched hut's fields, he did not plan to take them out just yet for the wooden stick to absorb the chaotic energy. He had just recently reached the 6th level of qi refining after entering the Great Shumi Qiankuan Tower, and the previous spiritual energy had already been refined once. If he let the wooden stick absorb it now, it would waste the effect of its refinement. After all, spiritual materials infused with chaotic energy are not something that can be gathered easily. Additionally, he planned to learn alchemy next. The cultivation boosted by medicinal pills tends to be somewhat unstable, and the spiritual energy from them is not as steady as that cultivated through one's own practice. However, if it were refined by the wooden stick, such issues would be eliminated. Thus, he intended to wait until reaching the 9th level of qi refining before taking them out, which would also be beneficial for his foundation establishment. He picked up the three-legged furnace and infused it with spiritual energy, and a layer of hazy purple spiritual light appeared on the surface of the furnace. At that time, he was overly excited about this top-grade spiritual treasure, but now he remembered one thing. Although this item is called the three-burning jade alchemy furnace, it is not fire-burning, it is water-burning. In other words, the three-burning jade alchemy furnace is a water-refining alchemy furnace. There are many types of alchemy techniques in the cultivation world: fire-refining, water-refining, stone-refining, wood-refining, and so on, including the blood-refining alchemy of the evil sect. Among them, the fire refining is the most commonly used by cultivators due to its convenience and speed, high success rate, and the fact that countless generations of alchemy masters have researched and improved it, forming a complete system. Most of the alchemical recipes that exist today are fire refining recipes. Water refining is not considered rare, but compared to fire refining, the alchemical process is more complex, takes longer, and the operational techniques are more difficult, requiring about 30% more spiritual herbs than fire refining. The greatest hurdle is the high requirements it places on the alchemist's divine sense. However, the reason water refining has not fallen out of favor is that it can bring out at least 80 to 90% of the medicinal effects of the spiritual herbs, and the pills produced are much gentler, lacking the violent energy of fire. Moreover, if successful, the success rate of pill production in one batch is significantly higher than that of fire refining. A single fire-refined batch can generally only produce a few spirit pills. Even for alchemy masters, the highest success rate is typically only 1 or 2 dozen pills. In contrast, water refining can produce more than 10 pills in one go, and legends of one batch yielding 108 pills have been widely circulated. However, to refine pills, he must first plant the bamboo seed. The undying peak was shrouded in ethereal clouds at dawn, and the elderly figure in the transmission pavilion appeared as if he could never awaken, his head nodding, as if asleep, yet suddenly he raised his eyes to see a young man in green standing before him. He recognized the boy who had previously come to the transmission pavilion every day to read books, but had never seen him copy anything. When the boy saluted him, the elder waved his hand and lowered his eyelids to continue dozing. Liu Qinghuan climbed to the second floor and first entered the spirit plant room to find the jade slip that recorded the plants within the Great Sumuru Tower. The plants within the tower differed significantly from those outside, and through centuries of experimentation by the one sure sex cultivators, various spiritual herbs and minerals suitable for alchemy and crafting were now only a few dozen types. Although Liu Qinghuan had already reviewed it before, he still returned to check again, searching for information about a bamboo seed. Naturally, it was not there. He pondered for a moment, then set down the jade slip and went to the alchemy room, rummaging through the wooden racks of water refining alchemy, scanning various jade slips and books on water refinement alchemy with rapid comprehension. Compared to fire refinement texts, those on water refinement were much scarcer. Liu Qinghuan read several pieces and finally selected a jade slip titled Taiqing Golden Liquid Jade Pill Cannon, along with a few water pill recipes specifically for spirit cultivation pill and spirit recovery pill. These two were exactly what he needed at the moment. He compared them briefly with the fire pill recipes and found that the materials for both were roughly similar, but the water pill recipes included over a dozen additional spiritual herbs, raising the cost and difficulty. No wonder most people chose fire refinement. It was quick and simple, while water-based techniques were far too troublesome. Liu Qinghuan sighed, thinking that being in a major sect was great. Even the pill recipes were directly placed in the transmission pavilion for the disciples to copy. If they were outside, most recipes would be tightly guarded, making them extremely difficult to obtain. Moreover, the transmission pavilion of the One Sure sect not only had common pill recipes, but also some ancient ones. He went to the beast taming room and found the methods for spirit beast contracts. Holding the methods along with the jade slip of Taiqing Golden Liquid Jade Pill Cannon and the 2 pill recipes, he descended the stairs and approached the elderly figure. It was nearly noon, and many disciples were coming and going in the transmission pavilion. There were 2 people ahead of Liu Qinghuan, so he queued behind them. The elderly guardian of the transmission pavilion could not be gauged in terms of cultivation. He had heard from a foundation establishment uncle that this elder had guarded the pavilion for at least a century. Soon it was his turn. Liu Qinghuan respectfully handed the jade slips and pill recipes to the elder, saying, "Elder, I would like to exchange my 2 free opportunities for these items." "May I?" The elder glanced at him and replied, "Bring forth your identity jade slip." Liu Qinghuan hurriedly presented his identity jade slip, and the elder's divine sense scanned it. Liu Qinghuan, a new disciple from Zhulin Mountain, right? You can exchange, but think carefully. This exchange is significantly less advantageous than trading for heart methods or techniques. Liu Qinghuan understood this point as well. He already possessed the sitting forgetting longevity cannon heart method. Initially, he wanted to exchange for a body refining technique, but after the purple fruit was consumed by a wooden stick, he had been busy with various matters and temporarily set aside his body refining heart. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. I have made my decision, Liu Qinghuan said. Very well, the elder said, no more producing two blank jade slips. With a flick of his fingers, several streams of spiritual light flowed quickly between the slips. While copying, he said, listen carefully. All texts and classics from the transmission pavilion have sect restrictions. They cannot be circulated outside the sect without permission. If any disciple secretly steals or sells them once discovered, they will be directly deprived of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. Do you understand? Yes, elder. Liu Qinghuan nodded repeatedly, accepting the two jade slips handed to him. He pressed one to his forehead and saw that one was Taiching golden liquid jade pill cannon, while the other contained 2 pill recipes and the method for spirit beast contracts. After thanking the elder, he left the transmission pavilion and flew towards Zhulin Mountain. However, he did not return to the purple bamboo courtyard, but instead went to the bamboo and tent hall. Today was not the 15th, so the bamboo and tent hall was quite quiet. He bypassed the bamboo and tent hall and walked toward a building hidden behind it, arriving at the internal library of Zhulin Mountain. After rummaging for a long time in the library, he finally unearthed a book titled Collection of Rare Bamboo Species from a corner. Inside it was a type of spirit bamboo called reverse growth bamboo, whose description coincided with that spirit bamboo, a rare species tough and solitary, born in chaos with black and white interwoven stems and leaves substituting life and death. Reverse growth bamboo. Liu Qinghuan pondered. Why did the Taizuan think this spirit bamboo was suitable for him? Born in chaos, substituting life and death. Could this also be the key to his future gathering of the Tao heart and condensing sword intent? Lost in thought, he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Liu Qinghuan sat down in the quiet room, took out the jade slip of bamboo heart cultivating sword technique, and began to comprehend it. The bamboo heart cultivating sword technique was divided into 5 stages, with the first stage being the bamboo cultivation chapter. Liu Qinghuan spent several days thoroughly understanding the bamboo cultivation chapter before stepping out again. This time, however, he went to the trading square. Jifu soil, he chi sand, rootless water, tsang wu pine needle cloud, mist tea foam. Liu Qinghuan muttered as he walked along the trading square, finally finding a shop with bamboo leaves painted on its sign. This must be a shop opened by one of the elders from Zhulin Mountain, Liu Qinghuan thought as he stepped inside. Inside the shop, a young disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refining sat at the counter. Seeing Liu Qinghuan enter, he quickly set down the scroll he was reading. May I ask what this senior brother needs? Liu Qinghuan glanced around and noticed that the shop had quite a variety of items, with bamboo seeds displayed on wooden racks, bamboo flying artifacts on the counter, and even a few spirit bamboos placed in a corner. Do you have Jifu soil, he chi sand, or rootless water? Liu Qinghuan inquired. Before he could finish, the young disciple interrupted him. Are you looking to cultivate bamboo, senior brother? We have ready-made bamboo cultivation soil in our shop. Would you like some? Liu Qinghuan heard this and thought it would save him a lot of trouble, so he asked the young disciple to show him. The young disciple pulled out a large bag of soil from his storage bag and placed it in front of Liu Qinghuan. Liu Qinghuan examined it closely and confirmed that it contained all the required spiritual materials in the right proportions. This bag of bamboo cultivation soil can last for 3 years, enough for most bamboo seeds to grow to 3 feet tall. It costs a total of 60 spirit stones. The young disciple continued, pulling out a huge ceramic pot and placing it with a thud on the empty space in the shop. This pot is made of 5 spirit soil and is engraved with a gathering spirit formation, making it the best container for planting bamboo seedlings. It costs 100 spirit stones. Do you want it? Liu Qinghuan glanced sideways. This young disciple was quite a savvy businessman. By the time Liu Qinghuan exited that shop, his storage bag had gained a large bag of bamboo cultivation soil, a massive ceramic pot, a bag of spiritual water, and a sprayer that was given for free. All of this cost him 200 spirit stones. It seemed he needed to find time to deal with the unnecessary items in his storage bag, otherwise his spirit stones would be depleted. Walking along the small street of the trading square, Liu Qinghuan bought a few more ingredients for making spiritual food. Coupled with the ingredients still left in his storage bag, he should be able to meet Yunzheng's requirements for a table of food and drink, and only then did he fly towards Zhulin Mountain, where he saw someone waiting outside the protective array of the purple bamboo courtyard from a distance. Liu Qinghuan flew in front of the person, surprised as she called out, "Senior brother Chu." The person was none other than Chu Yunhe, sitting on a splendid flying carpet with a pot of wine and several dishes laid out, drinking leisurely by himself. Seeing Liu Qinghuan return, Chu Yunhe brushed his sleeves and smiled. "Junior sister Liu has returned. I've been waiting for quite a while. I have missed you dearly after a few days apart, ha." While opening the protective formation, Liu Qinghuan apologized. "I went out to handle some trivial matters, though I am sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, senior brother." The two of them flew into the courtyard, and Chu Yunhe raised a small wine pot, saying, "Junior sister Liu, come drink a cup with me." They sat down by the stone table in the courtyard. Liu Qinghuan was somewhat at a loss for words, but luckily Chu Yunhe was quite talkative, and the two chatted aimlessly while drinking. After some time of idle banter, Liu Qinghuan still couldn't understand what the other was thinking, so she patiently accompanied him. Chu Yunhe poured wine for her and casually asked, "Junior sister Liu, what do you think is the purpose of cultivating immortality?" Liu Qinghuan raised her cup somewhat puzzled. "Naturally, it is for longevity." "What else aside from longevity?" Liu Qinghuan pondered and replied, "There is also the pursuit of freedom and ease." "Correct. Freedom and ease." Chu Yunhe slapped his leg and said, then added, "The path of longevity is incredibly lonely, though one must learn to enjoy freedom. If one only knows of hard cultivation every day wasting precious time, then longevity becomes rather dull." Only then did Liu Qinghuan understand his meaning. She put down her wine cup and asked in return, "Does senior brother Chu find cultivation to be difficult?" Chu Yunhe shook his head and said, "Of course it is difficult. A single meditation can last for half a year, and once one's cultivation reaches a high level of retreat, can last for decades, or even a century. Just thinking about it makes one wonder what the point of longevity is. It is better to enjoy the wealth and nobility of a mortal life instead." Liu Qinghuan shook her head saying, "I find cultivation extremely interesting. Watching the spiritual power within me constantly grow brings me great satisfaction." Chu Yunhe laughed heartily. "Junior sister Liu, do not misunderstand me. I am not here to lead you astray in your cultivation. I believe one should seek both longevity and enjoyment, so as not to waste the years." Liu Qinghuan clinked her cup with his and smiled, saying, "Senior brother Chu is naturally more outstanding than others. He has certainly seen and experienced far more than I, a child born in the mountains. But senior brother has the means to enjoy while I do not." Chu Yunhe shook his head and said, "You are mistaken. Enjoyment is not merely about foolish revelry. Making more friends and expanding your network is also beneficial for cultivation. Resources are exchanged mutually and thus become ever richer." Liu Qinghuan thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "That is indeed true. But at present my plan is to improve my cultivation. If I become too entangled in mundane matters, losing sight of the fundamentals of cultivation, it would be a loss rather than a gain." She looked at him and said, "In the immortal cultivation world, in the end it is strength that speaks. If one lacks cultivation, even with a strong background and abundant resources, others will only see you as a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered." Chu Yunhe was somewhat stunned, and after a while he sighed. "Junior sister indeed thinks deeply." He silently drank a cup of wine and slowly said, "In these 2 years I have indeed neglected my cultivation and indulged too much." "Thank you for the reminder, junior sister." Liu Qinghuan smiled. "Senior brother is joking. You are exceptionally clever, and you need not rely on me for reminders." Chu Yunhe sighed lightly, but fell silent, merely drinking in silence. Seeing that the dishes on the table had mostly been eaten, Liu Qinghuan thought for a moment and entered the kitchen, quickly bringing out several new dishes. Chu Yunhe tasted them and praised, "I didn't expect junior sister to have such culinary skills. Not bad, not bad. But it is just mundane food." Liu Qinghuan replied, "If senior brother likes it, just send a message and I will cook some for you." "Good. Junior brother is indeed straightforward. I did not misjudge you. I will surely befriend you." Chu Yunhe laughed heartily and added, "I know you are someone who values purity and cultivation, so I will not mention that matter again. However, if you encounter difficulties in the future, just say the word. I, Chu Yunhe, may not be a major figure, but if I can help in any way, I will do so without question." His words were quite sincere, and Liu Qinghuan cupped her hands in gratitude, saying, "Then I will thank you in advance, senior brother. Come, let us drink." She picked up the wine pot and poured wine for him. The wine pot Chu Yunhe brought was small and exquisite, yet after drinking for so long it hadn't run dry. The two exchanged cups, drinking until dark, unaware of how much they had consumed. It was Liu Qinghuan's first time drinking so much with someone. At first, she used her spiritual energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol, but later she became too lazy to do so, letting the drunkenness wash over her, feeling quite cheerful. Chu Yunhe was even more intoxicated, and as he drank happily, he sang wildly, "I walk upon the clouds, riding the wind for thousands of miles. Wielding my sword to dance in the universe, my Tao heart connects with the heavens. In dreams flowers bloom in abundance, yet upon waking my heart feels lonely. The path to longevity is long and distant, oh why should one indulge in longing?" The lyrics were a chaotic mess, and his singing was hardly commendable, but there was a kind of boldness and wildness to it. Liu Qinghuan held her wine and listened to his wild singing, unable to help but laugh heartily, and even after Chu Yunhe left, the nightmarish melody still echoed in her ears. She sat quietly in the courtyard for a moment, as if recalling something, then stepped into the kitchen. With a wave of her hand, numerous ingredients appeared before her. Though her eyes were hazy from the alcohol, her hands moved quickly. Even then she felt it was too slow and simply used her divine sense to handle multiple ingredients at once. One side was slicing, another was chopping, and yet another was already stir-frying. After who knows how long, feeling tired, she returned to her room and thumped onto the bed, falling asleep instantly, not waking until the sun was high the next day. After a calming spell, she finally felt refreshed. Remembering yesterday, her first experience of drunkenness was quite a nice one. She thought that Chu Yunhe must have understood her meaning, and regarding the rest, Liu Qinghuan smiled lightly and put it behind her. She picked up a storage bag placed by the bed and was startled to see it packed full of cups, bowls, and plates stacked layer upon layer. Liu Qinghuan's mouth twitched in her drunken spree. She had managed to prepare so many dishes, nearly using up all the ingredients she had stored. Haha, this should be enough to stuff Yunzheng. She then took out a blank recording jade slip and briefly noted some important events that had occurred since parting with Yunzheng, finally stating, I plan to expand my cave dwelling and urgently need a set of highly protective formations. I heard your family sells formations, why not send a set over? Liu Qinghuan specifically ran to the sect's outer relay station, entrusting the items she wanted to send to Yunzheng to be forwarded to the Ziwei Sword Pavilion. The Ziwei Sword Pavilion is located in the northwest of the Yunming's continent on the Grand Kunshan. If it were merely a message, it would be fine with just a long-distance message talisman. But if carrying items, it could only go through the relay station. Fortunately, the Wensher sect has a special beast, the Du beast, responsible for delivering messages. This beast has two bat-like wings, is extremely fast, and has a small storage space in its belly, making it an excellent spirit beast for long-distance delivery of small items. However, the service is not cheap. Sending a package costs a full 10 low-grade spirit stones. After handling this matter, Liu Qinghuan returned to the bamboo courtyard and went to the side against the mountain wall. When he built the courtyard, he had considered that he might expand the cave dwelling in the future, so there was a row of houses built against the mountain wall behind the bamboo courtyard. Summoning the Lingyue Hanbing sword, after infusing it with spiritual power, he manipulated it with his divine sense to start excavating. The sword light danced, and the stone and soil were dug out, as if cutting through tofu. After digging a long passage, he also excavated 2 stone chambers on each side of the passage. After smoothing out the cave walls and floor, embedding moonlight stones at the top, and placing some furniture, a small cave dwelling was completed. The 4 newly built stone chambers each have their purpose. The 2 on the left are for his future meditation and cultivating in peace, while 1 is reserved for the hoofed beast spirit room. Liu Qinghuan moved the sleeping hoofed beast from the spirit beast bag and placed it in the spirit beast room, where the soft branch grass rich in spiritual energy had already been laid out, making it very comfortable. The state of the hoofed beast had stabilized, but it was still sleeping, and the beast feeding pill placed before it had not been touched. For the other 2 chambers, he planned to use one as an alchemy room and the other to store the reverse growth bamboo. The cultivation of bamboo species is extremely important and confidential for the disciples of the Bamboo Forest Mountain, which is why he asked Yunzheng if there were stronger protective formations. After finishing the construction of the chambers, he went to his quiet room, sitting down on the blue mat and adjusting his entire essence, chi, and spirit to their optimal state. He prepared to plant the bamboo seeds the next day. The ceramic basin engraved with a gathering spirit array was already placed in the center of the room, and the bamboo soil had been watered with spiritual water. Liu Qinghuan sat cross-legged beside the basin, took a deep breath, and with a wave of his hand, the seeds of the reverse bamboo floated above the basin. With both hands forming seals and chanting profound incantations, streams of azure spiritual power struck the black and white bamboo seeds. The seeds spun around like a glutton, constantly absorbing the spiritual power. The first step in cultivation, the bamboo seeds absorbed spiritual power. Liu Qinghuan held his breath and focused as he cast each spell. The spiritual power within him rapidly diminished. Generally, cultivators from the Bamboo Forest Mountain would only begin nurturing bamboo seeds at the upper stage of chi refinement, as the seeds required a large amount of spiritual power. If the cultivator's power ran out during the process, the seeds would be wasted. Relying on his pure spiritual power, which far surpassed that of his peers, Liu Qinghuan dared to start nurturing at the 6th level of chi refinement, proving to be quite audacious. After a little more than half an hour, he felt beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. As Liu Qinghuan began to feel the strain, contemplating whether to take out spirit stones for replenishment, he suddenly saw the bamboo seeds stop spinning and with a whoosh absorb all the surrounding azure spiritual power. Without hesitation, Liu Qinghuan pointed 2 fingers to his brow, and a drop of his essence blood appeared at his forehead. This drop of original essence blood glimmered with light, containing a trace of Liu Qinghuan's divine sense. He gently flicked his finger, and the essence blood floated near the bamboo seeds, transforming into a mist of blood that enveloped the seeds. The fist-sized bamboo seeds pulsed like a beating heart, thump, 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 expanding and contracting, while the black and white spiritual light burst forth and receded. After 3 such cycles, the original essence blood was completely absorbed by the bamboo seeds. Liu Qinghuan retracted his spell, and the seeds fell into the ceramic basin buried by the bamboo soil. The first step was successfully completed, and he let out a sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. With only about 10% of his spiritual power left, he hurriedly returned to the quiet room to sit cross-legged. For the next few days, he extracted a drop of essence blood each day, using the spell to supply spiritual power to the bamboo seeds. Finally, on the 5th day, the seed sprouted. Looking at the small green shoot, Liu Qinghuan felt a close connection of mind and spirit with the bamboo seeds, filled with joy. From now on, he only needed to nurture it daily without interruption, and the reverse bamboo would grow strong, eventually reaching 3 feet in height, at which point it could be stored in his sea of consciousness. One day, Liu Qinghuan packed his storage bag and flew out of Bamboo Forest Mountain, heading towards the Undying Peak. He landed outside the affairs hall of the Undying Peak, entered the door, and soon came out with a temporary exit token. Flying towards the mountain's exit, he soon saw a solitary peak with 2 disciples guarding at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement. Liu Qinghuan landed in front of them and saluted, saying, "Senior brothers, I need to leave the mountain temporarily. I hope you can facilitate my request." One of them checked his temporary exit token, took out a compass, and after a few taps, a light gate appeared in the air, just wide enough for one person to pass through. After thanking them, Liu Qinghuan flew through the light gate. Looking back, he saw the gate rapidly close behind him. The scenery before him had changed dramatically, with strange peaks and sights replaced by ordinary hills. This was Liu Qinghuan's first time leaving the mountain since joining the Wenshi sect, and he felt a bit excited. After taking out a jade slip map to confirm his position, he flew forward. His destination was a trading market located only half a day's journey from the Wenshi sect. As one of the 4 major cultivation sects, the Wenshi sect had many smaller sects and cultivating families affiliated beneath it, but the sect itself was never open to outsiders. Thus, an external affairs office was established not far from the sect. Over time, this developed into a sizable trading market. Liu Qinghuan needed to deal with some useless magical artifacts and other items which were inconvenient to sell in the sect's trading plaza, so he chose this location. 2 hours later, he saw a collection of buildings in the distance with cultivators continuously flying in and out. Liu Qinghuan repressed the flying leaf shuttle, scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, and walked behind a large tree. When he emerged again, he appeared as a pale youth dressed in white training robes. Liu Qinghuan touched his face, made a few expressions, and nodded in satisfaction. This disguise pill was indeed very useful, allowing him to change his appearance in an instant. He obtained this item from a disciple of the Bamboo Forest Mountain whom he had killed in the tower. That person had few spirit stones in his storage bag, but quite a lot of other items. There were 5 or 6 magical artifacts, which made Liu Qinghuan grateful that he had utilized the Forbidden Spirit area that day to swiftly eliminate him. Otherwise, in a battle of magic, he would probably have been outmatched. However, most of those magical artifacts were fire attribute, and he could not use many of them. In addition to some spiritual materials, there was a protective golden light shield and a bone fan. He set up the flying leaf shuttle again and reached the market in just a quarter of an hour. The entire market was not small, almost equivalent to a small town crowded with people. Not only were there cultivators dressed in sect attire, but also many scattered cultivators setting up stalls by the roadside. Liu Qinghuan did not rush into buying and selling, but strolled through one shop and one stall. After one round, he had a rough understanding of the local prices. He sold his magical artifacts and spiritual materials in 3 transactions. During the last transaction, when he took out the items left by the skinny man, the shopkeeper looked at him with slight surprise. Liu Qinghuan scratched his nose and smiled awkwardly. This was the reason he had to change his appearance. The shopkeeper was not surprised, maintaining a normal expression as he took out a scarlet thin silk belly wrap from Liu Qinghuan's storage bag, saying, "High-grade protective clothing, well-preserved, 120 spirit stones." He then took out a jade hairpin, 8 treasures, flowing tassel phoenix hairpin, mid-grade attack, magical artifact, 50 spirit stones. After leaving that shop, Liu Qinghuan still felt a bit flushed in the face. As he walked slowly along the street, he calculated the spirit stones he had gained. In total, he had sold nearly 2,000 spirit stones. What surprised Liu Qinghuan the most was that the book Yin-Yang Harmonization and Refinement Technique was sold for 400 spirit stones. It seemed that no matter how rubbish a cultivation technique was, it still held considerable value. After selling his items, it was time to buy. Liu Qinghuan turned into a deserted alley and emerged, restoring his original appearance and changing into the black sect attire of the Wenshi sect. With a clear target, he directly headed towards the alchemy room that the Wenshi sect had established in this area. At this time, the store was bustling with activity, with a crowd gathered around the counter, including many female cultivators. "Are the youth preservation pills not released yet?" A male cultivator squeezed in the back row, anxiously stretching his neck and shouting, "Didn't the people from the Wenshi sect say they would be released today?" The person in front also stretched his neck. "They said it would be released at noon. There's still a quarter of an hour." It is said that this time many beauty flower nectars were collected from the Wenshi sect's Great Sumeru Tower, so there should be plenty of youth preservation pills released. So many people who I wonder if I can buy one. I promised my junior sister that I would definitely give her a bottle. Sigh. The cultivator in front side my spouse said if I don't buy one today, I won't be allowed inside. Why are these women so concerned about their appearance? A handsome male cultivator beside him interrupted, fanning himself. Haha. You don't understand. Who says only women care about their looks? He said as he touched his own face. Only ugly people don't care about their appearance. Because they have no appearance to care about. This statement drew disdainful looks from a group of male cultivators around. A big man acting effeminately by touching his own face was indeed too narcissistic. Just then Liu Qinghuan stepped into the store, attracting the attention of many cultivators. A male cultivator shouted at him, "Hey friend from the Wensher sect, are you here to deliver youth preservation pills?" Seeing that the crowd was approaching him, Liu Qinghuan quickly shook his head. The crowd lost interest upon seeing his gesture and turned back to guard the counter. A fellow disciple of the Wensher sect dressed in black sect attire approached and asked, "Junior brother, are you looking to buy something?" Liu Qinghuan noticed that the other party was at the 9th level of qi refinement and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Senior brother, I would like to purchase some alchemical materials." The disciple then led him around the crowd and up to a room on the 2nd floor where they sat down. Liu Qinghuan glanced at the bamboo leaves on the hem of his robe, thought for a moment, and took out his identity jade slip, handing it over. "Yes, senior brother." The disciple examined the jade slip, returned it to him, and pointed to the pattern of spiritual herbs and a spiritual sword on his chest, smiling. "So it's junior brother Liu. I am Wangsu, a disciple of the Tiangong Peak. I wonder what kind of pills you want to refine and what spiritual herbs you need. Our sect disciples enjoy a 20% discount on all purchases in this shop." Liu Qinghuan smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother Wang." As he spoke, he handed over a jade slip. "Everything I need is listed here." Wangsu took a look and nodded, saying, "These are the various spiritual herbs required for the spirit cultivation pill." Is this the recipe for the water-refined spirit cultivation pill?" Liu Qinghuan nodded in approval, saying, "Senior brother Wang, your eyesight is excellent. It is indeed the recipe for the water-refined pill. Spirit water mugwa powder larva juice crane blood. This is a mugwa water recipe. Junior brother Liu is well prepared. Are you just beginning to learn alchemy?" Wangsu asked tentatively. Liu Qinghuan replied, "Yes, but I don't know if I have the talent for it." Haha. Wangsu laughed. "It doesn't matter. The more you refine, the higher the success rate will be." Liu Qinghuan smiled and nodded, but thought to himself he knew that refining more would indeed increase the success rate, but alchemy consumes spirit stones. How many cultivators without a background can afford that? Indeed, for a first-time learner, using mugwa water to increase the success rate is a very good choice, Wangsu said, looking at the jade slip and nodding. The greatest difference between water refinement alchemy and other alchemy techniques lies in the fact that water refinement involves various water methods essential for concocting different pills. After reading it, he lightly tapped the table with his finger and asked him how many portions of the 24 spiritual herbs and materials needed for the Peiyuan pill along with the mugwa water and the required fire spirit would does junior brother Liu need in total. Liu Qinghuan calculated and said, "Since I am a beginner, I heard that a first-time pill maker might need to refine dozens of portions to produce one pill, so let's start with 100 portions. Wangsu looked him up and down, then checked the list in the jade slip again. 100 portions is neither too much nor too little for the shop at Tiangong Peak. This junior brother Liu looked unassuming, but it turned out he was quite affluent. The formula for the Peiyuan pill costs about 10 spirit stones per portion. One portion of mugwa water can refine 10 portions of Peiyuan pill, so for 100 portions, 10 portions of mugwa water are needed, each costing 5 spirit stones. A first-grade fire spirit wood can burn for 2 days, but sometimes more firepower is needed during alchemy, so it's best to prepare more. Let's get 100 pieces first, shall we?" He looked at Liu Qinghuan, who nodded. "Senior brother Wang has thought it through. I will follow your lead." Wangsu continued to calculate. First-grade fire spirit would cost 2 spirit stones each, and with an additional 20% discount, the total comes to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Thank you, senior brother." Liu Qinghuan nodded, but thought to himself, alchemy truly consumes spirit stones. Just like this, it costs 1,000 spirit stones. Without some financial backing, one couldn't afford to refine it all. Seeing that Liu Qinghuan had no objections, Wangsu stood up, saying, "Junior brother Liu, please wait a moment. I will go fetch the items you need." "Thank you, senior brother." Liu Qinghuan cupped his hands. Wangsu opened the soundproof array and walked out, and he heard a cacophony of cheers from downstairs. It seemed the people were eagerly awaiting the arrival of the beauty enhancement pill. Liu Qinghuan recalled that he still had 7 bottles of beauty flower nectar in his storage bag, which Ling Guang had insisted on giving him, saying that they had collected 4 more beauty flowers during their subsequent activities, and he should count it as his share. He wondered how difficult it would be to refine the beauty enhancement pill. If he could learn it, it would indeed be a way to earn spirit stones. It seems it would be best not to contribute the 7 bottles of nectar for now. After a while, Wangsu returned, handing a storage bag to Liu Qinghuan. "Junior brother Liu, please check it." Liu Qinghuan took it, quickly scanning the various spiritual herbs and materials within with his divine sense, confirming it, and nodding, then handed over a storage bag containing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wang Su accepted it and smiled. If junior brother Liu needs alchemical materials in the future, you can buy them directly from the sect's trading post. I have a shop there as well. If you succeed in refining pills, you can also sell them through our shop. Liu Qinghuan nodded. All right, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I understand now. Once the transaction was completed, he did not linger and passed by Wang Su heading downstairs. At this moment, the atmosphere downstairs was extraordinary, with cultivators eagerly eyeing the bottles of pink beauty enhancement pills displayed at the counter. Liu Qinghuan managed to squeeze out of the crowd and summoned a flying leaf shuttle heading back to the sect. The journey was smooth, and after 2 hours he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. He first checked on the growth of the reverse growth bamboo before taking out the Taijing golden liquid jade pill scripture. Water refinement alchemy requires refining water before refining pills. This scripture records various water refining methods, some for increasing success rates, some for enhancing efficacy, and others for improving output rates, each with different effects. As a beginner, Liu Qinghuan chose the Muguo water method that increases the success rate. He memorized the method for producing Muguo water, and upon entering the alchemy room, he found that a small open furnace had already been set up. Ideally, using ground fire for alchemy is best, followed by using one's own fire spiritual power. However, ground fire is only available at Tiangong Peak, and renting it for a day is quite expensive. He also lacks fire spiritual roots, so he could only replace it with fire spirit wood. However, water refinement alchemy does not have as strict requirements for fire. The main requirement is stability, so using fire spirit wood is also a good method. Liu Qinghuan took out a piece, rubbed it between his fingers to ignite a small flame, and waited for the fire spirit wood to burn vigorously before placing the San Fenyu Dan furnace over the fire. The next moment, the various spiritual materials for making Muguo water were laid out all around. Liu Qinghuan gently waved, lifting a bag of spiritual water into the air and slowly pouring it into the San Fenyu Dan furnace. Once the spiritual water boiled, he added Muguo powder larva juice, and so on in sequence, continuously stirring evenly with his spiritual power. As the flames heated, the Muguo water in the furnace gradually shifted from brown to a clear, translucent hue. With a thud, the lid of the San Fenyu Dan furnace was closed. After that, it was a continuous process of heating. Liu Qinghuan sat cross-legged nearby, occasionally using his divine sense to observe the situation inside the furnace. After some time, he would throw in a portion of spiritual material or add some spiritual water. Aside from tending to the reverse growth bamboo, he remained by the furnace. 3 days later, he added the final portion of spiritual material and continued heating for half a day. At this point, the Muguo water in the furnace had turned into a transparent flesh color, which indicated that it was successfully refined. Liu Qinghuan exhaled and divided the Muguo water into 10 portions for storage. Fortunately, refining water is relatively simple, allowing him to successfully refine it at once. However, the subsequent pill refining would be the real test. He repeatedly recalled the key techniques for refining the spirit cultivation pill, rested for a night, tidied up everything in the cave, and hung a do not disturb sign outside before returning to the alchemy room. With a wave of his hand, the 24 materials needed for refining the spirit cultivation pill were neatly arranged around the San Fenyu Dan furnace. The Sanfen Jade alchemy furnace was set up on the blazing firewood. Liu Qinghuan poured a portion of Muguozui into the furnace, and once it was boiling, he first added the prepared Zhonglan grass. Zhonglan grass is the main spiritual herb for the Peiyuan pill, and it quickly dissolved into a red spiritual liquid in Muguozui. Liu Qinghuan manipulated the liquid in the furnace with his divine sense, causing it to spin in one direction while adding other materials. The recipe stated that this process must be slow and steady, and the speed of the liquid's rotation must be uniform. Controlling the water is as crucial to water refining alchemy as controlling the fire is in fire refining. There are clear requirements about when to be urgent and when to be slow. Once all the materials were added to the furnace, the liquid slowly turned a reddish-brown color with a layer of black-gray impurities floating to the surface. Using his divine sense, he scooped out all the impurities, clarifying the liquid. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for the critical step of condensing the pill. The blue liquid suddenly increased its rotation speed, and the reddish-brown color quickly condensed towards the center, gradually compressing into an extremely rich spiritual liquid, while the edges became lighter until they turned completely transparent. As the mass of spiritual liquid was compressed into a small ball, Liu Qinghuan swiftly cast several spells, while exhaling a breath of blue spiritual power, causing the flames to surge and envelop the entire alchemy furnace. He shouted, "Condense." The spiritual liquid suddenly contracted towards the center, desperately squeezing, but then it scattered apart. The furnace reverted to a chaotic reddish-brown liquid. The pill condensation had failed. A burnt odor quickly spread. Liu Qinghuan felt somewhat disappointed, but it was within expectations. He had never thought he would succeed in his first attempt at alchemy. He slowly recalled the alchemy process he had just undergone while cleaning the Sanfen Jade alchemy furnace. A quarter of an hour later, Liu Qinghuan poured another portion of Muguozui into the furnace. Condense. Again, a burnt odor wafted out. Condense. The liquid transformed into a mushy paste resembling overcooked rice porridge. Condense. This time he couldn't form a single ball of spiritual liquid at all. Liu Qinghuan rubbed his tightly furrowed brow. The prolonged use of divine sense to control the water had left him extremely fatigued. He had attempted the process no less than 10 times, consistently getting stuck at the pill condensation stage. He sat down to meditate and recover his spiritual power, summarizing his previous experiences before starting again. Soon it was time for the pill condensation stage again. Liu Qinghuan focused intently. With the flames surging, he cast spells fluidly. The crimson liquid shrank smaller and smaller until when it was about the size of a longan, it suddenly gathered towards the center. A pill suddenly took shape. Liu Qinghuan's face lit up with joy, but he dared not relax for a moment. He manipulated the lid of the furnace beside him and quickly sealed the Sanfin jade alchemy furnace. The next moment was the essence extraction phase. His divine sense penetrated the furnace, and he saw the already formed peeling pill continuously rotating, with each rotation reducing the muguizui. This process lasted about an hour, and the muguizui dwindled considerably. The entire furnace was shrouded in mist, and the enlarged peeling pill gently swayed within it. Liu Qinghuan grew tense. The next step was the crucial pill opening phase. The opening determined the number and size of the pills. Water refining typically involves more materials than fire refining, and with the base water used and the final essence absorption phase, if opened well, a single spiritual material could yield several pills. After the last trace of muguizui was absorbed by the peeling pill, the lid of the Sanfin jade alchemy furnace was simultaneously lifted, and a strong suction force erupted from the furnace, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to flow in like a stream. Liu Qinghuan continuously infused his own spiritual power as well. The peeling pill greedily absorbed the spiritual energy, swelling in size by another round. Suddenly, the rotating pill seemed to have absorbed enough spiritual energy and abruptly stopped. But it only paused for a moment before spinning even more frantically, becoming a blur. Liu Qinghuan stared intently, then widened his mouth in surprise. 3. It actually produced 3 peeling pills. He quickly grabbed the 3 pills into his hands. The crimson pills were plump and firm, their surfaces glistening with the unique moisture of water-refined pills. Liu Qinghuan was not in a hurry to continue refining. He stored 2 in a jade bottle and directly swallowed the third, then began meditating to cultivate. After 2 complete cycles, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of satisfaction. Not bad. They are indistinguishable from those bought outside, and even more mellow with faster absorption of medicinal power. He was filled with joy, brimming with enthusiasm as he stood up and prepared to start the furnace again. After the success of his first refinement, everything else felt much smoother. Although he only succeeded about 2 or 3 times out of 10, this success rate was rapidly increasing. Liu Qinghuan rested for 2 days, and once his divine sense recovered, he began to refine pills day and night. By the time he finished refining 100 sets of materials, he calculated that he had succeeded around 20 times, producing a total of 39 peiyuan pills. No wonder others say that water refining alchemy has a high pill opening rate. Most of the time, he could produce 2 pills at once, with the highest number being 4, which was truly astounding. Once he becomes proficient, he would be able to refine multiple sets of materials together, and the pill opening rate would only be higher. However, this might also be greatly related to the abundant spiritual energy within the Wensher sect. During each essence absorption phase, the pills in the furnace would absorb spiritual energy, as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. The more spiritual energy absorbed, the higher the pill opening rate. From then on, Liu Qinghuan began to refine pills frantically. As the number of refinements increased, his success rate began to rise sharply. Now, after a few months, he succeeded about 9 times out of 10, failing only once or twice. If this success rate were to be shared, it would probably leave most people in shock. Perhaps he truly possessed some talent for alchemy, but he believed that the credit should still go to the Sanfin jade alchemy furnace. After all, it is a top-tier spiritual treasure-grade alchemy furnace, and it has the effect of increasing the success rate of pill formation. Given that he was refining the lowest-grade first-tier peeling pills, it should indeed be quite easy. Every time he finished refining a batch of pills, he would change his appearance and venture to the market outside the Wensher sect, selecting different shops to sell the pills. He didn't sell too many, just around 10 at each shop, and after acquiring spirit stones, he would head straight to find Wang Su. Junior brother Liu here to buy materials again. Wang Su teased as he saw him. How did your last round of refining go? Alas, Liu Qinghuan shook his head repeatedly. It's too difficult. My divine sense isn't strong enough, and many times I failed before the pill condensation. Wang Su smiled. Indeed, water refining has a high requirement for divine sense, and pill condensation is the most challenging step in water refining. However, junior brother Liu hasn't given up. He must have made some progress, right? Liu Qinghuan revealed a proud smile in response to Wang Zu's probing. It seems I have some talent for alchemy. Look, I refined over 20 this time. Senior brother, please help me collect them. Sure. Wang Su took the pill bottles Liu Qinghuan handed him, praising for someone new to alchemy. Achieving this success rate is quite impressive. You must keep up the good work in the future. If you refine more pills, I will buy them all according to the rules and offer you a price higher than the market rate. How about that? Thank you, senior brother Wang. Liu Qinghuan gratefully clasped his hands and added, please bring me 200 sets of materials this time. Wang Su was also quite happy. Peeling pills are essential for every cultivator and sell very well. If he could secure a stable source of pills, he might even receive praise from the senior uncles above. Though the number of pills Liu Qinghuan provided was limited, even a small mosquito is still meat. Junior brother, please wait a moment. Oh, I will go get the materials for you right now. He turned and left. Liu Qinghuan calculated that his current success rate in pill refining had reached an astonishing number, with most of the pills he had stored away apart from the small portion he sold. After purchasing 200 portions of materials, he prepared to enter seclusion, as the pills in his possession were sufficient for his cultivation for a while. Liu Qinghuan returned to the Zizhu courtyard and saw a Dudu beast waiting outside the protective array. As soon as the Dudu beast saw him, it expressed its displeasure with a couple of cries and raised a front paw towards him. Liu Qinghuan hurriedly flew over to remove the storage bag hanging from its paw and tossed a spirit-nourishing pill into its mouth, after which the Dudu beast flew away contentedly. It must be a reply from Yunzheng. Liu Qinghuan entered the courtyard and eagerly opened the storage bag, finding a set of formation plates and a jade slip inside. He picked up the jade slip to read, his expression alternating between worry and joy. After joining the Ziwei Sword Pavilion, Yunzheng had directly become an inner sect disciple and had taken Master Chu Zhiqiu, a true monarch of the nascent soul, as his mentor. His cultivation was progressing smoothly, but a major incident had occurred within the Yun city aristocracy. The only nascent soul ancestor had fallen. The family head was nearing the end of his lifespan, and the internal disciples were busy competing for the position of the next family head, while externally, they faced various provocations from other forces, resulting in a situation fraught with internal and external troubles. Seeing that a medium-sized cultivation family was on the verge of collapse, Yunzheng had no choice but to seek help from Chu Zhiqiu, and only by offering the condition of the Yun city family aligning with the Ziwei Sword Pavilion was he able to secure temporary safety for his family. Liu Qinghuan sighed, noting that while these signs of large families were born into abundant resources, they also bore heavy family responsibilities, making them sometimes less free than someone like him, who had no ties. At the end of the letter, Yunzheng wrote, your family is the one selling formations. Your whole family is selling formations. Liu Qinghuan chuckled, taking out the formation plates reportedly called the 4 symbols 8 trigrams formation. Yunzheng had left detailed instructions on how to operate this formation in the jade slip, stating that it was a medium-sized formation that combined both an offensive and defensive array. Liu Qinghuan memorized the operation methods and set up the formation inside his cave. With a thought, he looked outside the courtyard, and the hair by his ears was blown up by a gust of wind as a white figure appeared in front of him. The little hoofed beast had changed dramatically, not only shrinking to the size of a cat, but also sporting 2 very short wings on its back. Has it shrunk again? Did it run off to dig holes somewhere? Liu Qinghuan squatted down and removed a bamboo leaf from its head. What kind of spirit beast is that rooster? 1 drop of blood could bring such a significant change to the hoofed beast. Not only could its size change freely, but it even grew wings. When Liu Qinghuan first saw it after it woke from its slumber, he was startled. At that time, its wings were even shorter than now, merely sprouting a tiny tip. Not long ago, he had formed a spiritual beast contract with the little hoofed beast. Having grown up alongside him, it trusted him greatly, and under their mutual cooperation, the contract was completed smoothly. Now he could clearly sense the emotions of the little hoofed beast. Liu Qinghuan tapped its forehead, saying, don't play around all day, you need to spend half your time cultivating properly. Spiritual beasts also need to cultivate, as they can elevate their own rank through training. The little one rubbed against his hand in a playful manner, but Liu Qinghuan tried to maintain a stern expression while lecturing it, though a hint of a smile betrayed him. The little creature now seemed to have awakened its intelligence, able to understand human speech quite well. However, its lively and restless nature made it somewhat lazy when it came to sitting down to cultivate. After coaxing the little hoofed beast back into the house, he walked into the room where the reverse bamboo was located. After several months of growth, the reverse bamboo still resembled a small bamboo shoot. At this rate of growth, it would probably take a long time to reach a foot in height. Anything done occasionally feels fresh, but as time passes, the difficulty increases dramatically. Just like in the process of cultivating bamboo, he needed to use spiritual power daily with the secret techniques from the bamboo heart sword cultivation without fail. Sometimes the task itself is simple, but the challenge lies in maintaining consistency. This also meant that the cultivators in the bamboo forest mountain didn't dare to travel far during bamboo cultivation and had to remain cooped up in their caves. However, this posed no problem for Liu Qinghuan, as he had originally planned to enter seclusion in the coming days. Time flies and the years pass like a shuttle. The years of cultivation can be tumultuous at times and as calm as still water at others. When a cultivator enters seclusion, it seems as though time itself comes to a standstill, focusing solely on cultivation each day. The clear autumn phoenix trees on the undying peak were yellowing and greening, then greening and yellowing again as the fluttering fallen leaves covered the hidden paths in the mountains. In contrast, the bamboo forest mountain remained evergreen throughout the seasons, with rows of emerald bamboo standing proud against frost and snow, thriving in spring. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 years is neither a long nor a short time. It allowed Liu Qinghuan to rely on the power of pills to surge to the 9th layer of qi refinement, and it also allowed the reverse bamboo to grow to nearly 3 feet. Liu Qinghuan did not expect that he would be in seclusion for 5 years. In the first year, he would occasionally go out to the market to buy and sell pills and materials. Afterwards, Wang Su noticed that he was focused on cultivation and suggested delivering materials to him every 6 months, while also picking up pills. After considering it, Liu Qinghuan thought it was a good idea, and he agreed. He did not sell much, only 100 Peiyuan pills each time, while exchanging for 100 portions of materials. And with his subsequent success rate in pill refining being rarely low and an extremely high success rate in opening pills, the remaining Peiyuan pills could fully support his daily cultivation needs. He directly submitted a request for seclusion to the Inner Affairs Hall. While in seclusion, he could be exempt from the sect's annual tasks. He also bought a portion of bamboo cultivation soil, considering the slow growth rate of the reverse bamboo, fearing it might not reach 3 feet in 3 years. Since then, he had no other matters to attend to. He hung up the sign for seclusion and never stepped out of the Zizhu courtyard again. With ample Peiyuan pills, his cultivation progressed steadily, and half a year ago, he had surged to the 9th layer of qi refinement. From the 6th to the 9th layer of qi refinement normally takes over 10 years, yet Liu Qinghuan only took 5. Seeing that the reverse bamboo was about to reach 3 feet, he also prepared to end his seclusion. However, if he just walked out like this, people would inevitably suspect him upon seeing his sudden leap in cultivation to the 9th layer of qi refinement. It seems it is time to refine his spiritual power. Liu Qinghuan sat in the quiet room pondering and reached into his bosom to pull out the storage bag. With a slight movement of his hand, the spiritual materials he initially gathered from the field near the thatched cottage appeared in the room like a small mountain. Quickly, a semi-transparent root extended from his dantian, swaying left and right. Liu Qinghuan knew this was the wooden stick testing the surrounding environment for safety. He found it quite amusing. Its roots were impossible to grasp or cut, and it was so timid, not even knowing what it was afraid of. Soon a dense mass of roots appeared, plunging into the small mountain of spiritual materials, voraciously absorbing with spiritual energy and the invisible chaotic energy. The small mountain quickly deflated. Liu Qinghuan's divine sense entered the dantian, standing atop the mountain of spiritual roots, watching the qi sea surge and the mountain of spiritual roots tremble violently. Perhaps due to the large amount absorbed this time, the mountain of spiritual roots shook for over 20 breaths before completely settling, simultaneously releasing the spiritual power it had absorbed. For the time being, Liu Qinghuan had no time to pay attention to the nearly liquefied, thick spiritual power after the refinement. All his focus was on the yellow soil and blue sea beneath the mountain of spiritual roots. With a thought, the main body of the spiritual root appeared, and Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This time, the earth and water spiritual roots had decreased by 30%, while the wood spiritual root had grown significantly. This represented that his efficiency in cultivation would increase many times compared to now. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within his body, Liu Qinghuan's cultivation returned to the peak of the 8th level of qi refinement. He opened the protective array, stepping out of the Zizhu courtyard for the first time in years. Liu Qinghuan prepared to head to the Inner Affairs Hall to cancel his seclusion. Flying towards the undying peak, the lush mountains and flowing waters remained unchanged. Yesterday's flowers had wilted, yet today's blooms blossomed anew. Before the transmission tower of the undying peak, the place was still bustling with activity. After Liu Qinghuan alighted from the flying leaf shuttle, he noticed the people passing by wore expressions of excitement. Just as he was about to ask someone, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found it was Lin Guang, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "Liu Shidi, you've come out of seclusion." Lin Guang looked at him in surprise, suddenly widening his eyes. "You've actually reached the 8th level of qi refinement." Liu Qinghuan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Lin Shixiao, it's been a long time. I just came out today." Lin Guang exclaimed in amazement. "Liu Shidi, how did your cultivation rise so quickly?" "Lin Shixiao, didn't you also reach the 8th level of qi refinement?" Liu Qinghuan laughed. "Besides, I've been locked away in my room for 5 years. If I didn't make some progress, I would be failing the ground I sit on every day, wouldn't I?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Guang laughed and shook his head. "I'm not the same as you, Liu Shidi. Back in the day, I was even a level higher than you. Now it seems your cultivation surpasses mine. Speaking of which, Bai Fengming's cultivation has also reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Then we should congratulate Bai Shixiao. Liu Qinghuan hadn't expected Bai Fengming to advance so quickly. After all, Bai Fengming's cultivation had initially been a level lower than his. Sigh. Comparing ourselves to others is really frustrating. Lin Guang lamented, compared to you guys I feel so far behind. Lin Shixiao, why must you belittle yourself? Cultivation isn't achieved in a day. Moreover, with our current levels of cultivation, it's not like we can see the difference. Liu Qinghuan consoled him. As they walked and talked, Lin Guang pulled Liu Qinghuan, saying, Good, today we coincidentally meet Liu Shidi out of seclusion. Let's go. Let's go drink a bit at my place. I'll call Bai Fengming over. It's been 5 years since we last gathered. He raised his hand and cast a sound transmission talisman, and the two flew towards the bamboo forest mountain. Upon arriving at Lin Guang's residence, they saw Bai Fengming already waiting there. Upon seeing Liu Qinghuan, he joyfully flew over, saying, Liu Shidi, long time no see. The three entered Lin Guang's small courtyard laughing and chatting. Liu Qinghuan curiously looked around, and Lin Guang smiled, saying, Liu Shidi, how do you find my place? How does it compare to yours? Spacious and elegant. Liu Qinghuan gave a thumbs up. My little place can't compare to Shixiang's here. What's spacious and elegant? Bai Fengming shook his head vigorously. I think it's drafty all around. Living alone in such a big space is completely a waste. Lin Guang, who was taking out food and drinks from his storage bag, was displeased by this. The two began to bicker again, one accusing the other of living in a coal mine, and the other saying the first lived in a doghouse. Liu Qinghuan laughed heartily on the side. These two hadn't changed at all after years apart. Come, Liu Shidi just came out of seclusion and has seen a significant rise in cultivation. Cheers. Lin Guang raised his wine glass. Liu Qinghuan readily clinked glasses with the two, recalling the strange feeling he sensed outside the transmission tower. He asked, Has anything significant happened in the sect recently? You mean the grand competition? Lin Guang explained, You wouldn't know since you just came out of seclusion. This year the grand competition is scheduled to take place in a month. And he paused with a mischievous look. And oi. Noticing Lin Guang deliberately stopping, Liu Qinghuan hadn't even opened his mouth when Bai Fengming tossed him a peanut, saying, And what are you waiting for? Just say it. Look at you two. Lin Guang complained. All day you just know how to cultivate, and you're completely out of touch with the news. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. He leaned forward and whispered, I heard this grand competition is extremely important. As long as qi refinement disciples make it into the top 100 of the sect ranking, they'll qualify to participate in a trial jointly held by the 4 major sects. Trial? Bai Fengming exclaimed, What kind of trial? It should be a secret realm or a hidden place. Lin Guang stroked his chin, but which one it is remains unclear for now. There are all sorts of speculations among the qi refinement disciples, and it's hard to tell which ones are true and which are false. Bai Fengming stood up in excitement, saying, Then I want to sign up. Liu Qinghuan nodded as he felt quite intrigued as well. Don't blame me for dampening your confidence, Lin Guang said coolly. Do you know how many people there are in our sect? Off. Bai Fengming was puzzled by the sudden question, and Liu Qinghuan replied, About 20,000. Not bad, but out of these 20,000, how many are qi refinement disciples? This Liu Qinghuan didn't know. Lin Guang remarked, There are nearly 15,000 qi refinement disciples. So many. Bai Fengming gasped in shock. What did you expect? Lin Guang crossed his legs, leaning back against his chair. Reaching foundation establishment isn't so easy. 8 or 9 out of 10 stuck in qi refinement will never reach foundation establishment in their lifetime. He took a sip of wine and continued, Among these 15,000, how many do you think have reached the 9th level of qi refinement? Before the two could answer, he shook his head, saying, Sigh, only 100. It's not easy to get into the top 100, especially since the 3 of us are only at the 8th level of qi refinement. The 3 fell silent, and the atmosphere grew a bit heavy. Liu Qinghuan quietly sipped his drink and said slowly, I'm going to sign up anyway. As for whether I can make it into the top 100, how would I know without trying? Right. Bai Fengming stood up excitedly, saying, What Liu Shidi said is absolutely right. Instead of complaining and speculating, it's better to give it a try on stage. I won't believe it, but it's just 100 spots. I'm going to give it a shot. Good. Lin Guang shouted, also standing up. I like your reckless personality. Who cares about the consequences? I'll also give it a shot. After he finished, he paused for a moment and suddenly stomped his foot. Damn. How did I also start saying I all of a sudden? Ha ha. The other two laughed heartily, and the atmosphere grew lively again. The 3 began chatting casually about the grand competition 3 years ago. Since Liu Qinghuan had been in seclusion at that time, he had completely missed it. He listened eagerly as the two excitedly recounted which notable figures had participated and which battles had been the most thrilling. Liu Shidi probably doesn't know yet. Lin Guang suddenly said, Shixiangchu recently reached foundation establishment. Oh. Liu Qinghuan was somewhat surprised. Shixiangchu had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement, but was just not very focused on cultivation. In recent years, he suddenly settled down, plus he had decent talent, and he finally succeeded in reaching foundation establishment a month ago. That's indeed good news, Liu Qinghuan nodded. I'll send a congratulatory letter to Shi Xiangchu later. The three then continued to chat about other topics. After the small gathering with Liu Qinghuan, and by Lin dispersed, he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard deep in thought. The information he obtained today from Lin Guang was crucial concerning the sect competition and the subsequent trial in the secret realm. However, to participate in these two events, he needed to procure some new magical tools. Now that his cultivation had improved, the previous tools were somewhat inadequate, especially the soul capture bell, whose grade was too low and had limited effectiveness for high-level chi practitioners. He took out his storage bag and began to check its contents. Over the past few years, he had not accumulated many spirit stones, but he had saved a considerable amount of spirit-nourishing pills, with several hundred still remaining, and he had also refined a good number of recovery pills. In the following days, Liu Qinghuan visited the sect's trading square and market several times, purchasing many seeds for earth-based magical spells. During his closed-door training these years, he had also practiced various earth spells. In addition, he found a pair of wind speed boots that could enhance his speed. As for other items, he had not yet found any magical tools that satisfied him. Just as he was busy with various trivial matters, Chu Yunhe came to visit. Lu Shidi, you are not being fair. Chu Yunhe landed in the purple bamboo courtyard, expressing his dissatisfaction loudly. You went into seclusion for 5 years, and I couldn't find anyone to drink with. If it weren't for your message, I wouldn't even know you had come out of seclusion. Seeing that Liu Qinghuan had reached the 8th level of chi training, Chu Yunhe praised him thrice. Shidi is indeed diligent. It's only been a few years, and you have already reached the 8th level of chi training. Congratulations. I should be the one congratulating senior brother Chu for successfully establishing his foundation, bringing him one step closer to the Tao. Liu Qinghuan clasped his hands in salute. Speaking of which, I should have visited senior brother first, but you beat me to it. The two exchanged smiles, and Chu Yunhe said, since Lu Shidi went into seclusion, I have been busy with my own cultivation as well, and it's been years since we've had a good drink. I remember the last time we drank together, it was quite enjoyable. Today, you must accompany me for a good drink. Liu Qinghuan then prepared some food and wine, and Chu Yunhe added, by the way, I actually have something important to discuss with Shidi today. Moi. Liu Qinghuan set down his wine cup and looked at him. My friends are throwing a celebration banquet for me, and I specifically came to deliver the invitation today. He pulled out a golden invitation from his pocket and handed it over. Liu Qinghuan accepted it and smiled. Even if senior brother hadn't sent the invitation, I would still want to join in the fun and broaden my horizons. Huh. Chu Yunhe laughed heartily. It's just that everyone hasn't gathered in a long time, and they wanted an excuse to meet up. He did not linger long, likely busy with matters, and after a round of drinks, he took his leave. 3 days later, Liu Qinghuan arranged to meet Lin Guang, and Bai Fengming, and the three of them appeared at the foot of Tianqing Peak. This was Liu Qinghuan's first visit to Tianqing Peak. Unlike the tranquility of Zhulin Mountain, Tianqing Peak was bustling with many disciples, resulting in numerous houses hidden among the towering pines and cypress. They flew all the way to Chu Yun's Chongxin courtyard, where Zhou Kunjian greeted them at the entrance. Upon seeing the three of them, he immediately came forward. Lin Shidi, by Shidi, Lu Shidi, your esteemed presence is greatly welcomed. Oh, forgive my lack of courtesy. The three of them respectfully declined, and after greeting each other, Zhou Kunjian called over a third-level chi practitioner disciple. Please, the three Shidis come inside to rest. The three followed the disciple into Chongxin courtyard. As Liu Qinghuan walked, he thought it was no wonder Lin Guang praised Chongxin courtyard. The entire layout of the courtyard was evidently designed elegant yet grand. As they walked, flowers brushed against the willows, crossed bridges, and flowed over water. The architecture was exquisite and beautiful, adorned with rockeries and flowing streams, various rare flowers, and exotic plants scattered throughout, indeed deserving of the name Qiong. They were led to a pavilion by the lake to wait. By this time, there were already many people here dressed in attire from various peaks, and many beautiful female cultivators were present. Most of them were at the chi training stage, but quite a few foundation establishment cultivators were sitting on the stone benches by the lake, conversing with those around them. So many people. Bai Fengming exclaimed softly. The individuals there were clearly not ordinary disciples. When they saw the three enter, a hint of arrogance flashed in their expressions. A few among them were particularly striking, their movements exuding a glimmer of magical tools, spiritual light. Lin Guang communicated with the others using sound transmission. Most of Chu Shixiang's acquaintances are elite disciples from various peaks, and many are descendants of Golden Core realms or nascent soul elders. The three were aware of their ordinary status and did not approach those people, instead remaining in a corner chatting casually while waiting. Lin Guang, however, recognized quite a few people in the crowd and introduced them one by one to Bai and Liu. Continuously, disciples were led to this place, and eventually more than 100 people had gathered. Liu Qinghuan speculated that most of the high-level cultivators' descendants from the Wensher sect had likely congregated here. When the crowd had nearly assembled, they saw a group of people surrounding Qinghuan as he approached. Today Qinghuan was dressed in a bright red ceremonial robe looking radiant. As he entered the pavilion, he cupped his fists towards everyone laughing. Haha, thank you for your patience, everyone. Today, due to a small matter of mine, I have disturbed your serene cultivation. I hope you will all be forgiving. A male cultivator in the foundation establishment stage stood up and laughed. I said, Old Chu, why are you being so polite? I can see that you are clearly pained by the spirit milk you gifted me last time during my foundation establishment. You came here to get it back. He sighed. Had I known you would establish your foundation so quickly, I wouldn't have been greedy for your gift. His words drew laughter from the crowd, and Qinghuan chuckled. Have I not given you enough gifts before? If I don't recoup my costs today, no one is leaving this courtyard. Surrounded by laughter, Fengming's expression turned somewhat displeased, and he used sound transmission to ask, What gift did you prepare? I prepared a piece of spiritual material that I found at sea. Lin Guang looked equally troubled. I prepared a bottle of pills suitable for the foundation establishment stage. The two of them turned to Liu Qinghuan, who replied calmly, I have a bottle of spiritual wine. It's merely a token of my appreciation. We cannot compare to those people, and Chu Shixiang will not hold it against us. As the three of them were speaking, they noticed the people in front moving out of the pavilion, so they hurriedly followed. They arrived at a flower hall where square tables were laden with delicious dishes. Liu Qinghuan and the others naturally chose seats towards the back, and soon the hall was filled with clinking glasses and joyous laughter. In the center of the flower hall, an area was cleared, and several female cultivators dressed in colorful garments danced gracefully to the enchanting music that seemed to come from nowhere. As the light gauze fluttered, various spiritual flowers and colorful birds appeared. Qinghuan skillfully mingled at every table, able to converse joyfully with everyone. After a while, he arrived in front of Liu Qinghuan, and after sharing a couple of drinks, Qinghuan said, Liu Shidi, don't be in a hurry to leave later. At the end of the banquet, there will be a customary exchange meeting, and anyone who wishes to stay can do so. If you have anything you wish to sell, you can bring it out, and if others are interested, they will exchange with you. Liu Qinghuan nodded in thanks, feeling somewhat tempted, unsure if he would find something useful, and considered what he could offer for exchange. The banquet continued until evening. Most people stayed, and the expressions on their faces indicated that the next part was likely to be the highlight. The crowd moved to another hall where a table was set up at the front surrounded by comfortable seats, and steaming spirit tea was placed on the side table. Liu Qinghuan and his companions stayed behind, waiting for the exchange meeting to commence. Qinghuan stepped onto the platform, looking down at the 70 or 80 people below, and said with a smile, I knew you all came to congratulate me on my foundation establishment, but in truth you are all here for this exchange meeting. Qinghuan stepped onto the stage and looked at the 70 or 80 people below, smiling as he said, I knew that you all came not just to congratulate me on my foundation establishment, but actually for this exchange meeting. A robust and plump male cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement replied, Brother Chu, that's not right. Who said we came to congratulate you on your foundation establishment? I'm just here to attend the exchange meeting. Huh? Qinghuan laughed and scolded. All right, I won't waste your precious time any longer. If I don't get down soon, Sister Liu will likely come up to beat me. A female cultivator standing up to speak heard this and playfully made a face, teasingly glancing at a beautiful female cultivator beside her. Brother Chu, I wouldn't dare to hit you, or Sister Qing would come after me. I'm scared. Sister Qing blushed, causing a wave of laughter among the crowd. Qinghuan cleared his throat twice. Enough of the chit-chat. The exchange meeting starts now. Since we have new friends here, let me explain the rules. The crowd quieted down, sensing the seriousness of the matter, and Qinghuan continued. Our exchange meeting follows the principle of voluntariness. If any friend wants to exchange something, they come up to the stage, introduce their item, and state what they wish to swap for. If someone is interested and both parties agree, the exchange is complete. If one side disagrees, the other should not press further. Now the first friend who wishes to exchange can come up. As soon as he finished speaking, the robust and plump male cultivator rushed onto the stage, saying, Hee, I'll go first. While speaking, he took out a black lotus flower. This is a 200-year-old burning demon lotus, including the lotus flower, lotus seed, and lotus seeds, a top-tier spiritual material for refining burning demon lamps or similar spiritual artifacts. He held the burning demon lotus in his hands, showcasing it to everyone. Then he released a burst of spiritual power, and the lotus flower erupted with black flames, looking extraordinarily enchanting. Many below showed signs of interest. The burning demon lotus was already rare, let alone one that was 200 years old. They all waited to hear what he wanted in exchange. The plump male cultivator said, I want at least 300-year-old Zichun grass. Gaoation, if you want foundation establishment pills, it's not difficult. Master Yu Jing has prepared them for you long ago. Why do you need 300-year-old Zichun grass? Someone chimed in, appearing to complain since he wanted the burning demon lotus, but couldn't produce the 300-year-old Zichun grass. What do you know? Naturally, the better the foundation establishment pill, the higher the success rate of foundation establishment. Gao Weishan replied, does no one have it? Or any other spiritual herbs or materials needed for refining foundation establishment pills will do, but they must all be 300 years or older. At this moment, a female cultivator dressed in purple stood up. I have over 200-year-old Ruwan flowers, one of the spiritual herbs. Would Senior Gao be willing to exchange? Gao Weishan was clearly reluctant. He scanned the crowd, and seeing no one else standing up, sighed, Sister, my burning demon lotus is complete. I can exchange, but you must add at least 1,000 spirit stones. Seeing the female cultivator nod, they quickly completed the transaction. The next person on stage was a slender male cultivator who took out a black cage, inside which lay a cat-sized demon beast. It curled up into a ball covered in fluff with a pair of purple round eyes that looked quite spirited, causing a group of female cultivators below to stand up and exclaim, wow, how cute. I want it. Quickly say what you want to exchange for. The slender male cultivator replied leisurely, this is a purple blood thunder lion, a second-tier demon beast, which can reach the 4th tier when fully grown, with records of breaking through to the 5th tier. It was only just over a month old and had not yet acknowledged a master. The purple blood thunder lion moves like lightning, has immense attacking power, and is naturally skilled in thunder-type spells. I want to exchange for a piece of 7-star Een Soul Stone. 7-star Een Soul Stone. What is that? Someone asked quietly beside them. Liu Qinghuan knew that the 7-star Een Soul Stone was a very rare spiritual, or usually found in places with heavy Een energy. However, the male cultivator would be disappointed. No one present had a 7-star Een Soul Stone. The exchange meeting was proceeding rapidly, with items brought forth by the attendees being either valuable or rare. Even the most common spiritual herbs were over 100 years old. In contrast, finished magical artifacts or skill manuals were extremely rare. Considering the identities of these people, they were either elite disciples from certain peaks or had powerful backers, naturally not lacking in such items. Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, comparing people leads to death, and comparing goods leads to loss. Those ordinary items of his likely wouldn't attract attention from anyone except by Feng Ming and Lin Guan. Some managed to exchange items while others did not. Liu Qinghuan also spotted several items that piqued his interest, but unfortunately, he had nothing the other party wanted, so he could only watch. Bai Feng Ming exchanged a large jade pink pearl for a piece of earth attribute spiritual, or? Another cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement stepped onto the stage, taking out a white jade rui. This is a treasure white jade rui, a top-tier magical artifact used for throwing attacks, striking the top of the head, and temporarily restraining spiritual power. I want exchange for anything else. Just give me 5 bottles of spirit cultivation pills. Just as he finished speaking, a male cultivator below suddenly said, Su Yema, are you addicted to taking pills, or what? You know that cultivating spiritual power this way is superficial and will greatly hinder your future foundation establishment, yet you still consume them. Su Yema shrugged indifferently. Who has the time to stay locked in a room all day to cultivate? Besides, don't you cultivate while taking spirit cultivation pills? The male cultivator shook his head. Master Wenhua has already cut off your spirit cultivation pills. Do you still dare to buy them outside? If he finds out that you're not cultivating properly and only know how to take pills to increase your cultivation level, your outcome will be as bad as last time. Su Yema scoffed. Aren't pills meant to be consumed? He complained again. Why did my father notify the trading post and market not to sell me spirit cultivation pills? Brother Zhang, you must keep this a secret for me. The male cultivator, seeing that persuasion was futile, didn't bother to try again. Yet no one stood up. Firstly, they were all from the same circle, not lacking in top-tier magical artifacts, and they were unwilling to offend Master Wenhua. Secondly, a top-tier magical artifact for 5 bottles of spirit cultivation pills wasn't a good bargain. 5 bottles of spirit cultivation pills equate to 50 pills worth 1,000 spirit stones, while a top-tier magical artifact is worth at most 200 or 300 spirit stones. Although the white jade rui was very practical, there were certainly similar artifacts. Su Yema was somewhat disappointed. Is no one going to exchange? This is crafted based on the 3 treasure, white jade rui. Any Qi refinement cultivator can have their spiritual power restrained for at least 3 breaths. 3 breaths is enough to kill whoever you want. Seeing that no one still stood up, he gritted his teeth. 3 bottles of spirit cultivation pills. If it drops lower, I won't exchange. I'll exchange with you. A cultivator in green stood up, and it was Liu Qinghuan. As soon as Su Yema heard this, he was overjoyed and quickly walked over to Liu Qinghuan, handing him the white jade rui. Liu Qinghuan took it and examined it closely. Seeing nothing wrong, he took out 3 jade bottles. Su Yema leaned over, making faces and transmitted sound. Brother, do you have more spirit cultivation pills? I'd like to exchange with you. They are all top-tier magical artifacts. Liu Qinghuan started sweating. He didn't dare to offend a golden core cultivator. He could pretend to be unaware during the exchange at the meeting, but if they were to trade privately afterward, he would have no excuse to escape. Although he desired top-tier magical artifacts, it wasn't worth the trouble. Liu Qinghuan quickly shook his head to indicate he had none, and Su Yema could only walk away disappointed. Emerging from Chu Yun's Qiongxin courtyard, it was already dawn. After bidding farewell to Liu Qinghuan and others, she returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. With a month remaining before the grand competition followed by a secret realm trial, Liu Qinghuan exchanged some elixirs for various talismans and thunder explosive pills, running around to complete numerous sect tasks. With the contribution points she had accumulated, she once again arrived at the second floor of the transmission pavilion. After searching for a long time, she found the recipe for the youthful countenance pill, but did not locate the foundation establishment pill's recipe. Liu Qinghuan looked up at the ceiling, realizing that the foundation establishment pill was likely to be found on the upper floors. However, she came across many ancient pill recipes. Although many of the spiritual herbs mentioned were no longer obtainable, Liu Qinghuan still read them with great interest. 20 days later, the reverse growth bamboo finally reached 3 feet in height. Liu Qinghuan looked at the half-black, half-white bamboo in the ceramic pot with mixed emotions. From cultivation to growth, this reverse growth bamboo embodied countless efforts over the past 5 years. Daily nurturing was never ceased, and now it was tightly connected to her divine sense. The black half of the bamboo did not represent corrupted death energy, while the white half was not merely vitality. With Liu Qinghuan's current lowly Dao cultivation, she could not see through it. Rather than saying she felt that the bamboo resonated with the sword intent she might cultivate in the future, it was more accurate to say that she trusted Master Dian. However, overthinking now was futile. She silently recited the moving bamboo section of the bamboo heart sword cultivation technique again, then sat cross-legged. Calming her heart and mind, she focused her intent at her brow, gradually sinking her divine sense into the Niwen Palace. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an endless void. Above was skyless, below was groundless, boundless, and infinite. The entire void was permeated with strands of gray mist. This was the place where the reverse growth bamboo would be transferred, the location of Liu Qinghuan's Sea of Consciousness. After wandering in the Sea of Consciousness for a while, she exited running the sitting forgetting longevity sutra until she achieved a state of emotional detachment, her entire body and mind becoming pure and untainted before finally opening her eyes. With the point of her right index finger, the reverse growth bamboo in the ceramic pot shook slightly, shaking off all the nurturing soil from its roots, floating into the air. Under the 3-foot bamboo stalk, a mass of fine bamboo roots trailed behind. Liu Qinghuan enveloped the entire reverse growth bamboo with her divine sense while casting several spells. The bamboo shrank smaller and smaller until it was the size of a broad bean. With a gesture, the bamboo flew toward her, drilling into her Niwen Palace at her brow. In the Sea of Consciousness, the reverse growth bamboo returned to its original size, suspended in the void, while the previously scattered gray mist slowly gathered, forming a gray cloud at the roots of the bamboo. Those gray mists represented Liu Qinghuan's divine sense nourishing the bamboo. From now on, the reverse growth bamboo would take root and continue to grow in her Sea of Consciousness. The next step was to concentrate her Dao heart to condense sword intent. However, this step was the most arduous. Liu Qinghuan took out the sitting forgetting longevity sutra for comprehension, as concentrating the Dao heart still relied on this scripture. Compared to the bamboo heart sword cultivation technique, the sitting forgetting longevity sutra was much more profound in terms of the Dao. A cultivator's Dao heart is formed by their true nature in accordance with the rules of heaven and earth, experiencing the myriad affairs of life, condensing their initial heart. To find the Dao heart, one must first find the self. The essence of the self, the actions of the self, the knowledge of the self. Have I truly recognized the self? Many people throughout their lives fail to recognize their own selves. Not knowing what they truly desire, they wander in confusion with a significant disparity between their outward appearance and inner awareness. Believing themselves to be suave and dashing, in reality they are greedy and lustful, thinking they are as rich as a country and superior to others. In truth, they are servile and barely surviving. If one cannot recognize the self, how can they discuss the Tao? In every meal and every sleep lies the source of gain and loss. In every word and action, the foundation of fortune and misfortune. While it may be skilled to grasp the superficial, it is better to be clumsy in guarding the essence. Observing the essence reveals the superficial, which is not a matter of impatience. Therefore, one should focus their heart and simplify their tasks, gradually diminishing their accomplishments. Only when the body is still and the heart is free can one perceive the truth. Life is fraught with difficulties and twists of fate. The vast heavens, how can there be an end? Not going against the principles of heaven, not forgetting the initial heart, is the only way to gather the Tao heart. Liu Qinghuan sat in silence, though still somewhat confused. She felt as though she had gained something. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the first day of the grand competition. On this day early in the morning, a large number of Qi refinement stage disciples had gathered in front of the bamboo and tent hall. The long-absent master of the bamboo forest mountains, Liu Qinghuan, stood at the hall's entrance, sternly stating this grand competition is of utmost importance. Although our bamboo forest mountain disciples are fewer than those from the other major peaks, you all have the same cultivation resources as everyone else. Therefore, I do not wish to see anyone dragging our bamboo forest mountain down. When you step onto the competition stage, losing is acceptable, but if anyone shows cowardice and brings shame, you will stand against the bamboo washing platform for 10 years. The bamboo washing platform. The disciples involuntarily shuddered. The bamboo washing platform is located on the back mountain of Bamboo Forest Mountain atop a sheer cliff. A magnificent waterfall cascades down, washing the standing black bamboos, making them look like sharp swords pointing toward the sky. There is no place to sit or lie down. The punished disciples must endure the overwhelming force of the waterfall while sitting on the sharp black bamboos to cultivate. Except for those cultivators training their bodies who intentionally seek hardship, others avoid it at all costs. Additionally, anyone who ranks in the top 100 during the grand competition will receive rewards from the sect, and Bamboo Forest Mountain will also provide an additional reward. The higher the rank, the better the reward. Zhuo Zhishan continued observing the expressions of excitement and eagerness among the crowd. He slowly added, there is one more thing regarding the secret realm trial after the grand competition. Everyone perked up, having heard rumors for so long. They finally received concrete news. This time, only the top 100 from the sect will be allowed in the secret realm trial. Zhuo Zhishan said slowly, at that time the sect's elder will lead us to the burial wind tundra to compete with the other 3 major sects and 7 mid-sized sects. His gaze swept over the youthful faces below. The trial location is in the abyss of the burial wind. The abyss of the burial wind. That is a place filled with death. Everyone was stunned, not even noticing Zhuo Zhishan's departure. On the way to the undying peak, the disciples of Bamboo Forest Mountain whispered among themselves, and Liu Qinghuan's expression grew serious. It is said that the abyss of the burial wind was originally the cave dwelling of a nascent soul demon cultivator thousands of years ago. This person practiced a corpse refining technique, desiring to create a zombie army, and thus refined thousands of corpse puppets in this place. Later, unable to find suitable corpses, he crazily began to secretly kill cultivators, even daring to extend his hand toward nascent soul loose cultivators of equal cultivation level. When the cultivation world realized that an increasing number of cultivators were going missing and traced them to the abyss, they found that it was filled with ominous winds and the cries of ghosts. That nascent soul demon cultivator had laid down the 3 5 earths, gathering in great formation, transforming a once peaceful canyon into a hellish realm. The nascent soul demon cultivator was indeed formidable. Other cultivators of the same rank were almost powerless before him, which only added to his new army. In his arrogance, he claimed to want to establish a zombie demon sect. This matter was of great urgency, prompting many sects to appeal to the 4 major sects. After discussion, the 4 major sects each sent a nascent soul true monarch along with a renowned monk from Namo Temple, and after a fierce battle managed to defeat him. However, the terrain within the abyss was complex, and the underground had been constructed into a massive maze by the nascent soul demon cultivator. Although the several nascent soul true monarchs destroyed the 3 5 earths, gathering in great formation, and eliminated the high-level corpse generals and most of the corpse puppets, they did not have the time to hunt down every last one. But the environment in the abyss could never be restored. The energy became exceedingly abundant. Over time, numerous ghostly beings and demon spirits naturally emerged, and along with the remaining corpse puppets, it gradually formed a climate of its own, eventually becoming a death zone. To prevent further harm, the 4 major sects set up a sealing formation outside the abyss and stationed people to monitor it. Gradually, they discovered that a considerable amount of attributed spiritual herbs and materials existed inside, and since there were not many formidable ghostly beings, it gradually transformed into a trial ground for various major sects. However, in the past, this trial ground was only open to cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, and this time allowing Qi refinement stage cultivators to enter is truly unusual. The abyss of the burial wind is far too dangerous, causing many Qi refinement stage disciples who initially had high ambitions to participate in the grand competition to hesitate. As the disciples of Zhu Linshan flew to the square in front of Tai Hall, most of the Qi refining cultivators of the sect had already gathered here, with the most excited being those disciples at lower cultivation levels. Since they mostly realized they couldn't compete with those at the upper levels of Qi refining, they had fewer thoughts and merely treated it as a spectacle. However, those preparing to participate in the grand competition were each weighed down by heavy thoughts, likely already knowing that the subsequent trial was the deadly abyss, with some even reconsidering their participation. Liu Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle to herself. They hadn't even passed the grand competition, yet these people were worrying too far ahead. as if they could truly rank within the top 100. At that moment, a loud voice rang out above the square. All Qi refining disciples heed my command. Liu Qinghuan turned her gaze towards the voice and saw a serious-looking foundation establishment cultivator standing at the entrance of Tai Hall. In this grand competition, disciples at the 7th layer of Qi refining and above may participate. The first round will be a wheel battle in sequence. Each participating disciple must win 10 consecutive matches to advance to the next round. A wheel battle and needing to win 10 matches. Many were instantly dumbfounded. This was unexpected. Previous competitions had always been unknown with the winner advancing to the next round, yet this time, they actually had to achieve 10 consecutive victories. This tested not merely their combat strength. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator continued in the wheel battle. If a disciple on stage wins, the next challenger may take the stage. If no one challenges after a victory, they automatically win after a quarter of an hour. If no one challenges within half an hour, it counts as 10 consecutive victories, and they may enter the second round of competition. The sound of buzzing discussions filled the square in front of Tai Hall, with many whispering to each other, all feeling that this grand competition was particularly harsh. The serious-looking Foundation Establishment Cultivator suddenly amplified his voice tenfold, suppressing all discussions. Now disciples wishing to participate in the grand competition, come here to receive your tokens. The grand competition officially begins at noon. At this moment, 10 tables had already been set up on the steps in front of Tai Hall. Many people were momentarily hesitant. First, they learned that the trial location was the Deadly Abyss, and now they also had to win 10 matches consecutively. Many originally unconfident individuals began to hesitate and congregate in place, discussing among themselves. However, there were also those who were very decisive. What are you afraid of? It's not like we're going to battle. I can take on 10. Don't say 10 matches, I wouldn't fear 100. A burly man at the 8th layer of Qi refining brandished a large wolf-tooth club-type artifact, shouting as he swaggered to join the queue. Liu Qinghuan stood at the back of a long line. The disciple distributing tokens was quick, and the line moved swiftly. Soon only 2 or 3 people remained in front of her. No. 2 of battle platform no. 3. The person in front exclaimed, shouting, with so many people in front of me, how did I end up with no? 2. The token distributor couldn't be bothered with him next. Someone reminded him it's randomly generated. When it was Liu Qinghuan's turn, the token distributor said identity jade slip. Liu Qinghuan handed over her identity jade slip, and the distributor took out a blank token with a recess designed to fit the jade slip. Then a line of text appeared on the token: Zhu Lin Shan, disciple, Liu Qinghuan, battle platform no. 6 no. 219. No. 219 was a rather neutral number. Liu Qinghuan took the token and found a relatively less crowded place on the outskirts of the square to sit cross-legged and wait. To achieve 10 consecutive victories, she wasn't very confident. This not only tested the cultivators' combat skills, but also their endurance in battle. And with the unpredictability of their opponents, the variables were too numerous for her to calculate. After a while, Bai Fengming and Lin Guang came over. Lin Guang looked gloomy, muttering, it's over, it's over. I definitely can't win 10 matches in the will battle. He then asked Liu Qinghuan, Liu Shidi, are you confident? Liu Qinghuan shook her head. I can only act according to the situation. We have no choice then. Lin Guang plopped down on the ground, lost in thought. As noon approached, 10 massive battle platforms appeared in a line in front of the hall, exuding a grand aura. The 3 stood up. Lin Guang was at battle platform no. 10, a bit far away, while Bai Fengming was next to Liu Qinghuan at battle platform no. 5. Liu Shidi, what number are you? Bai Fengming asked. No. 219. No. 83. Ooh, I should be called up before you. Liu Qinghuan said goodbye to him for the moment and went to battle platform no. 6, which was already surrounded by Qi refining disciples drawn to this platform, as well as younger disciples at the 1st or 2nd layer waiting to watch the battle. Dong, dong, dong. The noon bell resonated throughout the undying peak. A middle-aged Foundation Establishment Cultivator flew onto battle platform no. 6 and looked down, saying, before you take the stage, let me explain the rules. Once he saw that everyone was focused on him, the middle-aged Foundation Establishment Cultivator continued. First, anyone who falls off the platform loses. Anyone without subsequent combat capability loses. Anyone who voluntarily surrenders loses. If you haven't taken the stage within a quarter of an hour after your number is called, you lose. Second, if you continue to attack after your opponent concedes, your qualification for the grand competition will be revoked. Third, no deliberate killing of fellow disciples is allowed. If discovered, the law enforcement hall will deal with it. Everyone turned around and indeed saw that not only this battle platform, but at each battle platform nearby, there stood a Foundation Establishment Cultivator with sharp gazes watching the platform, their black sect robes embroidered with a mythical creature. All right. The middle-aged Foundation Establishment Cultivator clapped his hands. Now the cultivators at positions 1 and 2 on this battle platform may take the stage. After saying this, he cast a spell, and a transparent barrier appeared around the platform. After doing all this, he stepped back outside the platform. Below, the disciples exchanged glances, wondering who was so lucky to draw numbers 1 and 2. A male cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refining with a pained expression flew onto the stage under the gaze of everyone, his face written with unease. However, upon seeing his opponent, he let out a sigh of relief. His opponent was at the same cultivation level as him, also at the 7th layer of Qi refining. After they exchanged greetings, they each took up stances as if preparing for a grand battle. A quarter of an hour later, other battle platforms had erupted in cheers, yet the crowd in front of battle platform No. 6 was growing drowsy. The 2 cultivators on stage were casting their spells from a distance. One called out fireball technique and launched a fireball, while the other shouted water arrow technique and shot a water arrow, engaging in a genteel, yet friendly exchange. They were fighting with enthusiasm, yet the crowd below was booing. "What's going on? Are you treating this like hitting a wooden post?" Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. Liu Qinghuan was also wide-eyed, having never seen such a way of fighting. Had these two never truly fought before? The two on stage continued their slow-paced exchange of blows, causing the crowd below to become agitated. A large bubble fruit flew from the crowd, slapping against the barrier of the battle platform. With a pop, its juicy contents spilling down. The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator shot a warning glance at the disciple who threw the bubble fruit, but did not say a word. He felt helpless of what was going on with these Qi refining disciples. If they all fought like this, they would only end up being killed. Fortunately, the two on stage were not highly skilled, their spiritual energy was limited, and eventually both depleted it. The male cultivator No. 1 emerged victorious by a mere thread of spiritual energy. Before he could even celebrate, No. 3 took the stage and directly slapped him off the platform. "Damn it. Not only are you weak, but you also can't fight. If you can't fight, why come here to embarrass yourself?" This was a male cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refining, tall and burly. After knocking No. 1 off the stage, he cupped his fists and said, "I am Wang Jun of Siyuan Tower. May I ask who my opponent is?" "It's me." A cool voice emerged from the crowd of onlookers. A man carrying twin swords flew onto the stage and landed opposite Wang Jun. No. For Sikong Xian Ming from Mo Xie Peak. "Oh, he is Sikong Xian Ming." Someone shouted in surprise, and several disciples from Mo Xie Peak revealed expressions of admiration, while those who did not recognize him hurriedly asked those around them. Sikong Xian Ming at the 9th layer of Qi refining. It is said he practices dual swords and is quite formidable. "What's so great about dual swords?" Someone said dismissively. "It's obvious you're not a sword cultivator. Controlling dual swords is not that simple. It requires." The crowd below was lively, yet on stage Wang Jun wore a bitter smile, not expecting to face a formidable opponent as soon as he took the stage. Originally, he had intended to conserve his strength at the start, but now he had no choice but to give it his all. "Sikong Shixiang, please guide me." Wang Jun cupped his fists. "Please teach me." Sikong Shiming returned a bow, only to see Wang Jun disappear like smoke as soon as he finished speaking. Sikong Shiming frowned, patting his body, and 2 layers of protective shields materialized around him in an instant. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, a 3-inch-long dagger gleamed with cold light and struck against the shield behind him. The attack came so unexpectedly that Sikong Zinming's protective shield was shattered with a single blow. How fast? Before Liu Qinghuan could even utter a word of surprise, the dagger launched a second attack like lightning. This time, without the obstruction of a protective shield, Sikong Zinming's defenseless back was fully exposed to the incoming strike. If this hit, he would surely be badly injured. Sikong Shiming leaned forward, and with a clang, the sword on his back was drawn, perfectly blocking the incoming dagger. As the two weapons collided, the explosive spiritual power erupted at the point of contact, rapidly spreading to the light shield surrounding the battle platform contained entirely within it. Seizing this opportunity, Sikong Shiming spun in midair and floated 3 feet away. He pointed, and another sword on his back was drawn, slicing through the sky, like a shooting star aimed at the left side of the battle platform. Wherever the sword light passed, a blurred figure suddenly appeared, evading the incoming sword light, with a residual shadow, leaping 3 feet away before disappearing again. At this moment, a commotion erupted from the audience below. So fast. In just a few breaths, they exchanged so many blows. Yes, it's terrifying. Both of them are incredible. My goodness. I blinked just once and missed their exchange. Are you exaggerating? Blinking takes several breaths. Is your eyesight impaired? Regardless of the noise from the audience, the situation on the platform had become tense and ready to erupt. Surrounded by profound sword intent, 2 spirit swords hovered at Sikong Zinming's side, waiting for the slightest opening from the opponent to launch a fierce counterattack. Wang Jun, concealed from sight, found himself at a loss after his initial strike failed, unable to find another opportunity to attack. Sikong Zinming's divine sense swept across the entire battle platform, finding not a trace of his opponent. He snorted coldly. "Do you think that by not showing yourself I can't force you out?" With a shift in his momentum as the hand gestures changed, the 2 spirit swords began to dance, and swirl, shooting towards the sky. Wang Zhen inwardly exclaimed that it was bad. Suddenly Xikong Xinming shouted loudly, and the two swords that had been intertwining in a certain mysterious pattern shot forth, countless sword lights rolling outwards like surging waves. In one corner of the battle platform, Wang Zhen, clad in black armor, was forced out in a disheveled state. Gripping his dual blades, he faced the layers of sword light, but his spiritual shield could only hold for a few breaths before becoming riddled with holes, while the sword light grazed his black armor. Fortunately, the black armor had decent defensive power, so the sword light only left shallow white streaks on its surface. He tilted his head to avoid a sword light aimed at his forehead, only to find a blood streak appearing on his right cheek when he turned back. Wang Zhen's expression darkened as he brought his hands together, merging the dual blades into a curved blade, spinning rapidly to block the incoming sword light. At the same time, he executed a strange step technique, leaving behind several residual shadows, and lunged towards Xikong Ximing. Xikong Ximing pointed, and the dual swords darted forward like swimming fish. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhen nimbly maneuvered his feet, astonishingly slipping through the intertwined web of spirit swords, and in the blink of an eye, he closed in on Xikong Ximing, his curved blade slicing through the air with a gleaming cold light aimed at him. Those watching from below were dumbfounded. Could it be that Wang Zhen was a body cultivator? Yet his silhouette didn't appear to be one, and his speed was too fast with movements too strange. I've never heard of any such techniques from Sine Tower. Everyone's eyes were wide open, watching how Xikong Ximing would respond. Suddenly, Xikong Xinming's figure flickered and vanished amidst the cold light of the curved blade, reappearing on the other side of the battle platform with a shattered talisman falling from his hand. Teleportation talisman, someone shouted while the battle on the platform approached its climax. Xikong Ximing pointed again, and the dual swords unleashed a frenzy of sword intent, sealing off all of Wang Zhen's escape routes as they charged towards him. Wang Zhen dodged left and right, raising his hand to summon a bolt-shaped artifact in an attempt to break through the blockade of sword intent, but was instead met with the cold tip of a sword aimed at his throat. His expression shifted as he struggled to utter three words, "I concede." Xikong Ximing retracted the sword intent, and the dual swords returned to their sheaths with a clang. As Wang Zhen left the platform, he received many comforting words from the audience. Though he had been defeated, he showcased his exceptional strength. It was simply that his opponent was too powerful. Liu Qinghuan, however, looked at Wang Zhen with a thoughtful expression. Wang Zhen seemed to have his priorities mixed up, overly pursuing speed. Cultivators are not ordinary warriors. Speed can be compensated for by various artifacts or techniques, but if one's attacking methods are too singular, they can easily be countered by opponents. If Wang Zhen had more ranged attack methods, he wouldn't have been defeated by Xikong Ximing so quickly. Contestant number 5, step up, shouted a middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator. A cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement flew onto the stage, but was quickly defeated. In the next 3 matches, Xikong Ximing emerged victorious, although the 5th match proved a bit challenging against a Qi refinement 9th level cultivator from Iya Temple. After finishing this round, no one stepped up for a moment. Xikong Ximing took out 2 spirit stones, hastily recovering his spiritual energy. After 5 consecutive battles, he had depleted a considerable amount of energy. If no one steps up in 15 minutes, Xikong Ximing will be considered the winner of the 6th round. The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator announced, starting the timer. Who is contestant number 9? Someone from the audience inquired. Could it be that they are afraid? A moment later, a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement slowly flew onto the battle platform. Xikong Ximing glanced at him, and the man hurriedly said, "I concede." And then he quickly flew off the battle platform. Contestant number 10, the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator, said expressionlessly. This time no one stepped up for real. Liu Qinghuan scanned the people around and couldn't tell who it was. Contestant number 10 was certainly present, but was just too timid. After a quarter of an hour, Xikong Ximing wins his 8th match. Contestant number 11. I am contestant number 11. With a soft female voice, a female cultivator flew onto the stage. She looked to be around 18 or 19 years old, slender like a willow in the wind, and spoke with a hint of shyness. Looking at Xikong Ximing, her face flushed, and she lowered her head, saying, "Hello, senior brother. I am Qin Lingling from Minghua Pavilion, just promoted to the 9th level of Qi refinement." Xikong Ximing wore a slight smile and nodded. "Hello, junior sister Qin." After exchanging greetings, the duel officially began. This seemingly delicate junior sister Qin shocked everyone on and off the stage the moment she made her move. Her artifact was a golden brick that could expand to the size of a giant stone. When the battle commenced, it made the entire platform resound with loud thuds, and the protective light shield trembled incessantly under the immense power of the golden brick. Fortunately, the battle platform was quite sturdy, and the light shield stabilized under the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator's control. However, Xikong Ximing found himself in a dire situation. Even though his sword energy was overwhelming and his techniques exquisite, the golden brick, regardless of the circumstances, rained down blows haphazardly, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. When he attempted to attack with his sword, Qin Lingling manipulated the golden brick like an extension of her arm, transforming it into a shield that blocked all incoming attacks. The material of the golden brick was unknown. When his spirit sword struck it, it only left a shallow imprint. Using the sword shadow splitting light technique, the golden brick enlarged several times, completely dissipating all sword light. Xikong Shiming had fought 8 matches in a row. Although he had expended little effort in some of them, his spiritual energy was dwindling. The short intervals between matches hardly allowed him to recover, and the little energy he regained was merely a drop in the bucket. His heart sank further as he faced the last match, uncertain of who his opponent would be. He could not place all his hopes on another low-ranking disciple coming up. This was not a usual sparring session, it was a wheel battle. He needed to end this fight quickly. Liu Qinghuan watched the golden brick with a hint of intrigue. It was interesting. He hadn't expected such a magical artifact could be used this way, though he wanted one for himself. This thought echoed among many cultivators present, imagining the thrill of capturing someone with a brick. Nevertheless, Xikong Shiming emerged victorious in the end. He seized a flaw in Qin Lingling's defense, entangling the golden brick with one spiritual sword, while another sword struck with lightning speed, shattering her protective barrier and pressing against her delicate neck. Though he had one, Xikong Shiming was acutely aware that his spiritual energy was reduced to less than 20%. He harbored a faint hope that his next opponent would be weaker, but the figure of a young male cultivator flying onto the stage shattered his last bit of luck. This male cultivator wore the same black sect robes as Xikong Shiming, adorned with a symbol of a spiritual sword. Xikong Shiming could only manage a wry smile. "Senior brother Liu." The newcomer was Liu Qinghuan, his expression cold and stern, with star-like eyes devoid of warmth beneath his sword-like brows. His cultivation had reached the peak of the qi refining stage, slightly surpassing Xikong Shiming. However, this was not the crux. Xikong Shiming never judged a person's true strength solely by their cultivation level, but Liu Qinghuan was a different case. The main cultivation method of the Moi Peak, the Songhai Luo Sheng Sword Classic, was passed down from the Wenshi sect, created by the Supreme Sword Master 40,000 years ago. This formidable figure had cleaved the entire eastern wilderness continent in two, and the Songhai Luo Sheng Sword Classic was his technique. The Wenshi sect was regarded as the pinnacle of the cultivation world, not only for having the most high-level cultivators, but also for various other aspects combined. The Wenshi sect had always treated its disciples with great care, offering a wealth of rare and precious texts in the transmission building, which could be freely copied, with only a small contribution to the sect, though external dissemination was not allowed. Moreover, the main cultivation techniques of the 8 major peaks all originated from the illustrious transformation masters throughout the sect's history. For instance, the bamboo heart sword technique from the Julin Mountain originated from the self-created technique of the great master Wenxiao 2,000 years ago. The difficulty of the bamboo heart sword technique was already extraordinary, and so one could imagine how challenging the Songhai Luo Sheng Sword Classic would be. Liu Qinghuan had already reached the second realm of the Songhai Luo Sheng Sword Classic, a level typically attainable only during the foundation establishment stage. Xikong Shiming never expected to be so unfortunate as to encounter Liu Qinghuan at the very end. If his spiritual energy had been at its peak, he might have had a chance to fight back, but now. Yet Xikong Shiming did not simply concede. Though he had struggled through the 10th round, teetering on the brink of failure, he cast aside all unnecessary emotions, his gaze igniting with fighting spirit. He clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them, bowing slightly as he resolutely said, "I ask for your guidance, senior brother Liu." Liu Qinghuan looked at Xikong Shiming with newfound respect as he fought until the last trace of spiritual energy, everyone was left in shock. The laughter that had filled the air vanished, and the Wenshi sect disciples surrounding Platform 6 silently watched the 2 sword cultivators engage in a fierce duel until Xikong Shiming fell and left the stage. Many female cultivators shed tears watching Xikong Xinming's lonely figure depart, choked with emotion. Everyone deeply understood the brutality of this grand competition. The 10 rounds of wheel battles were not only a test of cultivation and spiritual energy, but also a trial of willpower. To advance among thousands of participants to the top 100 was an arduous task. Many disciples who had been confident now felt as if a mountain weighed heavily upon their hearts, filled with anxiety. Liu Qinghuan quietly stood among the crowd, watching Liu Qinghuan sweep through with overwhelming victories, marking the first disciple from Platform 6 to advance to the next round. In the dozens of matches that followed, no one managed to win more than 5 matches on the stage, even among those at the qi refining stage. Some had fought too hard in their previous matches, managing a narrow victory, only to be eliminated in the next round. Others faced opponents who were lackluster, but found their own spiritual energy exhausted after a few battles, leaving them unable to fight on. Liu Qinghuan furrowed her brows, her face darkening as she walked to a quieter area, closing her eyes to meditate. She glanced at Bai Fengming's match when he took the stage, then fell completely silent. Bai Fengming was exceptionally fortunate. When it was his turn, there were no opponents above the 8th level of qi refining. Standing on the stage with his usual silly grin, he effortlessly secured 10 consecutive victories. Damn it! Why didn't I draw number 83? Someone below lamented. Yeah, who is this fool? Just looking at him makes me want to hit him. Those in the know quickly informed those around them about Bai Fengming's extraordinary luck, causing his name to soar in renown. The cultivator on Platform 6 had already won 4 matches, feeling secretly pleased as he watched his opponent walk down the stage in low spirits, hoping his next opponent would also have a lower cultivation level, so he could conserve more spiritual energy for the upcoming matches. Number 219 step up, called a middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator. He saw a disciple at the 8th level of qi refining fly onto the stage. Fortunately, although he was at the same level, he believed that with his fierce attacks his opponent would soon be sent off the stage. The opponent introduced himself briefly, and he nodded casually without listening closely. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his dazzling sword and struck toward his opponent. The opponent stood still with 2 or 3 layers of protective barriers, seemingly dumbfounded. He smirked, but before he could fully express his mocking smile, it froze on his face. In just an instant, the spiritual barrier flickered, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead. His eyes converged in the middle, and he discovered a needle so fine it was nearly invisible, hovering just an inch from his brow. The needle had not touched him in the slightest, but its sharp aura had pierced the outer layer of skin on his brow, causing a trickle of crimson blood to seep out. He was stunned. Only then did he realize that there was a very small hole in his spiritual barrier that was rapidly healing. Liu Qinghuan stood still, watching the male cultivator across from her remain dazed for a while before the middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator prompted him to walk off the stage disheartened. The crowd below was equally stunned. They hadn't expected the battle to end so quickly. Someone who had been distracted asked, "What happened? Did the battle end?" "What? So soon?" the inquirer exclaimed. "I really just blinked." Number 220 steps up. Another male cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining flew onto the stage. He had also just blinked and hadn't seen how his opponent lost. He set up his protective barrier and then slapped a piece of iron armor talisman onto himself. This time, everyone below stared fixedly at the stage. Even those who felt the urge to blink resisted the temptation. The male cultivator wasted no words, raising his hand to unleash a stroke of ink-like light, which formed a pitch-black chain that entangled with the cold moon ice sword in midair. Liu Qinghuan manipulated the cold moon ice sword with his divine sense, blocking the chain that slithered like a spirit snake while flicking his 2 fingers with his right hand. The battle platform was merely 20 zhang in size, and in the blink of an eye the blinking needle of light flashed and reached the male cultivator in just a breath's time. Though he was fully focused on controlling the chain in midair, he kept a vigilant eye on Liu Qinghuan's movements. Now seeing the blinking needle move with such speed, he was alarmed. He could no longer evade it, and had to frantically channel spiritual energy into his protective barrier. He could see the spiritual light around him surge, and the barrier thickened by a third. Liu Qinghuan's expression was impassive as he flicked his fingers again, causing 2 blinking needles to appear simultaneously. The male cultivator's 2 layers of protection were instantly pierced by the power of the 3 needles heading straight for his brow. A commotion erupted from the audience below. Liu Qinghuan, satisfied with his strike, returned the 3 points of spiritual light to his sleeve. In the past, when his cultivation was low, he always fought against stronger opponents, and the blinking needles could only be used for the most critical strike. Now that his cultivation was higher, and at the same rank, the blinking needles finally showcased their sharpness as a top-tier magical artifact, swiftly bringing Liu Qinghuan victories in 2 matches. The next contestant was a slender male cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement. Upon stepping onto the platform, he looked at Liu Qinghuan with a cold smile and said, "Junior brother's flying needles are truly formidable, but I wonder if they can break through my 5-dragon banner." He raised his hand and summoned a dark, ominous banner to shield himself. A piercing, unpleasant hiss erupted as a long snake made of black mist shot out from the 5-dragon banner, twisting and swimming like a black dragon, exuding an imposing aura. The snake lunged into the air, opening its large mouth to hiss at Liu Qinghuan, stirring up a violent wind. Liu Qinghuan furrowed his brow, using a gravity spell to resist the force of the wind. At the same time, he produced a bone fan, and with a flick the fan disintegrated into several bone spikes that shot towards the black mist snake. The black mist snake swayed its head and tail in the air, trying to evade the incoming bone spikes, but its massive size made it impossible to avoid them. With a series of puffs, several bullseye holes appeared on the black mist snake, but it merely shook its body, and the holes were quickly filled with black mist, only slightly thinning. It flicked its tail and lunged toward Liu Qinghuan. With the light of the swift wind boots flashing at his feet, Liu Qinghuan quickly retreated. At the same time, he flicked his clothes, releasing 9 blinking needles that danced around the black mist snake along with the bone spikes, quickly turning the snake into a sieve, leaking black mist everywhere. Finally, unable to maintain its form, it dissipated into wisps of black mist. The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator guarding the platform looked at Liu Qinghuan with some surprise. While there were many Qi refinement disciples capable of simultaneously manipulating 2 attacking magical artifacts, few could control 2 sets of attacking artifacts at once. This was due to the higher and more intricate requirements for divine sense when using a set of magical artifacts. The slender male cultivator was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. As the bone spikes and flying needles shot towards him, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands, causing the 5-dragon banner to expand and envelop him in a thick black mist. What surprised the middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator even more was that Liu Qinghuan summoned the cold moon ice sword again, with 3 magical artifacts swirling around the black mist and striking fiercely. The onlookers finally reacted with some unable to believe their eyes, asking those nearby, is he manipulating 3 attacking magical artifacts at the same time? The person beside him nodded with an expression of disbelief and asked back, can you manipulate 3 at once? What a joke. Even 2 is not easy to control with precision and fluidity. The 2 exchanged glances. One murmured, how strong is this person's divine sense? Liu Qinghuan himself was uncertain of how strong his divine sense was. All he knew was that when he was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he could unleash several vine techniques in one go. As for his limits, he had yet to test them. However, manipulating 3 attacking magical artifacts at once was a first attempt for him, and he felt he still had some energy to spare. Under such a barrage, the slender male cultivator finally could not withstand it and surrendered, but his 5-dragon banner had turned into a tattered cloth, completely ruined. As he left the stage, he glared at Liu Qinghuan with hatred, saying, so it's you, Liu Jr. brother. I will remember you. Liu Qinghuan smiled and brushed it off. After he stepped down, a stunningly beautiful woman flew up from below, graciously bowing to Liu Qinghuan and cheerfully saying, Brother Liu, I am Qi Yuzhu from the Mingyue Pavilion at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Please show mercy, brother. Liu Qinghuan returned the bow, but did not express his stance. The woman took out 2 fans, lightly waved them, and released several drifting spiritual flowers. With another turn, a myriad of colorful spiritual flowers danced in the air. Liu Qinghuan did not dare to be careless and remained cautious, but he realized that those spiritual flowers were merely for show and posed no real threat. The sword Qi that the opponent sent was also soft and lacked any sharpness. Liu Qinghuan frowned as he watched Qi Yuzhu dance on stage, her graceful figure like a celestial maiden descending, drawing cheers from the male cultivators in the audience. He glanced at the audience below and refrained from ending this performance-like match with a single sword strike, suppressing his impatience and pretending to take a break. Qi Yuzhu flitted around the stage, continuously unleashing a series of sword Qi, like spiritual flowers, towards Liu Qinghuan. Yet Liu Qinghuan merely waved his sleeve, dissipating the sword Qi. A cunning glint flashed in her eyes as she turned again, swinging both fans. A sharp, transparent sword Qi suddenly surged toward Liu Qinghuan. However, he simply glanced at her, waved his right hand, and the sword Qi dispersed like a gust of wind. Unwilling to back down, Qi Yuzhu's subsequent sword Qi became increasingly fierce, shedding the previous softness and trending toward a growing intensity. What sword technique is this? Liu Qinghuan was slightly surprised. In an actual life and death battle, in an instant, it could mean the difference between life and death. If this sword technique requires such a long preparation time, it could lead to a significant loss. However, it might also be Qi Yuzhu's intention. Liu Qinghuan was impatient to continue dragging this out. There were too many variables in the competition, and who didn't have 1 or 2 hidden methods? Besides, this was only the 4th match, and he did not want to waste too much spiritual energy. The cold moon ice sword, imbued with a deep chill, shattered the myriad floral shadows as it swung through the air. With Liu Qinghuan's sudden increase in offensive power, Qi Yuzhu could no longer maintain her previous elegant posture and began to get flustered. Biting her lip, she made a sharp turn, and the fan in her hand was hurled out, spinning like a windmill into the sky, launching several bolts of sword Qi, each as bright as lightning. Liu Qinghuan moved swiftly. 9 blinking needles flew out from his sleeve, heading straight for Qi Yuzhu's face. In the next 2 matches, his opponents were not too strong, and Liu Qinghuan quickly secured victories. For a time, no one else stepped up, so he sat down to recover his spiritual energy. The scene below was quite different. Who has an iron armor talisman or a protection talisman? Lend it to me for a bit. I am Gao Xiaozhong from the Tianqing Peak, and I guarantee with my integrity that I will return 1 for every 2 borrowed. A Qi refinement 9th level disciple slightly rose into the air, loudly calling out to the onlookers. Someone he recognized laughed and said, "What are you doing, Brother Gao? Oh, isn't it my turn to compete soon? Gao Xiaozhong said with a frown that kids flying needles on stage are too powerful. My prepared defense is insufficient, so I'm just borrowing from my fellow brothers temporarily. Qin Junior brother, do you have any? I don't have any either. The disciple Qin shook his head thinking, what if I need those few talismans I have left for the competition? Gao Xiaozhong curled his lips and continued to shout. Who has any? Borrow one and return two. Don't miss out on such a great opportunity. Surprisingly, some were indeed borrowed. Gao Xiaozhong grinned widely, and after counting he managed to borrow 5 various defensive talismans. The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator shook his head and helplessly reminded, there's only a quarter of an hour left. Are you going to take the stage or not? Yes. Gao Xiaozhong quickly put away the talismans and flew onto the stage. Liu Qinghuan watched as his opponent manifested various luminous barriers and summoned a shimmering silver shield to protect himself. Gao Xiaozhong laughed maniacally. Ha, come on. I don't believe you can break my defenses like this. Liu Qinghuan glanced at him with a look of disdain, standing still. Gao Xiaozhong was taken aback for a moment. What does this mean? All right, let me take the first move and chop you 10 or 8 times. I don't believe I can't force you off the stage. He raised his hand and summoned a spirit sword which wobbled awkwardly in midair, clearly difficult to control. Gao Xiaozhong was startled, then realized he had activated too many defensive measures. Aside from the one-time use defensive talismans which didn't require his maintenance, he also had a spirit accessory, a shield, and a sustaining spiritual barrier, and now with an additional sword, it was quite taxing on his divine sense. Not everyone possesses Liu Qinghuan's extraordinary control over divine sense. He pondered for a moment, first shutting down the spirit accessory, then feeling it was still not safe, he activated 2 more defensive talismans. Only then did he manipulate the spirit sword to strike at Liu Qinghuan. However, Liu Qinghuan simply unleashed the cold moon ice sword, entangling his sword without making any other moves. The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator nodded slightly. The defensive talismans do have a time limit. Knowing the opponent had few reserves, it was unnecessary to waste spiritual energy on a stubborn attack. This disciple of Liu Qinghuan was indeed quite clear-sighted about the situation. As expected, soon after, the defensive talismans on Gao Xiaozhong began to flicker and extinguish one after another. When Gao Xiaozhong dejectedly left the stage, the disciples from whom he borrowed talismans surrounded him. Although you lost, you borrowed my talismans, so you must return them. Gao Xiaozhong was filled with grievances. How could he have forgotten that defensive talismans have a time limit? Damn it. Not only did he not win, but now he also owed a mountain of debts. It was truly losing both the lady and the soldiers. Still unwilling to concede, he suddenly shouted. He doesn't have much spiritual energy left. The next one, hurry up. A male cultivator who was about to fly onto the stage suddenly had a flash of realization. Right. He almost fell for Liu Qinghuan's calm demeanor. This was already his 7th match. Not to mention that he was only at the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Even many disciples at the 9th level would have depleted most of their spiritual energy by now. The male cultivator, who was initially very worried, suddenly felt completely confident. He confidently strutted onto the stage, but half a quarter of an hour later he left the stage with a long face, shouting angrily, "That kid has very little spiritual energy left. Whoever knocks him off the stage, I'll treat him to spirit wine." Unfortunately, in the 9th match, Liu Qinghuan surprisingly won again, and it was impossible to tell that he looked exhausted. This sparked an enthusiastic discussion among everyone. What's going on? Didn't he just reach the 8th level of Qi cultivation? How can his spiritual energy be so profound? Some were puzzled. I think he must be faking it. One doubted he must have exhausted his spiritual energy by now. Look, he's seizing every moment to meditate and recover his energy. However, Liu Qinghuan was completely unaware of the heated discussions below. Since every match had ended decisively, he still had about 1/3 of his spiritual energy left so far. The competition was indeed brutal, but if one didn't encounter an exceptionally strong opponent, it was actually quite simple. Given Liu Qinghuan's current strength, as long as he didn't face someone like Liu Qinghuan, 1/3 of his spiritual energy should be enough for the final match. At that moment, a tall, fair-skinned, beautiful girl walked up. It was her. Liu Qinghuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting his opponent to be someone he knew by Ningxuan. She had entered the Wunshe sect on the same day as him, achieving the remarkable feat of being the only one to obtain 4 white stripes during the entrance test, standing out among all new disciples. Later, she joined the Mingzijian, and he hadn't heard any news about her since. Unexpectedly, several years later, she had also reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Considering her single-element water spirit root, it seemed reasonable that her cultivation speed was so rapid. Upon seeing Liu Qinghuan by Ningxuang's eyes flashed with surprise, clearly recognizing him. Liu Qinghuan felt a bit awkward, but still smiled and greeted, "Senior sister, by long time no see." Bai Ningxuang merely nodded slightly with a hint of arrogance, lightly gesturing with her hand, and a shimmering layer of water-type protective barrier appeared around her spiritual barrier. At the same time, a mist of water quickly spread out. Seeing that she had no intention of small talk, Liu Qinghuan also refrained from unnecessary words, coldly watching as the mist enveloped the entire arena like clouds. Bai Ningxuang's figure suddenly vanished from his divine sense, and several water spears swiftly pierced through the mist, aiming at Liu Qinghuan. Liu Qinghuan formed seals with his hands, and the wood's spiritual energy around him surged, condensing into several wooden spikes to clash against the water spears. The two collided. The wooden spikes shattered into nothingness, while the water spears scattered into droplets. Those droplets did not hit the ground, sparkling with a cold light as they shot towards Liu Qinghuan. Liu Qinghuan moved his feet, the spirit boots flashing with light, and he swiftly flew sideways. With a flick of his palm, a blasting talisman flew ahead, and the raging flames burst forth, clearing the mist and revealing Bai Ningxuang, whose spiritual light flickered in his hands. Bai Ningxuang smirked mockingly. Her intricate hand seals were nearing completion, and the surrounding water's spiritual energy became dense enough to emit a blue glow. In the next moment, a torrent of water erupted like a raging sea. Liu Qinghuan raised his hand, sending out a dozen seeds that quickly took root and grew. As the wave rushed in, several iron-colored trees had already taken shape, standing firm against the tide. Meanwhile, Liu Qinghuan's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. The wave split into several streams, flowing through the gaps between the iron trees, greatly reducing its power. Bai Ningxuang's expression turned frosty, her palms facing upward, slowly raising them from her chest. A surge of rushing water shot up into the sky as she quickly rotated her hands, creating a swirling torrent, and a water dragon was rapidly taking shape. Liu Qinghuan frowned, his figure moving, speeding up as he charged towards Bai Ningxuang. He completely disregarded the water dragon that was about to form in the air, reaching Bai Ningxuang's vicinity in just a few breaths. He shouted loudly, gripping the handle of the cold moon ice sword, and swung down fiercely at Bai Ningxuang. Bai Ningxuang remained calm and collected, stepping back a few paces as a water shield formed in front of her. The cold moon ice sword struck the water shield, sinking in a little, but it felt soft beneath the sword, and he could not strike further. At this moment, she suddenly saw the other party smile, and a beam of white light shot out from their sleeves, striking her head with such swiftness that she could not evade. With a loud bang, her water-based shield and spiritual light barrier shattered simultaneously, and Bai Ningxuang felt a heavy blow to her head, her spiritual energy suddenly coming to a standstill. Bai Ningxuang looked down with a horrified expression at the icy long sword resting against her neck, her face shifting between various emotions. For a full 3 breaths, her spiritual power was completely frozen. The water dragon that had taken shape in the air suddenly lost its support of spiritual energy, scattering into a heavy downpour that drenched the entire arena. Liu Qinghuan let out a cold laugh. In an unknown combat arena, to attempt to unleash a big move that required long preparation was nothing short of foolishness. The most likely outcome was that before the move could be executed, one would already be dead. Victory. The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator marked his token with spiritual energy, signifying that he had passed the first round of the competition. Liu Qinghuan stepped down from the stage, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He walked directly to the edge of the plaza in front of the hall, sat down to recover his spiritual energy, and then had the mood to watch others battle. Liu Qinghuan made a round between the 10 arenas, observing some battles that were particularly intense, while others were won with ease. Each victory had its own style, but all losses were the same. Under equal cultivation levels, the combat strength displayed by different individuals varied greatly. There were cultivators at the 7th layer of Qi refining who, drawing from rich experience, defeated those at the 8th layer, while some at the 9th layer only served as mere wooden stakes on stage.